Chapter 271. Flying back to the palace, when he landed on the ground, Charles's breathing had become heavy. Just this short flight distance made Charles like this. Charles's body was really about to fail. No matter how good the treasure was, it could only keep Charles alive for a few more days. Jane Seamean glanced at Charles again, and could easily see Charles's situation. She shook her head secretly. Jianshan couldn't save Charles. The three of them sat down, and John Seamean told him the purpose of her trip. My teacher is one of the three legends of Jianshan, Sword Saint Su Lei. Are you willing to join Jianshan and become my teacher's disciple? If it were anyone else, including Xia Er, if John Seamean said so, they would definitely agree immediately. Joining Jianshan and becoming a disciple of a legendary master is a great thing for a 7th level professional. The only thing is that if he agrees too late, Jianshan will not want him. As long as Britney becomes a disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei, it is equivalent to the Violet family having a legendary backer. Facing other top forces with only one legendary master, Britney can say no, and no old guy will be so shameless as to come and propose marriage. Seeing Britney's hesitation, Charles wished he could agree on her behalf. Britney was hesitating because of Zhao Yi. Unconsciously, Britney's loyalty to Zhao Yi had reached its maximum. Things like becoming a disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei would have a huge impact on the entire Violet Kingdom, and would also have a huge impact on Zhao Yi. Britney was very willing to join Jianshan, and if Zhao Yi disagreed, Britney would give up. In a few seconds, Britney thought quickly. Considering the current situation of the Violet Kingdom, Britney felt that Zhao Yi should agree to her joining Jianshan, but there were also some problems that needed to be solved. After thinking, Britney looked at Jasmine and said seriously, "It is my honor to be the disciple of the Sword Saint, but I have a few questions." It is so lucky to be the disciple of the Sword Saint. Britney actually has questions, but Jasmine is not angry. After all, Britney is also a 7th level, still very young. The teacher chooses the disciple, and the disciple also has to choose the teacher. You say. You can also see that my grandfather has not much time left. Can Jianshan save my grandfather? No, at most it will let your grandfather live a few more days, and that is a treasure that only legendary strongmen can obtain. After my grandfather passed away, I was the only 7th level person left in the Violet family. The Violet Kingdom needs a 7th level person to take charge. After I become a disciple of the Sword Saint, do I need to stay in Jianshan all the time? You don't need to stay in Jianshan all the time. And when you are in Jianshan, whoever has time, me or your other brothers and sisters can take your place in the Violet Kingdom for a while. Can I make my own decision on marriage in the future? You must make your own decision about marriage. If you don't like it, no one can force you. With Jianshan and the teacher as your backing, those old guys will definitely not send anyone to bother you again. However, there will be relatively young 7th level or even epic people pursuing you. If you don't like it, you can refuse. They can't force you. The last question is, what does Jianshan think of heroes from other worlds? Well, heroes from other worlds. We Jianshan also accept many disciples from other worlds. The teachers believe that heroes from other worlds are human beings like us, and there is almost no difference. The teachers treat their disciples equally. These are the only questions I have. Senior sister, I am willing to become your disciple. Speaking of this, Britney stood up and bowed slightly to Jasmine. Okay, from now on, you are my junior sister. The formal apprenticeship has to wait for the arrangements to be made at Jianshan. The teacher is a legendary strongman, and accepting a disciple is a big deal. After your coronation is completed, go to Jianshan with me. I will stay here for the next few days to help my junior sister deal with those small troubles outside. Thank you, senior sister. Britney smiled. In fact, a legendary master would not simply decide on a disciple. With the population of the origin continent, there are many geniuses. Talent is only one aspect, and there are other factors such as age, identity, and temperament. Often, the disciples they accept have not started practicing, or are only at level 0 or level 1. Even if they practice incorrectly, they can start over. And Britney, a 20-year-old level 7 master, can ignore other factors. In addition, the swordsman profession is also an important factor. Britney's profession is a swordsman, one of the advanced levels of a swordsman, and the next level of a swordsman is a swordsman saint. Britney is an excellent candidate for a disciple for swordsman Su Lei. John Seamean walked out of the palace, and announced to the people from all the major forces in the capital, as a disciple of Jianshan that Sword Saint Su Lei accepted Britney as his disciple. Upon hearing the news, the people from all the major forces were speechless. They had been fighting here for several days, and the winner had not yet been decided, and Jianshan came out to snatch people. The key is that they still can't snatch them. Jianshan took action as soon as he led the team at the 7th level, and directly settled the matter. The high-level professionals of other forces dared not go out at will. Although they were speechless, most forces felt that they could accept it. They did not snatch Britney, and the hostile forces did not snatch Britney either. Jianshan is a neutral force, and often does not intervene in the struggles between major forces. Even if Jianshan disciples are implicated, they only ask that no one dies. Injured and broken arms and legs can be rescued, just as a training. However, the people from major forces have not left for the time being. At least they have to attend the coronation ceremony. In the palace, Britney returned to her residence, took out a new version of a gold-level mobile phone with a much smaller size, and called Zhao Yi directly. When Zhao Yi was not out to kill monsters, he would take out his mobile phone and put it aside, and the call was connected in a few seconds. During the call, Britney told Zhao Yi that the legendary strongman Su Lei Sword Saint from Jianshan wanted to take her as a disciple. Zhao Yi's congratulations from the other end of the phone made Britney completely relieved. She was really worried that Zhao Yi would not agree. At the end of the call, Zhao Yi reminded her not to expose their relationship for the time being. Jianshan did not restrict its disciples much, and Jianshan was a neutral force in the aboriginal camp, but Zhao Yi could not be sure whether Jianshan really had no other ideas about the otherworldly heroes. After all, the 5th level otherworldly heroes and the 7th level otherworldly heroes were different. Of course, the 7th level warriors from another world are different from the 9th level warriors from another world. With the improvement of strength and status, perhaps the two human groups of aborigines and blue star players can be completely integrated at that time. For the time being, the thoughts of the top leaders of Jianshan cannot be guaranteed, so the relationship between the two cannot be exposed for the time being. On the day of Britney's coronation, Zhao Yi planned not to go to the capital, but only send his professional players there. With Jianshan as a backing, the actions on the day of the coronation ceremony can be more guaranteed. Other forces will not care about the changes in the Violet Kingdom, but the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire will definitely care. If one empire is strong enough, it will directly annex the Violet Kingdom, and then occupy more land of the other empire. The Violet Kingdom has been surviving between the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. It may be destroyed one day. Now it can rest assured that the possibility of the two empires intervening in the Violet Kingdom has been greatly reduced because of Jianshan. In the past few days, Zhao Yi led the monster-killing team to try a new monster-killing plan and succeeded. The speed of gaining experience and points increased sharply. Moreover, the cemetery for spawning monsters has been determined. Each operation targets a province or a duchy of a country. The capital or duchy's main city is a big city, with a 6th-level professional in charge. In the nearest cemetery, there are multiple 6th-level undead or even a 7th-level undead in charge. The monster-spawning team will first fight in this cemetery and try to eliminate all the mid-level undead, and then go to the nearest cemetery in other middle cities in the country to continue to eliminate mid-level undead. After fighting in several cemeteries, the physical strength and energy are almost exhausted, and there is no need to continue to use the teleportation array to go home. The Void Trading Field has ordinary invitations and special invitations. The ordinary invitations allow the soul projection to enter the Void Trading Field, while the special invitations allow the real body to enter. Use the special invitation directly to return to the Void Trading Field. After leaving the Void Trading Field, you will reach Xiaocheng. It is easy to come back, but it is more troublesome to go. Zhao Yi has many teleportation arrays, and even a super large teleportation array that can be used to teleport from one side of the origin continent to the other side. You can choose to arrange teleportation arrays in some lower kingdoms. You cannot arrange teleportation arrays in upper kingdoms or even empires, because there are epic masters and legendary masters there. Once the teleportation array is discovered, it will be dangerous. It doesn't matter if the teleportation array set up in the lower kingdom is discovered. It's a pity that the territory cannot be directly placed in other countries, otherwise Zhao Yi would occupy a piece of land in each country and build a city to place the teleportation array. The monster-killing team temporarily attacked the tombs in the border provinces of the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire around the Violet Kingdom. After several teleportation arrays are set up outside, they will go to farther places to kill monsters. The news that Britney was accepted as a disciple by Sword Saint Su Lei was soon reported back to the two empires. After hearing about it, Emperor Chambers of the Glory Empire just smiled. If he didn't get it, then he didn't get it. Anyway, his old rival didn't get it either, and the strength of the two empires remained balanced. After hearing about it, Emperor Bikeo of the Goshawk Empire was furious. After all, Bikeo was 914 years old, more than 300 years older than Chambers. It would be difficult for Jibril, the first heir of the empire, to be promoted to a legend. Once Jibril failed to be promoted, there would be no Goshawk Empire in the future. Bikeo put his chance on Britney, invested more than other forces, and now got nothing. He was angry, but there was no place to release it. He couldn't afford to offend Jian Shan, and he couldn't attack the Violet Kingdom with Jian Shan as his backing. In desperation, Bikeo had only one choice, to do everything he could to make Jibril a legend. In the blink of an eye, March 1st arrived. As soon as the sun rose, Zhao Yi led the elite troops, and the elite troops began to move, and went to the central city of each province in the Violet Kingdom through the teleportation array, and then waited for a call. Zhao Yi has set people to hide in the cities controlled by the indigenous forces. By sending a signal, he can quickly seize the teleportation array, and connect it with the teleportation array of his own city, so that his own personnel can quickly pass through the teleportation array. This is mainly for medium and small cities. The teleportation array of large cities has always been open. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the palace of the Violet Kingdom, all indigenous, nobles, and representatives of major indigenous forces gathered here. Under their witness, the old King Charles personally put the crown on Britney, and announced that Britney Violet became the new king of the Violet Kingdom. After Britney gave a speech, she signaled outsiders to leave first. When all outsiders left, the Forbidden Magic Circle was immediately activated, and the Violet family professionals and Zhao Yiling professionals gathered outside the Forbidden Magic Circle. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom, including those loyal to the Violet family, who were covered by the Forbidden Magic Circle, were all panicked. What are they going to do? They want to kill us? Impossible. If they kill us, how can the Violet family rule the kingdom? In the panic eyes of the nobles, Charles said, "Don't worry, only a small number of you will die, and the rest can live well. Before, my Violet family did not have the strength to fight against Ostash, and I can understand that you surrendered to Ostash in order to survive. But if you still hurt the Violet family after surrendering to Ostash, I cannot forgive you. Let's start." As soon as Charles finished speaking, a 6th-level warrior came forward, took out the prepared magic forbidden bracelets or magic forbidden collars that reached the highest crystal level, put them on the nobles one by one, and then asked the nobles to leave the magic forbidden circle. Outside the forbidden magic circle, professionals will interrogate the nobles. Have you betrayed the Violet family? Have you hurt the Violet family? Are you still loyal to the Violet family? When the nobles answer the questions, there are magicians up to level 6, who cast spells to determine whether the nobles' answers are true or false. If the answers are all false, or if they do not answer the questions, they will all be punished according to the most severe level 1 punishment, and the whole family will be exterminated. Some nobles were so scared that they collapsed on the ground, and were dragged out of the Forbidden Magic Circle by professionals. There were also nobles who wanted to join forces to resist. In the Forbidden Magic Circle, the warriors with strong physical fitness still retained a certain combat effectiveness, but there were still Charles and Britney in the Forbidden Magic Circle, so they had no chance. Level 1 means extermination of the clan, Level 2 means confiscation of 90% of wealth and expulsion from the Violet Kingdom, Level 3 means deprivation of title and fiefdom, and freedom of choice, Level 4 means no change, and Level 5 means reward. After the interrogation of a noble, he will be quickly classified. For the nobles who are classified as Level 1 and Level 2, Zhao Yi will lead the army to take action immediately outside the capital, rush into the city controlled by his family, quickly control the city, and kill all the rebels. In the capital has been controlled by the Violet Professional and Zhao Yi's army. Everyone must stay at home. Only people from major forces can walk on the streets, but they cannot leave for the time being because the space of the capital has been blocked and the teleportation array cannot be used. There are also professionals in the capital who choose to resist and want to escape from the capital, but their strongest are only Level 5, and Level 6 are all in the palace to attend the coronation ceremony of the new king. Level 5 professionals can't escape from the capital at all. They will be surrounded and killed not far away from home. More professionals choose to stay at home. The head of the family, clan leader, is still in the palace. No one dares to make a decision. Maybe the head of the family will return safely. My king, spare my life. I was forced to do it. I don't want to do it. I am willing to sign a contract. My family and descendants will be loyal to the Violet family forever. King, I am willing to exchange all my wealth for the lives of my family. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. If you kill so many nobles, the Violet Kingdom will be in chaos. Charles ignored these voices and walked on the path he had chosen. There was no chance to turn back. The Violet family was very kind, and would only kill those who betrayed and harmed the Violet family. If it were Charles, he would kill all the betrayers, regardless of whether they harmed the Violet family, as long as he could maintain stability. Outside the capital, the indigenous cities were constantly controlled by the invading Zhao Yuling's army. Facing Zhao Yuling's army, some surrendered, some resisted, and some fled. Surrender is fine, at least you won't die for the time being, but those who resist will be killed without mercy. The only problem is the escapees. Some nobles hide teleportation arrays for escape and escape through them. Zhao Yuling's army cannot block all cities in space, so they can only focus on blocking the Duke's main city. After all, the Duke's family is more important and has more wealth. When Zhao Yuling controlled one city after another, he faced two main troubles. One was the professionals of the noble family, who were generally stronger, and the other was the noble's private army, who were weaker on average but more numerous. When facing professionals from noble families, if they dare to resist, they will be killed without mercy. When facing the noble's private army, first shout and persuade them. If it doesn't work, kill those who show up, and then continue shouting. The noble's private army is actually all the troops in the territory, including the city defense army, which are all raised by the nobles themselves. The soldiers are loyal to the nobles, not to the Violet King. When shouting, it is difficult to use the justice of the kingdom, so at this time, you have to threaten with life. In order to protect themselves, the nobles betrayed the Violet family and pledged allegiance to Ostashi. Those professionals, who were originally loyal to the nobles, can also betray the nobles and pledge allegiance to the Violet family in order to protect their own families. Whether it is a nominal betrayal or a real betrayal, it can be accepted. Of course, there are some diehards, who are unwilling to betray even in name. There are some in the Violet family, and among the nobles. Such people can only be killed. Cities have undergone tremendous changes. The natives and players stay at home honestly. Players discuss this matter lively through the forum and group chat. Something happened in the city I'm in. A large number of professionals came out of the teleportation array, took control of the entire city, and captured the city lord and his family. My city too. My city is safe and sound. The incident in the Violet Kingdom caused some waves on the forum, but it did not attract too much attention from players. This scale of incident is not big, but it is not small either. In other places in the Origin continent, there have been bigger incidents in the past few years. In the large group of Zechen League, the members quickly guessed why this incident happened. Before, the nobles of the Violet Kingdom were all loyal to Ostashi, and now the new king has begun to deal with them. We are also nobles of the Violet Kingdom. Will the Violet Queen also attack us? It is impossible to attack us. We are not involved in the struggle between the indigenous forces. Even Zhao Yi showed up in the large group, telling the members not to worry that the Violet Kingdom would not attack the Blue Star players. Finally, the interrogation of all nobles in the capital was over. 5 real dukes, with fiefs, were exterminated, 3 were expelled, 1 was expelled from the country with 9/10 of his wealth, and 1 was deprived of his title and fief. Only 3 virtual dukes remained unchanged or even rewarded, 14 marquises, and 37 earls. In other words, in the entire Violet Kingdom, only 3 duke families, 14 marquis families, and 37 earl families were still loyal to the Violet family, not counting viscounts and barons. More than 4/5 of the nobles were either exterminated or expelled from the Violet Kingdom. Even if the families were deprived of their titles and fiefs, they could no longer be employed in the Violet Kingdom, and would only choose to leave the Violet Kingdom. There were still countries on the Origin continent that would take them in, especially ambitious kings. As for the Emperor of the Empire, he simply looked down on these families that did not even have a 7th-level person. The cities in the Violet Kingdom under the control of the indigenous forces included 1 royal capital, 13 large cities, 59 medium cities, and 217 small cities. Now, most of the cities have to be guarded by the mid-level professionals under Zhao Yi, and an elite force must be arranged to unify the surrendered city defense forces to resist the daily siege of the undead army. With the number of mid-level professionals under Zhao Yi, after leaving enough people in each city in his territory, it is enough to complete the garrison mission of all cities. However, if a special undead army sieges the city in a short period of time, Zhao Yi can send fewer reinforcements. As time goes by, the strength of the player territories in the Violet Kingdom is also increasing, and the number of territories that need reinforcements is constantly decreasing. It should still be able to support it, and will not let outsiders see that there is a problem with his territory. Zhao Yi has many monster-killing teams under his command, but he cannot arrange all 3-star and above talents into them. He cannot kill all the undead in the cities of the territory. Now that he is stationed in the cities outside, he can kill more undead and upgrade faster. The number of mid-level professionals in the territory will only increase faster in the future. The Violet Kingdom has changed so much, and so many nobles have been killed and expelled. If it were before this, at least the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire would have conducted an in-depth investigation. Although Britney has not officially joined Jianshan yet, the matter has been settled. With Jianshan as a backer, the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire will ignore the Violet Kingdom and no longer care about what happens in the Violet Kingdom. Even with such a big change in the Violet Kingdom, the situation is still stable, making some forces think that it was Jianshan who took action and will not investigate it at all. It's just a small country. If Britney, a young female 7th level strongman, hadn't appeared, no top forces would pay attention to it on weekdays. The nobles who kept their titles and fiefs, and even received rewards, were very glad for their choices. They were still loyal to the Violet family. Look at what happened to other nobles. They either died or were fined and expelled from the Violet Kingdom. It was too miserable. In fact, these people did not expect that a new 7th level person would appear in the Violet family and kill Ostesh. It was just because they had always been loyal to the Violet family and had not changed. After the coronation ceremony of the new king, Britney went to Jianshan with the Jianshan team. The Violet Kingdom was still supported by Charles, but Charles enjoyed family affection and sunshine every day, and then waited for death to come. All the affairs of the Violet Kingdom were handed over to Zhao Yi's men. There were relatively few members of the Violet family who held important positions, and they were all people who knew something. Charles would not regret Britney becoming a disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei. On the one hand, Charles could feel that Britney seemed to like the brave warrior from another world named Zhao Yi, and on the other hand, Zhao Yi's growth rate was too fast. It is very likely that because of Zhao Yi, the Violet family will quickly become strong, and relying on Jianshan is not enough. Chapter 272. There is a mountain in the central region, which is 10,000 meters high, like a sharp sword piercing the sky. This is the Sword Mountain. With Britney becoming the Queen of Violet, Zhao Yi has actually controlled the entire Violet Kingdom after killing and expelling a large number of nobles. But it is not completely controlled. For example, the nobles who are still loyal to the Violet family have private armies and more player lords than the original native nobles. On the day of Britney's coronation, Zhao Yi noticed a very serious problem in the actions of the Territorial army against the traitors. The Lord's private army, or the feudal system involving almost all countries in the origin continent. The monarch infects the nobles who have made contributions, and the nobles obtain titles and fiefs. In the fiefdom, the nobles can make their own laws and establish an army that is almost unconstrained by the monarch. The nobles are the vassals of the monarch, the vassals of the nobles, but not the vassals of the monarch. The monarch has the power to command the nobles, but not the power to command the vassals of the nobles. The monarch can order the nobles to lead the army to assemble and go to war, but cannot bypass the nobles and directly mobilize the Territorial army. When two countries go to war, the monarchs of the two countries need to issue orders to the nobles first, asking them to lead their armies to assemble. Unless the monarch has a request, each noble will lead a certain number of troops. If there is no request, even if the nobles are eager to make contributions, they will not go all out to bring most of the troops in the territory. This situation is something that all emperors and kings can notice, but the feudal system has existed for tens of thousands of years and is deeply rooted. If subordinates make contributions, they must be given rewards that match their merits, and land rewards are a very important one. Many professionals go to the battlefield to kill enemies and make meritorious contributions just to obtain fiefs. If they are not given fiefs, a large number of disappointed professionals will leave the army. The feudal system greatly mobilized the enthusiasm of some professionals to participate in the war, and also took away some of the power of the emperor or king. Some emperors and kings can accept it, while others are unwilling to accept it, and can only make small changes. One of the changes is to increase the area of the fiefs directly under the emperor and king. In the past, the fiefs directly under the emperor and king were not many, less than 1/10 of the country's territory. The larger the area of the direct fiefdom, the larger the army can be built based on the direct fiefdom, allowing the emperor to control more power. It is difficult to completely abolish the feudal system. The ancient Shen kingdom also had a feudal system, which was eventually replaced by centralization. In the action against the traitors, the army of Zhao Yi's territory encountered fierce resistance from the nobles' private army. They were not strong, but because of their loyalty to the nobles, they were willing to repay the nobles with their lives. This is diehard loyalty. Zhao Yi is not the king of the Violet Kingdom, but as the actual controller of the Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi needs to solve this problem. Other indigenous countries cannot abolish the feudal system, or even make major changes, but the Violet Kingdom has just undergone a dramatic change, and more than 4/5 of the indigenous nobles have been killed, expelled, or deprived of their titles and fiefs. The number of indigenous nobles in the Violet Kingdom has dropped sharply. In this case, Zhao Yi can make major changes to the feudal system of the Violet Kingdom. It is not possible to directly abolish the feudal system, which is too radical, and even Zhao Yi's subordinates will be affected. The major changes to the feudal system mainly involve 2 points, military and law. The law is simple, that is, the Violet Kingdom takes out a national law and applies it everywhere. The laws implemented in each noble fiefdom are not allowed to break through the national legal framework, and only minor changes are allowed. Military is very important. Zhao Yi wants to take over the noble territory army and make it the property of the kingdom. It can be considered to carry out a nominal nationalization first, and the territory army is still commanded by the nobles themselves. Even if it is only a nominal nationalization, the country needs to know how many troops each noble territory has, how many people of each profession and level, so that the country can have a better understanding of the noble territory army. Next, we need to send personnel to the noble territories to educate the army on loyalty, so that they understand that the object of loyalty should be the king, not the nobles. The object of loyalty is often the one who pays. The nobles pay to support the army, so the army will be loyal to the nobles. The king does not pay, so it is difficult for the army to be loyal to the king. This is not something that can change the object of loyalty by shouting slogans. Ostache targets the Violet family. The Violet family is now out of money, and the nobles don't have much money left under the rampage of the undead camp. As for the wealth gained from the extermination of the traitors, it was not much in total. A part was given to the Violet family, and the rest was used as military expenses for the army of Zhao Yi's territory, and the future salary of the surrendered noble army. 3 years later, the magic crystal reserve of Zhao Yi's territory alone has exceeded 1 billion low-grade magic crystals. The wealth of Zhao Yi's territory is more than the indigenous forces in the Violet Kingdom combined. Zhao Yi has money. If Zhao Yi takes out the money, he can pay the salaries of the remaining nobles' private army, and he has only 2 requirements. One requirement is that the territory army belongs to the kingdom, and accepts the kingdom's deployment, but the nobles are still the only commanders of the territory army. Another requirement is to arrange for someone to personally pay the salaries of all the soldiers on the pretext of worrying about embezzlement of military funds. There is no need to conduct loyalty education on the surface. Just let the professionals know who pays them, and the object of loyalty will gradually change. Directly conducting loyalty education will make the nobles overly emotional. Faced with nobles who are short of money, the nobles will hardly refuse these 2 requests. Given a certain amount of time, these armies that were originally loyal to the nobles will become armies loyal to Queen Violet. The armies loyal to Queen Violet are the armies loyal to Zhao Yi. It is reasonable to spend money to support these armies, and the expenditure is not much. A month's salary is not even more than the daily income of the void trading field. On the contrary, the consumption of military supplies is more. Military supplies do not need to be directly taken out of magic crystals. Zhao Yi's territory already has a huge manufacturing industry that has reached the point of supporting the entire Violet Kingdom, and the cost of raw materials is extremely low. The armies of the indigenous nobles are easier to deal with, and the armies of the player nobles are also easier to deal with. But the methods that work for the indigenous nobles are useless for the player nobles. For the player nobles, Zhao Yi needs to take action personally. Zhao Yi is the leader of the Zichen League. With the efforts of the deputy leader Guing, the Zichen League has become very united. Zhao Yi shouts in the group chat, and the members of the Zichen League will immediately draw troops together without any requirements and obey Zhao Yi's command. The armies of the members of the Purple Star Alliance are not yet ready to be nationalized, but for now, they are enough, and they are all forces that Zhao Yi can control. Only the neutral player lords are uncontrollable forces. The neutral player lords will be put aside for the time being, and Zhao Yi will deal with them after he officially reveals all his strength. There is only one solution. I have protected you for long enough. I will give you 2 choices. One is to give up your territory, and the other is to have your territory destroyed by my army. Zhao Yi trusts the natives who show loyalty the most. He can trust the players of Qin country to some extent, but he will not trust the foreign players who can be trusted. Zhao Yi discusses the nationalization of the noble army at a meeting every day. Most of the time, officials and generals in the capital have to return to Zhaocheng to attend the meeting. Zhao Yi makes a decision, and his subordinates check for omissions, and make up for the deficiencies, and the matter is settled. As for what his subordinates think about the nationalization of the noble army, Zhao Yi does not care, because it is not important. Under normal circumstances, when Zhao Yi becomes king, he should grant titles and fiefs to the professionals who follow him. It doesn't matter if the nobles' armies are nationalized in name, but if it becomes a reality, it will be difficult for the nobles to accept. In the future, Zhao Yi will not only nationalize the nobles' armies in reality, but will even take back the nobles' fiefs, and not allow the nobles to own fiefs. Can nobles without fiefs still be called nobles? The nobles will have to riot, and if they don't riot, they will have second thoughts. Zhao Yi was not worried about the nobles' riots. The most important thing for professionals to become nobles was to obtain fiefs. With fiefs, they could gain a lot of wealth. Wealth can be used to purchase cultivation resources, speed up the cultivation of professionals, and purchase weapons and equipment to increase the strength of professionals. It can be said that wealth is what professionals care about most. You can have no fiefs, but you must have wealth. After becoming nobles, the emperor and the king would not give them money on weekdays. The nobles had to pay for their families and the army. They could not do without fiefs, and not all nobles could handle commercial trade. Zhao Yi became a king or even an emperor, and granted his subordinates titles, but not fiefs. Along with the titles, there was also a monthly salary. The titles had salaries, and the official positions also had salaries. With 2 salaries in hand, the nobles no longer needed to support the army, and at most they could support their own families. If they made contributions, Zhao Yi would even reward them with shares in a certain chamber of commerce under his name, and they would receive dividends based on the shares. Moreover, not all nobles had the ability to manage their territories, and they might run their territories worse and worse, and all the people would run away. As long as the income after becoming a noble can meet the needs, most professionals should not care whether there is a fiefdom. They need wealth to speed up their cultivation, and the improvement of rank means more life. The people of Chen on Blue Star have been pursuing immortality since ancient times. Professionals on the Origin continent are also pursuing more life and powerful strength. For the latter idea, Zhao Yi only plans to discuss it privately with his confidants such as Elliot and Cece. If the confidants agree, Zhao Yi will promote it. If even the confidants do not agree, there is no need to promote it. Zhao Yi was not worried about not having money to give to the nobles. The void trading field was a cash cow. Zhao Yi had 2 cash cows in his hands, 2 7th-level trees of life. The value of the water of life produced in just 1 day exceeded the income of the void trading field in 6 days. Zhao Yi thought to himself that perhaps the territory's foundation was more than the top indigenous forces. In terms of daily wealth increase, it definitely exceeded all the top indigenous forces, not counting the Merchant Alliance, which is an alliance with many top indigenous forces. The matters concerning the entire Violet Kingdom at the meeting were not only about the nationalization of the noble army, but also as the actual controller of the Violet Kingdom. The land of the Violet Kingdom was also Zhao Yi's basic base in the future. Zhao Yi wanted to manage the Violet Kingdom as his own territory. Of course, it is still not comparable to my own territory, but some things need to be gradually changed. For example, the living environment of the lower-class civilians in each city. The houses they live in are small, the clothes are tattered, they are often hungry, and starvation and disease often happen. These must be gradually changed. In order to resist the siege of the undead army, the city needs to use magic materials to build the city wall, and the narrow area inside the city needs to accommodate the population as much as possible. But these cannot be the reason for the poor life of the lower-class civilians. Both are first-level small cities, covering an area of 4 square kilometers, and accommodating a standard population of 120,000. The first-level small city in Zhao Yi's territory only accommodates a little over 120,000 people. The first-level small city in the Violet Kingdom was originally controlled by the indigenous nobles, and the population would not exceed 120,000. The population difference is not big, but the indigenous city is much more crowded than the city in Zhao Yi's territory. Especially the living environment of the lower-class civilians. A family of 5 or 6 people can only squeeze into a small house of only more than 10 square meters in the indigenous city, but in Zhao Yi's territory, they can own a house of at least 40 square meters, and there will be a piece of land of at least 20 square meters, which can be used to grow vegetables. The fundamental reason for the congestion in the aboriginal city is the aboriginal power that controls the city. A large family occupies too much space in the city. Some noble lords' mansions or family manors directly occupy a quarter of the city, forming a city within a city. The residential area of professionals will not be small, but the total area cannot be compared with the aboriginal manor. Reducing the area of the Aboriginal manor can effectively improve the congestion of the city. Improving the living environment of the lower-class civilians in the Aboriginal city is the second step of change. The space was crowded, so the manors that originally belonged to the nobles were demolished and residential houses were built. The price of grain and cloth was high, so they were directly transferred from Joey territory. Joey territory has 2 large demiplanes and multiple medium-sized demiplanes. After 2 years, they can now produce a large amount of grain and hemp. The population of Joey territory has exceeded 40 million and is rapidly moving towards 50 million, which is more than the total population of the indigenous cities of the Violet Kingdom. By transferring some grain and hemp and putting them in the indigenous cities, the price of grain and cloth can be quickly suppressed. At least the lower-class civilians can have enough food and a complete set of clothes. The lower-class civilians lack jobs, and the work in the Aboriginal city will increase a lot in the future. The demolition of noble manors and the construction of houses will require a lot of labor. The demolition and construction of houses can be done by ordinary people, and there is no need to mobilize earth magicians. For the lower-class civilians, these are already very good changes, although they are still far from the civilian life in Zhao Yi's territory. The first step of the change is actually to reorganize the surrendered army in the Aboriginal city. While changing the army, the soldiers' broken weapons and equipment will be replaced to improve their combat effectiveness. The undead camp has been plundering for such a long time, and the nobles do not have so much financial resources to replace the soldiers' weapons and equipment. The broken weapons and equipment are repaired and used. Even the soldiers' salaries have been reduced again and again. The soldiers know that this is not the situation of one city. At least there are a lot of cities in the Violet Kingdom with the same situation. With the reduction of salary, the lives of the soldiers' families are much better than those of the lower-class civilians. They do not blame the nobles, but only curse the undead. After the reorganization of the army, the soldiers' salaries will reach 1/3 of the salaries of soldiers of the same profession and rank in the Joey territory army. 3 months later, those who perform well will have their salaries increased to 1/2. 1 year later, those who perform well will have the same salary as the soldiers in the Joey territory army. Even if it is only 1/3, it is much higher than the salary the nobles gave them before. They will be loyal to whoever pays the money. Those diehards are not easy to change, but other professionals who join the noble army for money are easy to change. Of course, loyalty bought with money is weak, so we can't demand too much for now. Zhao Yi's territory has reached a bottleneck. If he wants to break through this bottleneck, he must upgrade from a dukedom to a kingdom, and he won't be able to break through the bottleneck for a long time. There are many things to discuss about the Violet Kingdom at today's meeting, but there is also a major event related to the development of the territory. Zhao Yi wants to expand the scale of Zhaocheng to accommodate more people. The area of a city cannot be expanded just by expanding it. For player territories, the main city of the territory needs to be promoted as the territory is promoted. When the main city is promoted, a large area of land outside the main city will be exposed to the sun to purify the death power in the land. Only when the death power in the land is purified can ordinary people live on this land for a long time. It is impossible to purify all the death power in the land by relying solely on daily sunlight. If the sunlight cannot purify it, then send out priests to purify it. Now Zhaocheng, a first-level city, covers an area of 64 square kilometers, with a standard population of 1.92 million, and an actual population of over 2 million. Zhao Yi plans to increase the area of Zhaocheng from 64 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers, with a standard population of 3 million. In this way, every time the undead army attacks the city, Zhao Yi can get an epic treasure chest with an epic card. If the undead army attacks the city with a special triple number, the number of epic cards in the epic treasure chest will reach 3. The idea is good, but if you want to implement it, it will be a very large project. If you want to start the expansion plan, the start time will have to be postponed for some time. A large number of elite troops, including the Earth Corps, have been sent out to garrison various cities. At least more third-level professionals are needed to replace the Earth Mages of the Earth Corps. All the official members of the Earth Corps, plus the Earth Mages in the Zhaocheng garrison, and even mobilized Earth Mages from other cities in the territory, quickly built the new city wall. After the city wall is built, the next city project can be slower, while building houses and increasing the population. According to the idea of expanding Zhaocheng, Zhao Yi had the idea of building more large cities in the Violet Kingdom in his mind, so that he could get more crystal treasure chests. After thinking carefully, it felt wrong. There were only 9 middle city places in the first-class dukedom, and he had to occupy these 9 middle city places to get a lower rating. Originally, if he killed a large number of undead in one battle, he could get a diamond treasure chest with an S rating, but after a lower rating, he could get an A rating and get a crystal treasure chest. To get a diamond treasure chest, the city that occupies the middle city quota must have a population of at least 3 million, reaching the level of Jiaocheng after the expansion is completed. This won't work. Even if all 9 middle cities are expanded to large cities, they will still only get crystal treasure chests, which at most will have more crystal cards, which is far less than diamond treasure chests. Moreover, the points added after the expansion are not good, far less than Zhao Yi's team's current monster-killing plan. As for the population added after the expansion, Zhao Yi is now more willing to increase the population in the demi-plane, and newly recruited professionals can also be sent to the newly controlled cities. Among the 9 middle cities, it may be that only Yicheng will be expanded to the large city level first. When dozens of player territories are promoted to dukedoms, Zhao Yi's territory on the surface will also be promoted, and Yicheng needs to be expanded. Today's meeting lasted much longer than usual. A preliminary plan was set at the meeting. After the meeting, a detailed plan will be made. After Zhao Yi's approval, it can be officially implemented. After recruiting personnel, Zhao Yi and Melissa returned to the Lord's mansion to rest and practice. Zhao Yi's mind appeared Britney's figure. Britney should have arrived at Jianshan. I don't know what will happen. I hope there will be no accidents. Or the strength is not enough. If she can be promoted to legend, Britney doesn't need to join Jianshan at all. Fortunately, Jianshan has a very good reputation in the indigenous camp, and it is a neutral force. Britney is a disciple of a legendary master, which makes Zhao Yi feel relieved. Zhao Yi cannot trust indigenous masters, who are not his own, unless the 2 human groups of indigenous people and Blue Star players are integrated into one. Chapter 273. A few days passed, and several plans that had been well formulated were launched almost simultaneously in the Violet Kingdom. In the capital, the 6 marquises and 23 earls, who had feasts, all gathered in the capital in obedience to the king's order. When they received the king's order, they were very confused and didn't know why the king wanted to summon them. They also knew that only the old king, Charles, was left in the capital at this time, and the new king had gone to Jianshan. When they arrived in the capital, the nobles were received by the Violet family. When everyone arrived, a noble meeting was held by the 5th level shield warrior Tugus Violet, and the 6th level archer Sarawi under Zhao Yi. At the meeting, Turges read out a royal decree left by the queen before she left. As the undead plague ravages, it is increasingly difficult for various places to resist the siege of the undead army. The treasury funds are specially allocated to pay the salaries of the garrisons in various places. The noble army is also one of the components of the kingdom's army. Each noble reports the number of people of each profession and rank in the Territorial army, and the treasury allocates corresponding funds, which will be distributed by a special person. Among the nobles present, some were happy, some were confused, and some had a sudden change of expression. Raising an army is undoubtedly a huge expense for the nobles, and they also want to use this expense for their own and their clansmen's cultivation. But the territory not only needs strong people to protect it, but also needs a sufficient number of troops to protect it. Only strong people are not enough. Especially under the rule of the undead disaster, an army is needed to resist the undead army and defend the city. Before the undead disaster, it was no problem to raise an army with the income of the territory. After the undead disaster broke out, most areas of the territory were abandoned, trapped in the city, and the income dropped sharply. In order to raise the army, the family's foundation has been constantly consumed. In order to support it for a longer time, the soldiers' salaries are also constantly declining. Fortunately, the soldiers knew the situation they were facing, and did not lose morale because of the continuous salary cuts. Now that the kingdom pays for the salaries of the territory army, it will undoubtedly greatly reduce the burden on the nobles, so some nobles are immediately happy. But some nobles soon discovered the problem here. The territory army was raised by themselves, so the soldiers were loyal to them. Now that the kingdom is raising them, will they still be loyal to themselves? One of the components of the kingdom army. Some nobles muttered silently, and some scenes flashed through their minds, as if they thought of something. Smart people naturally have it, thinking about the situation when the kingdom sent troops to wipe out the traitor's family. The traitor's territory army resisted. Now the king must change this situation, and make the army in the kingdom obey the king's orders. The treasury pays for the territory army, which is only the first step. There will be other changes next, so that the territory army will truly obey the king's orders instead of the nobles' orders. But what's the use of knowing this? The new king is so bold that he directly exterminated or expelled more than 4/5 of the nobles of the Violet Kingdom, deprived them of their titles and fiefs, and still ensured the stability of the Violet Kingdom. The remaining nobles are all loyal to the Violet family, and have no thoughts of betrayal. Even if they think that the king's order is to change the loyalty of the Territory's army, because of their loyalty to the Violet family, they will not resist, and they have no strength to resist. If they don't resist, then accept it. It's a good thing for them. The army guarding the city still exists. At least now they will obey their orders to defend the city, but they don't have to spend money to support this army. For Blue Star, which has no extraordinary power, power is very important, but in the game world, where extraordinary power exists, power is obviously not as important as wealth. Wealth can buy resources to speed up the cultivation of professionals, and buy weapons and equipment to improve the strength of professionals. Professionals' upgrades mean more life and stronger strength. Life and strength are what they pursue. Power, it is important and not important. Many first-class indigenous forces and top indigenous forces can also rule a kingdom or even an empire, but they choose to establish chambers of commerce and make wealth through commercial trade. Whether it is to establish a chamber of commerce or to manage a fiefdom, the purpose is to earn wealth, and the ultimate goal is to support the professional realm to improve, because the realm improves, and the lifespan and strength increase accordingly. At the meeting, no noble objected, and they all accepted the king's order. When they returned to the territory, they would immediately count the number of people of each profession and level in the army, and report to the capital. Although they are the commanders of the territory army, they only know the approximate number of the territory army, and then learn more about the number and profession of the third-level professionals, or even the second-level professionals, but they are not clear about the first level and zero level, especially the zero-level cannon fodder. As for the salary of the noble territory army, it is temporarily the same as the reorganized army in other cities, which is 1/3 of the salary of the soldiers in Zhao Yi's territory. It will be increased to 1/2 after 3 months and the same salary after 1 year. On the other hand, the officers and generals under Zhao Yi are reorganizing the army of the newly controlled city. As an army originally loyal to the rebels of the Violet Kingdom, the morale has not been very high after surrendering. If it were not for the crazy killing of the professionals led by Zhao Yi, in order to upgrade when facing the undead army, these surrendered troops might have suffered a lot of casualties. In order to survive, they chose to surrender. Although most people pledged allegiance to the rebels for money, this loyalty was difficult to change quickly in a few days, especially for the diehards hidden inside. The one they pledged allegiance to was dead, and now they had only one thought in their minds, which was revenge, but their strength was too weak, so they had to hide for the time being and accumulate strength for revenge. Under the absolute power, the weak professionals accepted the transfer, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate, joined the new troops, and had new comrades. This comrade may still be someone you know, but you have never fought side by side, and do not understand the other side's fighting rhythm, so he is a new comrade. The strength of the city defense army, after the reorganization, will decline. With the professionals from Zhao Yi's territory, it will be no problem to stop the army of undead, and it will not cause many casualties on the side. Then the most important thing came, the salary. After receiving the salary equivalent to 1/3 of the soldiers in Zhao Yi's territory, some professionals immediately changed their minds. As long as there is money, it doesn't matter who you work for. Professionals who can change their minds quickly are basically fence-sitters, and the first to surrender. More people feel mixed emotions, because they get much more salary than before. Those who are loyal to the rebels will spit on them, and comfort themselves with words like, "I will definitely not give so much money again," after spending money to buy people's hearts, and then carefully accept the money. After all, they still have families, and need money to support them. Diehards cannot always be diehards. They have no loyal objects. As time goes by, they will constantly change their minds, and even because of enemies too powerful, give up the idea of revenge, and live an honest life. Another change Zhao Yi made to the Violet Kingdom also affected these surrendered professionals. A large amount of food and linen poured into the non-player territories of the Violet Kingdom. For a time, the price of food and cloth dropped sharply, which made the food merchants and cloth merchants stunned. Seeing the cheap food, the lower-class civilians found the little money they had saved and rushed to the streets to buy food, fearing that if they went too late, it would be sold out. But the situation was beyond the expectations of the civilians and grain merchants. The cheap grain was not sold out after 1 day. After a few days, the civilians knew that there was a lot of cheap grain, and would not buy it again in large quantities. In case of unexpected situations, grain is not as useful as money. The grain merchants panicked. They thought that there was little cheap grain, But they never expected that there would be so much after a few days, as if they could not sell it all. They made money by selling grain. Now they couldn't sell the grain in their hands. What should they do? Should they sell the grain at a low price? But selling food at such a low price will lead to huge losses. Food merchants can only hope that the cheap food is limited in quantity and cannot be sold all the time. Even if it lasts for 1 or 2 months, the food merchants can wait. If it lasts for 1 or 2 years, the food merchants will go bankrupt. Food is very important to civilian families, and it is equally important to the families of zero-level professionals. The income of zero-level professionals is much higher than that of civilians, but it is limited. Faced with the ever-decreasing salary and the ever-increasing food prices, many families of zero-level professionals have reached the point where they have to eat black bread like civilian families. This time, more salary and cheap food were issued, and the families of the zero-level professionals could eat white bread again. Even those cheap linen cloths appeared, and they could buy linen cloth for their families and make new clothes. Zhao Yi understood the importance of ideological education. After the surrendered army was reorganized, there was a person who specialized in ideological education for the soldiers. The salary you received was issued by the queen. The cheap food and linen cloth you bought were also brought to you by the queen. Although the undead are still attacking the city, under the leadership of the queen, our lives will only get better. Under the leadership of the queen, we will definitely be able to defeat the undead. Zhao Yi did not want to change the surrendered soldiers' minds immediately. As long as they were paid for a few months in a row and bought cheap food, linen, and other daily necessities for a few months, the surrendered soldiers' minds would continue to change. Ideological education is mainly to let the surrendered soldiers know who brought all this, and by the way, let the surrendered soldiers know who they will fight for in the future. They have to be loyal to the queen, but they fight for the country, for their family, and for themselves. This is also a kind of belief. An army with faith has higher morale, and can exert its full combat effectiveness. Even if more people are killed or injured, they will not collapse quickly. Compared with the surrendered soldiers, the lower-class civilians change their minds faster. The army is supported by the nobles, but the civilians are not. The nobles also collect taxes from the civilians, or the civilians support the nobles and the nobles' army. Under the rule of the nobles, the civilians are often hungry, their clothes are tattered, and people often die of starvation and illness, or even beaten to death by gangsters. The nobles will not care about these, and the nobles will not care about the life and death of the lower-class civilians. Now, thanks to Her Majesty the Queen, the common people can buy cheap food and will no longer be hungry. The public security in the city has changed significantly. When a public security incident occurs, professionals will immediately come and arrest people for labor reform. For a while, the city has disappeared. Not long after, each city began to recruit a large number of laborers, demolished the noble manors that occupied a large area in the city, and built a large number of houses for the common people to live in. Although the ownership of this house is not in the hands of the common people, being able to move to a much more spacious new home is enough to make the common people happy and dance with joy. The lower-class civilians in the city are not only the natives, but also a large number of players. The changes in the Violet Kingdom also affect the lower-class players living in the native city. Whether it is the lower-class natives or the lower-class players, their lives are very poor, and the whole family lives in a small, narrow dark room. At most, because the players can open treasure chests, they can eat better than the natives, and they will hardly go hungry. The lower-class players of the Violet Kingdom happily posted these changes on the forum, which attracted the envy of more lower-class players. We are both low-level players. Why has your Violet Kingdom changed so much? We haven't changed at all. The Violet Kingdom is really enviable. The Violet Kingdom is really a special place. First, Boss Zhao Yi formed the Purple Chen Alliance and destroyed all the anti-Chen Alliance player territories, becoming the first area on the Origin continent where the Blue Star player camp ended internal fighting, allowing the Chen Kingdom player territories and neutral player territories to enter a period of peaceful development. Then a queen appeared in the Violet Kingdom, and the queen joined Jianshan, one of the top forces on the Origin continent. With a legendary strongman as a backer, there is no need to worry about the invasion from the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. Although the highest level of Blue Star players is only level 5, the players can get some unimportant information by contacting the indigenous forces. Now, the Violet Queen is changing the living environment of the lower level players. The Violet Kingdom has too many attractions for players, but unfortunately the Violet Kingdom has a limited territory, and the upper limit of player territory and alliance development is very low, far less than the Empire. No matter the shortcomings of the Violet Kingdom, the players of the Violet Kingdom, because of the Violet Queen, united and did not divide the countries on Blue Star. They all posted and replied on the forum, shouting, "Long live the Violet Queen! Fight for the Violet Queen!" Guing, the vice leader of the Purple Star Alliance, is also a woman, and she almost regards the Queen as her idol. Guing has a new idea in her mind. The Purple Star Alliance has already developed to its limit, and all it can do is to increase cohesion, which Guing has already done. Because of the magic crystals provided by the Purple Star Alliance, Guiying's territory has successfully developed to the third-class Marquis 8. After entering the Marquis 8, the development speed has slowed down again, and the dukedom is far away. The Purple Star Alliance can still give Guing so much help, but it can't make her territory develop quickly. Now Guing has set her sights on the Violet Kingdom. The Purple Star Alliance is very powerful, but compared to an indigenous kingdom, it is undoubtedly too far behind. At least the Purple Star Alliance does not even have a 6th level warrior, while the Violet Kingdom has a 7th level warrior. A 7th level warrior can easily destroy a Marquis 8. If Guing can get help from the Violet Kingdom, her territory will undoubtedly develop faster. The king is a man, and Guing basically does not have such an idea. It is possible that the king will have evil intentions when they meet and force her into the harem. Workplace, Guing refused, but her strength was far inferior to that of the king, so she would basically have to take the initiative to withdraw from the game world, and her territory would also be destroyed. The leader of the Zichen League is also a man, but everyone is from Qin country, and the Zichen League is an alliance, so it is basically impossible to force anything. If Xiao Yi likes it, then follow the method of Blue Star. You pursue me, and I feel okay, then we can fall in love, get to know each other better, and if we feel it's appropriate, we can get married in this world, and even continue the marriage to Blue Star. Now that the king is a woman, and a young woman at that, there are fewer problems. If he can make great contributions to the Violet Kingdom, such as helping the Violet Kingdom improve its strength, then the queen will give him a reward. For Guing, a small reward for a 7th level strongman is a big reward that can make the territory develop rapidly. Having an idea, Guing continued to think along this idea. Although she is a Blue Star player, she is also a Marquis of the Violet Kingdom. With such an identity, it is not a big problem for her to go to the capital to meet the queen. Non-nobles or minor nobles have to offer treasures to have the opportunity to meet the monarch of a country. After meeting the queen, the most important thing is your words. Use your words to get the opportunity to be appointed by the queen. With the opportunity, you can try to change the Violet Kingdom with your own power. As a monarch, even a woman, you should want to make your country stronger. Guing needs to think carefully about the words, plans, that need to be said after meeting the queen, and even go to the capital and other cities. Guing didn't think that her intelligence could surpass some ministers of the Violet Kingdom, but she was a Blue Star player, and her knowledge from Blue Star might be able to quickly change the country, which was the most important point. Guing was also worried that other players would get ahead of her. As a woman, she should have some advantages in front of the queen. When the queen returned from Jianshan, she would go to the capital to see the queen as soon as possible. In fact, it was not just Guing and the Violet Kingdom. In other indigenous countries, there were also a large number of players who made efforts, especially non-lord players. Lord players can develop their own territories. Non-lord players can choose to be recruited by lord players, or establish mercenary groups, and some players choose to join the indigenous national system, such as becoming a soldier. The more level 0 cannon fodder, the better. The city defense forces in various places will not refuse more cannon fodder to join, even if this person is a brave warrior from another world. A small number of players develop rapidly in the indigenous national system, and are promoted to military or official positions, but they are still far behind the lord players. There are also lord players, who meet with the monarch and propose ways to reform the country to make it stronger. Whether the monarch uses it or not is one thing, but the ideas of the indigenous nobles are more important. If the lord player arouses the hostility of the indigenous nobles, he may even be assassinated. The monarch is generally the strongest person in a country, but he cannot replace all the indigenous nobles. He often compromises again and again. Only the Violet Kingdom is an exception. More than 4/5 of the indigenous nobles were exterminated, expelled, or deprived of their titles and fiefs. The power of the aboriginal noble class has been greatly reduced. If the Violet Kingdom carries out some reforms, the resistance it encounters will be very small. This is also one of the reasons why Guing came up with this idea. If the aristocratic class of the Violet Kingdom did not change, Guing would not dare to show up at will. In addition, Guing also thought about the integration of the aboriginals and the players. The strength of the Blue Star player camp has increased rapidly, and level 5 players continue to emerge. Levels 4 to 6 are mid-level professionals, and above them are high-level professionals. Mid-level professionals mean the backbone of a country. In the Violet Kingdom, where the strongest player is only level 7, the status of mid-level professionals needs to be improved. If the Violet family had not encountered a great enemy, when a large number of level 4 players appeared, the Violet Kingdom might have seen some changes, and it was even possible that the Violet King would summon the Lord players who had reached level 4. Now, not only level 4 players, but also several level 5 players have appeared, all of whom are Marquises of the Kingdom. The improvement of the strength and status of Blue Star players in the Violet Kingdom must be taken seriously by the King. The next step is level 6, and level 6 can become the Duke of the Kingdom, which can be regarded as the upper echelons of the kingdom. The best solution is for the King to treat the Aboriginal nobles and the player nobles equally, which is conducive to the integration of the players. In those empires, many player lords dare not do anything more. In the lower kingdoms such as the Violet Kingdom, some marquee players and earl players have already become friends with many Aboriginal nobles and have initially integrated into them. In the Violet Kingdom, due to the changes in the upper echelons of the kingdom, the integration is not good for the time being. The player lords and neutral player lords of Shin Kingdom have been friendly with some Aboriginal nobles. In the blink of an eye, most of the Aboriginal nobles are gone. Next, it depends on what Queen Violet thinks of Blue Star players. Gu Ying hopes to confirm Queen Violet's thoughts when she meets her. If Queen Violet has a bad impression of Blue Star players and is hostile to them, then the situation of Zichen League will be very dangerous. Gu Ying is happy about the changes brought about by the appearance of Queen Violet, but she also has many concerns. She hopes that those things will not happen, and that everything will develop in a good direction. She hopes that Queen Violet will treat Blue Star players as a force that can be used. It would be great if the leader could become a 7th level leader. An idea suddenly popped up in Gu Ying's mind, and then she shook it off speechlessly. This idea came up because Gu Ying had trusted the leader since she joined the Zichen Alliance. With the leader, the Zichen Alliance would be able to stand firm, and members could get timely rescue from the leader when something happened. Most members of the Zichen Alliance regarded the leader as a backer. Because of their trust in the leader, when distributing funds within the alliance, most members hoped to give the magic crystal to the leader so that the leader's territory could develop faster. Only a leader with strong strength could better protect these members. However, Chung Jin, the highest level Blue Star player, was only a 5th level player. How could the leader be promoted to the 7th level? Chapter 274. Britney returned to the Violet Kingdom less than 10 days after she went to Jianshan. During the nearly 10 days in Jianshan, Britney met her senior brothers and sisters, and her teacher, Sword Saint Su Lei, initially taught her the way of the Sword Saint, and attended the apprenticeship ceremony. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Britney couldn't wait to return to the Violet Kingdom, just because her grandfather was about to reach the end of his life. If her grandfather hadn't urged her to go to Jianshan, Britney would not have gone to Jianshan after the coronation ceremony. As for death, Charles can now accept it calmly. If it was when Ostash was still alive, Charles would have felt regret, sadness, and anger, and would have wanted to kill Ostash. He didn't want to die like that, because if he died, the Violet family would be finished. Today, with the water of life provided by Zhao Yi, he has lived for several more years. His granddaughter has been promoted to the 7th level, and he has killed his enemies. The Violet family has only experienced a temporary decline, and the Violet family will only become stronger in the future. Charles no longer has anything to regret, and can face the upcoming death calmly. Britney returned to the Violet Kingdom without hiding anything. Soon after returning to the capital, the news spread throughout the capital. Gu Ying arranged personnel in the capital to report the return of the Violet Queen to Gu Ying as soon as possible. Gu Ying was a little worried that other players would get there first, but she couldn't ask for an audience when the Violet Queen just returned. The next morning, Gu Ying brought a few people and stopped in Hudua City before coming to the capital. The capital had its own department to receive nobles. Gu Ying came to the honorable court and told them that she wanted to meet the Violet Queen. Gu Ying is the Marquis of the Violet Kingdom and is eligible to meet the king. The Violet family member in charge of the honorable court asked Gu Ying to return to his residence in the capital first and wait for the queen to summon him. Gu Ying did not wait long in the capital and was summoned to the palace in the afternoon. She saw this man wearing a crown and sitting on the throne, who was said to be the youngest 7th level strongman on the Origin continent. When she saw Britney for the first time, what Gu Ying felt was not the majesty of the king, but the majesty of the strong. Britney had been the queen of the Violet Kingdom for too short a time after all, and even if the majesty of the king had been born, it was very rare. Greetings, Her Majesty the Queen. No need to be polite, Marquis Gu Ying. What do you want to see me for? Your Majesty, although I am a hero from another world, I am also a member of the Violet Kingdom. I want to contribute to the development of the Violet Kingdom and make it stronger. The identity on Blue Star and the identity in the game world made Gu Ying not panic when facing the Violet Queen. He talked freely and expressed his thoughts on the Violet Kingdom one by one, and also expressed his willingness to serve the Queen. Britney listened carefully. When she learned that a hero from another world wanted to see her, Britney called Zhao Yi first. Zhao Yi agreed, and Britney decided to meet Gu Ying. On the phone, Zhao Yi told Britney that she could meet the heroes from another world who wanted to see her, but she could not reuse any heroes from another world. Zhao Yi knew that it was Gu Ying, the deputy leader of Zichen League, who wanted to see Britney. The two of them worked well together, but Zhao Yi did not want to reuse Gu Ying, at least not now. Zhao Yi could guess that the purpose of Gu Ying's meeting with Britney was nothing more than wanting to be reused by the king, to achieve the goal of rapidly developing the territory by making contributions to the kingdom and obtaining rewards from the kingdom, and then to improve her own level. But the Violet Kingdom is Zhao Yi's base, and the Violet Kingdom needs to develop according to the plan set by Zhao Yi. Other players participating in the development of the Violet Kingdom may be able to build a better Violet Kingdom on the surface, but it is not what Zhao Yi needs. If he wants to reuse other players, he has to wait until Zhao Yi reveals his full strength. So in the palace, Gu Ying kept telling her ideas. Britney listened carefully and thought about it in her mind, but in the end, she did not give Gu Ying any promise, only saying, "I will seriously consider it." Gu Ying left the palace and the capital disappointed. Her carefully prepared words did not impress the Violet Queen. It was a complete failure. There was also good news in the disappointment. Gu Ying could feel that the Violet Queen should not be prejudiced against the Blue Star players. A third-class marquis, among the nearly 1 million Lord players, is a big boss. Gu Ying, who has the attribute of a strong woman, is far from satisfied. It's a pity that she can't be reused by the Queen, and the territory can't get the opportunity to continue to develop rapidly. Gu Ying is very disappointed, but she can't do anything. She hopes that one day the Queen will change her mind. A few days after Britney returned to the Violet Kingdom, Joanna officially reached the 6th level. After using a level 7 advancement stone, Joanna and Zhao Yi and Melissa leveled up together and continued to go to the cemetery to kill monsters. At first, she only had 3-star wind mage talent, and she could only be promoted to the 5th level at most. The possibility of being promoted to the 6th level was very small. Unexpectedly, after only knowing Zhao Yi for a few years, Zhao Yi used precious divine objects to upgrade his talent from 3 stars to 5 stars. The profession changed from an ordinary wind mage to a platinum-level wind chaser, and then to a diamond-level wind rider. In just 3 years, she has reached the perfection of the 6th level, and can be promoted to the 7th level at any time. She will become another young female 7th level strongman after Britney on the Origin continent, and will be noticed by many top forces. Recalling the changes in the past few years, Joanna feels that all this is so incredible, but she has always been with Zhao Yi, and all this seems to be just an ordinary change, because there are too many similar changes in the territory. Joanna no longer cares about these changes. As long as she can always be with Zhao Yi, it is enough. Half a month after Joanna was promoted to the 6th level, Charles left the world with a smile on his face. Zhao Yi personally went to the capital to see Charles off. Before he died, Charles used all his strength to grab Zhao Yi's hand with one hand and Britney's hand with the other, and then put the 2 hands together. "Please." This was the last sentence in Charles's life. At that moment, Britney burst into tears, tears flowing uncontrollably, forgetting her identity as the Violet Queen and a 7th level strongman, and just being a good granddaughter in front of her grandfather. Zhao Yi thought of the time when his grandparents died on Blue Star. If only they could hold on until they came to the game world. With Zhao Yi around, the 2 old people could live for hundreds of years. This is life: sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. Even a legendary strongman should have tasted it. After Charles died, Zhao Yi came to the capital more frequently, until Britney went to Jianshan for the 2nd time. When Britney went to Jianshan, one of Britney's senior brothers came to the Violet Kingdom to take charge. Britney has more than a dozen senior brothers and sisters. The oldest and most powerful one is the senior sister Zhang Ximin, who is at the peak of the 7th level. There are several senior brothers and sisters at the 7th level, and the others have not yet reached the 7th level. The sudden appearance of a junior sister at the 7th level made these senior brothers and sisters work harder, and must reach the 7th level. The senior brothers and sisters who have reached the 7th level are also working hard, but they don't want to be caught up by the junior sister. In general, the friendship of Jianshan's fellow disciples is still very good. Back to April 1st, A few days after Charles's death, a new change occurred in the game world, and this change came from the undead camp. Whether it is a night of regular sieges or an unusual siege, a large number of undead will migrate to the origin continent. These undead are all from the ocean. They land on the land, and then move towards the center of the origin continent. In the process of moving forward, some undead will separate and move into nearby cemeteries. It feels to humans as if the undead camp is using the undead in the ocean to replenish the undead lost in the land cemeteries. Is it possible that too many undead have been lost over the years? Undeads are active at night. Although these undeads in migration do not attack the gathering points of living beings, it is dangerous outside. Few human professionals dare to go out at night. The monster-killing team in Zhao Yi's territory is an exception. They do not go to the cemetery to kill monsters at night. They teleport to a farther place and attack an undead team. There are almost no level 7 undeads in migration. The highest level is only level 6, which is a very suitable target for monster killing. Many Lord players also wanted to kill the migrating undead at first, hoping to get more points. However, after attacking these undead, the undead camp soon retaliated, and the territory was either severely damaged or destroyed, so not many Lord players dared to attack the migrating undead. The indigenous forces did not gain points or experience by destroying the undead. As long as the undead did not attack the city, they would just watch the undead pass by without any action. However, many indigenous people and players felt that a new crisis might be coming. With such a large-scale undead migration, the undead camp could not have no action at all, and it was likely to be a major outbreak. The advantage of numbers is the most terrible advantage. Human professionals can resist the siege of the undead army again and again, but they will also be exhausted. When human professionals are unable to fight again, they will face the destruction of the city and the death of people. Coincidentally, the Blue Star player camp and the indigenous camp are actively preparing, and the price of military supplies in the market is soaring. Those who need it curse the profiteers in their hearts, and grit their teeth to take out more magic crystals to buy. In fact, the Blue Star player camp is much better than the indigenous camp in this matter. It only needs to stockpile a batch of military supplies. If they really encounter a major outbreak of the undead, they can earn points by destroying the undead, and directly exchange the points for military supplies. With the current market price of military supplies, it is still not cost-effective to exchange them with points, but the price of military supplies is still rising. Maybe it will not be long before it is cheaper to exchange military supplies with points than to buy them with magic crystals. There is also the reason of insufficient magic crystals. Facing the possible crisis, Zhao Yi did not go outside to buy military supplies. In the 2 large demiplanes under Zhao Yi's control, a huge manufacturing industry has been established through alchemical creations such as smelters, alchemy workshops, and pharmaceutical workshops, as well as recruited mages with professions such as alchemists and pharmacists. These factories are operating at full efficiency, not only meeting the needs of the territory itself, but also supplying the entire Violet Kingdom. All cities controlled by Zhao Yi's army have already stored a large amount of military supplies, and even because the undead camp migrated the sea undead to the land, the military supplies reserves of each city are still increasing. In the large group of Zechen League, there were members who kept crying that the price of military supplies outside was too high and they could not afford it, but they had to continue to buy it. Since the intervention of the indigenous camp, the Blue Star player camp ended the internal fighting, and most of the remaining territories have been in peacetime, and their strength has continued to rise. The Lord players have the idea of stockpiling more military supplies. However, in order to promote their territories, a large number of Lord players put more magic crystals into the development of their territories. The most military supplies they can reserve are to deal with special undead army sieges. If they face a more special situation than the special undead army siege, the military supplies will not be enough. Most members of the Purple Star Alliance were in the same situation. Even if they could exchange points for military supplies in special circumstances, they still needed to reserve more military supplies now. Once they were too late to exchange points or too late to use them after exchanging them, they would be wasted. Zhao Yi thought about it, and decided to sell a batch of military supplies to the members of the Purple Star Alliance at a low price. The low price refers to the normal market price before. After Zhao Yi announced his decision in the group, a situation that outsiders could not have imagined immediately occurred. Alliance leader, no need. We are just complaining in the group. We can still afford the military supplies. You should keep them for your own territory. It is safer to stockpile more military supplies. Alliance leader, there is no need to sell military supplies to us. The first goal is to protect your own territory. Only by protecting your own territory can you send reinforcements when we are in danger. With the alliance leader here, no matter how difficult the situation is, we can get through it. Zhao Yi spread his hands, expressing helplessness. It is you who don't want it, and I can't force you. Selling military supplies at a low price is different from allocating funds to the Purple Star Alliance. The funds of the Purple Star Alliance mainly come from the protection fees collected from neutral player lords, but the military supplies sold are Zhao Yi's own, so they don't need them. Zhao Yi is not the only one who wants to establish a manufacturing industry. All major player forces in the Blue Star player camp have this plan and are implementing it. The ultimate goal is to make themselves self-sufficient and no longer need to purchase supplies from the outside world. There is no player force that can truly be self-sufficient. Zhao Yi's territory is barely self-sufficient, mainly relying on 2 large demi-planes and multiple small and medium-sized demi-planes. There are also some rare magic materials that have not yet been discovered by itself that need to be purchased from the outside world. If there is enough time, it can try to replace them with other rare materials that it has. Compared with the entire origin continent, even if all the demi-planes in Zhao Yi's hands are added together, the area is still too small. Self-sufficiency is mainly divided into 2 parts: living supplies and military supplies. Food is the most indispensable. Most Lord players meet their needs by planting crops in the city with limited area. Even if there are natural mages who speed up the growth of crops, it is still not enough to meet the rapidly increasing population of the territory, and it needs to be purchased in large quantities from the outside world. Some lucky Lord players have opened a demi-plane for growing crops from the treasure chest, and finally have a place to produce food in large quantities. A micro demi-plane can be opened from a platinum treasure chest, with an area of up to 10 square kilometers. A small demi-plane can be opened from a crystal treasure chest, with an area ranging from 10 square kilometers to 1,000 square kilometers. A diamond treasure chest can open a medium-sized demi-plane, ranging from 1,000 square kilometers to 100,000 square kilometers. It's fine if you can open an epic treasure chest that can open a large demi-plane, but other Lord players can only get a few epic treasure chests in total, and they can't draw a few epic cards. At most, you can get a medium-sized demi-plane, and you have to hide it, because a large demi-plane is attractive enough to the indigenous people. There have been incidents where indigenous forces have taken action to snatch the demi-plane in the player's territory, and even directly wiped out the player's territory. As a result, if the major player forces obtain a medium-sized demi-plane, they will be placed in the territory where only indigenous people are recruited, and only indigenous people will be sent into the demi-plane to carry out agricultural planting, logging, mining and other labor. Only micro-demiplanes and small demiplanes are placed in territories with a large number of player subjects. For example, Chungjin's territory has a small demiplane of average size, which is specially used to place alchemy workshops and produce weapons, equipment, and alchemy props. There are also 2 micro-demiplanes in the main city of Zhao Yi's territory, Yiqing. One is used as a warehouse, and the other can be used to grow some crops. There are forces within the Blue Star player camp that are harmful to others and not beneficial to themselves. When forming a monster-killing team to go to the cemetery to kill monsters, they will leak the secret to the undead camp, causing the undead army to retaliate. They can also leak the demi-plane to the indigenous camp, causing the indigenous strongmen to rob it, and usually kill people to silence them. Facing the traitor, the major player forces can only hide, and only those who are completely trustworthy can know some information. As long as there is a medium-sized demi-plane with a large area of arable land, basically the subordinate territories of a player force will not lack food and be self-sufficient in food. Self-sufficiency in food is only the most basic, and self-sufficiency in military supplies is also very important. The weapons and equipment opened from the treasure chest are mainly high-grade weapons and equipment, which are equipped to the high-end combat power of the territory. Low-grade weapons and equipment can also be opened. The quantity is too small, and in the past, they mainly relied on purchasing from the outside world. Weapons and equipment, alchemy props, magic scrolls, potions, etc., a lot of military supplies can only be supplemented by purchasing from the outside world, which costs a lot of money. After obtaining the alchemy workshop and the pharmaceutical workshop, you can make some things yourself. Even if the raw materials need to be purchased from the outside world, the cost of money will be reduced a lot. However, it is not enough to rely on players to develop the manufacturing industry in the early stage. Compared with combat professional players, who can upgrade quickly, the upgrade speed of professions such as alchemists and pharmacists is very slow. In the early stage, they need to rely on the native alchemists and pharmacists. As time goes by, there are also players with higher talents, who have made some progress in professions such as alchemists and pharmacists, but they are still far from being comparable to the natives. It has been more than 3 years since the Blue Star players came to the game world, and the players still have too much to learn. There are advantages and disadvantages to recruiting natives and players in player territories. It is better to recruit both. Unfortunately, it is difficult for natives and players to integrate together at first. In any case, all major player forces have made efforts to be self-sufficient in daily necessities and military supplies, but there is still a long way to go to be self-sufficient in military supplies, which is very different from Zhao Yi's territory. A large enough territory, enough resources, enough population, and enough professionals are the basis for self-sufficiency. For the major players, it is difficult to achieve with only one territory. Although they have many territories, they are separated by a long distance, and the cost of personnel movement and material transportation is not small. Military supplies cannot be self-sufficient, so they can only be bought. Weapons and equipment are not disposable, and they can be repaired if damaged. Disposable props such as explosive arrows and alchemical bombs are gone after use. Just like the countries on Blue Star, if they do not have their own military industrial system and cannot produce weapons, they can only rely on purchases from the outside world. They cannot reserve much, and they may not be able to support a war. Countries with military industrial systems produce at cost price. If it is a wartime state, they will produce as much as they can without considering the cost. Members of the Purple Star Alliance group are complaining about the high price of military supplies. There are also a large number of Lord players complaining on the forum. There is no use complaining. If you still have money, you have to buy some military supplies no matter how high the price is in the market. If you don't buy them, the price will be even higher. The undead in the ocean are still migrating to the land. The possible crisis will not appear for a while. Compared with other players' territories, Zhao Yi is actually under greater pressure. Zhao Yi has to protect not only his own territory, but also the indigenous cities in the Violet Kingdom, and support the members of the Purple Star Alliance as much as possible. As for the neutral player territories, just ignore them. If a crisis breaks out soon after Britney is crowned as queen, Zhao Yi will be in trouble. He may have to give up some indigenous cities, or even not support the members of the Purple Star Alliance. A month later, Xiaoqing's initial expansion was completed, 2 city walls were lengthened, and 2 new city walls were added, making Xiaoqing's area reach 100 square kilometers. Then, various buildings were continuously built in the planned areas of the city to fill the population of Xiaocheng. Because of the change in the monster-killing plan, Zhao Yi's daily points increased sharply. With a large number of points in hand, recruiting third-level professionals is within Zhao Yi's tolerance. The defense of each city was slightly insufficient due to the expansion of the sphere of influence, and it was gradually strengthened. There are so many undead. Half a month has passed, and the migration of undead has not stopped. At night, the undead come out from the ocean and from various cemeteries on land, and move towards the center of the origin continent. When the day is about to come, they will hide in the nearest cemetery. The Lord players whose territories are on the seashore are always worried every night, fearing that the massive undead passing through their territories will directly devour their territories. With so many undead, their territories simply cannot resist. It is like a huge wave that smashes a city in one blow. Fortunately, there are rules to constrain everything, but the Lord players are tense and can't relax. With so many undead migrating, the possibility of the undead camp making a big move is increasing. From a territory with hundreds of millions of players to a territory with less than 1 million players, the survival rate is less than 1%. Perhaps some Lord players are satisfied with the benefits they have gained since entering the game world, but more Lord players are far from satisfied. There are even players like Xiao Yi who like NPC and want to live in this world with their NPC lovers for a longer time. Chapter 275. For months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the undead are still migrating. The journey is really too long. The area of the origin continent is at least 3 billion square kilometers, which is 20 times the land area of Blue Star. Even if the origin continent is a standard circle, it takes at least 30,000 kilometers to get from the coastline to the center of the origin continent. The undead hide during the day and come out at night. In a day, they can only migrate in the dark night without sunlight. The undead are tireless, but the movement speed of the zero-level undead is also limited. The distance they advance in a day may be less than 200 kilometers. The undead are not unaware of adapting. There are huge mid-level undead that carry a bunch of small low-level undead, allowing the low-level undead to gain the movement speed of the mid-level undead. This way of movement has also become the best monster-killing target for Zhao Yi's team. Killing a mid-level undead will also kill a large number of low-level undead, and the low-level undead killed are extra profits. However, there are only a few human professionals who dare to take action when a large number of undead migrate, and it will also attract revenge from the undead camp. So this way of movement of giant mid-level undead carrying low-level undead will not change. Zhao Yi's team, as well as other monster-killing teams in Zhao Yi's territory, would attack the migrating undead every night. After a month, it was impossible to count how many undead they had killed. Anyway, Zhao Yi had gained a lot of points and experience. Zhao Yi's behavior would obviously anger the undead, but Zhao Yi was confident that he was strong and had the rules of the game. He was not worried about the retaliation of the undead camp, but was looking forward to it. Faced with the provocation behavior of Zhao Yi's territory that lasted for a month, Didion, the 8th level bone dragon in the number 1 cemetery, could no longer tolerate it. Didion first contacted the 8th level skeleton king Cedric, and Cedric also agreed to attack the gathering point of the living beings Xiaocheng. However, the power that the two could mobilize was not enough to destroy Xiaocheng. There was no 7th level living being in Xiaocheng. Under the restrictions of the rules, they could not send 7th level undead to attack Xiaocheng, and could only rely on a large number of undead to push Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng had many means, and the number of undead attacking Xiaocheng was reduced, which was just a meal. The two undead asked for support from the 9th level skeleton king Eugene, who was superior, and needed more low-level and mid-level undead, as well as borrowing a treasure that could at least reach the diamond level to block the space. Only low-level and mid-level undead were needed, and Eugene agreed without much thought. At this stage, the undead in the ocean migrated to the land. The undead in the ocean lacked high-level ones, but there would be no shortage of mid-level and low-level ones. Eugene would not care if he lost a batch. Eugene also took out a diamond-level space-blocking treasure. The highest-level space-blocking treasure in Eugene's hand was only epic level. The high level of the undead camp also had legendary-level space-blocking treasures, but the number was very small. The number of diamond-level treasures, which were 2 levels lower, was much larger. After receiving Eugene's order, Didion and Cedric immediately began to prepare. Most of the intermediate undead passing through cemetery number 1 were intercepted by Didion. May 10th was a day when the undead did not attack the city. At night, the professionals stationed on the walls of Xiaocheng strictly guarded their posts, and watched the undead army migrating inland from a distance. The next moment, the undead army changed. They no longer moved inland, but turned to Xiaocheng. Countless undead were pouring into Xiaocheng from all directions. Immediately press the red button, and the alarm indicating a critical situation will sound throughout the city. In normal time, the Xiaocheng defenders are divided into 2 shifts, 1 night on duty, 1 night off, and 1 night on duty. Today is not the day for the undead to attack the city, and the undead migration has lasted for more than a month, so only 1 shift is on duty. Hearing the alarm, the other group of professionals, no matter what they were busy with before, put it down, and many people rushed out of their homes in dishevel and rushed to the position where their team was stationed on a daily basis. In the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi rode the silver dragon into the sky and flew to the top of the southern wall. The area outside the southern wall was usually used as the front battlefield, and the command center was placed on the southern wall. Elliot, who was on duty at this time, looked seriously at the undead that kept pouring into Xiaocheng. Elliot, what's going on? Lord, I suspect it's because we attacked the migrating undead and were retaliated by the undead. Revenge from the undead? It's what we want, but the undead know our strength. This siege is not ordinary, so we must be prepared for everything. Yes, sir. A few seconds later, Joanna flew over, and at the same time, Zhao Yi's mobile phone rang. It was a call from Ignaz. Lord, the space in Xiaocheng area is blocked. At least the 7th level power is needed to break through. As a space mage, Ignaz should be faster than Zhao Yi to reach the south wall. Under the space blockade, Ignaz's strength is greatly reduced. Ignaz, you sit in the mage tower and be ready to activate the magic arrays at any time. Yes, sir. Ignaz's intermediate wizard tower is still located in the central area of Xiaocheng. At the same time, the core of Xiaocheng's various magic arrays is also in Ignaz's wizard tower, which is one of the most important areas in Xiaocheng. Just when the undead were about to enter the range of the 4th level archer, most of the Xiaocheng defenders were already in place. The undead rushing to Xiaocheng all came from the ocean. There were almost no human undead or flying undead. There were very few undead that could attack from a distance, but there were a large number of huge undead. These huge undead will be the first targets of the archers. If they are not eliminated, the small undead behind them cannot be eliminated. To a certain extent, the large undead are shields for the small undead. Shoot! Through the alchemical horn, Elliot's voice spread to all parts of the four walls of Xiaocheng. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows flew out from the four walls, and shot at the huge undead in front of the four undead. To deal with the skeleton-type undead, the arrows shot by the archers are all explosive. Amid a series of explosions, many huge undead fell to the ground like their bones were scattered. On the city wall, human archers calmly shot arrows one after another. The other professionals behind the archers were full of fighting spirit, not afraid of the massive undead rushing towards Xiaocheng from all directions. In one battle after another, they have already formed the belief that they must win. No matter how powerful the undead are, they cannot conquer Xiaocheng, but will be completely destroyed on the battlefield of Xiaocheng. They firmly believe that under the leadership of the Lord, they will be invincible. Now is the time when the archers of Xiaocheng defenders are at their strongest. The arrows they shoot are ordinary arrows infused with fighting spirit. Before the battle, the archers are in good condition. Facing a large number of undead, the archers can also stop them with arrows. Zhao Yi still flies in the air with the silver dragon, observing the battlefield. In Zhao Yi's vision, in the direction of the number 1 cemetery, a bone dragon is also flying in the air. It is unknown whether it is observing the battle situation or commanding the battle in person. On the ground below the bone dragon, thousands of mid-level undead are gathered. 2 months ago, when the 7th level undead were killed, only more than 600 mid-level undead were killed. This time, the number Xiaocheng faces will increase by at least 7 times, and there are also many mid-level undead among the undead army attacking the city. It's a terrible number. The indigenous empire can't form a strong army of more than 1,000 4th-level professionals, but the undead with a numerical advantage can easily form one. So many mid-level undead can almost sweep across other player territories under Zhao Yi's territory, and even Cheng Jinling, the strongest leader on the surface, can't stop them at all. But when facing Xiaocheng, they can't move out at will, and need to find an opportunity. There are too many undeads rushing to Xiaocheng, one after another, as if endless, and the battlefield is already covered with bones of all colors. With the expansion of Xiaocheng, the current population has exceeded 2.5 million, and the total strength of Xiaocheng's garrison has exceeded 300,000, of which archers, plus archers, account for at least 1/5. In just a few minutes, more than 500,000 undeads have been eliminated by archers. After the burst, the archers' combat effectiveness gradually declined. If they want to recover their combat effectiveness, they have to use explosive arrows. There are still warriors on the city wall, and mages can join the battle, but there are too many undead. In this case, they can no longer take the initiative to go out of the city to fight the undead as in the past, but defend the city like other indigenous cities. When the undead climb up the city wall, the warriors will attack the undead from a high position. Whether it is to go out of the city to fight or to defend the city, Zhao Yi will not choose it when the undead have strong strength. Ignaz, consume 1 grid of energy to activate the diamond-level illusion killing array. Yes, sir. 1 grid of energy represents 10 million low-grade magic crystals. This is the second time to activate the diamond-level illusion killing array. The first time, it directly consumed 20 million low-grade magic crystals to instantly kill a total of nearly 200,000 undead troops, including at least 250 mid-level undead. Tonight is a good opportunity to earn points. Zhao Yi plans to kill more undead, preferably the mid-level undead army under the bone dragon. The diamond-level illusion killing array was activated, but too many undead could not be killed at once, so as not to scare them away. Therefore, this attack only consumed 10 million low-grade magic crystals. The archer's combat effectiveness decreased, and the undead continued to approach Xiaocheng. Until the 9th minute after the battle began, a wave invisible to the naked eye, starting from the 4 walls of Xiaocheng, swept towards the undead in all directions. Wherever the wave passed, the soul fire of the undead was directly annihilated, and the undead, who were charging ran, their bodies fell apart. At least 400,000 undead were killed instantly by the illusion killing array. Within the range of the illusion killing array, only a few level 6 undead were still able to stand. Only in places far away from Xiaocheng, level 5 and level 4 undead gradually survived. If Didion were a human, he would have frowned deeply at this moment. However, Didion was a bone dragon, and at most, he could sense Didion's emotional changes based on the state of the soul fire. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the war, and 1 million undead had been lost. Didion didn't care too much. It was an 8th level undead, And most of the losses were low-level undead. High-level undead didn't care how many low-level undead they lost. As long as they could achieve the predetermined goal, losing as many low-level undead as possible was worth it. However, the loss of so many undead made Didion feel the strength of this gathering point of living beings, and it was not easy to attack it. Didion could tell that the ranged mental attack was sent out through the magic circle, and it would take a lot of energy to activate the magic circle. And the defensive magic circle that could resist the attack of the 8th level undead also consumed a lot of energy. With the energy reserve of this gathering point, how many times can the magic circle be activated? When the energy is exhausted, it is time to break the city. Under Didion's control, the undead continued to rush to Xiaocheng, but this time the density of the undead was not even half of the previous one. Although low-level undead are very cheap, Didion did not want to consume low-level undead meaninglessly. It is better to have less losses. Seeing that the undead did not retreat, but rushed to Xiaocheng again, Zhao Yi smiled. He had just eliminated more than 1 million undead, which was too few, even not as good as the special undead siege in the past. To obtain a treasure chest above the epic level, at least 10 million undead must be eliminated in one battle. I wonder if there is a chance to achieve this today. Facing the undead that are coming again, the shooters are ready for battle, but when the undead enter their range, they do not receive the order to attack. The undead are getting closer and closer to Xiaocheng, and when they are almost at the distance between the last wave of undead and Xiaocheng, another wave that is invisible to the naked eye sweeps towards the undead. Today, the second time the diamond-level illusion killing array is activated, it still consumes 10 million low-grade magic crystals and eliminates about 200,000 undead. The third wave of undead rushed towards Xiaocheng, and the density dropped again. This time, when the undead entered the range of human archers, Elliot immediately issued the order to shoot arrows. During this period, he even organized a third-level professional team to rush down and kill. The way to go down the city was also quite interesting. The Earth Magician quickly constructed a mud staircase outside the city wall for the third-level professionals to go up and down the city wall. When the density of the third wave of undead increased, the professionals quickly returned to the city wall, and then activated the illusion killing array for the third time. Next, the battle between the Xiaocheng defenders and the undead army became routine. The siege undead were dense, so they were put closer, and the illusion killing array was activated to clear the battlefield. The siege undead were scattered, so the Xiaocheng defenders were to eliminate them, and even sent third-level professionals to charge and kill them, so that they could gain more experience and upgrade. For professionals below the third level, forget it. If they go into battle, the number of casualties will increase greatly. The undead on the battlefield were cleared for the 5th time, and Didion's soul fire fluctuated slightly. The undead on the battlefield were cleared out for the 7th time, and Didion's soul fire was beating slightly. The undead on the battlefield were cleared out for the 10th time, and the burning degree of Didion's soul fire suddenly increased. It's the 10th time, at least 5 million low-level undead have been lost, and many mid-level undead have been lost. Didion is a little impatient, wondering how much energy Xiaocheng is left. But the war has been fought to this extent, and so many undead have been lost, causing the living beings to consume a lot of energy reserves. If a few more battles are fought, the energy reserves of the living beings may be exhausted. Didion would be very unwilling to give up now. The undead on the battlefield were cleared for the 13th time, and Didion's soul fire was burning fiercely. The undead on the battlefield were cleared for the 17th time, and Didion's soul fire was burning fiercely. The undead on the battlefield were cleared for the 20th time, and Didion's soul fire seemed to be erupting like a volcano. Why do these damn humans still have energy reserves? Why? Didion was very unwilling in anger, and continued to summon the undead to attack Xiaocheng. Humanity's energy reserves must be exhausted. This time we can break the city. We have already activated the magic circle so many times, I don't believe that humans still have energy reserves. One more time, this time we will definitely be able to break the city. The undead rushed towards Xiaocheng, and were killed instantly. The undead continued to rush towards Xiaocheng, and were killed instantly again. Didion continued to summon the undead to attack the city, always thinking that Xiaocheng's energy reserves would be exhausted next time. However, Xiaocheng's energy reserves were more than all Blue Star players could imagine. Before Britney's coronation, Zhao Yi's territory had a total reserve of more than 1 billion low-grade magic crystals. Because of the change in the undead camp on April 1st, Zhao Yi reduced the territory's expenses and increased the reserve of magic crystals. Up to now, the reserve of magic crystals has exceeded 1.1 billion, of which 80% is in Xiaocheng. It only takes 10 million low-grade magic crystals to clear a battlefield once, and 100 million for 10 times. Xiaoqing's magic crystal reserve is enough to support more than 80 times of clearing the battlefield, and now only a quarter is consumed. Zhao Yi, who still stayed in midair, did not care about the rapid consumption of Xiaoqing's reserve magic crystals. Consuming magic crystals is to eliminate the undead. Although he could not gain experience, the points gained were enough to make up for the consumption of magic crystals. For Zhao Yi, points are much more valuable than magic crystals. More important than points are treasure chests of epic quality. After a rough calculation, Zhao Yi felt that the number of undead fallen on the battlefield of Zhaocheng had exceeded 10 million, and he could finally see the appearance of treasure chests of epic quality. The battlefield of Zhaocheng was still harvesting undead, and Didion, who was full of anger and had nowhere to release, wanted to crush Zhaocheng himself. But Didion knew that Zhaocheng had a defensive array to resist the 8th level undead, and Zhaocheng's energy reserves were always exhausted, so he could not cause any damage to Zhaocheng by himself. From anger to numbness, from numbness to calmness, after the 31st time the undead on the battlefield were cleared, Didion calmed down. Enough, until now, there is no sign of energy exhaustion. The possibility of breaking through Zhaocheng today is very small, there is no need to continue. Although a large number of undead were lost here, most of them were low-level undead, and the loss of mid-level undead was very small. The 9th level undead would not care about the loss of low-level undead. Compared with the losses in the entire Origin continent, the losses here are less than 1,000. After taking a final look at Zhaocheng, Didion reluctantly arranged another wave of undead troops to attack the city, and prepared to return to Cemetery No. 1 with thousands of mid-level undead. Are you leaving? Zhao Yi noticed this scene in the distance. This was not okay. Such a large points package could not be let go. Zhao Yi had a brief conversation with Elliot, and then the Zhaocheng defenders changed under Elliot's command. The archers shot arrows at the undead, including explosive arrows, ordinary arrows, and arrows infused with fighting spirit. The frequency of shooting was constantly decreasing, just delaying the undead army's advance for a little time. The undead army was getting closer and closer to the city wall, and soon rushed to the bottom of the city wall. The undead stepped on each other and climbed up the city wall, and then faced the attack of the undead army soldiers. The mages threw an attack spell under the city wall from time to time. The first level and second level professionals did not participate in the close combat. They were assigned alchemical bombs, and threw them outside the city wall from time to time. This was the first time that the Zhaocheng defenders used alchemical bombs in today's battle. The 6th level Wind Rider Joanna, the 6th level Nightmare Tia and others joined the battle, and even Zhao Yi rode a dragon to participate in the battle. Didion, who had already turned back to Cemetery No. 1, saw the situation in Zhaocheng, stopped and summoned more undead to gather in Zhaocheng. The fight lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the undead were densely packed outside the city wall, and the humans did not activate the magic circle. Energy is used up, energy is really used up. If it were any other time, Didion would think more about it. Although Didion had calmed down on the surface after today's encounter, the accumulated anger was not so easy to dissipate. Didion didn't want to give up after finally seeing an opportunity. He immediately commanded the mid-level undead on the ground to rush towards Zhaocheng. The battle between the two sides on the city wall was now tense. If these mid-level undead joined in, they would definitely be able to capture the city wall and then conquer Zhaocheng. Soon, thousands of mid-level undead entered the Zhaocheng battlefield, rampaging through the undead army and rushing towards Zhaocheng. At this moment, a wave several times larger than all the previous waves quickly swept across the entire battlefield with Zhaocheng as the center. Wherever the big wave went, whether it was the 0-level undead or the 6th level undead, all the soul fires were annihilated. The previous wave was just an attack launched by the illusion killing array consuming 10 million low-grade magic crystals, and this time, it was an attack launched by consuming a full 50 million low-grade magic crystals. Even the genius among the 6th level undead could not resist. No! Didion attacked angrily, ignoring the agreement between the legendary strongman of the indigenous camp and the 9th level undead of the undead camp, and directly attacked Zhaocheng, which had no high-level professionals. Before Didion's attack landed, a magic shield enveloped Zhaocheng, blocking Didion's attack. Didion attacked with all his strength several times, but was blocked by the magic shield. Several attacks obviously could not make Didion vent all his anger. He attacked dozens of times in a row, and only stopped after being injured by the magic shield. He looked at Zhaocheng with hatred, and turned to fly to the No. 1 cemetery. The loss of so many intermediate-level undead in one battle was greater than the losses of dozens of previous battles combined. Of course, no matter how great the loss was, it could not be compared with an 8th level undead. Didion knew that at most he would be transferred away and replaced by an 8th level undead. The possibility of being punished was very small. The battle on the Xiaocheng battlefield was still going on. Some of the undead on the Xiaocheng wall were not covered by the attack from the illusion killing array. If they were covered, even their own people would be killed by mistake. When the 8th level bone dragon attacked Xiaocheng, the magic shield also covered these undead. However, there were not many undead left, and they could be eliminated soon. Chapter 276. You participated in 26 battles. You eliminated 19.97 million undead. You killed 25 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SSS 2A 2B 2C 2D 2E 15F. Points increased by 453.089%. Professional experience increased by 453.089%. Obtained 1 legendary treasure chest, 2 crystal treasure chests, 2 platinum treasure chests, 2 gold treasure chests, 2 silver treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, 15 black iron treasure chests. Xiao Yi looked at the battle results displayed on the light screen, and the joy in his heart could not be hidden at all. SSS rating, the legendary treasure chest is finally in hand. In order to obtain the legendary treasure chest, the magic crystal consumption alone reached 360 million last night, and Xiaocheng's magic crystal reserves were almost consumed by half. Adding the consumption of other alchemy items, and the loss of weapons and equipment, the total consumption is expected to exceed 400 million. War is fought for money. It is natural to pay a huge price to eliminate nearly 20 million undead in one night. Consuming so many magic crystals, but being able to obtain a legendary treasure chest is definitely a big profit for Xiao Yi. Of course, consuming so many magic crystals not only gets you legendary treasure chests, but also a huge amount of points. An SSS rating should add 300% extra points and combat professional experience, making the extra bonus ratio reach a new high. Looking at the points mall, the points in the points column broke 3 digits for the first time, followed by 100 million. The first time the points broke 10 billion, reaching 44.1 billion directly. With the change in the monster killing plan, every 3 days, Xiao Yi can get a maximum of 1.5 billion points. If he wants to get 44.1 points, it will take at least 3 months. Now I got it in 1 day. If Xiao Yi is promoted to the 7th level now, according to the calculation that recruiting a 6th level professional requires at least 1 billion points, recruiting a 7th level professional requires at least 10 billion points, and the points in hand can recruit 4 7th level professionals. Most lower level kingdoms only have 1 7th level professional. Xiao Yi was excited to get the legendary treasure chest, and getting so many points at once made Xiao Yi even more excited. People who have seen big storms will only lose their composure when they see bigger storms. Compared to a legendary treasure chest plus more than 40 billion points, the consumption of 400 million low-grade magic crystals is insignificant. However, the magic crystal reserves have dropped so much that Xiao Yi needs to replenish them. He plans to sell some military supplies in the void trading market starting today. Before the ocean undead migrated to the land, selling military supplies was almost a hard-earned income for most indigenous forces. Even though the cost of raw materials was relatively low, Xiao Yi did not want to make money by selling military supplies. The extra military supplies were regarded as reserves. Now the prices of various military supplies are doubling, and the profits from selling military supplies are rising wildly, but this situation will not continue forever. When the actions of the undead camp are over, the prices of military supplies will drop rapidly. It is also because the cities under Xiao Yi's rule have stored enough military supplies that he has the idea of selling military supplies. If his own side does not have enough, how can he sell them? As for the number of battles on the battle settlement page, Xiao Yi's territory monster killing team has increased by 1, reaching 10, and 9 of them continue to kill monsters in the territory of the Violet Kingdom. Go to the cemetery during the day, and directly attack the migrating undead army at night. Xiao Yi's team went abroad to kill monsters during the day, which was not counted in the number of battles, and had no evaluation. At night, they also directly attacked the migrating undead in the Violet Kingdom, mainly eliminating mid-level undead. There were battles, but the number of undead eliminated was not large, which was the lowest evaluation. The legendary treasure chest was in hand. Now there were not many treasure chests accumulated in hand. It had always been 1 treasure chest open once a month. Only 10 days had passed this month, but Xiao Yi could not bear the temptation of the legendary treasure chest. In addition, the destiny dice in his hand were still sufficient, so Xiao Yi planned to open the legendary treasure chest today. First, I tried a bronze treasure chest. I felt that the things I opened were very good. Then I got a silver treasure chest, Level 3 advanced stone, primary smelter, very good, use the destiny dice immediately. Red X8 face up, luck value increased 7 times. In his excitement, Zhao Yi couldn't wait to open the legendary treasure chest that released colorful light, and 100 cards jumped out, almost filling the entire light screen. Epic treasure chest 3-color light, quickly checking the card content, seeing one good thing after another appear in front of him. Zhao Yi tried hard to restrain himself from making a sound. That would be too stupid. Melissa, who was sitting next to him, looked at Zhao Yi's expression and felt familiar. Did he appear before? Zhao Yi got his first legendary treasure chest, which contained 3 legendary cards, one of which was the reward for getting a legendary treasure chest for the first time. There were also 5 epic cards, and 7 diamond cards in this legendary treasure chest. Zhao Yi directly selected them all. 3 legendary cards. Designated legendary profession. Favored by fate. Skywrath spell scroll 5 epic cards. 5-star talent stone. Floating fortress. 6th level natural mage recruitment scroll. 10 drops of life essence. Epic leather armor 7 diamond cards. Level 7 advanced stone. Medium magic cannon. Medium sky blue stone vein. 5th level swordsman recruitment scroll. Diamond level light attribute staff. Blade storm skill book. Assassin profession inheritance statue. After opening the legendary treasure chest, Zhao Yi continued to open the other treasure chests. After opening all the treasure chests, he opened the card pack to see the harvest of an hour of hard work. Specify legendary occupation is to choose a legend occupation you need. Now the only legend occupation Zhao Yi has come into contact with is Sword Saint. The advancement of Sword Master, Britney has changed to Sword Saint. This specified legendary occupation, Zhao Yi wants to use it himself. He is now a diamond level special occupation Dragon Knight, and there is also an advancement, a legendary special occupation Dragon Speaker. Dragon Speaker has become a legend in the Origin continent. It is said that as long as the Dragon Speaker defeats all the Dragon Clan masters, he can become the master of the Dragon Clan, the only foreign race that can become the master of the Dragon Clan. There are many human professionals who can defeat the strongest dragon. However, they can defeat it but cannot be recognized by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan only recognizes Dragon Speakers. Dragon Speakers are a dual cultivation profession for monsters. Compared with ordinary professions, Dragon Knights have doubled the points of strength and constitution per level, and double the points of charm per level. I don't know what changes will happen after becoming a Dragon Speaker. After becoming a Dragon Knight, I got a dragon. Will I get another dragon after becoming a Dragon Speaker? Thinking of the Dragon Speaker profession, various thoughts flashed through Zhao Yi's mind quickly. Destiny Favor should be a treasure similar to the Destiny Dice. This is the second Destiny treasure that Zhao Yi opened from the treasure chest. Zhao Yi directly clicked to use the card. After a few seconds, a purple gold heart-shaped necklace appeared in front of Zhao Yi. Melissa's eyes were completely attracted by it. Zhao Yi took the necklace, and more information about Destiny Favored appeared in his mind. Another treasure that humans cannot refine. This is a creation of gods. There are 3 effects. The first is that the wearer, living being, the luck value will not be negative. The second is Fate Shield. The third is the skill that is released actively luck spell. There are 3 types of luck spells. Primary luck spell, luck value x2 constant for half an hour, cooling time 24 hours. Intermediate luck spell, luck value x4 constant for 1 hour, cooling time 30 days. Advanced luck spell, luck value x8 constant for 2 hours, cooling time 360 days. That is, you can use the primary luck spell once a day, the intermediate luck spell once a month, and the advanced luck spell once a year. Unlike the diamond level teleportation ring, the teleportation ring must accumulate enough space power, and the skill cooling time will change when using it. For example, if you use a 7th level portal once every 10 days, if you release space teleportation or teleportation during these 10 days, the portal's cooling time will increase. The cooling time of the luck spell of Fate's Favor is constant, and will not change. You don't need to accumulate enough power of Fate to release the high-level luck spell. With Fate's Favor, it seems that Zhao Yi will no longer need to purchase the Destiny Dice in the future. Because of Zhao Yi's demand for Destiny Dice, the price has now exceeded 2 million low-grade magic crystals. It is still a small amount of money for Zhao Yi, but it is not small when accumulated. Once the sign for buying the Destiny Dice is removed from the Void trading field, I'm afraid that some Blue Star players will regret it. They thought that the purchase price of the Destiny Dice would be raised a little more before selling it, but they didn't expect that the other party would not buy it, and they lost a lot of magic crystals. With the luck spell, Zhao Yi can use a primary luck spell when recruiting people every day, accumulate treasure chests every month. Use a mid-level luck spell to open it, and the advanced luck spell is waiting for the legendary treasure chest. The first legendary treasure chest has been obtained, and the second legendary treasure chest is waiting. The first effect of Fate's favor is that the luck value will not be negative, which is also very powerful. When a person is unlucky, drinking cold water will cause a toothache. Walking outside at night on a day when the undead are not attacking the city, encountering undead, living in a certain city, being affected by the battle between two strong men, and the strength of the undead army attacking the city in a certain lord's territory increases. Most of the time, when bad luck happens, it means that the luck value is negative. If the luck value is positive and very high, it may even drop money from the sky. For players, the most intuitive feeling should be opening a treasure chest. If the luck is high, good things can be opened. If the luck is negative, all the things opened are garbage. So there is a division between the European Emperor and the unlucky. The first and third effects of Fate's favor are easy to understand, but the second effect, Fate shielding, makes Zhao Yi a little confused and has some guesses about this effect. When operating the void trading field, Zhao Yi was afraid that he would be found out by the top indigenous forces through special means, so he did not dare to expand the scale of the void trading field. Perhaps the effect of Fate shielding can block these special means. The effect cannot be determined for the time being. Zhao Yi does not want to take the initiative to try. If there is a problem, it will be bad luck. Noticing Melissa's gaze, Zhao Yi put the Fate favor on Melissa's neck. I lend it to you for a while. Melissa nodded happily, holding the necklace with both hands, her eyes full of intoxication. Sky Wrath spell scroll. Sky Wrath is a 9th level single target attack spell of the Thunder system, which can kill a legendary strongman with one blow. Finally, Zhao Yi has a way to deal with legendary strongmen and 9th level undead. He hopes that he can get more of such means in the future. Even if he becomes a legendary strongman, he still needs it. 5 epic cards, 5-star talent stone and floating fortress, and other 6th level natural mage recruitment scroll, 10 drops of life essence, epic leather armor are relatively ordinary. This is the 4th 5-star talent stone Zhao Yi has obtained. The first 3 were given to Joanna, Ignaz, and Gu Wendell. Zhao Yi is going to give this 5-star talent stone to Elliot. Zhao Yi is a nostalgic person, and he hopes that the old people who follow him will not fall behind. Floating Fortress. After more than 2 years, Zhao Yi finally got another one. With enough energy, a floating fortress is equivalent to an 8th level combat force, and it is relatively strong among the 8th level. The Sky Whale Core needs to continue to expand its scale. If he gets another floating fortress in the future, Zhao Yi plans to take one out and use it as a palace. The palace means that Zhao Yi has become a legend by then. Among the 3 more common items, the life essence is the experience potion named by Zhao Yi. More than 2 years have passed, and pharmacists have determined all the effects of the life essence. The life essence contains huge vitality, improves physical fitness in all aspects, and slightly improves talent. If it is placed in the void trading field or the market, it can trigger a fight among the top indigenous forces. A drop of life water is worth more than 10,000 low-grade magic crystals, and a drop of life essence directly multiplies it by hundreds of times. A drop of life essence is equivalent to a diamond-level equipment. Equipment can be reused, but life essence is a consumable, but the efficacy of life essence is enough to prove its value. This is not the first time that Zhao Yi has opened life essence from a treasure chest. In the second year, he opened a diamond card 1 drop of life essence from a diamond treasure chest. The 2 7th level life trees in his hand can each produce 1 drop of life essence every 10 days. The output is still too small. Upgrading by consuming life essence is far less than gaining experience by destroying the undead. However, the professionals of the indigenous forces cannot upgrade by destroying the undead, and they also have the effect of improving their talents. This kind of treasure must not be missed. After quickly looking through the extra cards in the card pack, Zhao Yi was deeply moved. The treasures opened from the legendary treasure chest alone are worth far more than 400 million low-grade magic crystals. These 400 million are worth it. Not to mention 400 million magic crystals, even if it is 4 billion magic crystals in exchange for a legendary treasure chest with only 1 legendary card in it, Zhao Yi is willing to do so. After a wave of treasure chests were opened, the strength of Zhao Yi's territory skyrocketed. The role of treasure chests and points in the territory has always been irreplaceable, and Zhao Yi couldn't help but think of the undead. Only by destroying the undead can you get treasure chests and points. Destroying the undead can also gain experience, but you can also gain experience by practicing yourself. But the speed is very slow. If the undead are gone in the future, how can you get treasure chests and points? If Blue Star players want to advance, they must rely on promotion. Without treasure chests, they cannot get advancement stones. Blue Star players can continue to gain experience through practice, but they will eventually be stuck at the current level. Zhao Yi shook his head and shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. At least for the time being, these were not a problem. On the origin continent, the undead camp was still too powerful to resist. Only under the restrictions of the world rules could humans struggle to survive. Without the restrictions of the rules, perhaps the origin continent had already been pushed away by the undead camp. He went to the city hall for a meeting, and after the meeting, he began to recruit personnel. When recruiting personnel, Zhao Yi had already put on the Fate's favor and used an intermediate luck spell. After a month, when the intermediate luck spell was cooled down, he could open all the treasure chests accumulated for a month. After finishing all the work, Zhao Yi returned to the Lord's mansion to prepare for the job change. Using the legendary card specified legendary occupation, a new page appeared on the light screen, a sentence. Please select an occupation, black iron, legendary, an input box. Zhao Yi entered. Dragon speaker in the input box. A few seconds later, a job change scroll appeared in front of Zhao Yi, which was the dragon speaker job change scroll. Before changing his job, Zhao Yi took a look at personal. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 27/991. Profession, First Class Duke / Level 69 Dragon Knight, 527%. Attributes, Strength 704, Constitution 704, Agility 327, Wisdom 327. Free attribute points, 0. Charm, 19. Leadership, 349/6213. Skills. Equipment, Diamond Dragon Spear, Epic Armor, Epic Bow, Epic Long Sword. The Dragon Knight profession reached the 6th level of perfection at the end of October last year. As of today, the experience has reached level 69, 527%. If it is upgraded, it can almost reach level 72. The main thing is to change the method of killing monsters, so that the speed of gaining experience is suddenly accelerated. Compared with killing a large number of low-level undead, it is faster to kill a small number of mid-level undead to upgrade. Use the job transfer scroll. The next moment, the colorful light enveloped Zhao Yi's whole body, and the strong sense of comfort when he changed his job to Dragon Knight also reappeared with the colorful light, and instantly spread throughout his body. In the short time of job transfer, in addition to the sense of comfort, Zhao Yi also had two feelings. The soul grew stronger, and the strength decreased. The strength decreased? What's going on? Why is my strength decreasing? However, Zhao Yi no longer had time to think about this. As the job change progressed, information about the Dragon Speaker profession entered Zhao Yi's mind, including new techniques and new skills, mainly spell skills. 3 minutes later, as the colorful light disappeared, the job change ended, giving Zhao Yi the feeling that his strength had really decreased. Before Zhao Yi opened personal to see what had changed, the system panel popped up. You have signed a contract with the dragon, and you will be able to improve your dragon's talent. Immediately afterwards, Melissa was also enveloped by the colorful light. Melissa has a 5-star talent. Zhao Yi has never heard of talents above 5 stars, but there are also differences among 5-star talents. Perhaps this time, Melissa's talent will reach a very high level among 5 stars. Another 3 minutes passed, and Melissa's talent improvement ended, but Melissa's face was blank, and she didn't know what happened. Zhao Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed Melissa's little head while saying, I changed my job to become a dragon speaker, and I have signed a contract with you. I can't sign a contract with a new dragon, so it becomes your talent improvement. You may be the most talented dragon in the history of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Speaker, the most talented dragon, can I become the Dragon King in the future? Melissa asked with her eyes wide open. Dragon King, well, when we both reach legendary level, we can try. Yes. Melissa has set a goal, to reach legendary level and become the Dragon King. Just like countless civilians on the origin continent, they think in their minds that it would be great if they could become the Emperor, just because they can live a luxurious life as the Emperor, and they don't think about anything else, and they can't think of anything else. Melissa and other dragons in the Dragon Clan all have the desire to become Dragon Kings, just because the Dragon King is the strongest and all dragons must listen to him. They don't know that being a Dragon King also comes with various responsibilities. The system panel returns to the desktop, and Zhao Yi opens personal again. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 27/991. Occupation, First Class Duke / Level 69 Dragon Speaker, 162%. Attributes, Strength 565, Constitution 565, Agility 565, Wisdom 564. Free attribute points, 279. Charm, 25. Command, 349/14150. Looking at the personal attributes, Zhao Yi understands why the strength has decreased. It turns out that the free attribute points have been restored. As long as they are redistributed to strength and constitution, they will be restored to the strength of a level 69 Dragon Knight. Compared with the level 69 Dragon Rider, the level 69 Dragon Speaker has two major changes. One is the increase in agility and wisdom, and the other is the increase in charm. Like strength and physique, the points gained from upgrading agility and wisdom double, and the four attributes go hand in hand. The Dragon Speaker is a magic and martial arts dual cultivation profession, so Zhao Yi learned many spells. As for charm, ordinary professions increase by 1 point after upgrading, Dragon Rider professions increase by 2 points after upgrading, and Dragon Speaker professions increase by 3 points after upgrading. Becoming more handsome, the words spoken are easier to convince people, and it becomes easier to recruit outsiders, even for recruiting players. Another big change in personal is that the level 69 Dragon Knight, 527%, becomes the level 69 Dragon Speaker, 162%. Changing a profession will reduce the experience by a large margin. If Zhao Yi had just reached level 70, he would have become a level 6 professional after changing his profession. When he changed his profession to Dragon Knight, his experience also dropped. The experience drop is actually because special professions require more experience to upgrade than ordinary professions. A legendary Dragon Speaker requires more experience to upgrade than a Diamond Dragon Knight. Fortunately, the increase was not exaggerated and within Zhao Yi's tolerance. After allocating the free attribute points, Zhao Yi hesitated a little. He was used to the fighting style of a warrior. Should he continue to add only strength and physique? After thinking about it, Zhao Yi gave up. The Dragon Speaker who practiced both magic and martial arts was obviously better than the Dragon Knight. Moreover, as an ordinary person on Blue Star, he was gradually familiar with the Dragon Knight profession. So he would continue to be familiar with the Dragon Speaker. With the addition of points, Zhao Yi's physical fitness including soul was comprehensively improved, and the attributes became name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 27/991. Occupation, First Class Duke / Level 69 Dragon Speaker, 162%. Attributes, Strength 634, Physique 634, Agility 634, Wisdom 634. Free attribute points, 2. Charm, 25. Command, 349/15850. The remaining 2 attribute points were really Zhao Yi's obsessive-compulsive disorder again. It looked so good to be neat and tidy, and he didn't want to disrupt the formation. Chapter 277. Crazy, explosive arrows, alchemical bombs. These military supplies have actually risen to such high prices. What are you buying? In the market of a third-class marquee lord city in the central region, Lord Su Wei looked at the prices of various military supplies displayed on the alchemical screen, feeling helpless. The sea undead migrated to the land, and the vanguard was not far from the central region. In the previous rainstorm and flood, the player territories in the central region were the least affected. Perhaps in this major crisis, the player territories in the central region will also be the least affected. No matter how big or small the crisis is, there will be some dangers in the territory. At the beginning, Su Wei followed the crowd to purchase a batch of military supplies. The price increase was not very high at that time. However, Su Wei did not have many magic crystals in his hands in order to develop the territory, so he did not buy too many military supplies. As time passed, and influenced by the posts posted by players in the forum, Su Wei was a little flustered and planned to purchase more military supplies. But seeing the price of military supplies in the market, even if he spent all the magic crystals in his hands, he could not buy much, which was really a headache. The migrating undead will soon enter the central region. No matter how high the price of military supplies is, we must buy more. Only by stockpiling enough military supplies can Su Wei feel at ease. In desperation, Su Wei decided to sell some of his treasures in exchange for magic crystals, and then buy military supplies. Opening the card pack, Su Wei browsed it, and finally set his sights on the crystal card Fate Dice. The Fate Dice is a good thing. Although Su Wei has never used it, someone in the void trading field has bought it at a high price. It is said that the price has exceeded 2 million low-grade magic crystals. There are also lords who have posted on the forum about the use of the Fate Dice. Su Wei has a Destiny Dice in his hand, but he is reluctant to use it. He should be considered a lucky player, but as a casual player, Su Wei dare not save too many treasure chests. Basically, every time he gets a treasure chest, he will open it immediately, and use the things he gets from the treasure chest to develop himself. It is not worth using the destiny dice for just that little treasure chest. Now he is short of magic crystals. Using a destiny dice to exchange for 2 million low-grade magic crystals does not feel like a loss, and it is even a big profit. After making the decision, Su Wei made some preparations, then sat on a chair and put an invitation letter from the void trading field on the table in front of him. Soon, Su Wei's soul projection entered the void trading field and asked the waiter where to buy the destiny dice. Su Wei immediately walked towards the store that specially bought things for Zhao Yi. However, when he arrived at the store and asked, Su Wei found that this store no longer bought destiny dice. It seemed that he heard Su Wei's words that he wanted to sell the destiny dice, and a black-skinned foreigner came over. "Hey, are you selling the destiny dice too?" "You too?" Su Wei asked back. "Yes, I have a destiny dice in my hand. Seeing that the undead are still migrating, there are so many of them, I am really scared, so I want to sell the destiny dice in exchange for magic crystals to buy some military supplies," the foreigner said. Hearing the foreigner's words, Su Wei showed an expression of same as us. "Is this the only store in the void trading field that buys destiny dice? Why did you suddenly stop buying?" Su Wei asked again. The foreigner replied, "I don't know, maybe the owner is short of money, or the owner has stopped purchasing, and will continue to purchase after the price of the destiny dice drops. Since no one is buying, I won't sell it for the time being. I have some other things in my hand, I will sell them in exchange for magic crystals." In the past few days, a large number of military supplies have been sold in the void trading market, and the price is a little lower than the lowest market price. Don't miss it. Hearing that there are low-priced military supplies for sale, Su Wei's eyes lit up. He also has other things in his hand that can be exchanged for magic crystals. Low-priced military supplies cannot be missed. Two unrivaled Lord players teamed up temporarily, first selling things together, and then buying military supplies. However, when the two of them went over, there were already a large number of players queuing up in front of them. Everyone wanted to buy low-priced military supplies. Even if the low price was only a few points lower than the market price, the Lord players were willing to save money and ran over. Fortunately, both of them finally bought low-priced military supplies. On Zhao Yi's side, the alchemy workshop and the pharmaceutical workshop began to operate at full efficiency every few days after the price of military supplies in the market rose. The cities under his rule already have a large amount of military supplies in reserve. In April, the reserves of military supplies in the cities continued to increase, even to the point of meeting the needs of 5 or 6 major battles, special undead sieges. There was almost no place to store the military supplies if they were transported there. He originally wanted to sell a batch to the members of the Purple Star Alliance at a low price, but none of them wanted them. It just so happened that the revenge of the undead camp consumed a large amount of magic crystals. Taking advantage of the fact that the price of military supplies exceeded the limit, Zhao Yi sold military supplies in the void trading field. The selling price is a little lower than the market price of paper currency, which attracts a large number of Lord players to buy, and even small and medium-sized indigenous forces come to buy, so that the magic crystal reserves of Zhao Yi's territory are gradually restored. From the original 100 million magic crystal reserves to the previous 1 billion magic crystal reserves, after a war, Zhao Yi felt that the 1 billion magic crystal reserves were not enough. The short-term goal is 2 billion magic crystal reserves, and the current situation under the rule will not change significantly. The medium-term goal is 10 billion magic crystal reserves, when a kingdom will move towards an empire. Long-term goal, 100 billion magic crystal reserves, an empire with the ability to conquer the world. Only one 7th level life tree produces 1,000 drops of life water a day, which is worth more than 10 million magic crystals. It takes more than half a year to accumulate 2 billion magic crystals, 3 years to accumulate 10 billion magic crystals, and 30 years to accumulate 100 billion magic crystals. It doesn't seem like a long time. It's just that the water of life is an important strategic material, and it is almost impossible to sell it to the outside world. The water of life can guarantee the combat effectiveness of the undead army, and can also reduce the losses of other troops in battle. After a war, it can also restore combat effectiveness as soon as possible. The territory of Zhao Yi, only the part of the origin continent, has a population of tens of millions, and the total strength of the troops stationed in various cities is over 1 million. The undead army attacks the city every 3 days, but the number of casualties is very small. Its own strength is one aspect, and the water of life, which has become a standing military supply, is also an important reason. The strength of a force is not only the number of professionals of each level, but also weapons and equipment, alchemy props, recovery potions, spell scrolls, etc. need to be included. The revenge of the undead caused Xiaoqing's magic crystal reserves to drop sharply. With the sale of military supplies in the void trading field, the magic crystal reserves are recovering rapidly, which makes Xiao Yi feel a little relieved. It is also because the migration of the undead will not end in a short time. Xiao Yi will choose a relatively slow way to obtain magic crystals. If the migration of the undead is about to end, Xiao Yi will choose other ways to quickly obtain magic crystals. Xiao Yi is paying attention to the migration of the undead. The Blue Star player camp and the indigenous camp are also paying attention to the migration of the undead. The migration of the undead has been going on for a month and a half. It seems that the undead in the ocean will not end until they migrate to the most central location of the central region, replenishing a wave of undead in all cemeteries. After the undead are replenished, there is a high probability that a big move will take place. Entering the end of May, this big move was confirmed by the indigenous camp. The legendary prophet Time Mage saw a fragment of the future. Countless undead rushed towards the human city. Wailing was heard everywhere on the origin continent. Tens of thousands of cities were breached, and dead creatures were quickly transformed into undead and rushed towards other creatures. The future seen by the prophet does not mean it is the real future, but it is also possible to happen. Since the Aboriginal camp intervened in the internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp earlier, it shows that the high-level people of the Aboriginal camp are changing their attitude and want to gather strength to fight against the undead camp. They don't want the heroes of the other world and themselves to lose too much strength. Professionals are important, and civilians are also important. Too many casualties cannot be allowed. Facing the possible future, the legendary strongman asked all countries to prepare for war with all their strength, reduce losses as much as possible, and support neighboring countries if they have spare strength. The orders of the legendary strongmen were followed by the major Aboriginal countries on the origin continent, but the last sentence was directly ignored. There will always be territorial disputes between two neighboring countries. There is rarely no hatred. If there is hatred, it is impossible to support the neighboring country. The indigenous countries are fully preparing for war, and the military supplies stored in the demiplane are distributed to various cities. Even some player lords in the indigenous countries have received a batch of military supplies. Seeing the military supplies sent from above, I really feel that the Blue Star players and the indigenous people are about to merge together. I am so envious. Why doesn't our king give us some supplies? As a lower-level kingdom, you are expecting supplies from above. You are overthinking. It is great that your kingdom does not seek help from the outside world. The prices of various military supplies have soared again. It is really unaffordable. If you are given supplies from above, just be happy. Originally, the player lords and some indigenous nobles stockpiled military supplies in large quantities due to the migration of the undead to prevent accidents, which caused the price of military supplies to rise rapidly. Now there are the prophecies of the prophet, the orders of the legendary strong, and the full preparations of various countries, which are enough to show that the crisis is coming. Even if there are rules and restrictions, if they are not well prepared, the big cities may be swallowed by the massive undead. So in order to cope with the upcoming crisis, the player lords and the Aboriginal nobles tried their best to use the few remaining magic crystals to buy military supplies, and even sold some things that were relatively useless in the war in exchange for magic crystals to buy military supplies. But this is only one reason for the soaring prices of military supplies. Another reason is that a large number of Aboriginal countries have begun to restrict the sale of military supplies abroad. Military supplies can continue to be sold, but they can only be sold to people in their own country. The market is restricted. The royal family with legendary strongmen is originally a member of the business alliance, and is directly responsible for the local market operation. Under such circumstances, the price of military supplies in some indigenous countries with poor manufacturing industries has risen even more. Xiao Yi is still selling military supplies in the void trading field, and the price has risen accordingly, but there is no trend of a decrease in the number of buyers. Xiao Yi is a little worried that the rapid increase in the transaction volume of the void trading field will attract the attention of legendary masters. I hope that the legendary masters will focus on the undead camp, and that fate will help Xiao Yi block some means. The lord players are worried that their territories will not be protected, and the bottom players are also full of worries. It has been almost 3.5 years since the Blue Star players came to the game world. The player territories have developed rapidly. Basically, starting from the second year, After the territory was promoted to the earldom, the lord players began to consider building walls for their territory's main city with magic materials. Basically, in the marquisdom, no territory's main city still has ordinary mud walls. A large number of indigenous towns are not as good as the first echelon in the player's territory, even compared with the second echelon. The lord players have been fighting to support the war, and most of the indigenous nobles are consuming their foundation. Not confident enough to resist the coming crisis, some aboriginal nobles have already prepared to flee. The lower-level players living in the weak aboriginal cities and player territories are full of worries about their future. This is their home. If this home cannot resist the crisis, they will also be in trouble. Players naturally want a safe home, but unfortunately they are unlucky. They have been here since they came to the game world. They have no money to move to other cities. They are lucky to be recruited by some weak lord players. The players in Zhao Yi's territory once again felt lucky to be able to settle in such a powerful territory. Also feeling lucky were the lord players whose territories were in the Violet Kingdom, as well as other players who settled in the territories. Feeling the scale of the migration of the undead in the ocean, and speculating about future crises, plus the Violet Kingdom being run as Zhao Yi's own territory, he could only say sorry to the neutral player lords, who had been paying protection fees. If Zhao Yi has the spare energy to rescue the neutral player's territory, he will give it up. The Violet Kingdom no longer needs the non-Chen Kingdom player's territory. The Chen Kingdom Lord player is the target of Zhao Yi's conquest. In a few days, Zhao Yi's territory has developed rapidly, and the more than 40 billion points obtained on May 10th have made a huge contribution. For Zhao Yi, the main use of points is still only one, that is, recruiting personnel. Only used for recruiting personnel, today's 40 billion points are almost equivalent to 4 billion points 2 years ago, which is seriously depreciated. However, the points for recruiting 6th level professionals have not changed. After all, Zhao Yi is the only 6th level player who can recruit 6th level professionals, and Zhao Yi himself has never used points to recruit a 6th level professional. Recruiting a 6th level professional requires at least 1 billion points, which is very reluctant. With more than 40 billion points in hand, Zhao Yi is not willing to use points to recruit 6th level professionals. The talents of the recruited 6th level professionals are basically 4-star, and they have the potential to be promoted to the 7th level, but because of the talent limit, if you want to upgrade from level 60 to level 70, you have to go to the cemetery every day to kill monsters, which takes 4 or 5 years, which is too long. Compared with this, Zhao Yi is more willing to train 5-star talents. No matter how many points are needed to recruit 0 level, 1 level, 2 level, and 3 level professionals, Zhao Yi can recruit them in large quantities. Although the probability of recruiting geniuses from low-level professionals is very low, the more people are recruited, the higher the probability will be. In addition, Zhao Yi used the destiny dice before recruiting people, and now he can use the primary luck spell every day. In the high luck state, it is also useful for recruiting 6th level professionals, but the effect is far less than recruiting low-level professionals in large quantities, and there are enough resources, undead, to quickly train low-level professionals. In addition, there are enough 6th level professionals in Zhao Yi's territory, more than 30 people, and it is enough to open the treasure chest to obtain the 6th level professional recruitment scroll and the 5th level professional promotion, so there is no need to use points to recruit. Being able to upgrade to the 6th level means that there is the potential to be promoted to the 7th level, but the 7th level professional is just the starting point of the high level, and there are epics and legends above. Zhao Yi hopes that there will be more 5-star talented professionals in his territory. With 40 billion points in hand, the number of professionals recruited by Zhao Yi every day has increased suddenly, but most of the newly recruited professionals are sent to the demi-plane, and only a small number of newly recruited professionals are incorporated into the garrison of each city. The reason is naturally the crisis that may break out at any time. Too many new recruits in the city garrison will affect the combat effectiveness of the garrison, and the new recruits need a long time to adapt before they can integrate into the ranks. That is why there is this change. In the demi-plane, the newly recruited professionals will be organized into teams, led by the old men who have been transferred back. After a period of training, they can be pulled out to fight the undead. The number of professionals recruited every day has increased sharply, and the number of civilians recruited has remained unchanged. Among them, the population of Zhaocheng has not yet reached 3 million, and it is increasing at a rate of about 15,000 people per day. The population of Zhaocheng has reached 3 million. Every day, the undead siege can get an epic treasure chest with an epic card. I have already obtained a legendary treasure chest, but it is very difficult to obtain a legendary treasure chest. It is almost the limit to be able to obtain an epic treasure chest every day. Chung Jin is in the Lord City. Chung Jin took a look at personal. The combat professional level has been upgraded to level 59, and it is not far from the 5th level. Chung Jin has no shortage of level 6 advancement stones. The 6th level is very close to him. The condition for promotion to the 3rd class dukedom is only this one, but Chung Jin has waited for a long time. Chung Jin recalled that he had reached level 50 in the 7th month after entering the game world, and challenged the 3rd class Marquis on the day he reached level 50. In a blink of an eye, it has been almost 3 years. He, the number 1 player on Blue Star, the strongest Lord player, and the strongest combat professional player, could only rank 2nd at the beginning. It was a pity for that son of Fortune 413. If he and his territory were still there, would he have reached the 2nd class dukedom or even the 1st class dukedom by now? Or maybe he is just a 1st class Marquis like himself. After all, without the support of a big force, it is very difficult for even a European player to develop in a Marquis. If son of Fortune 413 was still there, Chung Jin would feel that his pressure would not be so great. Although the Blue Star player camp stopped fighting with the intervention of the indigenous camp, the tricks against Chung Jin were still there. Perhaps only when the territory was severely damaged would the indigenous forces conduct an investigation. If the territory was not seriously damaged, the indigenous forces would not care about it. I will soon reach level 60, and will be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. Now Chung Jin only hopes that the big move of the undead camp will come soon. Even if the experience is still a little short, as long as there are more waves of undead sieges, the experience needs can be met. If the big move is later, Chung Jin dare not be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom before then. The strong in the 1st class Marquis will not be weak when entering the 3rd class dukedom, but they will not be very strong either. Facing the big move of the undead camp, the loss of territory will increase sharply. If it was just a battle for territory promotion, Chung Jin was confident that his territory would not suffer much loss. During the battle for territory promotion, Chung Jin was the only one at level 6, but Chung Jin had many means to deal with level 6 undead, and he could defeat 10 or 20 level 6 undead without any return. Chung Jin even had means to deal with level 7 undead. As the strongest official territory of Chen State, Chung Jin's territory would not lack anything, and his strength gave Chung Jin enough confidence. Only the big moves of the undead camp could cause accidents, so he could not act rashly. Chapter 278. As time entered June, the migration of the ocean dead had already reached all areas of the origin continent, and all the cemeteries on land were replenished with a large number of dead. It was not until late June that the migration of the dead was completely over. The end of the migration of the dead meant that the war was about to come, and almost all the cities in the origin continent were shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The lower-level natives who didn't know much were affected by this tense atmosphere, and they didn't even dare to speak loudly. On the streets of the city, civilians and professionals were all in a hurry, and there were no children to be seen. While waiting, June 30th arrived, and the sky was gloomy. The sky became darker and darker, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually became black, and a strong sense of oppression gradually emerged. It was the cloud of disaster. Including Xiao Yi, most of the Lord players recalled the disaster that broke out just after the first month of the Advent game world. Under the cover of the cloud of disaster, the teleportation array could not be used, and waves of undead armies attacked the territory, and countless player territories were destroyed in this disaster. After nearly 3.5 years, the cloud of disaster appeared again. Zhao Yi immediately shouted in the Zichen League group, "The sky will be covered by the cloud of disaster, and the teleportation array will be unusable. It is difficult for me to send reinforcements to support your territory. Eliminate the undead, and spend the points as soon as possible. Don't keep them. Try to keep the territory and reduce casualties as much as possible. I know, leader, you have to be careful too. Come on, everyone, our Zichen League is the first to enter peaceful development. On weekdays, we have the support of the leader. Everyone's territory has accumulated enough strength. Now it's time to show the strength of our Zichen League to outsiders. Come on. Over the past 3.5 years, so many difficulties and obstacles have not been able to stop us from moving forward, and neither can the difficulties ahead." Facing the impending disaster, no member of the Purple Star Alliance group said anything negative, and most of the words they said were to encourage each other. Unlike the Purple Star Alliance group, the forum was full of wailing. Many Lord players who felt that their territories were not strong enough, and that the disaster was too strong to resist had already thought of escaping to the powerful aboriginal city, while the teleportation array was still usable. More low-level players living in weak indigenous cities, and player territories are also sending out various sad sighs. It's over this time. In this dirty and messy environment, our family has persisted for 3.5 years, just wanting to get a chance to upgrade a few more levels and increase our lifespan after returning to Blue Star. It seems that we will return to Blue Star this time. Alas, I haven't experienced the life in the other world yet. Although the living conditions are very poor, it is a different experience. It's a pity that the time for experience is about to end. I was just an ordinary person on Blue Star. I am still an ordinary person in the game world. As expected, ordinary people are still ordinary people most of the time. Give up struggling. In one day, the disaster cloud completely covered the sky of the origin continent. The teleportation array was completely unusable. The Lord players who did not leave the territory completely threw away the idea of escaping, and firmly believed that they must defend the territory, at least the main city of the territory. Facing the disaster cloud, the Violet Kingdom did not make many moves during the day. Zhao Yi's territory and the indigenous cities controlled by the Territory Army had made all preparations in the previous 3 months. Today, at most, in the name of Queen Violet, a batch of military supplies will be sent to the remaining noble territories. There is a change in the capital. Several of Britney's senior brothers and sisters have come, led by the senior sister Zhang Ximin. They come to help the junior sister, at least to defend the capital of the Violet Kingdom. Night falls. In fact, under the complete coverage of the disaster cloud, most people can no longer tell whether it is day or night. Day or night is not important to professionals. The disaster cloud represents disaster and death, but the most disgusting thing is that the space disorder teleportation array that comes with the disaster cloud cannot be used. If the teleportation array is still usable, reinforcements can be sent in time to any place in danger. If the teleportation array is not usable, it is very difficult to send reinforcements. The neutral player lords in the Violet Kingdom have already realized that they cannot get reinforcements from the Purple Star Alliance. There are more than a dozen lord players who feel that their territories are unlikely to be defended. When the teleportation array is still usable, they take their families and confidants to the capital of their province, or even to the capital. There are also lord players who believe in the strength of the leader of the Purple Star Alliance and want to settle in Zhao Yi's territory, but unfortunately Zhao Yi's territory does not accept foreign players. Most neutral player lords choose to stick to their own territories. If they lose their territories, their income will drop sharply, so they must fight. There is nothing to regret. All the Blue Star Lord players are waiting for their enemies to appear. I still remember the first time the disaster cloud covered the territory. In 2 days, waves of undead armies rushed to all the cities and villages in the territory. The number of each wave of undead army was only 1/3 of the living creatures in the target. Will it be the same this time? Soon, the lord of the player's territory that was attacked by the undead army early posted on the forum. The first wave of undead army has appeared, attacking all the cities and villages in the territory. The number of undead is 3 times the usual number. I guess there will be more than one wave of undead army attacking the city tonight. The lord players, who can post on the forum at such a critical moment, are basically confident in the strength of their territory. Only one wave of undead army attacking the city, and the number of undead is 3 times the usual number. This situation is a special undead army attack in the past 2 years. In the past 3 months, a large number of undead have migrated from the ocean to various cemeteries on land. Obviously, the undead army will not attack the city in just one wave. On the wall of Iching, Zhao Yi's clone was browsing the forum, wanting to get the latest information as soon as possible. Beside Zhao Yi, Lin Mingyao, who was wearing a white robe and holding a staff, frowned from time to time because of her profession. Even though she was Zhao Yi's bedmate, Lin Mingyao didn't know, on the surface, the full strength of the territory, but after living in Zhao Yi's territory for a long time, Lin Mingyao and the Qin country players in Zhao Yi's territory were very confident in the strength of the territory. Confidence aside, tonight is obviously a very unusual night. The territory can be defended, but many people may be killed or injured. Lin Mingyao is not sad about the death of the Blue Star player. After all, they only die in the game world and return to Blue Star after death. Those so-called NPCs are living people in Lin Mingyao's eyes. If they die, they are really dead. There are many combat professional players in the entire territory, but the main force of Zhao Yi's territory army is still the native professional players. Lin Mingyao clenched the staff tightly, and had already made up her mind to do her best to rescue the injured. Not long after, a member of the Zichen Alliance was about to encounter an undead army attacking the city. He quickly sent the detailed information of the undead army to the group chat to help others. The number of undead in the first wave of undead army attacking the city is the same as that of the special undead army attacking the city, which is 3 times the normal number, but the proportion of undead of level 1 and above is obviously higher than that of the special undead army. Everyone be careful. I hope there won't be too many undead troops coming. If there are too many, the main city of the territory will be undefendable. The battle broke out. I feel so bad. I used to be reluctant to use advanced explosive arrows, super explosive arrows, intermediate alchemical bombs, and advanced alchemical bombs. So many of them were consumed at once. I felt the power of the Krypton Gold Boss. The first wave of undead troops was completely wiped out, and the soldiers suffered few casualties. The second wave of undead troops has appeared. The number has not changed much, but the proportion of first level and above undead seems to have increased again. So many points have been obtained, and now they have to be spent to exchange for various military supplies. The most important thing is to defend the main city of the territory. Zhao Yi browsed the forum and found that the player territories were basically able to resist the first wave of undead army siege. This is a relatively normal situation. Most of the player territories that can persist until now are not weak. They have prepared for a long time before the war. The weaker territorial lords have already given up their territories. At this stage, few players will choose to become lords or migrate territories. It is becoming more and more difficult to develop a new territory now, which is far from being comparable to when they first entered the game world. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave. The player's territory that was first attacked by the undead army, not long after the third wave of undead army attacked the city. The undead armies of the target cities of Zhao Yi's territory came out from the corresponding cemeteries one after another. The scout reported the situation of the undead army attacking Zhaocheng, and Zhao Yi, Elliot, Rodolph, Braden and others all smiled. It was similar to the previous situation. Knowing that Zhao Yi's territory was strong and had a huge failure before, the undead army sent to attack Zhaocheng was relatively weak without much confidence. The 4th order undead were barely found in the undead army, and the 5th order and 6th order undead were not seen at all, and the proportion of the 1st order to 3rd order undead decreased a lot. Even the undead army attacking other cities in the territory was weakened. After all, Zhaocheng could send troops to rescue, and the teleportation array could not be used, but Zhaocheng had a large and powerful air force. So when Yicheng encountered the first wave of undead army attacking the city, the players and the Yicheng defenders were very confused. Why did the undead army in front of them feel so weak compared to those posts on the forum? Is it because our side is too strong, or because other players' territories are too weak? The weak incoming undead army is a good thing for Zhao Yi's territory. If the undead army is strong, in order to avoid causing too much damage to our side, we must use other means to destroy the undead army. On the other hand, if the incoming undead army is weak, we can use it to train the army and allow the soldiers to gain more experience. Too many incoming undead is a problem, so let the high-end combat power of the territory take action first and kill more undead. In Yicheng, Zhao Yi's clone personally commanded the battle, and even entered the battlefield to fight the undead. In Zhaocheng, Elliot was in charge of the battle command. Zhao Yi's main body opened the forum and continued to browse. Then Zhao Yi found something interesting. In the forum, there were many farewell posts from players from small town-level indigenous cities. The cities they lived in were broken by the undead army. They had no way to escape. Before the undead rushed over, they posted a post. When the undead rushed to them, they chose to quit in advance. Zhao Yi felt that the number of aboriginal cities destroyed tonight was even greater than the number of main cities in the player territories that were destroyed. Zhao Yi was not the only player who had this idea. If you think carefully, you can understand the situation of aboriginal cities and player territories. The player lords can fight to support the war, and the aboriginal nobles, who control the city, are constantly consuming their resources. The undead plunder has continued until now, especially when the disaster strikes again. Many aboriginal nobles really can't hold on. Many countries have taken out their reserve military supplies and distributed them to various cities, hoping to hold on. However, many countries do not have much military supplies in reserve, and they cannot distribute military supplies to the cities under their jurisdiction. The nobles can only rely on their own strength to defend the city. Nobles with poor foundation or too much foundation consumption may not be able to survive tonight. Moreover, the teleportation array cannot be used, and the possibility of receiving reinforcements is very small. The first wave of undead army attacking the city is just an appetizer of the disaster. It is expected that only hundreds of player territory main cities and indigenous cities will be destroyed, and most cities can still hold on. When the second wave of the undead army arrived, the number of destroyed cities suddenly increased, definitely more than 1,000, several times the number of cities destroyed in the first wave. Facing the third wave of the undead army, the number of destroyed cities was even greater, thousands. The fourth wave of the undead army destroyed tens of thousands of cities. The fifth wave of the undead army destroyed tens of thousands of cities. The sixth wave of the undead army destroyed more than 1,000 cities. The seventh wave of the undead army destroyed hundreds of cities. When the sixth wave of the undead army attacked the city, the number of destroyed cities dropped sharply. The reason is very simple. Small cities will only suffer 5 waves of undead army sieges, medium cities will suffer 6 waves of undead army sieges, and large cities will suffer 7 waves of undead army sieges. Towns suffered 4 waves of undead sieges, while villages suffered only 3 waves. Under the restrictions of the rules, the strength of the undead army will increase if the target is strong, but compared with small towns, the number of medium and large towns is small, so the number of destroyed medium and large towns has decreased sharply. If it were 2 years ago, the most losses would be in the village-level Baron Lord City and town-level Viscount Lord City when encountering such a disaster. Today, there are fewer and fewer player territories at the Baron level, and more Viscount territories, but the aboriginal towns that cannot survive by fighting can no longer hold on. Tens of thousands of cities were lost overnight, and more than half of them were indigenous cities. The number of destroyed player territories was less than the number of destroyed indigenous cities. This was the first time since the Blue Star players came to the game world. This was something that many indigenous forces could not have expected. The prophet predicted, countless undead rushed to human cities, wailing was heard all over the origin continent, and tens of thousands of cities were breached. The prophet's prediction was correct, or the future that the prophet saw became a reality. The prophecy did not spread throughout the origin continent, causing major changes in the future. The prophecy may be one of the components of the future. If the indigenous warriors had not issued orders after learning the prophecy, and the indigenous countries had not made changes, the losses would have been even greater. Some legendary warriors knew that the future could not be changed, but they did not expect that they would suffer more losses, and the losses of the heroes from the other world were even less than their own. The heroes from the other world have finally become somewhat powerful, but for the time being, there are not many indigenous warriors who are hostile to the heroes from the other world. This incident also made some indigenous warriors change their minds and give up their hostility to the heroes from the other world. It turns out that without realizing it, so many nobles have already been unable to hold on. If this continues, even with the restrictions of the rules, the indigenous camp will be continuously weakened by the undead camp, and will eventually perish. Reality has made many indigenous strongmen make the right choice. For the indigenous camp, the heroes from another world whose strength has increased to a certain extent are a very good supplement. Not counting the high-end combat power of the indigenous camp and the undead camp, it won't be long before the heroes from another world will become the main force of humans against the undead camp. This night is not over yet. More kings and emperors have made decisions to completely accept heroes from other worlds, and more indigenous forces have made decisions to absorb more heroes from other worlds. By destroying the undead, one can quickly improve strength, which is something that many indigenous professionals envy. Of course, there are also some indigenous geniuses who don't care about this. It is good to destroy the undead and quickly improve strength, but the promotion of rank needs to be restricted by the advancement stone. The advancement stone is a divine object, which is restricted by God and cannot be made by humans, but indigenous professionals are not subject to this restriction. Regardless, with the action of the indigenous forces, the further integration of the two human races is inevitable. Although there are still people who are prejudiced or hostile to the heroes of the other world, as time goes by, decades or hundreds of years will continue to decrease, it is not important. The battle is over, and the clouds of disaster are retreating quickly. The Violet Kingdom should be the country with the fewest cities destroyed by the undead among all the indigenous countries. The Violet Kingdom is a weak lower kingdom, with a small territory and few cities. In terms of proportion, the number of destroyed cities ranks in the last few dozen. With Jiao Yi in the Violet Kingdom, all the indigenous cities were saved, and only the cities still controlled by the indigenous nobles suffered greater losses, while the losses of other cities were relatively small. The Purple Star Alliance, whose members have developed peacefully for the longest time, even if the territory cannot be promoted quickly, the foundation of the territory will be relatively stable and have sufficient strength, so in this disaster, no territory of the Purple Star Alliance members was destroyed. There are a few members of the Purple Star Alliance whose territories are in danger, and Zhao Yi took action, please. Recently, the Kingdom Army of the native city sent air cavalry to support and rescue the member territories in danger. They were rescued, but the territories suffered heavy losses. Even if the other members of the Purple Star Alliance consumed the points gained in the battle, the losses of the Territory Army were very large, and it would take a long time to restore the pre-war strength. Compared with the Purple Star Alliance, the neutral player territories in the Violet Kingdom suffered very heavy losses. Originally, the development of these neutral player territories was not as good as the member territories of the Purple Star Alliance, and there was no reinforcement. In the end, more than 30 territories were destroyed, and more than half of the territories suffered heavy losses. Even so, it is much better than the player territories outside the Violet Kingdom. With more peaceful development time, the territory strength is naturally stronger at the same level. Britney's brothers and sisters were a little surprised at the strength of the Violet Kingdom. The losses under the disaster were so small. When the little sister becomes a legendary strongman, the teacher and a group of brothers and sisters help, the Violet Kingdom can even become the Violet Empire. From a kingdom to an empire, it is not enough to have only a legendary strongman in charge. Without the foundation of becoming an empire, the country will be severely damaged if other empires use some means. There must be legendary warriors, epic warriors, and 7th-level warriors. The mid-level warriors must maintain a certain number, and elite troops must be formed. Population, land, etc. are all important. If there are legendary warriors, an empire can be established, and there will be dozens more gods' kingdom in the origin continent. In the Yicheng Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi's clone has disappeared, and Zhao Yi's original body is taking a monster-killing team abroad to kill monsters. As the disaster cloud retreats, the teleportation array can be used. Lin Mengyao, who lives in the Yicheng Lord's mansion, does not care about Zhao Yi's departure. As Lin Mengyao lived in the Lord's mansion, Zhao Yi told her directly that he had recruited a 4th-level space mage and formed a monster-killing team to go out and kill monsters every day, but he couldn't tell other players. Lin Mengyao knew that there was a traitor in the Blue Star player camp about the space mage and the monster-killing team. Once the traitor knew about it, he would tell the undead camp and cause the undead army to retaliate. The territories that the major forces focused on cultivating suffered heavy losses, or even destruction, because of the retaliation of the undead camp. Although Zhao Yi's territory is also a first-class marquee territory and belongs to the first echelon, it cannot be compared with the first-class marquee territories that other major forces focus on cultivating. Once the matter is leaked and the undead camp is retaliated, it will be extremely difficult to recover even if it is only severely damaged. The major forces focus on cultivating territories, and they can recover quickly even if they are severely damaged. As long as the secret is kept, Lin Mengyao believes that Zhao Yi's future is full of bright future, and he may even have the opportunity to become the strongest player, just like Lucky Sun 413. Lucky Sun 413, a single player can become the strongest player, and her boyfriend has a Zichen League. Even if a single member is not strong enough, hundreds of members together are very strong, and have the opportunity to become the strongest player. Since she knew about the monster-killing team, Lin Mengyao has kept it a secret, and her parents don't know. Becoming a member of the monster-killing team can quickly level up, but Lin Mengyao has never mentioned joining the monster-killing team in front of Zhao Yi. She would rather kill the undead on the battlefield than drag Zhao Yi down. Lin Mengyao will be very happy when she knows that Zhao Yi's combat professional level has been improved and the territory's strength has been improved. This is her and Zhao Yi's home in the other world. Chapter 279. A new day has arrived. You participated in 391 battles. You killed 136.24 million undead. You lost 585 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SSS, 9S, 2A, 50B, 2C, 38D, 2E, 8F, 279G. Points increased by 573%. Rounded. Professional experience increased by 573%. Obtained 1 legendary treasure chest, 9 diamond treasure chests, 2 crystal treasure chests, 50 platinum treasure chests, 2 gold treasure chests, 38 silver treasure chests, 2 bronze treasure chests, 8 black iron treasure chests, 279 wooden treasure chests. Seeing the number of undead killed on the battle settlement page, Zhao Yi was a little surprised. He killed more than 100 million undead in one day yesterday. How many undead were killed in all parts of the origin continent yesterday? It should be in the hundreds of billions. The number of undead is really terrifying. A large number of undead migrated out of the ocean, but there are still countless undead left. The number of battles involved reached 391, which also counted the battles in the indigenous cities, but the army of the indigenous cities was not counted under Zhao Yi's name, and only the battles belonging to a member of the Territorial army were counted. The number of deaths in the battle was less than 600. On the one hand, Zhao Yi had enough priests to treat the seriously injured soldiers in time, greatly reducing the number of deaths. On the other hand, a large amount of military supplies were consumed, and there was no need to pile up human lives. The power of Krypton gold reduced casualties. The extra bonus of points and combat professional experience is as high as 573%. It is expected that the points will be a very scary number, even more than that in May. Get the treasure chest. The second legendary treasure chest is in hand. It is expected that there are 2 legendary cards in it, and the other 9 diamond treasure chests are also a big harvest. As the population of Zhaocheng exceeds 3 million, epic treasure chests are obtained daily. Below the epic treasure chest is the crystal treasure chest, and diamond treasure chests cannot be obtained for the time being. The 9 diamond treasure chests come from the 9 middle cities in the territory. The number of undeads eliminated in each middle city exceeds 1 million. If the evaluation is not downgraded, you can get the epic treasure chest. Zhaocheng has already been expanded. Because of the migration of the undead, no other projects have been carried out after the expansion of Zhaocheng. After a disaster, the undead should be quiet for a while, and the big projects can be continued. Zhao Yi plans to expand the 9 middle cities one after another, doubling the area of the city, so that it can accommodate a population of more than 1 million. With a population of 1 million, when the special undead army attacks the city, diamond treasure chests can be harvested. It is too difficult to harvest diamond treasure chests on a daily basis, so it needs to be expanded to the level of Zhaocheng. For the expansion of the middle city, when the territory is promoted in the future, it can be directly upgraded to a large city. In addition to the expansion of the middle city, small cities can also continue to be built. Forget about the town. A first-level town that meets the standard for accommodating population can only bring Zhao Yi a bronze treasure chest, which is too low in value. Close the battle settlement page and open the points mall. Although he has prepared himself mentally, Zhao Yi still marveled a few times when he saw the numbers in the points column. Yesterday, he actually got 124.5 billion points. Over 100 billion, perhaps 100 billion points can recruit an epic warrior. The points gained in May were more than 40 billion, which was only about 1/3 of yesterday's. The gap was so big that Zhao Yi could see where the problem was. One was that the number of low-level undead eliminated was very different, almost 7 times, and the other was that the points bonus was 120% different. In both battles, a large number of mid-level undead were eliminated. But in May, only the mid-level undead concentrated in Zhaocheng battlefield, but yesterday, it was in the entire Violet Kingdom. The high-end and mid-end combat forces of the indigenous cities, controlled by the Territorial army, were all set by Zhao Yi, and the mid-level undead in the siege were basically eliminated by the professionals under Zhao Yi. Due to various factors, the points obtained in one day exceeded 100 billion, a very scary number, and it is unknown whether this record can be broken in the future. However, in recruiting personnel, the points have been greatly depreciated. Today's 120 billion points are probably about 10 billion points in the first year, and they are still depreciating. I still remember the time at the end of September of the first year in the game world, when I got more than 3 billion points in one day. With the help of so many points, the territory developed rapidly. In fact, after getting more than 40 billion points in May, the plan was to use them all for recruiting personnel. But in the process, Zhao Yi made a little change and bought some other things in the points mall, such as Legion skills. Zhao Yi can buy things that are difficult to buy with magic crystals in the outside world in the points mall. Don't waste points on things that can be produced in your own territory and can be purchased in large quantities in the outside world. Now that there are more than 120 billion points in hand, some points will be used to buy other things, and most of the points will still be used for recruitment. With the legendary treasure chest in hand, Zhao Yi can't wait to open it, and he has various treasure chests accumulated for 20 days. In order to open the second legendary treasure chest, Zhao Yi is ready to use a high-level luck spell. Although Zhao Yi's luck value is positive under the influence of fate, there are also high and low points, so he still needs to open a few low-level treasure chests to explore the way. Garbage. 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 Until the time of recruiting personnel, the luck value finally increased, and with a high-level luck spell, I started to open treasure chests. Open the legendary treasure chest first. 2 legendary cards. Level 9 Advanced Stone. Super Large Magic Cannon 4 Epic Cards. Super Alchemy Workshop. Tree Legion Skill Book. Level 5 Professional Recruitment Scroll *3. Epic Dead Doll 6 Diamond Cards. Holy Knight Job Transfer Scroll. Dual 4-star Talent Professional Recruitment Scroll. Diamond Short Sword. Moment Eternity. Medium Demiplane. Large Airship compared with the first Legendary Treasure Chest. This second Legendary Treasure Chest can only be said to be average. The most valuable is the level 9 Advanced Stone. Zhao even had an idea in his mind, to decompose the 9th level Advancement Stone into 5 8th level Advancement Stones, and then to collect 10 8th level Advancement Stones, and upgrade a Tree of Life to the 8th level. The 8th level Tree of Life can produce more Life Essence and Water of Life. This idea flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. A 9th level Advancement Stone can only be decomposed into 5 8th level Advancement Stones, and 10 8th level Advancement Stones can be fused into a 9th level Advancement Stone. It is too wasteful to decompose the 9th level Advancement Stone. Moreover, the Essence of Life is not something that Zhao Yi needs urgently. The Water of Life currently produced is also sufficient for use, so there is no need to upgrade the Tree of Life for the time being. The super large magic cannon in another legendary card can kill a 7th level professional with one shot. If multiple cannons hit at the same time, it can kill epic masters and injure legendary masters. The super large magic cannon is the standard configuration of the Sky City, but it can also be placed on the floating fortress to increase the combat effectiveness of the floating fortress. In the second legendary treasure chest, except for the level 9 advancement stone, everything else is ordinary in Zhao Yi's eyes, but Zhao Yi is satisfied to be able to open a level 9 advancement stone. Zhao Yi continued to quickly open the other treasure chests, and did not look in the card pack, but went directly to the teleportation array to recruit personnel. Advanced Luck Spell, Luck Value X8 constant for 2 hours. It only takes less than an hour to open the treasure chest. The effect of Advanced Luck Spell cannot be wasted. It is also very effective for recruiting personnel. After a disaster, a large number of Lord players lamenting posts appeared on the forum. It's so unlucky, I only have 5 4th level professionals, and 2 of them died in battle. The loss is heavy. The population of my territory has dropped by a quarter. The main city of the territory has been saved, but nearly half of the affiliated towns and villages have been destroyed. More than 1/3 of the territory's troops have been killed or injured. I don't know when they will recover to their pre-war strength. I really hate the undead camp. When can we destroy the undead camp? I suggest not to think about destroying the undead camp, just defeat the undead camp. If there are no undead, we Blue Star players will not be able to upgrade quickly and gain points. In this disaster, the number of destroyed aboriginal cities was greater than the number of destroyed player territories, which accounted for a little more than 1% of the total number of player territories. The number of destroyed player territories was small, but more than a quarter of the player territories suffered heavy losses in the disaster. This was in the case of destroying the undead to gain points, while purchasing military supplies from the points mall. By the end of the battle, most Lord players did not have many points in their hands, and all their points were used in the battle. You have to use it even if you are reluctant to do so. If you don't use the points, the territory will really be destroyed. Points are spent like water, but fortunately there are more points after the battle is settled. For the player's territory that has suffered heavy losses, the points obtained after the battle settlement will not be too many. Heavy losses in the war mean that the battle evaluation will be relatively low, the points bonus will be small, and the treasure chests obtained will be relatively poor. Whether the extra points can quickly restore the territory to its pre-war strength is a problem, let alone think about making the territory develop rapidly next. Only territories with strong strength or solid foundations, which suffered little loss in the disaster, received high evaluation, and held a large amount of points, can make the territory develop rapidly after the war. While other Lord players were lamenting, members of the Purple Star Alliance began to exert their strength on the forum. I dare say that among alliances with the same number of members, our Purple Star Alliance is the strongest. Yesterday, none of our Purple Star Alliance's member territories were destroyed, and they all persisted until today. Even if the territory suffered greater losses, with our leader here, it can give the territory time to recover its strength. Yesterday, several members of our Purple Star Alliance were almost unable to hold on to their territories. It was the leader who asked for help from the kingdom, and the kingdom sent reinforcements to save their territories. How many players on Blue Star can do this? Although the Violet Kingdom has restricted the development of our Purple Star Alliance, the Violet Kingdom also has a backer. In the Violet Kingdom, our territories can develop steadily, and we don't have to think about competing for hegemony. That's the business of the big guys. We just need to upgrade honestly and enjoy the life of aristocrats. By the way, the The posts of the members of the Purple Star Alliance have aroused the envy and jealousy of many Lord players, and attracted more low-level players to yearn for it, and also attracted some wealthy people to move to the Violet Kingdom. The latter is exactly the goal of the Violet members. The Blue Star Rich means the Blue Star Wealth. Among the members of the Purple Star Alliance, there are very few rich people on Blue Star. They need to earn Blue Star Wealth. Almost no one is willing to enjoy the luxurious life of the nobles in the game world, and then return to Blue Star to live an ordinary life. Earning Blue Star Wealth in the game world is what many members of the Purple Star Alliance have to do. The easiest way to earn Blue Star Wealth is to sell items in the Void trading field and directly exchange for Blue Star Wealth. Some Lord players are willing to do this, but more Lord players want to directly exchange for magic crystals to develop their own territories. Only when their own territories grow, their own levels can be quickly improved, and they can get more good things. In comparison, the rich move here, sell some services to the rich, and earn Blue Star Wealth. This method is more troublesome, but has less impact on the development of the territory. Since the development of Zechen League, it has attracted many wealthy people from Qin country, and even foreign countries, to settle in the territories of some members of Zechen League. Most members of Zechen League are not satisfied and hope that more wealthy people will come to settle down. The more wealth, the better. Under normal circumstances, people with at least 100 million Qin yuan wealth can be called wealthy. After all, the number of wealthy people is limited. Zechen League members also set their sights on the high-income group with 10 million to 100 million Qin yuan wealth. The poor want to make money, the rich want to live longer, and the high-income group is naturally willing to spend money to upgrade. This high-income group has more people, and the Blue Star wealth earned from one person is not much. With more people, the Blue Star wealth earned will be more. Not only the Purple Qin League, but also a large number of player forces and player territories are trying to obtain more Blue Star wealth without affecting their own development. In the Qin country player group, this is called wealth redistribution, just like the opening of the internet era on Blue Star, which made a group of people rich, and the emergence of the game world will make a new group of people rich. However, the number of wealthy people and high-income groups is limited after all, and it is impossible to satisfy all player forces, so a group of player forces promote on the forum, such as promoting that their service charges are lower than other forces. The focus of the Zechen League members' promotion is safety. Because of safety, many wealthy people from Qin country and foreign countries have settled in some Zechen League member territories, and they will also go to other member territories to level up. After a disaster, all the territories of Zechen League members were saved, which is a good opportunity for promotion. The lords would post 1 or 2 posts at most, leaving other things to the players in their own territories. They would post a lot on the forum to promote the Purple Qin Alliance, the Violet Kingdom, the leader of the Purple Qin Alliance, and their own territories. Faced with the promotion of the Purple Qin Alliance, most of the forces in the Qin Kingdom player camp are really no match for the Purple Qin Alliance. For the rich, it doesn't matter if they spend more money, the most important thing is safety. If the territory they settled in was destroyed by the undead army before they upgraded a few levels, they would regret it to death. The performance of the Purple Qin Alliance in this disaster has caused some wealthy people, and high-income groups in Qin country and foreign countries, to move to the Violet Kingdom in the next period of time. Earning wealth on Blue Star is just a small matter for the entire Blue Star player camp. Compared with this matter, the real big things, such as Chung Jinling's upcoming promotion to the third-class Duke. Ranking Chung Jin did not hide any information. He has been stuck at level 59 in the combat profession for a long time. No matter how much experience he had before, he was able to complete the 5th level in the disaster, and he was not short of level 6 advancement stones. In this disaster, Chung Jinling suffered little loss, and all the major player forces can be sure that Chung Jinling will choose to be promoted soon. The internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp was suspended with the intervention of the indigenous camp. If there is a chance to severely damage or even destroy Chung Jinling, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp will definitely not miss it. This time Chung Jinling's promotion is an opportunity, and some forces in the Anti-Qin Alliance camp are preparing. Forum players are also discussing. I haven't even reached the 4th level, but Chung Jin is going to the 6th level. At the 6th level, he can become a duke. The duke's territory is larger, and can accommodate more people. No one can grab Chung Jinling's position, as the strongest player on Blue Star. It is said that Chung Jin's luck value is at the level of an ordinary player. If it were not for the support of the Qin country officials, Chung Jin would not have been able to reach where he is today. Perhaps this is also a kind of luck. Level 6 is still too far away. On the Origin continent, only legendary strongmen have the right to speak. The epic and level 7 below the legend have some say. The level 6 is still a mid-level, and has almost no say. Chung Jin should be promoted to level 7 as soon as possible. It took Chung Jin 3 years to upgrade from level 50 to level 60. How long will it take to upgrade from level 60 to level 70? The higher the level, the slower the upgrade. That damn traitor, if there was no traitor, he could go to the cemetery to kill monsters, and Chung Jin would have been promoted to level 6 long ago. Looking at what you said, I think of Lucky Sun 413 boss. Those people just can't stand seeing their own people doing well, so they introduced the indigenous forces into the void trading field. If the void trading field hadn't introduced the indigenous people, the strongest player on Blue Star would still belong to Lucky Sun 413 boss. Facing the attention of the outside world, Chung Jin has made a decision to officially challenge the third-class Duke on July 4th. The small tricks from the Anti-Chen Alliance camp are inevitable, and they have never stopped in the past few years, but these tricks cannot stop the territory's progress. The strength of the territory gave Chung Jin confidence. It was just a battle for territory promotion. No matter how many tricks he used, he couldn't stop it. Zhao Yi would occasionally pay attention to Chung Jin's territory. If Zhao Yi hadn't chosen to hide, the Anti-Chen Alliance would have discovered the location of the territory in a short time. Then he didn't give the territory any chance to develop, and directly told the information to the indigenous forces, who were interested in the void trading field. At that time, the strength of Zhao Yi's territory was so great that even if only a first-class indigenous force took action, it couldn't be stopped. If the void trading field was robbed, the territory would be destroyed. After the disappearance, the Anti-Chen Alliance camp shifted its attention from Son of Fortune 413 to Chung Jinling again. The Anti-Chen Alliance camp's tricks did not stop Chung Jinling's progress, but they did delay his development. On July 4th, Chung Jinling and the Chen country officials jointly announced that Chung Jinling challenged the third-class Duke. A large number of Chen country players' words of blessing appeared on the forum, and the vast majority of Chen country players hoped that Chung Jinling would be promoted to the third-class Duke smoothly. At night, 7 waves of undead attacked Chung Jin's city one after another. The number of undead in each wave was only 1/3 of the number of living beings in Chung Jin's city. This battle for territory promotion was far from the disaster a few days ago, and Chung Jin easily blocked it. Some means of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp were used on this day, but most of them were cracked by Chung Jin in advance, and the remaining means seemed to have little effect on Chung Jin. The Anti-Chen Alliance camp also did not use some means, such as detonating a moment of eternity in Chung Jin's city. The key is that they are reluctant to use the eternal moment, which can only be opened in a diamond treasure chest, and the chance of opening it is extremely low. They are reluctant to use the eternal moment, which can kill a 7th level professional or a 7th level undead in Chung Jin territory. In addition, how to make the eternal moment explode in Chung Jin territory is also a problem. There are people they bribed in the main city of Chung Jin territory. How to send the eternal moment there, and how to make the bribed people really detonate the eternal moment. Many problems cannot be guaranteed to be solved, and it is even possible that the people they bribed will directly hand over the eternal moment, which will cause a great loss, and the main city of Chung Jin territory has not yet been destroyed. In the city of Chung Jin, the teleportation array and the market are not to be used casually. On the night of the territory's promotion, air cavalry and assassins patrol everywhere, and no danger is allowed to touch their homes. Chung Jin's preparations are complete, and his own strength is strong enough. The means from the Anti-Chen Alliance camp cannot cause much damage to Chung Jin. On the surface, the first dukedom of the Blue Star player camp is about to appear. The official high-level officials of Chen have made a decision to merge more subordinate territories into Chung Jin's territory to allow Chung Jin to develop rapidly. In fact, in the game world, Chung Jin is already a member of the official senior management of Chen State. When he returns to Blue Star, Chung Jin will be promoted quickly in the army. The official Chen State keeps records of the performance of its personnel in the game world. Those who perform well will be promoted quickly when they return to Blue Star, while those who perform poorly will be left on the bench. There are even those who betray, and they will definitely be dealt with when they return. They will betray in the game world, and they will also betray when they return to Blue Star. Such people are not trustworthy, and must be cleared out of the team. Since the players of Blue Star have jointly decided that everything in the game world cannot affect Blue Star, such people will not be arrested for treason. A new day has arrived. In the central region Dawn Empire where Chung Jinling is located, at the moment when Chung Jinling is officially promoted to the third-class dukedom, a neutral voice without any emotion appeared in the mind of the Emperor of the Empire, Jacques Reyna. This voice informed Jacques that there was a territory of a brave warrior from another world named Chung Jin in his territory that was promoted to the third-class dukedom. Jacques knew the warrior from another world named Chung Jin and had met him several times. He was a first-class marquis before, and now a third-class duke, which means that Chung Jin has been promoted to the 6th level. The warrior from another world has actually been promoted to the 6th level, so fast. Jacques sighed. The speed at which the warrior from another world is promoted is much faster than that of Jacques, a legendary warrior, when he was young. According to the warrior from another world, Chung Jin should be the warrior with the highest level. The first warrior from another world has already appeared at the 6th level, and there will be more and more warriors from another world who will be promoted to the 6th level in the future. Jacques hopes that the warrior from another world will be stronger and destroy more undead. As for the voice in his mind, Jacques heard it when the warrior from another world descended. It should be from God, but it should not be the voice of God. Chapter 280. There has been a 6th level professional among the heroes of the other world. The news spread quickly, and was known by all the major indigenous forces. All the major indigenous forces know that the heroes of the other world can quickly improve their realm by destroying the undead. It has only been 3.5 years since they appeared on the origin continent, and the 6th level has been born. This is not an isolated case. There will be more 6th level professionals in the future. Such a fast promotion speed is not something that even the legendary masters can do. However, few legendary masters are worried. More legendary masters have already regarded the heroes of the other world as an important force to resist the undead camp. It's just level 6. It will take 4 or 5 years to upgrade from level 6 to level 7, not to mention the epics and legends above level 7. The most important thing at present is the undead camp. After a disaster, the high-level professionals in the aboriginal camp can see that their own strength has been greatly weakened by the undead camp, and more aboriginal cities have been destroyed than the cities of the heroes in the other world. The high-end combat power can still maintain a balance, but the mid-end combat power and the bottom are seriously unbalanced, which has a huge impact on the aboriginal camp and cannot be changed. In the end, the aboriginal camp will only be defeated by the undead camp. The rapidly improving heroes from another world are a very good supplement. But how to let the heroes from another world take on more tasks instead of waiting for the undead camp to attack all the cities of the origin continent again and again? Taking on more tasks and destroying more undead means that more heroes from another world will be killed or injured. When the king or emperor asks the nobles under his rule to do similar things, he cannot just give an order to let the nobles do it. The nobles are willing to do it only if they are given enough benefits, set rewards, otherwise they will just deal with it casually and are unwilling to damage their own strength. After much thought, the high-ranking officials of the aboriginal camp could not find a way to let the heroes from the other world take on more tasks. They could not find a way to mobilize the interests of the heroes from the other world. The heroes from the other world had all kinds of treasures, both ordinary and precious. Even the aboriginal forces had to buy them from the heroes from the other world. The aboriginal forces were reluctant to give out the very precious treasures. What the heroes from the other world really lacked was magic crystals. As long as they had magic crystals, they could buy all kinds of things they needed. However, the aboriginal forces also needed magic crystals, and they could not give out much. Things are stuck. A legendary warrior thought that the heroes of the other world could quickly improve their realm by destroying the undead, and could also gain other benefits by destroying the undead. In fact, they don't need to give benefits to the heroes of the other world, because the heroes of the other world will take the initiative to attack the undead by destroying the undead. The key is that the heroes of the other world do not have enough power to actively attack the undead. Like the indigenous nobles, they can only defend their own territory with all their strength to resist the incoming undead. It is not necessary for the heroes of the other world to actively attack the undead. They can support the nearby indigenous cities while defending their own territory. This is also fine. So gradually, the king and emperor issued a royal, imperial order. The heroes of the other world are also human beings. From now on, there is no difference between humans. Then the king and emperor openly and secretly let the aboriginal nobles and the heroes of the other world befriend each other so that they can get reinforcements from the heroes of the other world. The Blue Star players were very happy to accept the changes in the aboriginal camp. Since entering the game world, many Blue Star players have been worried about one thing. The players lack living supplies and military supplies to develop their territories and resist the undead. They cannot be self-sufficient and must buy them from the aboriginals. They have always been worried that the aboriginals will cut off their living supplies and military supplies. Once there are no living and military supplies from the outside world, which can be purchased from the points mall with points, the territory will not last long. If the two human races can be completely integrated, the Blue Star players will not be hostile and excluded by the indigenous people, and will not be cut off from living and military supplies. This is the best thing. It is too difficult to make a territory self-sufficient. The indigenous nobles want to get reinforcements from the Lord players, which is fine. The indigenous camp is willing to accept Blue Star players, and Blue Star players will not give up this opportunity. You have me, I have you, so you can integrate together faster. The most important thing is that, if they can defend their own territory at a very low cost, most of the Lord players are willing to send reinforcements, whether it is other players' territories or indigenous cities. In this way, more undead can be eliminated, more points can be obtained, and the reinforcements sent out can also grow rapidly by eliminating undead. However, in a short period of time, there are relatively few player territories that can send reinforcements to indigenous cities. After all, the disaster has just passed a few days, and a large number of player territories have been severely damaged in the disaster. Chongjin territory suffered relatively small losses, but the losses were only relatively small for Chongjin territory. If it were a count territory, it would have suffered heavy losses. Chongjin territory has the support of the Qin state official, and it has gained a lot of points in the disaster. After a few days, its strength has increased instead of decreased. After being promoted to the third-class duke territory, its strength can be improved faster. Chongjin territory was one of the first player territories to send reinforcements to the indigenous city. On the origin continent, the indigenous camp and the Blue Star player camp are constantly changing, but there are also places that have not changed much, and the Violet Kingdom is one of them. There are also many Lord players in the Violet Kingdom who are willing to send reinforcements to the indigenous cities, including members of the Purple Star Alliance and neutral player lords. They sent people to contact the indigenous cities, and Guing even went to the capital to meet the Violet Queen again, but in the end, they all got the same answer: no reinforcements were needed. In the Purple Star Alliance group, members talked about the fact that the indigenous cities of the Violet Kingdom did not need reinforcements. The Violet Kingdom now has a backer. In this disaster, no indigenous city of the Violet Kingdom fell. With the help of the backer, there is no need for reinforcements from our Blue Star players. What a pity. If you need reinforcements, just pay the teleportation fee. No, the reinforcements from the leader are more reassuring. On weekdays, when a member of the Purple Star Alliance needs reinforcements, Zhao Yi doesn't ask for military expenses. As long as the special undead attack the city, the member's territory is in danger of destruction, and Zhao Yi's reinforcements rescue it. Basically, a generous gift will be sent the next day. As time goes by, as the strength of the player's territory recovers and grows, more Lord players choose to send reinforcements to the nearest indigenous city in the territory. Many Aboriginal nobles were unwilling to accept the fact that other people's armies came to my house. However, other people's armies brought their own dry food to help resist the army of the undead, and because their own resources were constantly being consumed, these Aboriginal nobles quickly changed their attitudes towards the heroes from another world, and even hoped that the heroes from another world could send more reinforcements. In fact, over the years, the resources have been consumed too much, and the accumulated wealth is gone. This family will no longer be able to withstand the strong winds and waves, and any wave may be able to smash it. The Aboriginal nobles all wanted to recuperate, accumulate wealth, and increase their family heritage, but the undead camp did not give them this opportunity. Fortunately, the reinforcements from the otherworld heroes have greatly reduced their consumption, allowing them to hold out for a longer time, hoping to hold out until the undead camp is defeated. On the night of July 30th, another special undead army attacked the city. The same as before, 3 times the number of undead army attacked the city, but the difference was that after the first wave ended, there was a second wave. Because the teleportation array can be used, very few player territories and indigenous cities were destroyed that night, but many player territories suffered heavy losses. Even some Lord players regretted sending reinforcements to indigenous cities. They sent reinforcements to ensure that they could eliminate the undead army under special circumstances at a relatively low cost, but they did not expect the special circumstances to change. Not only did the casualties of their own territorial troops increase, but even the troops sent to the indigenous cities also suffered a lot of casualties. As a result, many Lord players withdrew their troops from the indigenous cities the next day, but more Lord players did not withdraw their troops. The special undead army usually attacked the city once a month, so they just needed to withdraw before that. Moreover, most of the Lord players consider the relationship between the two sides. It is not easy for the two sides to quickly integrate together. If the reinforcements are withdrawn casually, the relationship between the two sides will be severed again. The reinforcements should be temporarily placed there. Maintaining the relationship is more important. The Lord players also need to purchase living supplies and military supplies from the natives. In addition, the Lord players also know how to take advantage of opportunities. I have sent reinforcements to your side. My territory is going to be promoted and will encounter a more powerful undead army siege. So I invite the native nobles to come and help. In the face of such an invitation, the indigenous nobles rarely refused. The indigenous nobles also understood the interpersonal relationship. After all, the other party's reinforcements brought their own dry food to help resist the undead army, and did not make any demands on them. Now it was just a small invitation, and there was no need to send reinforcements from their side. Just a few high-end combat forces would be enough to help. Low-level professionals were prone to casualties in war, but mid-level professionals were not easy. After a few exchanges, the relationship between the two sides became more harmonious. On August 30th, 2 waves of 3 times the daily number of undead troops attacked the city again. Compared with the last time, fewer cities were destroyed on the origin continent this time, but the number of human casualties did not decrease much. 2 consecutive special undead army attacks were 2 waves and 3 times the daily number. Many people in the indigenous camp and the Blue Star player camp felt something was wrong, but they didn't know where the problem was. 3.5 months after Chung Jinling was promoted to the 3rd-class Duke, Li Chun's Hengling was the second to be promoted to the 3rd-class Duke. After Li Chun's Hengling, more player territories were promoted to the 3rd-class Duke, and more combat professional players were promoted to the 6th level. The strength of the Blue Star players is growing rapidly, and they are exerting greater power against the undead camp. Zhao Yi is thinking about when the territory in the open should be promoted to the 3rd-class dukedom. It depends on the number of 3rd-class dukedoms promoted. When there are more than 50 3rd-class dukedoms, they can be promoted. They are not too far ahead, nor too far behind. If they are too far ahead, they will attract more attention from the Anti-Chen Alliance. If they are too far behind, they will also have voices saying that the Purple Chen Alliance is not good enough. Britney returned from Jianshan again. Further training. Zhao Yi took some time to go to the palace in the capital, and spend some time alone with Britney. During the time alone, Britney told Zhao Yi about her experience in Jianshan. After several trips to Jianshan for further training, Britney felt that she was becoming more and more popular among the disciples of Jianshan, not only the disciples of the Sword Saint, but also the disciples of other branches of Jianshan. Britney also thought that her identity attracted male pursuit. So she went to find senior sister Zhang Ximin, and said that she had someone she liked and wanted senior sister to spread the news in Jianshan, so that they would not have any more ideas. Then the answer of the senior sister made Britney very embarrassed. The reason why Britney was becoming more and more popular among the disciples of Jianshan was not what she thought. Most of the disciples did not have the idea of pursuing Britney. The reason why Britney was popular was Britney's identity, the Queen of the Violet Kingdom, the youngest 7th-level professional, the Seed of Legend, the key training object of Jianshan, the future legend, and the future Queen of the Violet Empire. Jianshan was a top neutral force in the Aboriginal camp. The disciples of Jianshan could serve the major empires and kingdoms on the origin continent and become a noble. There were even cases where the disciples of Jianshan became hostile because of the different countries they served. However, when the enemy Jianshan disciples fight, they will at most seriously injure the opponent, and will never kill the opponent or spare his life. Then the defeated disciples often choose to return to Jianshan, and everyone is still brothers and sisters in the same sect, and will not become mortal enemies because of the previous hostility. Not all Jianshan disciples are willing to stay in Jianshan to practice. On the one hand, the cultivation resources of Jianshan are limited, and on the other hand, there are Jianshan disciples' own families. In order to obtain more cultivation resources, and for the sake of their families, some Jianshan disciples choose to go out of the mountains and serve a king or emperor, and be granted noble titles after making meritorious deeds. Becoming a noble, with a fief, you can accumulate wealth and develop your family. Now Britney's identity is well known in Jianshan. A future legendary strongman, this is a very suitable object of loyalty, and everyone is from the same school, more trustworthy. So when Britney was in Jianshan, she became more and more popular with those Jianshan disciples who wanted to become nobles. When they met, they tried their best to get to know each other, even if it was just a word, to lay a foundation first. It would be best to make friends, and wait until Britney became a legendary strongman, and officially joined Britney's team. The legendary combat power is Britney, and Britney's teacher, Sword Saint Su Lei, and below the legendary combat power are their fellow disciples. In addition, we learn from Sword Saint Su Lei's disciples, who have been to the Violet Kingdom, that the basic strength of the Violet Kingdom is very good. All these combined, the Violet Kingdom has the foundation to become an empire. The Violet Kingdom is sandwiched between the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire, which is not a problem, but an opportunity for the Violet Kingdom, because both empires have only one legendary strongman in charge. The Violet Kingdom can have 2 legends in charge, and the legendary combat power is balanced. The Violet Kingdom does not even have to worry about the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire joining forces to deal with it. Under the legendary combat power, so many giant shaman joined in, and even surpassed the 2 empires. With the combat power of the empire, the Violet Kingdom can obtain land that matches the empire's status from the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire. These giant shaman who join the Violet Kingdom also have enough land as their fiefdom. After thinking about it, Britney is a very suitable person for them to be loyal to. Even some of the disciples of Sword Saint Su Lei want to join Britney. However, most people are not in a hurry to reveal their thoughts to Britney. The most important reason is that Britney has not been in the 7th level for a long time, and it will take a long time to be promoted to legend. Even if Jian Shan focuses on training, it will take 100 or even 200 years. In addition, the undead camp is still rampant on the Origin continent, so it is enough to get to know her first. Of course, even if someone told Britney about it, she would not agree directly, but would use the excuse of wait until I become a legend. The Violet Kingdom is ours. This was Britney's confession to Zhao Yi. After listening to Britney's experience in Jianshan, Zhao Yi talked about his arrangement for the nobles of the Violet Kingdom. The nobles can exist, but they will no longer have fiefs, let alone armies. The kingdom needs to pay a higher salary according to the rank of the nobles. The Jianshan sect is a powerful force. For our country, it is a force that can be used, but it is not absolute. We also have powerful forces to achieve our goals. If the Jianshan sect can accept our rules, it is fine to join our country. Britney nodded and agreed with Zhao Yi's words. Britney personally experienced the changes in the Violet Kingdom. Her grandfather was seriously injured, and the enemy was in the capital. The nobles who were originally loyal to the Violet family all joined the enemy. In a short period of time, the only place that the Violet family could control was the palace. The 7th level is very powerful, but not so powerful that it cannot be resisted. As long as half of the 6th level professionals of the Violet Kingdom join hands, they can resist the enemy, not to mention that Grandpa is only seriously injured and not dead. However, these nobles who were originally loyal to the Violet family did not resist at all and directly surrendered to the enemy. Anyway, Britney did not have any good feelings towards these nobles, so Zhao Yi could do whatever he wanted. It was also very interesting for a man and a woman to talk about state affairs when they were alone together. In fact, it was not just Britney. When spending time with Melissa or Joanna, Zhao Yi could not enjoy the feeling of being in love. Melissa was straightforward, and the contract allowed the man and the dragon to quickly establish the most intimate connection. Joanna and Britney had some similarities, and they spent most of their time practicing hard. Perhaps because of the mage profession, Joanna may have less time to practice after having a 5-star talent, but the time to learn new knowledge has increased. Like Ignatz, they are frequent visitors to the Void Library. Britney has been promoted to level 7, and can no longer go to the cemetery to kill monsters. The speed of upgrading has dropped significantly, so she spends more time on cultivation, hoping not to fall too far behind Zhao Yi. Only when he is with Lin Mengyao can Zhao Yi enjoy the feeling of being in love. Both of them are Blue Star players, and have more common language. There are all kinds of content on the Blue Star internet. Lin Mengyao has seen some of it. Lin Mengyao's university roommate has also given Lin Mengyao a lot of knowledge. So Zhao Yi occasionally has some very novel experiences with Lin Mengyao. Dragon, Mage, Valkyrie Queen, Blue Star player, same kind. Each of them brings Zhao Yi different feelings. For them, Zhao Yi needs to continue to work hard, and have the strength to control his own destiny in this world. Chapter 281. Unconsciously, the population of Zhao Yi's territory has exceeded 60 million, and is rapidly moving towards 70 million. Among the newly added population, some came from the expansion of the central city in the territory, but more came from the demi-plane. For example, the 2 large demi-planes, the first large demi-plane was obtained earlier, and now the population increases by 30,000 every day, and the second large demi-plane was obtained later, and the population also increases by 20,000 every day. There are also other medium-sized demi-planes that can accommodate living beings, and a large number of people are added every day. Zhao Yi got more small demiplanes that could be opened from crystal treasure chests, and micro demiplanes that could be opened from platinum treasure chests. Most micro demiplanes are too small to be inhabited by living beings, so they are usually used as warehouses. Occasionally, you can also encounter micro demiplanes with special resources. Small demiplanes are larger in area, and the probability of small demiplanes that can be inhabited by living beings is greatly increased. However, there are medium-sized demiplanes and large demiplanes that can be inhabited by living beings, so Zhao Yi does not plan to migrate people to these small demiplanes, as it is more troublesome to manage. Many small demiplanes that can be inhabited by living beings are scattered in various middle cities as agricultural production bases. They either plant a single crop, or plant a mixture of crops, or establish a breeding farm to raise one or more poultry and livestock in batches. If the water area in the small demiplane is large, fish, shrimp, crabs, and other aquatic products will also be raised. When necessary, these small demiplanes can also be used as shelters for the population of the city to take refuge. The only small demiplane in Zhao Yi's territory that has a large number of people migrated there is the first demiplane Zhao Yi obtained, numbered number 1, in Zhaocheng. The area of the first half-plane is nearly 400 square kilometers. It has a low magic environment and is suitable for the development of agriculture and animal husbandry. There is also a high-grade gold, silver, and copper coexistence mine. When Zhao Yi obtained the first half-plane, his territory was only a third-class earldom with an area of 500 square kilometers. The territory is larger than the first half-plane, but most of the land in the territory has been eroded by the power of death. The land outside the city and village cannot grow crops at all. The population that cities and villages can accommodate is also limited. Zhao Yi deeply realized the importance of population, so he began to migrate people to the first half-plane, mainly civilians, and there were very few professionals. At that time, due to the lack of advancement stones and the lack of other methods for professionals to advance, it was mainly professionals with perfect current levels who entered the first half-plane to maintain public security in the first half-plane. The area of the first half-plane was too small. After Zhao Yi moved in about 200,000 people, he stopped moving people in. This was not far from the upper limit of the population that the first half-plane could accommodate. In contrast, Zhaocheng covers an area of 100 square kilometers and has a population of over 3 million. The residents of the first half-plane mainly engage in agricultural planting, and every household also raises some poultry and livestock. The rules for allocating arable land are to allocate only high-quality fields, 1 acre for adults and half an acre for minors. The area of medium-quality and low-quality fields increases in proportion. The allocated arable land area seems small, but this is a world with extraordinary power after all. Natural wizards cast a spell to accelerate the growth of ordinary crops of non-magical plants. Even without spells to accelerate growth, this land can achieve 2 or even 3 harvests a year. The emergence of the first and a half planes made Zhao Yi's territory self-sufficient in food needs, and there was no need to worry about being cut off from food by the outside world. Walking in the towns and villages in the first and a half planes, you can see many people with smiles on their faces, and very few people with sad faces. People living in the first and a half planes are happy, and they don't need to be as nervous as people outside to welcome the arrival of every dark night. In the first and a half planes, each family has such a large area of arable land that the grain grown can't be eaten by the family after collecting taxes. The territory purchases grain at a normal price, and the purchase price will not drop sharply because of the increase in grain production. People who get money often buy linen to make new clothes for their families first, and then buy some furniture and tools for the family. Such a life is much better than before the calamity of the undead. At that time, the lower-class civilians were oppressed by the nobles. In good years, they could barely get enough food. If they encountered a bad year, death was a common thing. The various scenes in the first plane make the residents of the first plane, even if they are minors, as long as they are older and sensible, their loyalty to the Lord is more than 95 points, and people with full loyalty can be seen everywhere. Demiplane number 1 was the first demiplane Zhao Yi obtained, the first demiplane where people migrated, and the first demiplane where people stopped migrating. Demiplane number 5 was the second demiplane where people migrated. Demiplane number 1 was just a small demiplane, while demiplane number 5 was a medium-sized demiplane. Demiplane number 5 had an area of 26,000 square kilometers, more than 60 times that of demiplane number 1, and the land area available for agricultural cultivation exceeded 15,000 square kilometers. The fifth demiplane is a medium magic environment, and it has a specialty, the blue-scaled horse, which can grow to the 3rd level at most. A few years later, some blue-scaled horses have entered the Territorial army and become the mounts of some land cavalry units. Usually, cavalrymen of a certain mount will be organized together. By now, the population migration of the 5th demiplane has long been completed, and the population has exceeded 7 million. With the total area and cultivated land area of the 5th demiplane, it is no problem to accommodate 10 million people. In a happy living state, although no more people are migrated in, the natural population growth rate of the 5th demiplane has increased greatly. It may not take 10 years for the population of the 5th demiplane to exceed 10 million. But that is all 10 years later. 10 million people is just the standard population. If it does not provide food to the outside world, the 5th half-plane can accommodate more people. Compared with the 1st half-plane, the 5th half-plane has a very different place. The civilian life of the 1st half-plane is basically equivalent to the ancient blue star, while the civilian life of the 5th half-plane has been upgraded to the modern blue star. The 1st half-plane has a small area, and the main means of transportation are human-powered unicycles, 2-wheeled vehicles, 3-wheeled bicycles, and animal-powered vehicles. In the 5th half-plane, there is already an alien version of the train. The research of the alien version of the train does not even require the chief alchemist of Jolly Territory, Wendell, to take action. It only relies on the native alchemists of I Ching and the technical personnel of the players of Blue Star to research the alien version of the train. The alien version of the train is called the Magic Energy Train, and the word magic energy can also be omitted. Passenger trains and freight trains have almost the same names on Blue Star. Because there are Blue Star players involved in the research and development, the appearance of the Magic Energy Train is similar to that of the Blue Star train. The main difference is the power. The Magic Energy Train needs magic elements as energy to drive the Magic Energy Train forward. There are 2 systems for the energy of the Magic Train. The basic system is a simplified energy pool, which can directly replenish energy through magic crystals, or absorb external magic elements by relying on the magic array to replenish energy. Then the energy pool outputs magic elements and opens a new magic array to drive the mechanical system of the Magic Train to operate. The Magic Train does not consume many magic elements when it is running. Only in the worst medium magic environment, the magic elements absorbed by the magic array can maintain the magic elements consumed by the Magic Train. In a higher magic element environment, the energy pool can also store more energy for the Magic Train to consume when entering a low magic environment area. Magic crystals are generally used as backup energy. The energy pool of the Magic Train is a simplified version of the energy pool of the primary Mage Tower. The primary Mage Tower is a platinum-level building, and the Magic Train can only be regarded as a silver-level alchemical creation. The main cost of the Magic Train is the energy pool, the magic array, etc., and the cost of other parts not related to magic is very low. The labor cost, material cost, etc. added together are equivalent to a relatively poor gold equipment, and if the material cost is not counted, it is just an ordinary silver equipment. Even so, the cost of the Magic Train is an astronomical figure for civilian families, but the cost of riding the Magic Train is not high, about 1 silver coin per 20 kilometers. The average annual income of ordinary civilian families in the 1st and 5th demiplanes has reached 2 gold coins. The salary of soldiers in Jolly Territory is also increasing. The base is 3 times the civilian income of ordinary civilian families, and then increases according to the military occupation, rank, position, and time of joining the army. Being a soldier is a high-paying profession, and the chance of soldiers dying in battle in Zhao Yi's territory is extremely low. There are too many people who want to become soldiers, but they don't have the talent for professionals. With the income of a civilian family, they can afford to take the Magic Train, but most of the time, civilians don't even go far away from the village where they live. When income continues to increase and society develops in the future, civilians will go out of the village to visit towns or even big cities. In addition, children from civilian families who go to school in distant places may also take the Magic Train. Compared to riding the Magic Train, civilians prefer to buy a bicycle, especially a 3-wheeled bicycle that can carry more goods and people. In the 5th half-plane, the people who ride the Magic Train are generally merchants, officials, and soldiers. Considering their income, the cost of riding the Magic Train is very ordinary. Compared to animal-powered vehicles, after the appearance of the Magic Train, they like this relatively quiet, comfortable, and fast means of transportation. Merchants can also transport goods quickly and in large quantities through freight trains. The Magic Train is not only found in the 5th demiplane. When migrating people to a large and medium-sized demiplane, railroads are built to run Magic Trains. The main city of Jiaoyi Territory and the 9 middle cities also have magic trains as transportation within the city. In Zhaocheng, the railroad of the demi-plane directly enters Zhaocheng through the space gate. Taking the magic train, you can directly enter the demi-plane from Zhaocheng, which is convenient for population migration. The magic train is just one of the changes. There are also alchemical speakers placed everywhere, cheap alchemical lamps, etc. Many civilian families with higher incomes, or families with school-age children, grit their teeth and take out their savings to buy a bright alchemical lamp for their home. Of course, civilian families can afford the minimalist alchemical lamps. Alchemists save as much as possible according to Zhao Yi's requirements. In addition, with the alchemical workshop, this minimalist alchemical lamp can be mass-produced on an assembly line, reaching the point where civilian families can afford it. On the other hand, the income of civilian families in Zhao Yi's territory has increased. Otherwise, no matter how cheap the alchemy lamps are, they are not affordable for civilian families. In their spare time, civilians always like to gather in the alchemy loudspeaker area. The alchemy loudspeaker is usually used as a wired broadcast. Through the alchemy loudspeaker, civilians can learn about the latest news in the outside world and listen to songs, stories, etc. Relatively high-income merchants, officials, and professional families will even buy home-version alchemy loudspeakers and place them in their homes. Similar to this is the wired telephone. Among all the player territories, only Zhao Yi's territory, including the territory in the open, has changed the most. Other player territories, either due to funding or the composition of the people, will only see minor changes at most. For example, Chengjian territory, where the people are mainly players, has magic trains, alchemical lamps, etc., but no alchemical speakers. Players all have system panels and address books, which makes chatting very convenient. No matter how much it has changed, compared with the native cities before the undead disaster, the player territories have changed a lot, and the passage of time has not made them give up bringing the life scenes on Blue Star to the game world as much as possible. In the player territories, where the people are mainly indigenous people, there are not many lord players who exploit the indigenous civilians. The arrival of the Blue Star players has brought changes to this world that are beyond the imagination of the indigenous nobles. Although the game world is a world with extraordinary power, what Zhao Yi saw and heard on Blue Star has always deeply influenced him. The indigenous nobles can use force to exploit the civilians, but Zhao Yi and most lord players will not. It is the lord's responsibility to defend the territory, feed the people, and improve the living standards of the people. Zhao Yi has enough wealth, and the money spent on the transformation of the territory is very little, and it will not affect the normal development of the territory, so Zhao Yi's territory is changing rapidly. Zhao Yi really wants to be able to hide his identity with the woman around him when he is free in the future, walk in the streets and alleys, and feel the bustle of civilian life. Zhao Yi hopes that in the future his territory will be like Qinghua on the Blue Star, with a huge internet connecting everywhere. Everyone can afford a mobile phone and computer, and everyone can eat meat all they want every meal. But he doesn't know when this time will come. In the blink of an eye, time has come to the last day of the 4th year of the Hope calendar. As soon as the sky was bright, the clouds of disaster gradually appeared in the sky, constantly gathering, and finally completely covered the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the earth was pitch black, and all the teleportation arrays on the origin continent were once again unusable. From the moment the clouds of disaster first appeared, there was a wailing on the forum. Only half a year has passed. How come the clouds of disaster appear again? Although the undead camp always comes at the end of the year, why did the clouds of disaster appear again this time? My territory will be hit hard again. It's uncomfortable. After the disaster half a year ago, the undead camp gave me a very strange feeling. Compared with the past, the strength of the undead camp has been increasing, as if they can't wait to destroy all the creatures on the origin continent. However, there are rules of the game, and the undead camp can only follow the rules, and can't change too much at once. I don't care about the friendship with the indigenous nobles. I have to withdraw the troops in the indigenous city. If I don't withdraw, my territory will suffer a great loss. The indigenous city will be destroyed, but my territory cannot suffer too much loss. I don't plan to withdraw the troops from the indigenous cities. The more critical the moment, the more friendly the two sides can be. In the indigenous cities with player territorial troops, the indigenous nobles can understand the withdrawal of the troops by the heroes from another world under the gathering of disaster clouds. If it were them, they would definitely do the same, because their own home is the most important. Understanding is understanding, but if this situation really happens, the indigenous nobles still feel uncomfortable. There are even indigenous nobles who take it for granted that the heroes from another world are stationed in their cities, and they become angry because the heroes from another world withdraw their troops. Forum the Lord players wailed constantly. Forum Lord players frantically bought various military supplies in the market and the void trading field, causing the price of military supplies to soar again. Even when the disaster cloud just appeared, merchants began to raise the prices of various military supplies without any prior agreement, and the Lord players gritted their teeth to buy high-priced military supplies. After the disaster half a year ago, and after the monthly siege of the enhanced special undead army after the disaster, the Lord players gradually stockpiled more military supplies, while the price of military supplies dropped. However, the military supplies in reserve can deal with 1 or 2 enhanced special undead army sieges. If the clouds of disaster appear again in the sky, it is very likely that the upcoming disaster will not be weaker than the one half a year ago, and the military supplies in reserve will not be enough. Lord players need more military supplies to eliminate the incoming undead. Although you can also get points by eliminating the undead in battle, and immediately buy military supplies from the points mall, it is a waste of points, and it is not worth it. It is just a last resort to save the territory and reduce losses. If they can buy military supplies from the market and the void trading field at a not-so-high price, they will never buy them in the points mall. However, some Lord players do not have much magic crystal reserves in their territories, so they cannot buy much military supplies, and can only wait until the war starts. A new disaster is coming. Zhao Yi is not worried about the members of the Zichen League. In the past 6 months, everyone's strength has increased. Even if a few of them are in danger of losing their territories, they can just request the kingdom to send troops to rescue them. A new disaster is an opportunity for Zhao Yi to make money. The price of military supplies has soared again. While the teleportation array can still be used, Zhao Yi orders the Chamber of Commerce below to put a large amount of military supplies into the void trading field for sale. The more magic crystals, the better. The legendary masters of the indigenous camps in various places held a remote meeting because the disaster cloud appeared again in the sky. There has been something wrong with the undead in the past 6 months. We all know that something is wrong, but who knows what is wrong? The undead seem to be getting impatient. Perhaps a war is breaking out in a place we don't know. As soon as these words came out, the legendary masters were silent. Although they didn't say it clearly, everyone knew that this war was a god war, a war between gods and spirits. This is not what they should think about. As legendary masters, they have reached the pinnacle of professionals, but there is no way forward, and there are gods above them. Legendary masters must have thought about how to reach a realm above legend, how to become gods. The existence of gods makes them dare not act rashly, fearing that they will be punished by gods. Because there have been people who blasphemed gods and suffered divine punishment, and turned to ashes. In front of the supreme gods, they are insignificant, just like civilians in front of these legendary masters. For this reason, the legendary warriors would not think too much. Why did God allow so many weak warriors from other worlds to descend into their world? Why couldn't God choose to give these natives the ability to eliminate the undead and increase their strength? As legendary warriors, they could only accept everything that happened. Chapter 282. Here they come again. 7 waves of 3 times the daily number of undead troops attacking the city. Of course, this is only for the dukes of the Blue Star players. The indigenous Middle City and the Blue Star player Marquette are 6 waves, the indigenous Small City and the Blue Star player Earldom are 5 waves, the Blue Star player Viscountdom is 4 waves, and the Blue Star player Baronam is 3 waves. Even Chung Jin, who is as strong as Chung Jin, is unwilling to see such a strong undead army attacking the city. If he is not careful, the territory will suffer heavy losses. Probably only Zhao Yi and a very small number of Lord players with a very solid foundation are willing to see this situation happen, which means that with minimal loss of territory, a large number of points can be obtained, better treasure chests can be obtained, and the growth of the territory army can be accelerated. Most Lord players, even if they don't suffer heavy losses, will still consume a lot of wealth. After a night of fighting, the strength of the territory will decline, and it will take a longer or shorter time to recover to the pre-war strength. There are even weaker player territories that are destroyed in this night. Among player territories, the weakest batch is always easy to be destroyed. When the weakest batch is destroyed, the batch in front becomes the weakest territory. It is also possible that factors such as territory promotion will cause the strength of the territory to change, and eventually it will be destroyed by the army of undead. In the Violet Kingdom, more than 20 neutral player territories were destroyed, and nearly 100 neutral player territories suffered heavy losses. All the territories of the Purple Star Alliance members were saved, including several member territories rescued by the kingdom's army. At dawn, Zhao Yi happily welcomed the arrival of the third legendary treasure chest. Before Zhao Yi could be happy for long, Lin Mingyao from Yicheng's clone told Zhao Yi a terrible change, which was a nightmare for all players. The price of all items in the points mall was X10. The only exception is recruiting personnel, but in the past few years, the points required for recruiting personnel have increased by hundreds of times, or even thousands of times. Because of this change, forum it exploded. I am confused, are you kidding me? Why did the points depreciate so seriously? My territory suffered heavy losses, and I originally wanted to rely on points to restore my pre-war strength, but now the points in my hands are not enough. Could it be that we were still in the novice period before, and after the novice period, the various items in the points mall will return to their original prices? It's hopeless, it's hopeless. I feel my territory can't survive the next daily undead siege. It's too difficult. It seems that I am not suitable to be a lord. Unfortunately, I am still several levels away from level 50. The points required for recruiting personnel have increased dramatically in recent years. Now it seems that the points should be mainly used for recruiting personnel. People are more important. Zhao Yi was also very speechless about the changes in the points mall. In the past 6 months, Zhao Yi also started to buy some necessary items in the points mall. If it were an electronic game on Blue Star, and the prices in the game mall suddenly skyrocketed, believe it or not, the game would be completely destroyed. In the electronic games on Blue Star, players spend money to play the game, not to be played by the game. Players are the gods. If this game is not fun, then players can change to another game. However, in this game world, Blue Star players cannot change to another game, and can only accept the changes in the points mall. In the past 4 years, this game world has changed many times. No matter how much players curse and complain in the forum, no one will choose to quit in the end. However, with the changes in the points mall, Zhao Yi feels that the points required for recruiting personnel will increase faster in the future. It doesn't matter. Zhao Yi has a large amount of points in his hands. No matter how exaggerated the increase in the points required for recruiting personnel is, Zhao Yi can bear it, and it will not affect the daily recruitment of the territory. With the legendary treasure chest in hand, Zhao Yi has the urge to open it, but unfortunately the intermediate and advanced luck spells are in the cooling time. There are still destiny dice in hand. Even if they are no longer purchased in the void trade field, they will be opened from the treasure chest one after another. Zhao Yi is going to use a destiny dice. If it is lucky X2, it will be used to recruit personnel, directly wasted, no recruitment in the new year, and if it is lucky X4 or even X8, it will be used to open treasure chests. After the daily territory meeting, open 2 treasure chests to explore the way. If you feel that the things opened are not bad, use the destiny dice immediately. Lucky X4, open the treasure chest. The third legendary treasure chest I got was the same as the second one, with only 2 legendary cards. Hermit's Ring. Legendary illusion killing formation. The things that came out of the 2 legendary cards made Zhao Yi think for a while. Hermit's Ring, an ancient ring composed of black and gray. Hermit's Ring has 4 effects. The first effect is the legendary invisibility. If a legendary assassin uses it, many legendary strongmen can only be discovered when they are close to him, including hiding their life breath. The second effect is the legendary transformation technique. Only when you are close to a legendary master can you be discovered by him. The third effect is detection shielding. The shielding object is the time spell, which will not be detected by time spells below the legendary level. The fourth effect is range invisibility. The larger the coverage area, the worse the invisibility effect. Invisibility, transformation, and shielding are exactly what a hermit needs. Just like the favor of fate, the Hermit's Ring is worthy of being a legendary treasure, and the effect is very powerful. Zhao Yi felt that the most suitable person to use this Hermit Ring now was Britney. Because Britney was promoted to the 7th level, she was restricted by the agreement between the strong men of the indigenous camp and the undead camp. High-level creatures were not allowed to attack undead below the high level, and high-level undead were not allowed to attack creatures below the high level. Once a violation of the rules was discovered, the other camp needed to take the initiative to hand over the creatures, or undead, that violated the rules. If not, the agreement would be void. This agreement seemed to be more favorable to the indigenous camp. I don't know how the strong men of the indigenous camp managed to make the strong men of the undead camp make the same agreement. It might be a hidden means possessed by the indigenous camp. With the effect of the Hermit Ring, as long as Britney uses it and transforms herself, revealing only the peak of the 6th level, she can continue to join Zhao Yi's team and go out to kill monsters together. As for the capital, without Britney in charge, high-level undead cannot attack the capital. The Hermit Ring is also suitable for Zhao Yi to use himself, after Zhao Yi reaches the 7th level. Zhao Yi does not know how long the level suppression can last. Perhaps he can only accumulate experience to reach the 7th level, and then he can no longer accumulate experience. At this time, Zhao Yi will start to upgrade. When the 7th level is complete, use an 8th level advancement stone to continue to suppress the level. Then, under the cover of the Hermit Ring, continue to go out to kill monsters. Unfortunately, there is only one Hermit Ring, and only Zhao Yi can use it. Legendary level illusion killing array. Zhao Cheng has a diamond level illusion killing array, facing the undead army attacking the city again and again under special circumstances. The illusion killing array has made great contributions. Consume enough power. Under the spiritual impact of the illusion killing array, the soul fire of the undead below the 7th level is annihilated. Even the 7th level undead will be injured under the attack of the diamond level illusion killing array. Now Zhao Yi has opened a legendary killing array of 2 levels higher. With enough energy, it can even kill the 8th level undead in seconds and injure the 9th level undead. Ignoring the huge amount of energy required to activate the legendary killing array, Zhao Yi has a big idea in his mind. Continue to expand Xiaocheng. Xiaocheng now covers an area of 100 square kilometers and has a population of over 3 million. Among the capitals of the kingdoms on the origin continent, Xiaocheng is not small in size. The size of the main city of the territory is sufficient. The key is that the rules of the undead siege are based on the number of living beings in the city. Ordinary poultry and livestock are far from being comparable to a person. A large number of poultry and livestock can be considered a person. The more living creatures there are in the city, the more undead will attack the city. In weak territories, the lords want fewer undead to attack the city, while in strong territories, the lords want more undead to attack the city. Zhao Yi naturally belongs to the latter. The appearance of the legendary level illusion killing array greatly increased Xiaocheng's strength. Although the use of the legendary level illusion killing array consumes a lot of energy, it will not be used as frequently as the diamond level illusion killing array. In most cases, the diamond level illusion killing array is still used. The legendary level illusion killing array is just a guarantee. Even if the 8th level undead come, they can be eliminated. If the 9th level undead breaks into the legendary magic killing array and is injured, Zhao Yi can use other means to deal with the 9th level undead, and maybe he can destroy the 9th level undead. How many points can be obtained by destroying a level 90 undead? 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. 10 billion points can be obtained by destroying a level 90 undead, which does not seem to be much. After all, Zhao Yi obtained 100 billion points twice, once in the middle of last year and once last night, which is equivalent to destroying a level 100 undead. Are there level 100 undead? Is the god of destruction and death, who controls the realm of death, considered an undead? If he is an undead, he should be a level 100 or so undead, far beyond the 9th level undead. The god of creation and life is also far beyond the legendary powerhouse. What's more, destroying a 9th level undead is too big a goal at this stage. For the time being, Zhao Yi has no idea about the 9th level undead. The legendary illusion killing array is just a guarantee that can fight against the 9th level undead and human legendary powerhouses. If Xiaocheng is further expanded, it should be at the level of an imperial capital. All the imperial capitals of the empires on the origin continent have at least one legendary magic array. Without a legendary magic array, they are not qualified to be called imperial capitals. Even if an empire does not have the ability to set up a legendary magic array, it will spend a lot of money to hire someone to set up a legendary magic array for its imperial capital. In Zhao Yi's mind, the plan to expand Xiaocheng quickly formed. The current Xiaocheng, which covers an area of 100 square kilometers, will be expanded to 200 square kilometers, and the standard population will reach 6 million. In fact, as long as the population reaches 5 million, Zhao Yi can obtain a legendary treasure chest with a legendary card if 2 waves of 3 times the daily number of undead troops attack the city once a month under special circumstances. If the undead army attacks the city again to the extent of last night, he can obtain a legendary treasure chest with 4 legendary cards. The value of each legendary card is very huge, and it is worth it for Zhao Yi to continue to expand the scale of Xiaocheng. With such a large population in a city, there is no need to worry about the shortage of supplies in Xiaocheng. The entrance and exit are placed in the half-plane of Xiaocheng, which can provide Xiaocheng with sufficient supplies. This is the case for all cities with large populations on the origin continent. If they rely on supplies from all over the world, the city will be in great danger. Once besieged by a large army, the city will inevitably fall due to shortage of supplies over a long period of time. Except for the lack of high-level professionals, Jiaocheng has met the conditions for building a super city with a population of 6 million. The plan is temporarily put aside, and Zhao Yi plans to bring it out at the meeting tomorrow. Today is New Year, the busiest time of the year in the territory. Zhao Yi took out his cell phone and called Britney. If you have nothing to do, come here and celebrate the New Year together. Yes. Not long after, Britney walked out of the Jiaocheng teleportation array holding her sister Alice's hand. Just when the people in the cities and demi-planes of Zhao Yi's territory were happily celebrating the New Year. The people in the player territories and aboriginal cities in more than half of the regions on the origin continent were not in the mood to celebrate the New Year. After the battle last night, with so many casualties, how could they be in the mood to celebrate the New Year? Under the disaster of the undead, a war will happen on the day before the New Year, so the first day of the New Year does not seem to be a suitable holiday. The major player forces in the Blue Star player camp held a long meeting on the New Year's Day, and the theme of the meeting was almost all undead. Since last year, the undead camp has undergone too many changes. After a disaster in the middle of the year, the monthly special undead army siege has changed. The battle last night was no less than the one in the middle of last year. Today, even the Points Mall has undergone huge changes. Why did so many changes happen in just half a year? It's so strange. The high-level members of the Aboriginal camp thought of God, and the player forces also thought of God. In the eyes of the Blue Star players, the undead belong to the god of destruction and death, and the Points Mall may belong to the god of creation and life. It's just a possibility. Maybe there is a higher will above the two gods. Maybe he threw the Blue Star players into this world. Then pretend in front of the Aboriginals that these things were done by the god of creation and life. These are all speculations. Whether it is a higher will or the god of creation and life, these are too far away from the Blue Star players. Even if they become legendary strawmen, they probably still cannot be sure of these things. After thinking about it, the meeting of the major forces finally had no results, so they continued as usual. After all, it is still a question of strength. If you have enough strength, you don't need to worry too much. Like Zhao Yi, temporarily put aside all worries and celebrate the new year with the people. The Lord gives the people New Year gifts every year, but after the first time, the New Year gifts are distributed in advance, and the people start purchasing things for the New Year before the New Year. The busy things were all done before the New Year, and everyone could welcome the New Year with a more relaxed attitude. After nightfall, magic fireworks bloomed in the sky of each city in Zhao Yi's territory. However, an accident happened at night, and a large number of undead came out of the ocean and headed towards the central region of the origin continent. A new day arrived, and at the territory meeting, Zhao Yi put forward a plan to expand Jiaocheng. Elliot, Arnold and others present in the meeting room did not raise any objections. Arnold, the second governor of Jiaocheng, 4-star swordsman talent, 5-star management talent, with the strength of the territory, there is no problem in implementing the Jiaocheng expansion plan, and they all know that after the expansion of Jiaocheng, it can accommodate more people and attract more undead to attack the city, and the territory will gain more after the war. Everyone will only agree, not object, at most saying that the last expansion of Jiaocheng was not long ago. Zhao Yi only came up with a preliminary Jiaocheng expansion plan. After the meeting, Arnold will lead people to formulate a detailed Jiaocheng expansion plan. There are many things that Zhao Yi has not thought deeply about. As the Lord, Zhao Yi only needs to set a general direction. After the New Year, he finally had a day off. After the New Year, he continued to kill monsters. Equipped with the Hermit Ring, Britney controlled her aura to the peak of the 6th level and changed her appearance and equipment to come to Jiaocheng to meet up with the rest of Zhao Yi's team. Through the teleportation array, everyone came to another kingdom in the east region far away from the Violet Kingdom, and followed the mark on the map to rush to a cemetery outside a large city. Britney was a little worried about killing monsters again. Although the Hermit Ring was a legendary treasure, this was the first time it was used. She was worried that the effect of the Hermit Ring was not enough and would expose Zhao Yi's team. When Zhao Yi gave Britney the Hermit Ring, Britney was very hesitant and told Zhao Yi several times that she wanted to give up. She would rather give up the opportunity to upgrade quickly than expose the team. Zhao Yi told her that he would use the Hermit Ring in the future. He would use it now and in the future. This is a legendary treasure with limited quantity on the origin continent. Even the legendary masters cannot get one. You have to believe in its effect. The things in the treasure box are all made by gods, so you still have to trust the gods. After worrying about the monsters, Britney finished the 2 monsters spawning in the afternoon and after midnight, and killed a large number of mid-level undead and a 7th level undead. After the 3rd day, nothing happened for the time being, which made Britney feel a little relieved, but she was not completely relieved. Perhaps the undead camp was investigating. The monster spawning continued, but on the night of the 3rd day, a new change occurred. At the beginning, the undead siege was once a day, and there was only 1 wave each time, which was 1/3 of the target number of creatures. In the 4th month of the Blue Star player's arrival in the game world, the daily undead siege rules changed from once a day to once every 3 days, and there was still only 1 wave each time, which was only 1/3 of the target number of creatures. New changes have occurred again. It was the night of the daily undead siege, and the undead army was still migrating outside, but did not launch the siege. The rules of the daily undead siege have changed again. It used to be once every 3 days, and I don't know how many days it will become next. It is possible that not only the interval between the daily undead sieges will be extended, but also the strength of the daily siege undead army will change. No matter what changes occur, we must make more preparations, as long as the daily undead siege does not become like New Year's Eve. Forum players on the forum were discussing the suspected change in the daily undead siege rules. The prices of military supplies then had dropped slightly in the Void Exchange, and the market began to rise again. On the 4th night, there were no undead sieges, and the Blue Star players were slightly worried. On the 5th night, there were still no undead sieges, and the Blue Star players were more worried. On the 6th night, the undead army finally attacked the city. There was only 1 wave, but the number of undead was 3 times the original number. In other words, the number of undead army was slightly more than the number of humans in the attack target. This level of undead siege is directly the special undead siege that occurred once a month in the first half of last year. The Blue Star player camp stopped fighting internally, and during the peaceful development period, its strength grew rapidly. The undead army, which only had 1/3 of the target number of creatures, attacked the city on a daily basis, which was just a meal for the player territories. The number of casualties in all player territories was either extremely small or relatively small. Only with this level of undead army siege, the player territories could fight to support themselves, and the territories developed rapidly, and the strength of the territories continued to increase. Now, the number of undead has doubled, and their strength has increased by more than double. The number of casualties in the player territory is more than double the previous number of casualties. Coupled with a 9-fold increase in the price of items in the points mall, the sudden increase in losses has made many Lord players feel distressed. The territory is developing slower and slower, and the losses in the battle with the undead have increased. The situation of the Aboriginal camp and the Blue Star player camp is gradually becoming difficult. Almost all players made the same guess that the daily undead siege rules have changed from once every 3 days to once every 6 days, and the number of undead has doubled. As long as there are no undead sieges in the next 5 days, this speculation can be confirmed if an undead army of the same size sieges the city on the night of the 6th day. Perhaps not only the daily undead sieges will change, but also the special undead sieges may change. This speculation has caused the prices of various military supplies in the market and the void trading field to remain high. Chapter 283. January 12th arrived, and just as the players had guessed, after 5 days, the city was attacked by the undead army again. The size of the undead army attacking the city was about the same as the last time. Sure enough, the daily undead siege rules had completely changed. This change made many player lords and indigenous nobles uncomfortable, with increased personnel losses and material consumption. In addition, the undead army outside the city was migrating, so even if the undead attacked the city every 6 days, the other 5 days would be difficult to use. Instead, the legendary masters of the indigenous people jointly issued an order, asking humans to hold on. Persistence is victory. Although the number of undead is large, they are also rapidly decreasing, otherwise the undead would not have migrated from the ocean to the land. Over the years, humans have suffered heavy losses, and the undead have also suffered heavy losses. Humanity has no way to retreat. If they don't want to die, they must hold on. All humans unite and fight against the undead. The legendary masters only issued an order, and the empires and kingdoms on the origin continent that still have spare power are using their remaining power to help the cities under their rule hold on in the disaster of the undead. This time, not many players' territories receive supplies from the empire or kingdom. After all, everyone knew that the heroes in the other world could fight to support themselves. 10 days later, Zhao Yi's team's monster hunting journey continued. After such a long time without being visited by the strong men from the indigenous camp, or the undead camp, Britney finally put her mind at ease and became happy. On the one hand, she could fight with Xiao Yi, and on the other hand, her strength was improved, which made Britney happy. The expansion of Xiaocheng is being prepared. There is a lot of preparation work before the expansion, including determining the expansion area, planning the addition of city walls, and preparing enough magic materials to build the city walls. Xiao Yi has no shortage of magic materials for building the city walls. There are some in the 2 large demiplanes, some special demiplanes, and magic material veins open from treasure chests. The main thing is that mining veins takes time. In order to prepare enough materials, a large number of earth magicians were directly mobilized. In a few days, the preparations for expanding the city wall will be completed. Expanding the city wall is a big project. Xiao Yi plans to make this project last longer. While expanding the city wall, he will build houses in the expansion area and move people there. In fact, with the strength of Xiao Yi's Territorial's engineering team, if they start working at full capacity, they can complete the initial expansion of the city wall in 1 day. But Xiao Yi thought that through the long-term expansion of the city wall, he would see if the high-level undead would mobilize the army to attack Xiaocheng. With a fairly sufficient reserve of magic crystals and legendary and diamond-level magic killing arrays, the undead have no chance of breaking into Xiaocheng. Killing the undead can earn a lot of points. If you can get a legendary treasure chest, even if there is only 1 legendary card, it will be a big profit for Xiao Yi. Preparing enough magic materials is also to prevent accidents. If an accident occurs, the city wall can be expanded quickly. The undead camp is changing, and the Blue Star player camp is also beginning to change. The strongest player on Blue Star is only level 6, but the major player forces in the Blue Star player camp already have considerable power, and are somewhat qualified to negotiate with the top indigenous forces. In the forum, the players discussed the most about the Qin State official and the Dawn Empire, but they knew very little about it. Because of the changes in the undead camp, after the new year, Cheng Jin, on behalf of the Qin State official, formally signed a contract with the Emperor of the Dawn Empire, Jacques Reyna. The contract stipulates that the Qin State official needs to gather at least a quarter of its power within the territory of the Dawn Empire. When the territory of Qin State is in danger, it can ask for help from the Empire. When someone from Qin State is promoted to the 7th level, he can become a prince of the Empire, and obtain a prince's territory that is no less than that of a lower kingdom. When someone from Qin State is promoted to legend, the Dawn Empire will support Qin State to establish an empire on the origin continent, and the 2 empires will become the closest allies. These are only part of the content of the contract, but they can show the purpose of both parties to the contract. The power of Qin State is gathered in the territory of the Empire. It is impossible for all of these forces to be gathered in the subordinate territories of Qin State. Part of them needs to be placed in the indigenous cities. Not only Lord players can get better treasure chests, but also those who hold positions in the indigenous forces and lead troops to destroy the undead can also get better treasure chests. There are also mercenary group leaders, but they are still far behind the lords. Cheng Jin can get an epic treasure chest at most, while non-lord players can hardly get even a diamond treasure chest. With the official support of Qin State, some people in Qin State have entered the Dawn Empire system, and they get diamond treasure chests. This is the first purpose of Emperor Jacques, and with the power of the heroes from another world, he will try his best to keep the cities under his rule. The other purpose is that Jacques is optimistic about the future of the heroes from another world. No matter what changes happen in the future, with such an ally, he can give some help to the Dawn Empire, provided that the heroes from another world can be promoted to the 7th level, epic or even legendary, in the foreseeable future. The official purpose of Qin State has 2 main purposes. One is to gain the support of the top indigenous forces and get support. Cheng Jin can even continue to form a monster-killing team to quickly upgrade. If he encounters an attack by the undead army that will cause him to suffer great losses, he can ask for help from the Empire. The second reason is that the senior officials of Qin State feel that their power is still too dispersed. Almost all the indigenous countries on the origin continent have territories under the official jurisdiction of Qin State. In the changes of the undead camp, the dispersed power can be concentrated to better face various difficulties. Qin State and the Dawn Empire both have needs for each other, and it is not a single party that pays. In addition, with the changes of the undead camp, the contract was finally signed. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. The Dawn Empire where Cheng Jinling is located is only one. Qin State cooperates with 3 empires in different domains and far apart, basically dividing the main power of Qin State into 4. The 3 empires gathered 1 part each, and the remaining part was scattered in several kingdoms. These kingdoms were all indigenous countries, where the Qin player camp dominated before the internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp ended. The territories of the anti-Qin alliance camp were all destroyed. In addition to the Qin player territory, there were only neutral player territories left. The Violet Kingdom is one of them. The official subordinate territories of the Qin Kingdom in the Violet Kingdom will be strengthened in the future. The official subordinate territories of the Qin Kingdom in the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire that are close to the Violet Kingdom will gather manpower and material resources to the Violet Kingdom. The Qin state official wants to concentrate the scattered forces. Although it will take a long time to complete the entire plan, once the plan starts, it will have a huge impact on the Qin state player camp. After all, the Qin state official is the center of the Qin state player camp, and the Qin state player forces are united by the Qin state official. If the Qin state official intervenes in a certain area, the Qin state player camp may become a mess. If the internal fighting of the Blue Star player camp starts again, these Qin state player forces will be in danger. Therefore, before the plan was officially launched, the Qin country officials first convened a meeting of all parties in the Qin country player camp. The Purple Qin Alliance had one quota for the meeting, and Zhao Yi asked Guing to attend the meeting. This meeting was held through the Void Trading Field. The ordinary invitation letters of the Void Trading Field have long been sold at cost price. An ordinary invitation letter only sells for 100 low-grade magic crystals. 100 low-grade magic crystals are just a small amount of money for those who attend the meeting. If they really can't take it out, the Qin country officials can pay for it. The invitation fee is only one of the costs, and there is also the cost of renting the conference venue. In the Void Trading Field, the official Qin state informed all participants of the official Qin state's next plan, and then made a suggestion for everyone. You can gather your strength to the area designated by our side, or you can unite and gather in a kingdom area. If you feel that the combined strength is enough, you can choose an empire to gather there. The changes in the undead camp have made many people feel uneasy. There may be more and more changes in the future. Our strength is too dispersed. In the face of changes in the undead camp, it is easy to suffer huge losses. For the future, we need to concentrate our strength. After a meeting, the entire Qin player camp began to take action. The anti-Qin alliance camp could not sit still. Some forces had already reached cooperation with the indigenous forces. The changes in the Blue Star player camp did not have much impact on Zhao Yi. He paid attention to the development of the territory, and then slayed monsters again and again. No matter what changes occurred, his own strength was the most important. Time always passed quickly in the busyness, and in the blink of an eye it was the last day of January. We have experienced 4 undead sieges in January, and tonight is the 5th. According to convention, the last day of each month is a special undead siege. Blue Star players have made a lot of preparations for today's special undead siege, worried that something unexpected will happen to the monthly special undead siege. As night fell, something unexpected really happened. Earlier, there was only one wave of special undead sieges, and the scale of the undead was about the same as the number of target creatures. Starting from the second half of last year, the special undead siege became 2 waves, and tonight's special undead siege became 3 waves. Most of the player territories can resist such a large-scale undead siege, and even the number of player territories that suffered heavy losses is not too large. However, compared with the previous special undead sieges, the number of casualties in the player territories tonight will definitely increase a lot. Originally, the increase in the strength of the daily undead sieges caused the losses of the player territories to increase. Now the strength of the special undead sieges has also increased, and the losses of the player territories are even greater. All the players can do is accept all this, and at most complain on the forum. The special undead siege was a pleasant surprise for Zhao Yi, because as Zhaocheng began to expand, the population had exceeded 3.3 million. Including other creatures in Zhaocheng, the total number of the 3 waves of undead attacking Zhaocheng exceeded 10 million, which meant that Zhao Yi got another legendary treasure chest, although there was only 1 legendary card in it. This was probably Zhao Yi's luck. If Zhaocheng had not expanded, although the population would have exceeded 3 million, the number of undead attacking Zhaocheng tonight was still a little short of 10 million. However, the legendary treasure chest has 1 legendary card plus 3 epic cards, and the epic treasure chest has 9 epic cards. 1 legendary card versus 6 epic cards. Which one is more valuable? Well, it should be the former. 6 cards cannot make up for the quality gap. If there are more than 10 or 20 cards, you need to think more. The 4th legendary treasure chest is in hand. The intermediate luck spell has finished cooling down and has not been used. This time is just right to use it. Open the legendary treasure chest, and get the legendary card specified legendary weapon. After opening all the treasure chests, Xiao Yi opened the card pack, and looked at the specified legendary weapon, and fell into thought. As a dragon speaker who practices both magic and martial arts, Xiao Yi often uses 4 weapons: a spear, dragon spear, a long sword, a bow, and a staff. Since getting the first legendary treasure chest, it seems that the chance of getting a legendary treasure chest has increased. In the current situation, it may be possible to get a legendary treasure chest every month, but Xiao Yi feels that it is difficult for him to collect 4 legendary weapons. Even if he collects them all, Xiao Yi will only choose 2 weapons at most, and the other 2 weapons will be distributed to others to increase their combat power. With a try-it attitude, Xiao Yi directly entered the words dragon spear, long sword, bow, magic staff in the input box. A few seconds later, a silver-white ring appeared in front of Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took the ring, and some information appeared in Xiao Yi's mind. This ring is the weapon Xiao Yi needs, and Baibian is its name. From the name of Baibian, it can be guessed that Baibian can be transformed into various weapons. Xiao Yi tried to use Baibian to transform into the weapon he needed. He felt that each weapon was very suitable for Xiao Yi to use, and could give Xiao Yi a combat power bonus that exceeded that of epic weapons. The effect of the variety is very powerful, but it also has its shortcomings. For example, the legendary long sword that the variety becomes is the worst among all legendary long swords. However, this shortcoming can be made up. The variety has 2 attributes, variety is only one of them, and the second one is devour. The variety can devour weapons below the legendary level. For example, if it devours an epic bow with space attributes, then the legendary bow that the variety becomes will have space attributes, and other legendary weapons that it becomes will not have space attributes. A weapon of the variety can only inherit the attributes of a weapon of the same type. If it devours another weapon of the same type, it can change the attributes, but the replaced attributes cannot be restored. A legendary bow with attributes cannot become the top among all legendary bows, but it will not continue to be the bottom. In addition, with the same attributes, the epic bow devoured can bring more improvements to the legendary bow than the diamond bow. Xiao Yi directly devoured all the epic weapons he used with the variety. Xiao Yi has obtained far more epic cards than legendary cards, so it is no problem for him to devour several epic weapons. Equipped with the 100 changes, Xiao Yi feels that he, who is at the 6th level, can fight against the 7th level undead. If the 7th level undead is careless, it may be killed by Xiao Yi. The power of legendary weapons is not something that the 7th level undead can easily resist. Even if he has just entered the 7th level, with the addition of epic armor and the 100 changes, Xiao Yi is invincible at the same level. Other 7th level perfect professionals, with legendary professions, but without legendary weapons and equipment will not be Xiao Yi's opponents, and the distance. Real invincibility at the same level is not far away. Other times, invincibility at the same level has many qualifiers, such as profession, weapons and equipment. Especially weapons and equipment. An excellent and suitable weapon and equipment can bring a very large combat power bonus to the profession. Baibian is a very suitable weapon for Xiao Yi. With Baibian, Xiao Yi's combat power has increased greatly. So in the monster spawning on this day, Xiao Yi single-handedly challenged a level 74 undead and killed it by himself. This is not the first time that Xiao Yi's team has eliminated a level 7 undead. Since the end of February last year, Xiao Yi's team changed the way of killing monsters. The main target of Xiao Yi's team's monster leveling has been placed on the middle level undead. If they encounter a lone 7th level undead, Xiao Yi's team will also fight in a group. 8 6th level peak or even 6th level perfect professionals, as well as powerful professions such as dragon knights and space mages, and a silver dragon, basically have diamond-based equipment, so it is no problem to surround and kill a 7th level perfect undead. It has been almost a year now. Every few days, a 7th level undead is eliminated. In such a long time, about 100 7th level undead must be eliminated to make all members of the monster killing team reach the 6th level, and they are all working hard to accumulate experience. The 7th level undead is a high level undead with a high status in the undead camp. If a 7th level undead is lost, an 8th level undead will come to investigate. The simplest way to investigate is to ask the remaining middle level undead in the cemetery, where the 7th level undead was eliminated. The wisdom of low level undead is too poor. With the wisdom of middle level undead, they can describe the situation of the attacking enemy. In this way, the 8th level undead quickly knew that it was a group of 6th level creatures that surrounded and killed the 7th level undead, and did not break the agreement between the undead camp and the indigenous camp. It didn't break the agreement, but it was very embarrassing for a rank 7 undead to be surrounded and killed by rank 6 creatures. The rank 8 undead was looking for the rank 6 creature team in the area he was responsible for, while reporting the matter to his superior rank 9 undead. It was just the loss of a rank 7 undead. The rank 9 undead wouldn't pay too much attention to it. It was just a little more serious than losing a rank 7 undead under the command of a rank 5 undead. In this battle between creatures and undead, the strongest human legends and rank 9 undead had the least number and suffered the least losses, and they might not lose any in a year. The number of epic and 8th level undead under the human level has increased a lot, and losses occur in most months of the year. The 7th level, which is more numerous, occasionally suffers losses, mainly in the battle between 7th level humans and 7th level undead, or in the undead army attacking the imperial capital under the command of 9th level undead, where the 7th level undead are eliminated. Humans have 7th level and epic losses, and new 7th level, epic, and even legendary ones are born. Undead are the same as humans, but the probability of undead being promoted to a higher level is much lower than that of humans, so that when the number of mid-level undead far exceeds that of humans, the high level of both sides can still maintain a balance. If a kingdom loses a level 7 undead, the level 9 undead won't care. If a kingdom loses several level 7 undead, the level 9 undead will pay attention. However, this is a very embarrassing thing. The undead also need to save face. The level 9 undead won't tell other level 9 undead, but will search vigorously in the area they are responsible for. This level 6 creature team must be found and eliminated. So when the Zhao Yi team ran around the entire origin continent and eliminated more than 100 level 7 undead, the undead in the outside area still didn't know that this level 6 creature team was the Zhao Yi team in the Violet Kingdom. 100 level 7 undead are scattered across the entire origin continent, and the 3 indigenous countries are not allocated 1 level 7 undead, so it is not enough for the entire undead camp to pay attention to it. When the number of level 7 undead eliminated exceeds 200 or even more, the more level 7 undead are lost, the greater the possibility that Zhao Yi's team will be exposed to the undead camp. Zhao Yi also knows this, but it is normal to take risks in order to upgrade quickly. As long as the game rules and the agreement between the 2 major camps still restrict the undead camp, Zhao Yi is not afraid of retaliation from the undead camp. Zhao Yi hoped that in the future, the undead camp would not actively break the agreement in order to kill him. After destroying more than 100 7th level undead and countless mid-level undead, Zhao Yi's accumulated experience increased rapidly, and he was not far from the 8th level. Because when he changed his job to Dragon Speaker, he did not send Zhao Yi a dragon, but used it to improve Melissa's talent. Melissa's talent was still 5 stars, but it reached the top level among 5 stars, and she could be called the dragon with the highest talent. Melissa has high talent, short upgrade experience bar, and fast upgrade speed. Zhao Yi is a lord and has additional experience bonus for combat evaluation. The upgrade speeds of the two are almost the same. Once Zhao Yi is promoted to the 8th level, it is equivalent to 2 8th levels appearing in Zhao Yi's territory at once. Many upper kingdoms only have 1 8th level sitting. Chapter 284. As time entered February, the situation of the undead siege did not change from January. In the 5 undead sieges, only 1 wave of undead appeared in the first 4, and 3 waves of undead appeared in the last one at the end of the month. The Lord players are adapting to this change, and the losses are less than last month. The losses of the indigenous cities are also much less, mainly due to the changes in the Blue Star player camps. The major player forces have further concentrated their own forces, and part of the forces are directly placed in the indigenous cities to increase the strength of the indigenous cities. Another special undead siege, Zhao Yi obtained the 5th legendary treasure chest. The only legendary card is Super Large Magic Crystal Mine. A Super Large Magic Crystal Mine, the various grades of magic crystals mine must be worth more than 1 billion low-grade magic crystals. It is not a small amount of money for the top indigenous forces, but Zhao Yi is very disappointed. The more magic crystals, the better, but if Zhao Yi wants magic crystals, it is very easy. He has too many good things that can be quickly exchanged for magic crystals. Things that can be obtained quickly are just ordinary items to Zhao Yi, even if the quantity of this item is very large. In the magic crystal vein, there is a chance that a very rare magic crystal heart will be born, and super large magic crystal veins will definitely have a magic crystal heart. The magic crystal heart can absorb magic elements from the outside world and generate magic crystals around it. The larger the magic crystal heart, the faster and more magic crystals will be generated. With the existence of the magic crystal heart, there is no need to worry about the magic crystals used as trading currency, important military supplies, and important cultivation resources being consumed. A magic crystal heart that has only one use is a treasure for the top indigenous forces. It is a cash cow. Zhao Yi has several magic crystal hearts in his hands. No matter how big the magic crystal heart is, the speed of earning magic crystals cannot catch up with the void trading field, nor can it catch up with the real cash cow, the tree of life. Disappointment aside, a super large magic crystal vein has been opened, and Zhao Yi will use it soon. He will mine the magic crystals and increase the magic crystal reserves of the territory. The energy consumption of launching a legendary magic killing array is very terrifying. Last year, Zhao Yi set 3 magic crystal reserve targets: 2 billion magic crystals in the short term, 10 billion magic crystals in the medium term, and 100 billion magic crystals in the long term. Up to now, the short-term target of 2 billion magic crystals has not been achieved. The appearance of this super-large magic crystal vein can speed up the completion of the short-term target. The sale of military supplies in the void trading field cannot be stopped. The more magic crystals, the better. Because of the changes in the undead camp this year, coupled with the consumption of raw materials by merchants, the prices of various military supplies remain high. The military supplies reserves are increasing all the time, and it seems that they must continue to increase to meet their own needs. Just by selling a part of the military supplies produced every day, Zhao Yi can earn a lot of magic crystals, and the territory's magic crystal reserves are growing. Zhao Yi also sold some military supplies to the members of the Zichen League at a price lower than the market price. At first they refused, but the situation this year forced them to accept it. The Zichen League is more united. It has only been 2 days since he obtained the 5th legendary treasure chest. When he went out to kill monsters in the afternoon, Zhao Yi found that his experience was no longer increasing. Zhao Yi understood that he had pushed his level to the limit. So this time, Zhao Yi stopped killing the undead. At most, he severely damaged the mid-level undead, and other members of the team harvested them. After the monsters were killed, Zhao Yi and Melissa returned to Zhaocheng and entered the 3rd demi-plane where the world tree was planted, ready to try something here. Melissa, holding a resurrection scroll in her hand, looked at Zhao Yi with concern, while Zhao Yi took out a level 8 advancement stone. Zhao Yi did not want to upgrade immediately, but wanted to try to break the current limit and continue to gain experience. When the 6th level is perfected, you should use a level 7 advancement stone first, resist the urge to break through, and continue to gain experience. Now it is impossible to continue to gain experience. Maybe the accumulated experience is enough for Zhao Yi to reach the 7th level. In this case, if you use a level 8 advancement stone, will you be able to continue to gain experience? There is no precedent. Zhao Yi can only try it himself. There may be danger, but if it succeeds, it will definitely be a great thing for Zhao Yi. It means that Zhao Yi and his subordinates can continue to level up to legend. You think we are just a group of level 6 perfect, but in fact we are epic and legendary. Legendary creatures and level 9 undead are the top fighting forces on the Origin continent. Only by becoming a legendary strongman can you initially control your own destiny. It feels that only one legendary fighting force is not enough. If Zhao Yi has more legendary fighting forces, then he can truly gain a foothold in the Origin continent as a top force. After all, Zhao Yi is a brave warrior from another world. Although the 2 human races are merging rapidly now, there is no high-level professional among the Blue Star players, let alone a legend. If a legend appeared among the heroes of another world, Zhao Yi could not judge what the indigenous legends would think and do. Perhaps they would think Zhao Yi was a threat and surround and kill him directly. Fortunately, the indigenous camp was also very scattered, with some legends neutral and the rest hostile to each other. Legends born from heroes of another world also have the opportunity to become the target of the indigenous legends. If it is impossible to continue to suppress the level with the Hermit Ring, only one person can continue to kill monsters and level up after reaching the 7th level. Everything was ready. Zhao Yi was ready to absorb the energy of the 8th level advancement stone. After more than 10 seconds, Zhao Yi found that he could not use the 8th level advancement stone. Zhao Yi failed to break through the limit, and was full of disappointment and helplessness. After sorting out his mood, Zhao Yi said to Melissa, "Melissa, I am going to start the promotion. You don't have to follow me to the promotion." Melissa nodded. Zhao Yi and Melissa are both perfect at the 6th level. Because of the contractual relationship, Zhao Yi promoted and Melissa was able to follow him to the promotion. There is only one Hermit Ring. If Melissa also advances to the 7th level, she will not be able to hide it. You cannot put all your strength on the surface. You must hide your strength as much as possible to catch the enemy off guard. Zhao Yi released the suppression and began to advance. In the next half an hour, Zhao Yi would advance by 1 level every 3 minutes. His physical fitness continued to improve, and his soul continued to grow. It did not stop until he reached the 7th level. Personal shows that the Dragon Speaker is level 79, 100%, which means that Zhao Yi's level has just risen to level 80. Since the Hermit Ring is used, there is no need to suppress the level. Zhao Yi uses a level 8 advancement stone to raise the level to level 80. Epic. The epic level second only to the legendary realm, feeling the increase in strength, which is dozens of times that of his level 6 self. Zhao Yi has no smile on his face. It is really sad that he cannot directly suppress the level from level 6 to legend. Alas. Take a look at the individual. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 27/1191. Occupation, First Class Duke / level 80 Dragon Speaker, 0%. Attributes, Strength A12, Constitution A12, Agility A12, Wisdom A12. Free attribute points, 91. Charm, 31. Command, 386/25172. Skills. Equipment, Variety, Epic Armor, Epic Boots. Upgrading from level 6 to level 7 increases lifespan by 200 years, and from level 7 to level 8 increases lifespan by another 200 years. But Melissa didn't get promoted, so 200 years of life were given to Melissa, and Zhao Yi actually increased his life by 200 years. Allocate the free attribute points. Name, Zhao Yi. Life, 27/1191. Profession, First Class Duke / level 80 Dragon Speaker, 0%. Attributes, Strength 834, Constitution 834, Agility 834, Wisdom 834. Free attribute points, 3. Charm, 31. Command, 386/2585. Foreseeing the Legion skills, Zhao Yi remembered that he now had 7 Legion skills. He could learn one when he was promoted to the 7th level, and another one when he was promoted to the 8th level, so he had 9 Legion skills. After opening the card pack, Zhao Yi focused on 2 epic Legion skills. One is the Rain, and the other is the Shock. Primary Rain, all attributes of the own personnel increase by 10%, and morale doubles, but only the ruler of a country can learn to use the Rain. Primary Shock, enemy morale decreases by 20%. Morale represents many things, such as fighting will, and the degree of strength. Morale is very important for an army. Rain cannot be learned for the time being, so Zhao Yi will learn the Shock first. Only epic masters can exert the full power of epic deterrence. And epic masters often have to deal with epic masters of the enemy on the battlefield. A commander who only sits in command but does not go to the battlefield to kill the enemy means that he is weak. Such a commander is impossible to appear, and the generals below will not be convinced. The same is true in Zhao Yi's territory. There is 1 vacant slot for the Legion skill. Zhao Yi puts it there. Learning an ordinary Legion skill will be replaced in the future. It is a waste. It is better to reward it to his subordinates. Another half an hour later, Britney entered the 3rd demi-plane and handed the Hermit Ring to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi gave Britney an epic equipment that also had the effect of hiding herself, but the effect was much worse than the Hermit Ring. In front of the legendary strongman, Britney's hidden true aura could be seen at a glance. Next, Britney could not continue to kill monsters. Without the Hermit Ring to hide, the risk of Britney being exposed was greatly increased. In fact, Zhao Yi had the idea of suspending his own promotion and waiting until Britney reached the 7th level before starting the promotion. Based on Zhao Yi's understanding of Britney, Britney would definitely not accept it. Britney attaches great importance to strength improvement, but will not delay Zhao Yi's strength improvement. In Britney's heart, the first legendary strongman in the Violet Kingdom can only be Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was promoted to epic, and Zhao Yi's team's monster-killing plan continued to change. Britney and Zhao Yi quit the team together. Melissa, who can no longer gain experience, will choose to quit the team according to the team situation. Zhao Yi's team became Ignaz's team, and 2 6th-level players joined first. With the Hermit Ring, Zhao Yi will continue to kill monsters, but will not act with Ignaz's team, but will fight alone. Zhao Yi has a diamond-level teleportation ring in his hand, which allows him to use a 7th-level teleportation gate once every 10 days, or use 4th-level space teleportation 3 times a day, or use 1st-level teleportation 10 times a day. It is equivalent to carrying a half-baked space mage with him. Although Zhao Yi has just been promoted to epic, Zhao Yi is a dragon speaker, has legendary weapons, and his armor is all epic. After becoming familiar with the power of epic, Zhao Yi can at least have average strength among epic strongmen and 8th level undead. Zhao Yi is likely to destroy epic peak strongmen and 8th level peak undead, who have no epic equipment and no trump cards. Zhao Yi's goal of acting alone is the 8th level undead. After being promoted to epic, the experience required to upgrade one level is even more terrifying. If you continue to kill intermediate level undead and occasionally kill a 7th level undead, it will take several years to be promoted to legendary. If you kill the 8th level undead and the 7th level undead at the same time, the upgrade speed may be faster than the 6th level perfect promotion to epic. No matter how much experience is needed to upgrade to the epic stage, it is almost enough to kill 3 undead of the same level. There are thousands of 8th level undead in the entire Origin continent. It should not be a problem to kill dozens of 8th level undead to let Zhao Yi upgrade to legend. It depends on Zhao Yi's operation. Zhao Yi has an idea in his mind. As a dragon speaker, Zhao Yi mainly uses dragon spear, long sword, bow, and staff. The hermit ring has a legendary transformation. Zhao Yi uses the legendary transformation to transform 4 epic masters according to the different weapons used to distract the attention of the undead or natives looking for Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's search for the 8th level undead can also reduce the pressure on Ignaz's team. After all, this 6th level creature team has eliminated hundreds of 7th level undead, and the chance of exposure is increasing. When the 8th level undead are constantly sniped by human epic masters, more attention will be paid to finding human epic masters, reducing the attention on the 6th level creature team. After making a plan, Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to go out to kill monsters. He first went to the Void Arena to familiarize himself with his strength. Flying is a key project. Britney and the Ignaz team with new members both fought against Zhao Yi. Ignaz's team was also familiar with the newcomers' fighting style, so that the team members could cooperate with each other more tacitly, and not rush to go out to kill monsters. After a few days, everyone set out after initially familiarizing themselves with the power, and wanted to test themselves with actual combat. Only Britney returned to the capital and stayed there, spending most of her time practicing every day. The life essence produced by the 2 7th level life trees was too little. If there were more, Britney would not have to kill monsters, and her upgrade speed would not be much different. In a lower level kingdom in the northern region, in the cemetery closest to the capital, a middle-aged man, with a silver helmet and silver armor, holding a silver spear and a vicissitudes of life appeared here, but no one and no undead could discover his existence. He is Zhao Yi. The hermit ring can turn Zhao Yi into an assassin that is not easy to be found by a legendary strongman or a 9th level undead, provided that Zhao Yi learns the knowledge of the assassin profession and undergoes assassin professional training. Zhao Yi entered the cemetery and quickly explored the underground area. He did not find the 7th level undead and the 8th level undead, and continued to explore downwards. Finally, he found an 8th level Lich King on the second to last floor of this cemetery. Zhao Yi did not rush to attack it. After checking the last floor, he returned to the second to last floor and carefully approached the Lich King. Feeling the breath of the Lich King, Zhao Yi felt that the level of this Lich King would not exceed level 85. For the magic-based undead, more means are needed. With Zhao Yi's current strength, it will take some time to eliminate such undead. Time is critical. If the Lich King cannot be eliminated in a short time, other undead will come to support. It may not affect the outcome of the battle, but it will add a lot of trouble to Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi did not let go of the idea of this Lich King. The magic-based undead means that it is a fragile skin. It depends on whether the first attack can succeed. The effect of the Hermit's Ring is very powerful, but Zhao Yi is not a professional assassin, and he is much worse than professional assassins in lurking and attacking. When Zhao Yi was less than 100 meters away from the Lich King seemed to sense a little movement, and stood up to explore the surroundings several times, but found nothing. After returning to his original position and sitting down, he suddenly explored the surroundings every few minutes. The Lich King did this several times in a row before he was sure that there was no danger. He stopped making unnecessary movements and sat honestly on his throne, as if he was resting his eyes. Zhao Yi stayed where he was, almost 100 meters away, and it was difficult for the 8th level Lich King to find Zhao Yi even if he carefully explored him. As a rookie assassin, Zhao Yi was very unprofessional when moving, but he was much more professional when he was fixed. After the Lich King did not move, Zhao Yi continued to approach the Lich King. Before he was 10 meters away, the Lich King stood up again, not only using his mental power to explore Zhao Yi's side, but also after casting an epic protective spell, he also walked over. When the Lich King was only 26 meters away from Zhao Yi suddenly exploded. 26 meters away is like a close combat for an epic warrior. More importantly, the epic level protective spell is almost broken by the legendary level 100 change spear. Instant kill. A level 84 Lich King was killed instantly by a level 80 Dragon Speaker. Zhao Yi Dragon Speaker's level 80 experience bar increased by at least 2/5 points. The points bar increased by 3 billion points. Level 80 Undead is worth 1 billion points, and level 84 Undead is worth 3 billion points. After getting hundreds of billions of points twice, Zhao Yi was not very happy with the fact that he only got 3 billion points. 3 billion points used for recruitment was not as good as the 200 million points in the first year, and used to buy other items, which was only equivalent to 300 million points in the past. Moreover, Zhao Yi did not have time to look at the system panel at this time. After killing the Lich King, Zhao Yi immediately used the teleportation ring to quickly teleport to the floor marked with the 7th level Undead. Facing the 8th level Undead, Zhao Yi had to be cautious and look for opportunities to kill them with one blow. Facing the 7th level Undead, he had to kill them all. The resistance of the 7th level Undead was very slight for Zhao Yi. In more than half a minute after killing the 8th level Lich King, 3 7th level Undead were eliminated one after another by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi did not stop and immediately left the cemetery, hiding his body and flying towards the teleportation array from which he came. On the way, Zhao Yi took a moment to look at personal and found that the experience bar of the 80 level Dragon Speaker was almost halfway up. Sure enough, killing Undead of the same level still gained more experience, and if you can kill Undead of a higher level, you can gain more experience. However, it is more difficult for a level 80 Dragon Speaker to kill Undead above level 90. With legendary weapons and treasures, it is also very difficult to kill 9th level Undead. Even if he can kill them, Zhao Yi still has to use up a few trump cards. The reason why trump cards are called trump cards is that they can be used very limited times, so it is better not to use them. When Zhao Yi's team went out to kill monsters, Zhao Yi's team had a total of 8 members, all of whom were level 6 perfect, and chose to kill level 7 Undead and mid-level Undead. Killing level 7 Undead can gain the most experience, but 8 level 7 Undead must be killed before all members can have a turn. And you can't encounter level 7 Undead every time you go out to kill monsters. For example, Zhao Yi was lucky this time. There was an 8th level Undead in the target cemetery. In most cases, there should only be 7th level Undead. In the future, Zhao Yi will only swipe monsters once a day. If he can encounter an 8th level Undead in 4 days, Zhao Yi will be very satisfied. It is very fast to gain experience by swiping alone, but unfortunately not everyone can swipe the cemetery alone. You must have the strength to be invincible at the same level or even fight across levels, have good equipment, and have a means of escape. Zhao Yi meets all these requirements. You can't play alone, you can only play in a team. A monster killing team must have a space mage, who is the core of the monster killing team. If you can beat them, you can quickly teleport to the target area, and if you can't beat them, you can just run away. Then, there are warriors, assassins, mages, priests, these professional combinations. Shooters are optional, after all, they are fighting in a cemetery with limited space, which affects the output of shooters. Shooters are mainly long-range output, and mages are mainly range output. After the first monster killing after the promotion to Epic, Zhao Yi is very confident about his next upgrade speed, and promotion to Legend is just around the corner. Just after Zhao Yi returned to Violet, the news of the death of the 8th level Lich King and 3 7th level Undead was quickly sent to the superior 9th level Lich King Maiwen. Maiwen was furious at the loss of an 8th level Undead and immediately investigated the matter, wanting to know which creature killed its subordinates. It wanted to take revenge. The Undead in the cemetery where the 8th level Lich King was located reported that there was only one attacking creature, and it was very powerful. The 8th level Lich King and the 3 7th level Undead were killed instantly by the opponent, and it was suspected to be a human legend. Human legend? Maiwen also had this feeling. Her subordinates were in the middle of the 8th level Undead. Even if they encountered a peak human epic, they would not be killed instantly. It must be a human legend. In the area that Maiwen was responsible for, no human legends or human epics left. It should not be done by the humans in her area. The importance of the 8th level Undead was much greater than that of the 7th level Undead. Maiwen immediately contacted other 9th level Undead and asked if there were any human legends or human epics that disappeared for a period of time in their areas of responsibility. If they disappeared suddenly for a period of time, it was very likely that her subordinates were the ones who disappeared. Chapter 285. The legendary masters of the Aboriginal camp have a quick way to contact each other, and so do the 9th level undead. Faced with the inquiry of the 9th level Lich King Maiwan, most of the 9th level undead immediately sent their subordinates to investigate, and some 9th level undead, who did not get along with Maiwan, laughed at them before investigating. It was soon preliminarily determined that during the time when the 8th level undead under Maiwan's death had died, there was no human epic, and the human legend suddenly disappeared during this period. Maiwan naturally did not believe it, otherwise how could her 8th level subordinates die, and the high level undead would not kill each other? It must have been done by the strong among the living beings. The 9th level undead had no choice but to continue investigating. While the undead camp continued to investigate, Zhao Yi raided the second cemetery and only killed 2 7th level undead and a bunch of mid-level undead. This time, Zhao Yi used the clone technique, with the main body as a shooter and the clone as a shield warrior, killing a lot in the cemetery. After returning to Zhaocheng after finishing the monster hunting, the 9th level soul-snatching Sickle Zephyr, who was in charge of this cemetery, received the report and was furious. This was not the first time. Last year, the area under his jurisdiction was attacked many times by a 6th level creature team, and a 7th level undead was lost. Now 2 7th level undead have been lost. There were only 2 creatures that attacked the cemetery, and one of them must be a high-level professional. There are a certain number of high-level human professionals, and they will all be watched by high-level undead. Zephyr immediately sent a message to all the 7th level and 8th level undead in the jurisdiction area, asking whether any of the high-level human professionals they were responsible for suddenly disappeared in a certain period of time. The 7th level and 8th level undead reported that the high-level human professionals they were responsible for stayed at home honestly, and did not run around. If it was before yesterday, Zephyr would have taken this attack seriously, but would not have told the other 9th level undead. Such a face-losing matter, he would have sent his men to investigate it. Now that there is the precedent of Maiwan, the 9th level undead are sending their subordinates to investigate the human epics and human legends that suddenly appear or disappear for a period of time. Zephyr added directly, investigate all high-level professionals of living beings. As for the 6th level living beings team, Zephyr temporarily skipped it. The importance of a high-level professional of a human is higher than that of a 6th level living beings team. Moreover, the 7th level undead was surrounded and killed by a 6th level living beings team. The 7th level undead itself has many 6th level subordinates. This is more embarrassing than being attacked and killed by a high-level professional of a human. A few more days passed, and the undead camp still hadn't found the target, but every day a cemetery in various places on the origin continent would be attacked by a single or double person, and maybe an 8th level undead was killed, or maybe a 7th level undead was killed. This aroused the anger of the 9th level undead in the undead camp, and they directly sent high-level undead, who could cast time spells to rewind the time of the attack cemetery, but found that time rewinding didn't work at all. Could it be that a high-level professional from the living side came out of the demi-plane, and he was carrying a treasure that could hide his aura and resist the detection of time spells? A 9th level undead expressed his guess, and the other 9th level undead agreed. The undead could determine the location of the high-level creatures on the origin continent, but the high-level creatures in the demi-plane were separated by space, and the undead could not sense them. Since they could not find the exact target, they would not look for it. The 9th level undead agreed to put pressure on humans, and demand that humans hand over the high-level creatures that had been attacking everywhere in the past few days. If they did not hand them over, then they would go to war. When the human legends received the ultimatum from the undead camp, most of the legendary powerhouses sneered and did not care at all. All-out war? The reason why the aboriginal camp and the undead camp were able to reach an agreement that high-level ones were not allowed to attack those below high-level ones was that the difference in high-end combat power between the two sides was not big. The number of high-level undead in the undead camp was greater than that of high-level creatures, but creatures had more means. If a life-and-death battle was fought, and one side won in the end, it was estimated that no more than 10 would be alive, and all of them would be injured. The low-level undead with low intelligence could charge fearlessly, and the middle-level undead with higher intelligence would choose to retreat once their side was at risk of being wiped out without the constraints of higher-level undead on the battlefield. The higher-level undead with higher intelligence have died once, and they don't want to die again. Both sides cherish their lives, so in the battle between the high-end combat forces of both sides, most of the time, they will not fight desperately. The top combat power 9th level undead and legendary creatures have suffered very little loss to this day. Therefore, the human legends are not worried about the undead camp going to a full-scale war. They don't care about the undead camp's ultimatum, but they are interested in the unknown number of professionals who actively attack the cemetery to eliminate high-level undead. Whose family made the move? A legendary asked. Not from my family. Not from my family either. I hope it's from my family. If I train him well, he will definitely be promoted to a legend. The human legends all said it wasn't from their family, but everyone felt that someone might be lying. The top forces must be able to hide a professional who seems to be in the epic realm. For the first-class forces below them, the epic masters are their top combat power. It's not easy to hide an extra one, and they won't send them out at will. If they die outside in an accident, the loss will be great. Some legendary warriors were puzzled. Why would an unknown professional attack high-level undead? It should be that he has reached a bottleneck and wants to break through it through fighting. This should be the best answer. The legendary warriors could not imagine that a warrior from another world would attack and kill high-level undead everywhere. In their eyes, the strongest warriors from another world are only at level 6, and they are far from level 7. By destroying the undead, warriors from another world can quickly improve their realm and gain points to exchange for various things. The natives will not get any benefit from destroying the undead. The best answer is to break through the bottleneck through fighting. Fighting with one's own people can only be a competition, and fighting with the undead is a life and death battle. Maybe you can break through the bottleneck in a life and death battle. Most legendary strongmen let go of this matter, but there are still legendary strongmen who want to know who is attacking high-level undead everywhere. Such people have a high chance of being promoted to legend. If they come from hostile forces, it will be very serious. If they really come from hostile forces, quietly tell the undead camp and kill them. Whether it is the indigenous camp or the Blue Star player camp, the internal fighting is still going on. However, because of the great enemy of the undead camp, the internal fighting needs to be eased to avoid direct attacks. It is indispensable to do some small tricks in secret. Zhao Yi and Ignaz's team are still killing monsters everywhere. It has been several days since the undead camp issued an ultimatum to humans, but there has been no response from humans. 9th level undead, you guys hand over the people quickly, otherwise we will go to war. Human legend. Let's start the war. Who is afraid of who? Although there are really human legends who are very afraid, many top forces only have one legend in charge. Once the legend falls, it will change from a top force to a first-class force, which may secretly attract some top forces to compete for wealth. Faced with the tough attitude of the human legend, the 9th level undead really didn't know what to do for a while. The high-end combat power of both sides is not much different, so they can't go to war, or they can't go to war now. Since the first half of last year, the undead in the ocean have been migrating to the land, and everyone can see the big changes in the undead camp. The big change in the undead camp was to wipe out all the creatures on the origin continent in one fell swoop. The 9th level undead called it the final battle. The undead camp was not ready yet, and could not start immediately. They had to wait. So the two sides continued to talk nonsense, and the 9th level undead also set up some traps, hoping that the high-level creatures who attacked the cemetery would step into the traps. However, the number of traps was too small, and Zhao Yi would always enter the cemetery in stealth and confirm the situation inside the cemetery before launching the attack. If there were traps in the cemetery, Zhao Yi would run away immediately. The Hermit's Ring is a legendary treasure. Without a 9th level undead or 1 or 2 legendary treasures, it is difficult to find Zhao Yi and keep him. Zhao Yi was madly killing monsters to level up, and some player territories in the Blue Star player camp also reorganized monster killing teams, and soon they faced the revenge of the undead camp. The powerful territories can resist the revenge of the undead camp with less casualties, while the relatively weaker territories may suffer greater losses and ask for help from the Empire. The two parties have signed a contract. The Empire needs to send troops to rescue, and the player's territory needs to pay military expenses. With the addition of the Empire's reinforcements, it will not be a problem to resist the revenge of the undead camp. Zhao Yi learned all this information from the forum. Zhao Yi remembered that when he went from level 60 to level 6 perfection, he went to the cemetery every day to kill monsters, which took almost 2 years. In terms of combat evaluation extra experience bonus, Zhao Yi thinks he is the highest. No matter how you think about it, other players need more than 2 years to go from level 60 to level 6 perfection, unless the other members of a monster-killing team severely injure the undead, and finally the Lord harvests them, so that the Lord can quickly advance to level 7. The possibility of this happening is extremely small. Even if he is the Lord's confidant, it is impossible for him to pay all for the Lord and get very little for himself. If the Lord wants to upgrade, the other members of the monster-killing team must also upgrade. At most, the Lord can upgrade faster than other members. It is impossible to be promoted to the 7th level in less than 2 years. Given the changes in the undead camp, 2 years is too long. Zhao Yi doesn't know what big changes will happen in the next month, let alone the changes in the next 2 years. Perhaps the decisive battle will break out in 2 years. An idea flashed through Zhao Yi's mind. Zhao Yi no longer thought about other players, and the focus was on his own rapid upgrade. On the last night of March, 3 waves of undead armies attacked all the gathering points of living beings. Zhao Yi got another legendary treasure chest, which was the 6th legendary treasure chest Zhao Yi got, and there was only 1 legendary card in it. Under the blessing of the intermediate luck spell, level 9 advanced stone was opened by Zhao Yi. Compared with the previous legendary treasure chest, the legendary cards in this legendary treasure chest did not disappoint Zhao Yi. Of course, there were not many surprises. The value of the 9th level advancement stone was high enough for Zhao Yi. There were countless epic masters on the origin continent who could not be promoted to legend even if they had enough resources. 5-star talented professionals had the potential to be promoted to legend, but that was just potential. To be promoted to legend, talent was all that was needed. The promotion from level 6 to level 7 was a huge hurdle. From level 7 to epic, from epic to legend, the levels were more difficult than the other. Level 9 advancement stones can make creatures with epic perfection easily enter the legendary realm without any side effects. 2 level 9 advancement stones mean that in the future, Zhao Yi will rule the country with at least 2 legendary masters. Now Zhao Yi has a total of 2 level 9 advancement stones, 15 level 8 advancement stones, 76 level 7 advancement stones, more than 500 level 6 advancement stones, and more than 2,000 level 5 advancement stones. Because of the large amount of auxiliary breakthrough potions configured and used, the consumption of advancement stones has been greatly reduced. Most of the advancement stones are in Zhao Yi's card pack, and some are purchased from the void trading field. Only important personnel promotion, military merit rewards, and professional school student rewards will give out advancement stones. If low-level advancement stones are combined into high-level advancement stones, Zhao Yi can have 5 sets of 9 advancement stones from level 1 to level 9. This means that Zhao Yi's territory has at least 5 legendary masters. There are definitely not many indigenous forces that can have 5 or more legendary masters. A force with 5 legendary masters can become one of the top 50 or even top 30 forces on the origin continent. However, it is difficult to produce 5 legends. Zhao Yi's legendary path is not far away, but the legendary paths of others are still uncertain. It has been more than half a year since Cheng Jinling was promoted to the 3rd class dukedom, and it has been almost half a year since Li Chunsheng was promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. In the following time, dozens of player territories have been promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. Zhao Yiming's territory should be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. In the past month, players in Zhao Yi's territory and the Zichen League have discussed more about when Zhao Yi's territory will be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. When it was a Marquisate, Zhao Yi's territory was ranked about the same as the 3rd class Marquisate, the 2nd class Marquisate, and the 1st class Marquisate. Zhao Yi's territory has no big forces to rely on, and cannot be compared with those territories that are focused on cultivating by big forces, but Zhao Yi's territory itself is not weak, and the entire Zichen League is there. As long as Zhao Yi is promoted to the 6th level, with the support of the Purple Star Alliance, Zhao Yi's territory will definitely be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom at a relatively low cost. The players of Zhao Yi's territory, and the members of the Purple Star Alliance have great trust in Zhao Yi. From the initial small trust, as time goes by, it gradually becomes a firm belief that Zhao Yi's territory will not be much worse than other major forces' key cultivation territories. If a major force's key cultivation territory can be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom, Zhao Yi's territory will definitely be promoted to the 3rd class dukedom. After adding a diamond-level illusion array to Qing, Zhao Yi began to prepare for the promotion of the territory in public. On April 7th, Zhao Yi announced internally that he would soon reach level 5, and would immediately be promoted to level 6 on the day of his promotion. Hearing the words of the Lord, the players in Zhao Yi territory were happy and smiling, believing that they would be promoted successfully. The bottom players like to visit the forum the most, read other people's posts, post and reply to posts, and compare with players living in other territories. Zhao Yi territory is ranked in the top 100 in the promotion of 3rd class Marquis territory, 2nd class Marquis territory, and 1st class Marquis territory. Obviously, Zhao Yi territory is a powerful territory, and the living standards of ordinary players in Zhao Yi territory are considered the best among the player territories. Zhao Yi territory has many places to compare with other players' territories, So Zhao Yi territory players prefer to browse the forum to compare with other players, to satisfy their desire for comparison. Duke Territory. Duke Territory. Our territory will soon be promoted to Duke Territory. Among individual players, no one is more powerful than Zhao Yi. The territories that have been promoted before are all territories that are focused on cultivating by major forces. Among the territories of individual players, our Zhao Yi's territory will be the first to be promoted to Duke Territory. After the promotion to the dukedom, the territory will continue to expand, and the main city area will also increase. At that time, Boss Zhao Yi should continue to recruit players. It depends on who is lucky enough to be recruited by Boss Zhao Yi. God bless, Boss Zhao Yi's territory must be successfully promoted, and I will definitely be recruited by Boss Zhao Yi. After Zhao Yi announced the news, the members of the Zichen Alliance congratulated the leader of the territory in advance, and said that their territory troops would accept the call of the leader at any time. Zhao Yi replied, "No reinforcements are needed. With the strength of our territory, we are absolutely sure to resist the undead army in the territory promotion war." Among the open territories, Lin Ningyao was the first person to know that the territory was going to be promoted. Lin Ningyao didn't know the full strength of the territory, and there were some situations about the promotion of the third-class dukedom disclosed on the forum, so she was very worried about the territory promotion. Zhao Yi made a guarantee that the territory would be able to be successfully promoted at a relatively small cost, and Lin Ningyao's worries were greatly alleviated. Considering that the monster-killing teams in some major forces-focused territories have become active again, Zhao Yi plans to transfer a space mage to the territory on the surface to form a new monster-killing team. The monster-killing team has 8 members, and the only players are Zhao Yi and Lin Mingyao. Some of the old people who follow Zhao Yi and Yi Cheng need to improve their strength. Lin Mingyao is only at the 4th level, and the realm is too different, so she needs to improve quickly. Zhao Yi's clone joins. Zhao Yi's main body kills monsters during the day and stays in Zhaocheng at night. The distance of the clone will not exceed the limit. And as Zhao Yi's realm and clone skill level increase, the maximum distance between the clone and the main body continues to increase, and the main body can even be in the demi-plane while the clone is active on the origin continent. The monster-killing team in I Ching does not need to go to the cemetery to kill monsters. There are undead migrations every night. Just stay away from the city and attack the migrating undead. On April 10th, Zhao Yi announced internally that he had been promoted to the 6th level and the territory was open for promotion. Most of the players in Zhao Yi's territory believe in Zhao Yi, and that the territory will definitely be successfully promoted. However, there are also a small number of players who are worried that the promotion will fail and the territory will be destroyed. They, the bottom players, cannot escape. There is no point in worrying now. I can only pray secretly, hoping that it will succeed. As night falls, the defenders of I Ching are ready for battle, including multiple player troops. Under the effect of the illusion array, players will not really kill the undead, nor can they gain experience. After the illusion array is closed, the players participating in the battle will definitely find out. So there must be real undead to attack I Ching. There are a large number of undead migrating outside. As long as you attack the migrating undead, you will attract a large number of undead around you, and you can lead the undead to I Ching. Before the undead attack I Ching, all threatening targets inside should be eliminated first. This is barely a method. If there are high-level undead in the number 1 cemetery, and they notice a large number of undead attacking a city in Zhao Yi's territory, they will issue an order to let the undead retreat, so as not to waste their resources. Most player territories cannot attract undead to attack the city in this way. Once attracted, a large number of undead will come and devour the territory. Under Zhao Yi's operation, that night, the Blue Star players and natives in I Ching believe that the territory won the promotion battle at a relatively small cost, and almost no one could detect the problem. Even if someone noticed something wrong, they would think they were wrong. Anyway, the territory was successfully promoted. After winning the promotion battle, Zhao Yi received congratulations from a group of people, including members of the Purple Chen League, the Chen Country official, and some player forces in Chen Country. With the strength of the Purple Chen League, it can be ranked in the top 5 among the major player forces in Chen Country. As players of Chen Country, there may be places where the Purple Chen League needs help, so everyone should build a good relationship in advance. The next day, the undead debris on the battlefield was first dealt with, and the priest was ordered to purify some land outside I Ching before the diamond-level illusion array was turned off. After the territory was promoted, it was also necessary to start major construction, such as the expansion of I Ching. Chapter 286. As the territory was promoted, I Ching began to expand, and the population of Yicheng also began to increase on a large scale. The recruited Aboriginal civilians who had just entered Yicheng were mostly silent and cautious, but many newly recruited Blue Star players were crying with joy when they first entered Yicheng. Excited, really excited? Jiaoyi territory is the strongest independent player territory, and the living standards of the players in Jiaoyi territory are still very high. They have always lived at the bottom of the Aboriginal city, and it is very lucky to be recruited by Jiaoyi. The player territories that were promoted before Zhao Yi's territory seemed to be stronger than Zhao Yi's territory, and they also had a big force as their backer. The key is that most of these territories will not recruit people from outside. The territories lack population, and they merge the population of other territories under the big forces. After Zhao Yi's territory was successfully promoted, many low-level players living in the native city prayed to be recruited by Zhao Yi. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. The joy in my heart can be imagined, just like buying a lottery ticket on Blue Star and winning the jackpot, or knowing that my house is going to be demolished. Facing the staff who guided them to their new home, they asked all sorts of questions. They were all players, and the staff patiently answered the newcomers' questions. At the same time, they recalled that it seemed to be the same when they first came here. After moving into the new home and the staff left, the newcomers began to post on the forum to celebrate being recruited by Zhao Yi, which attracted many Zhao Yi territory players to congratulate them, as well as other players' words of envy and jealousy. Zhao Yi's territory is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that the Violet Kingdom restricts the development of Zhao Yi's territory. After the dukedom, it should be the princedom. There is no such opportunity in the Violet Kingdom. The potential of players' territories in the empire is still greater, but the competition is also greater. If Zhao Yi's territory was in a certain empire, it might not have developed to the level it is today. The Violet Kingdom is weak and has little development potential, but the Violet Kingdom now has a backer and is very safe. It seems that it is not bad for you to stay in the Violet Kingdom. These posts soon attracted counterattacks from players in Zhao Yi's territory. In the counterattack, there was even a Zhao Yi marries the Violet Queen. Lin Mengyao, who often browses the forum to collect useful information, snorted when she saw this post. Gu Ying, on the other hand, somewhat agreed with this post. If Zhao Yi could marry the Violet Queen, she and Zhao Yi would have a better development in the Violet Kingdom with their cooperation. The development of the territory in public was just a small matter for Zhao Yi. What was more important was the improvement of his own strength. The undead camp was still looking for Zhao Yi everywhere, and they could not be sure that there was actually only one high-level creature who attacked the high-level undead everywhere. Zhao Yi encountered some traps made by the undead, and quietly entered the trap and left it quietly. While trying to kill monsters, the time came to the last day of April. Early in the morning, clouds of disaster appeared in the sky. Seeing the clouds of disaster appear, many Lord players did not hesitate to buy various military supplies in the market or the void trading field. The prices of various military supplies, which were originally high, immediately soared. The Lord players who felt that the military supplies in the territory were insufficient had to buy them at high prices. Last year, once in the middle of the year and once at the end of the year, the clouds of disaster covered the city twice, and the same wave of undead armies attacked the city. This time is likely to be the same. Compared with last year, the prices of Points Mall have increased 9 times. If you rely on buying military supplies from the Points Mall during the battle, it may not be enough, resulting in heavy losses in the territory. In order not to suffer heavy losses or even destruction of the territory, the Lord players have to use more magic crystals to buy some military supplies, when the teleportation array can still be used. Since the beginning of this year, the Lord players have been working hard to stockpile military supplies. However, there is only one Lord player like Zhao Yi, who is so wealthy that he is almost comparable to the top indigenous forces. After all, there are only a few Lord players who can stockpile enough to deal with the undead siege under the cloud of disaster. As the territory continues to develop, there are many places to spend money, and it is impossible to exchange all the money for military supplies. Even if the changes in the undead camp this year have allowed the Lord players to increase their military supplies reserves, the military supplies that many Lord players stockpile on a daily basis can only cope with the special undead army siege once a month. Now they are about to face the situation, and the stockpiled military supplies are not enough. Members of the Purple Star Alliance all felt that they were short of military supplies. Zhao Yi took out a batch of military supplies and sold them to them at 80% off the market price. At the same time, he released more military supplies in the void trading field. The production capacity of Zhao Yi's territory will also increase over time. Open treasure chests to obtain more alchemy buildings and recruit more alchemists and pharmacists. In addition, even if there is no alchemy building, it is still possible to manufacture alchemy props and prepare potions, but the speed is much slower than that of the alchemy building. Alchemy buildings are like factories, almost like assembly line production. When the members of the Purple Star Alliance were preparing for war, many people in the group expressed their concerns about the leader. After all, it was only 20 days since Zhao Yi's territory was promoted to the third-class dukedom, and it may not have stabilized yet. In such a short period of time, it encountered a more special situation than the monthly special undead siege. The members of the Purple Star Alliance were very worried that the leader's territory would be severely damaged or even destroyed. I would rather my territory be severely damaged than the leader's territory. I can send an army to support the leader. My territory is weak, and the kingdom's army had to rescue it twice before. Otherwise, this time, all the personnel should be directly merged into the Alliance leader's territory to increase the strength of the Alliance leader's territory. Don't do that. Your territory is weak. If everyone goes to the Alliance leader's territory, the average strength of the Alliance leader's territory will decrease. Zhao Yi, it's okay, don't worry. My territory can be saved and the loss will not be too great. I feel relieved when I heard the Alliance leader's words. Come on, Alliance leader. That night, all the cities in Zhao Yi's territory welcomed 7 waves of undead armies to attack the city. Among the undead armies attacking the city, there was barely a 6th level undead, and there was barely a 5th level undead in Yicheng. The professionals in Zhaocheng are used to it. The players in Yicheng who participated in the battle were very happy to see that the attacking undead army was weak, which meant that their losses were small, but they found it difficult to accept this situation. Most other player territories were struggling to resist the attack of the undead army. Even Cheng Jinling had a fierce battle. On the contrary, it was their own territory. The attacking undead army was weak, and the territory's losses were very small, even smaller than the strongest Cheng Jinling's losses. This is incredible. If outsiders knew about this, they would even think that Zhao Yiling was stronger than Cheng Jinling. The truth is that the undead army attacking Zhao Yiling was much weaker than the undead army attacking Cheng Jinling. It was a strange thing. Zhao Yi felt the confusion of the combat professional players, and explained it briefly. The undead also have wisdom. In previous battles, they knew that our territory was strong and had lost a large number of undead. When they could not destroy our territory, they would at most send some low-level undead and cannon fodder, and would not send many mid-level undead. They were waiting for an opportunity to destroy our territory in one fell swoop. The battles Zhao Yi mentioned mainly refer to several territory promotion battles. This explanation is very reasonable, and all the combat professional players believe it. Perhaps our territory's overall strength is not as good as Cheng Jinling's, but the average strength may be higher than Cheng Jinling's. In the battle of this scale tonight, Cheng Jinling's main city will lose more than 2,000 people, which is about 2% of the main city's garrison, which is a relatively small loss. The number of deaths in our territory is less than 100, and if it is a little less, it can be ignored. If our territory also has a big force to rely on, the strongest player territory may be our territory. After a night of fighting, nearly 10,000 player territories and indigenous cities were destroyed. In general, the losses were much smaller than the one at the end of the year. If there is another undead army of this scale attacking the city, the losses will be even less. A new day came, and Zhao Yi obtained another legendary treasure chest and 9 diamond treasure chests. According to the number of undead eliminated in the Zhaocheng battlefield last night, the number of legendary cards in this legendary treasure chest can reach 3. Find a time with high luck. After a mid-level luck spell, Zhao Yi opened the legendary treasure chest. Recruitment scroll for double 5-star talented professionals. Ice Age skill book. Super large demi-plane. The 3 legendary cards made Zhao Yi frown deeply. Geniuses with 5-star combat professional talents. Since Zhao Yi used a primary luck spell to recruit personnel every day, and even earlier recruited personnel under the effect of the fate dice, such geniuses are not lacking in the territory. The more geniuses, the better, but when there is no shortage, the value seems low. Ice Age skill book. Ice element 9th level skill. There are some ice mages in Zhao Yi's territory, but the highest talent is 4 stars, and the value of this skill book is lower than the former. Super large demiplane is indeed a good thing. A demiplane with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers is considered a super large demiplane. Zhao Yi obtained this super large demiplane, which has an area of more than 15 million square kilometers, and most of the land is suitable for living creatures. This super large demiplane can support hundreds of millions of people, and there are also a lot of resources. However, in order to develop such a super large demiplane, Zhao Yi's territory also needs a lot of investment. The two large demiplanes in hand have not been developed yet, and there are more medium-sized planes and small planes. It is impossible to invest too many resources in the development of super large demiplanes. A super large demiplane is equivalent to a crazy increase in the foundation of Zhao Yi's territory, but under the current situation, Zhao Yi wants to get something that can immediately increase the strength of the territory. Unfortunately, none of the 3 legendary cars are available. This is even more disappointing than the super large magic crystal vein that Zhao Yi opened from the legendary treasure chest. After a disaster, the Lord players were busy restoring the strength of their territories. This year, the changes in the undead camp were too great, and a large number of Lord players had a strong sense of crisis. Only by continuing to increase their own strength rapidly can this sense of crisis be alleviated. No matter what kind of crisis it is, only if the strength is strong enough can it be overcome. From the beginning of the year to now, the migration of ocean undead to land has never stopped. The migration time is longer than last year's migration, and the number of migrating undead is also more than last year's migration. With so many undead migrating, the undead camp has launched several undead sieges of the scale of last night, but the undead migration has not yet ended. A strong man from the aboriginal camp conducted an investigation, and found that more than 4/5 of the undead in the ocean are moving towards the land. This discovery caused the legendary strongmen of the aboriginal camp to hold another meeting. It's very wrong. Almost all the undead are migrating to the land. Is the undead camp going to fight a decisive battle with us? Is the undead camp sure to defeat us? If it's not a decisive battle, then how do we explain the actions of the undead camp now? In this meeting that should only be attended by legendary masters, the epic realm prophet, who had been silent all this time, spoke. The future is dark, but light will eventually dispel darkness. After that, the prophet kept silent. No matter how the legendary masters asked, the prophet did not continue to speak, and the legendary masters did not force him. The power of time is a gift and a curse. If only a small amount of time power is used, there will not be much impact. If more time power is used, the prophet's body cannot support it, and the price is a reduction in lifespan. Generation after generation of prophets, they almost never lack resources, but it is rare for a prophet to be promoted to legend, and even rarer for a prophet to die of old age. Using time spells again and again, the prophet's lifespans are constantly consumed, and in the end they all end up with dying young. The prophet stopped talking, and the meeting of the legendary masters continued. The prophet's predictions became a focus of the legendary masters' discussion. The future is dark, and no one knows when this darkness will come. It is likely to be a decisive battle between the living and the dead. Light will eventually dispel darkness, and the final victory belongs to the living beings. However, after receiving the prophecy, the living beings must do something. If they do nothing, and wait for the decisive battle to come, the result may be that the living beings lose. How about we withdraw everyone to each family's demiplane, leaving only the city where the demiplane entrance is located, reducing the defense area and being able to hold out longer? No, if all the demiplanes are used, we can't accommodate so many people. There must be a lot of people in each family's demiplane that can accommodate people, right? Transferring population to the demiplane is also a big problem. It may be impossible to recover even half of the population, and only defending the city where the entrance to the demiplane is located is a very dangerous thing. The power of the undead will also be concentrated. If it is dispersed, it can also be used to consume the power of the undead. Most legendary strongmen don't care about this sentence. They don't care about using more low-level professionals to consume the power of the undead, and they don't care about using heroes from other worlds to consume the power of the undead. At the legendary meeting, decisions were made one after another, and these decisions affected the human camp on the entire origin continent. Living creatures are not only humans, but also dragons and other magical beasts. However, if the giant dragon is not counted, the strength of living creatures other than humans is relatively weak, and most of the magical beasts have relationships with humans, such as mounts, pets, and cooperation. Basically, humans can represent the entire living creature camp, and only the dragons are left out. The dragons have been severely damaged by the undead camp, and the indigenous legendary strongmen are not very clear about the current situation of the dragons. After the legendary meeting, all the top indigenous forces began to prepare for war. Some forces below the top forces, through their relationship with the top forces, learned some information and began to prepare for war. Britney learned about the situation from Jianshan and told Zhao Yi about it. The future is dark, but light will eventually dispel darkness. Zhao Yi whispered it softly, thinking in his mind. Facing the decisive battle that would come at an unknown time, the top indigenous forces even had the idea of evacuating the outside population to the demi-plane, but the demi-plane was limited in space, and because of the large number of undead outside, they gave up this idea. The top indigenous forces gave up this idea. Zhao Yi was thinking about whether his territory could be used. After careful consideration, it was indeed possible. Even without the newly acquired super-large demi-plane, the other demi-planes in Zhao Yi's hands could accommodate the outside population. Food and water were not a problem. Even if the population was transferred through the teleportation array, Zhao Yi could also take out magic crystals for consumption. The biggest problem was only housing. In the end, only Zhao Chun would be retained, or another I Ching would be added. The key was that eliminating the undead could bring Zhao Yi a lot of benefits. In the special case of 7 waves of undead attacking the city, the 9 middle cities that had reached the scale of a 3rd-level large city could bring Zhao Yi a diamond treasure chest. If the 9 middle cities continued to expand in the future, there was even a chance to bring an epic treasure chest. The treasure chest is 1, and the points are also 1. No matter how much the prices in the points mall rise, no matter how many points are needed to recruit personnel, the points are of extremely high value. For the sake of the treasure chest, for the points, and for the professional realm improvement, the decision to evacuate personnel to the demi-plane cannot be made lightly. The key is whether the cities in the territory, or even the cities of the indigenous people under control, can be defended in the decisive battle without causing major casualties. In the past battles with the undead, Zhao Yi always pursued minimal casualties, and above minimal there are smaller ones, and above that there are larger ones. In a decisive battle, Zhao Yi could accept the general loss of personnel. With the strength of the garrisons in various places, plus the military supplies reserves, Zhao Yi believed that as long as the rules of the undead army's siege did not change significantly, the city could be defended at a relatively low cost. For example, a city had a maximum of level 5 professionals stationed, but a level 7 undead 2 levels higher participated in the siege. This situation was a major rule change, and it would be difficult to defend the city. If a level 6 professional was stationed and a level 7 undead attacked the city, the possibility of defending the city would be much greater. If more means were prepared, the attacking level 7 undead could even be eliminated. Zhao Yi is now mainly preparing means to deal with the 8th level and 9th level undead. The means to deal with the 7th level undead can be directly delegated. It is also necessary to consider the disaster cloud. When the undead camp makes a big move, the disaster cloud will often cover the sky, and all teleportation arrays on the origin continent cannot be used. If the teleportation array cannot be used, space spells below the 7th level cannot be used. If all space spells cannot be used, the undead camp should have killed all living beings. Among the high-level professionals of the indigenous people, there are many space mages, and there are even legendary space mages who can teleport from the easternmost to the westernmost of the origin continent. If any city in the territory is in danger and needs rescue, sending out air cavalry is a very dangerous thing, and a high-level space mage is necessary. 5-star space mage Ignaz is currently in the process of leveling up to level 6. According to the current monster killing speed, he will not be able to level up again by the end of this year or the beginning of next year, and can be directly promoted to epic. Among the 4-star space mages, Fagin and Claudine are the 2 with the highest levels, and they are still some distance away from level 6. They will be able to reach level 6 next year. Zhao Yi didn't have any extra 5-star talent stones for the 2 to use. It all depends on when the so-called decisive battle breaks out. If it is likely to break out this year, the population of the territory and the population of the cities that control the indigenous people will gather in the nearest middle city or big city. Arrange space mages to move the entrances and exits of the half-plane that can accommodate living beings to the middle city or big city. If the decisive battle breaks out next year or even later, 1 epic space mage and 2 7th-level space mages can almost complete the rescue mission, and there is no need to transfer the population. In addition, the air cavalry cannot be deployed, but the Sky Whale Corps can be deployed. The floating fortress with a 7th level mage at most has an 8th level combat power, and can resist multiple 8th level undead. The Sky Whale Corps has 2 floating fortresses, and 2 powerful reinforcements. With high-level space mages, and the Sky Whale Corps, reinforcements will definitely be there. It depends on whether the rules of the undead siege will change significantly. If there is a big change, the reinforcements will not be able to rescue in time. Zhao Yi himself tends to believe that the rules of the undead siege will change a little, but not too much. The undead are the power of the god of destruction and death. The restrictions on the rules of the undead should come from the God of creation and life. The rules have changed too much, which means that the God of creation and life is no match for the God of destruction and death. If the God of destruction and death defeats the God of creation and life, even if the creatures on the origin continent defeat the undead, there will be no good result in the end. No matter how powerful a professional is, it is impossible to resist the power of God. Zhao Yi can only believe that the God of creation and life is stronger, or that the strength of both sides is equal. Many high-level professionals in the indigenous camp have similar ideas. Chapter 287. As more people know, the secret is no longer a secret. Soon, the players also know the prophecy of the prophet, and the Lord players are preparing for it. The biggest change in the Blue Star player camp is that the number of Lord players who intend to upgrade their territories has dropped sharply. The decisive battle between the undead and the living is coming, and the decisive battle will inevitably be larger in scale and stronger in strength than the undead sieges in the past. The promotion of the territory increases the population, and the increase is mainly the civilian population. Professionals can no longer recruit. In this case, the overall strength of the territory will increase, but the average strength will decrease. This is also the reason why the members of the Purple Star Alliance are worried when Zhao Yiming was promoted to the third-class dukedom only 20 days ago, and encountered 7 waves of undead army attacking the city. At this time, don't think about the promotion of the territory. When the number of troops in the territory army does not change much, work hard to improve the quality, that is, the strength. The professional upgrade is one, the replacement of weapons and equipment is another, and there are other military supplies reserves. Large quantities of military supplies, explosive arrows, alchemical bombs, magic scrolls, life potions, mana potions, energy potions, physical potions, etc., need to be stored more. The territory is not going to be promoted, and the large amount of magic crystals used for territory promotion can be used to purchase military supplies. After a while, it is expected that another cloud of disaster will come, and most player territories will not need to rush to buy military supplies. The Lord players took out more magic crystals to buy various military supplies, continuing to push up the price of military supplies. As one of the main forces selling military supplies, Zhao Yi also earned a lot of magic crystals. However, because of the prophecy, the cities controlled by Zhao Yi originally had a large amount of military supplies reserves, and now they have to continue to increase the military supplies reserves. The remaining territories that are planned to continue to be promoted are basically the territories that are focused on cultivating by major forces. For the promotion of territories, the territories of individual players, or the territories of players under small and medium forces, the increase in population of the territories needs to be recruited from the outside. Whether recruiting players or recruiting natives, they cannot recruit professionals. The population increase of the territories is mainly civilians, and the average strength of the territories is rapidly declining. Not to mention facing a decisive battle, even facing a special undead siege, the losses will increase. If there is another undead siege under the cloud of disaster, the territory may be destroyed. The number of subordinate territories of major forces is large, and now major forces are concentrating their own strength on one or several indigenous countries. The population of other territories will be merged, and there will be no shortage of professionals. The population of the territory will increase, and the average strength of the territory will decrease less. As long as the territory is given some time, the strength of the territory can grow rapidly and greatly exceed the strength before the promotion. The territory has a larger population and stronger strength, and can gain more when facing the siege of the undead army. This is the path that only powerful territories and territories with big forces as backers can choose. On the side of Zichen League, all members gave up the promotion of the territory and focused on improving the strength of the territory. Members are taking out more magic crystals to buy military supplies. This time, no one took the initiative to buy from the leader, because they knew that the leader also needed to reserve more military supplies. The entire living camp is preparing for the decisive battle, and the undead camp can naturally notice it, but the 9th level undead don't care at all. Perhaps the preparations of the living camp are not very useful for the undead camp. The undead siege still follows the rules, with a normal undead siege every 6 days, and a special undead siege once a month. On the morning of June 1st, Zhao Yi obtained the 8th legendary treasure chest, the only legendary card, and opened a legendary robe. Zhao Yi planned to use this robe as a gift for Joanna to be promoted to epic. On the morning of July 1st, Zhao Yi obtained the 9th legendary treasure chest, the only legendary card, and opened 100 drops of life essence. The value of a drop of life essence is hundreds of times that of a drop of water of life. 100 drops of life essence are worth hundreds of millions of low-grade magic crystals. Of course, even if you take out 1 billion low-grade magic crystals, you can't expect to buy much life essence. Zhao Yi has 2 7th-level life trees. Each life tree can only produce 1 drop of life essence every 10 days. In the past few years, the 2 life trees have only produced about 100 drops of life essence. If all the life essences in hand are used by Britney, who is at the 7th level, should be able to upgrade to the next level. The Tree of Life that has been upgraded to level 8 will produce more water of life and essence of life, but Zhao Yi is still reluctant to take out 10 level 8 advancement stones to upgrade the Tree of Life. It has just entered July, and Zhao Yi has reached level 89, which can be called Epic Peak, and there is only 1 level left to become a legend. Legend is just around the corner. Knowing that Zhao Yi is about to be promoted to legend, Joanna and Britney, who have the attributes of cultivation mania, are very excited, as if they are going to be promoted to legend themselves. On the Origin continent, the undead camp was still searching for traces of high-level creatures that attacked and killed high-level undead. There were nearly 30 level 8 undead that were attacked and killed, and the number of level 7 undead that were attacked and killed was several times more. No level 9 undead cared about the level 6 creature squad. Compared with the level 6 creature squad, the high-level creatures that attacked and killed high-level undead everywhere caused much greater losses to the undead camp. With so many level 8 undead and level 7 undead lost, many level 9 undead were furious and wanted to start a war with the creatures immediately and kill all of them to vent their hatred. But for the sake of the plan, the 9th level undead could only endure and increase their strength to find the traces of the high-level creatures that attacked everywhere. On the afternoon of July 18th, Zhao Yi eliminated the last 7th level undead in a cemetery in the southern region of the Origin continent. He glanced at Personal and saw that the level 89 experience bar was about to be full. Zhao Yi also eliminated some mid-level undead in the cemetery. When the experience could no longer be increased, Zhao Yi chose to return to Zhaocheng. The epic realm was complete, and he could be promoted to legend at any time. Zhao Yi was also excited. Legend is actually the 9th level, epic is the 8th level, and the 7th level is the king, but human professionals are used to calling 9th level professionals legends. 9th level, the top combat power on the Origin continent, Zhao Yi is about to enter this level. Zhao Yi doesn't know how many 9th levels there are in the living and undead. It seems that no matter how many 9th levels there are in the entire living camp, it is impossible to exceed 1,000, maybe even less than 500. After being promoted to legend, Zhao Yi can finally take control of his own destiny. After his excitement subsided, Zhao Yi hesitated again. Should he be promoted to legendary now? If he didn't want to be promoted to legendary, he could use a level 9 advancement stone to suppress the level, and continue to kill level 8 and level 7 undead to quickly upgrade. However, it takes more experience to upgrade to legendary level 1. From the beginning of epic to epic perfection, Zhao Yi spent 5.5 months alone. If he continues to do this alone, it will take at least 1.5 years from the beginning of legend to legend perfection. Eliminating a level 9 undead will gain more experience. But the level 9 undead is the absolute top of the undead camp. Losing only 1 level 9 undead may have a huge impact on the current situation on the Origin continent. Moreover, Zhao Yi had just entered the legendary realm, and it would take at least a month for him to get familiar with the power of the legendary realm. Even after getting familiar with the power, it was still difficult to quickly eliminate a 9th level undead. More importantly, Zhao Yi was not familiar with the strength of the 9th level undead in various places. If he directly ran into a perfect 9th level undead, Zhao Yi would have to use up a few trump cards to escape. He could not eliminate the 9th level undead to quickly upgrade, and only eliminated the 8th level undead and the 7th level undead. He did not know when the decisive battle would come. 1.5 years was too long. Compared with moving towards the perfection of legend, it is better to let the territory have one more legend. The power of a force with 2 legends and a force with 1 legend is very different, unless there is only 1 legend, and the level of that legend is above level 96. The Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire around the Violet Kingdom have only 1 legend. Zhao Yi will not be satisfied with the Violet Kingdom's land. The Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire are Zhao Yi's first target. There is no order of precedence between the two. Once Zhao Yi attacks one of the empires, the other empire will be unable to sit still, and it will still be a 1-on-2 situation. Of course, this is all after winning the decisive battle. It is still unknown when the decisive battle will come, and it is even unknown which side will win. Zhao Yi is just thinking about expanding the territory. If Melissa is promoted to legendary, although both the man and the dragon have just entered the legendary realm, with their cooperation, plus the legendary treasures in their hands, they can even fight against a 9th level perfect undead. When encountering a 9th level undead below level 96, as long as there is no powerful trump card, one person and one dragon can quickly kill it. When the decisive battle comes, it is Zhao Yi's opportunity to quickly upgrade after being promoted to legend, and even to grab heads. After careful consideration, Zhao Yi made a decision to be promoted to legend, and then stay in the demi-plane most of the time, so as not to let the 9th level undead know that there is an extra legendary strongman in the living camp. Zhao Yi has an epic treasure that hides the breath. The 8th level undead cannot sense Zhao Yi's true breath, but the 9th level undead can. There are no 9th order undead in the Violet Kingdom, but given the situation in his territory, it is very likely to attract the attention of the 9th order undead, and they may come to the Violet Kingdom for a visit. It is better to stay in the demi-plane. Zhao Yi has the clone technique, and he can just let the clone run around the territory on weekdays. After reaching the legendary level, the various effects of the clone technique can be further improved. After making a decision, Zhao Yi is ready to be promoted to the legendary level, and the promotion location is still in the 3rd demi-plane where the world tree is planted. Melissa, Joanna, Britney, Ignaz, Elliot, Rodolphe, Wendell, Gabby, Tia and other important personnel in the territory have entered the 3rd demi-plane to watch. Elliot, Lord, you will soon become a legend. Under your leadership, we will build a powerful empire, stronger than the Empire of Glory and the Eagle Empire. Wendell, legend, a legend is about to be born in front of me. I already have a 5-star talent and have the potential to be promoted to a legend. I must work hard to cultivate. Only when my realm is improved can I refine more powerful treasures. Joanna, my man is going to be promoted to a legend. Meeting you is my lifelong luck. Legend, I must be promoted to a legend. The Lord is about to be promoted to legend. As a member of the territory, no one can remain calm. Under the excited gaze of the crowd, Zhao Yi took out a 9th level advancement stone and used it. As the energy contained in the 9th level advancement stone entered Zhao Yi's body, the door that blocked the road from epic to legend suddenly opened. The next moment, with Zhao Yi as the center, the figure of a giant dragon appeared in the sky. The figures of various giant dragons such as red dragons, blue dragons, black dragons, white dragons, green dragons, silver dragons, gold dragons, gem dragons, etc. gradually appeared in the sky, from a few to dozens, and then to hundreds and thousands. They flew freely in the sky, roaring, making Melissa, who was watching, think she was back on Dragon Island. Although the figures of these giant dragons were illusory, the scene in front of them was extremely spectacular, and many people in the crowd opened their mouths in surprise. Legendary Realm. This was Britney's voice. Most people present were of ordinary origin. Britney came from the Violet family, and was taught by Sword Saint Su Lei. Britney knew some information about the legendary strongmen. The biggest difference between the legendary realm and the epic realm is that the legendary strongmen can expand a realm related to their own power around themselves. Those giant dragons in Zhao Yi's legendary realm, although they are illusory, each of them can cause damage to the 7th level professionals, and can kill professionals below the 7th level in seconds. When entering the legendary realm, the giant dragons in Zhao Yi's legendary realm cannot cause much damage to the epic realm professionals, but the enemy is covered by the legendary realm, and their strength will be suppressed. A legendary realm directly widens the gap between the strength of the strong who have just entered the legendary realm, and the strong who have reached the perfect epic realm. It is very, very difficult to fight across levels. With the inheritance of the dragon speaker, Zhao Yi has a more comprehensive understanding of his own legendary domain. His legendary domain is called 10,000 Dragon Domain. In this domain, at most tens of thousands of dragons may be condensed. This is a legendary domain that belongs exclusively to the dragon speaker. In the 10,000 Dragon Domain, as long as the dragon speaker wants, the dragons will be more suppressed than humans and undead, and the same is true for higher level dragons. In turn, the 10,000 Dragon Domain can also give dragons a power bonus. In such a 10,000 Dragon Domain, as long as the dragon speaker is promoted to legendary, he can basically become the master of the dragon clan. It can be said that the legendary domain is very similar to the legion skill. The legendary domain can only be possessed by the legend, and the effect of the legendary domain is more powerful than the effect of the legion skill. After the promotion, Zhao Yi took back the domain, flashed, and came in front of everyone. Congratulations to the Lord for being promoted to a legend. Congratulations to the Lord for being promoted to a legend. Congratulations to the Lord for being promoted to a legend. Zhao Yi smiled and accepted the congratulations from everyone. When any force gives birth to a legendary strongman, it will hold a banquet and invite all major forces to participate to announce the news of the birth of the legendary strongman. Zhao Yi couldn't do that. At most, he could hold a banquet attended by only important people in the territory. After everyone left, Zhao Yi opened the system panel and took a look at personal. Name, Zhao Yi. Lifespan, 28/1291. Profession, First Class Duke/Level 90 Dragon Speaker, 0%. Attributes, Strength 1016, Constitution 1016, Agility 1016, Wisdom 1016. Free attribute points, 94. Charm, 34. Command, 461/34544. Skills. Equipment, Changeable, Hermit's Ring, Fate's Favor, Epic Armor, Epic Combat Boots, Teleportation Ring. From Epic to Legend, lifespan increases by another 200 years, 100 of which are given to Melissa. All 4 attributes exceeded 1,000. After allocating the free attribute points, the attributes became Attributes, Strength 1039, Constitution 1039, Agility 1039, Wisdom 1039. Free attribute points, 2. Charm, 34. Command, 461/35326 for attribute points. Zhao Yi could clearly feel that they were all 1 attribute point, but 1 attribute point was not equal to 1 attribute point. The latter attribute point increased more than the former attribute point. After being promoted to legendary, Zhao Yi's main body would spend most of his time in the only super-large demi-plane in his hands, while his clone would run outside. Zhao Yi handed over the legendary treasures, the Ring of Change and the Hermit, a set of epic armor, the diamond-level teleportation ring, and some other means to Melissa. No undead or living creature would have thought that the person who attacked high-level undead in various places on the origin continent would turn into a silver dragon. However, Melissa still had to maintain her human form when fighting, and could not turn into a dragon. Comparison of the strength of Zhao Yi and Melissa at the same level. Below the 7th level, when Zhao Yi was still a dragon knight, his strength was stronger than Melissa when he burst out, but his endurance was far inferior to Melissa. After changing to a dragon speaker, Zhao Yi did not need to burst out, and his strength was equal to Melissa, but his endurance was still inferior to Melissa. When he reached the legendary realm, with the 10,000 dragons field, Zhao Yi could suppress Melissa more easily, but his endurance was still inferior to Melissa. As for the endurance issue, Zhao Yi is still a human after all, and Melissa is a dragon. As long as they are at the same level, humans can't compare with dragons. With a stronger ability to sustain combat, Zhao Yi felt that Melissa would be promoted from epic to legendary in a shorter time than himself. As Melissa traveled around the origin continent and killed high-level undead, in just 1 week, the 9th level undead felt the increase in the loss rate of 8th level undead and 7th level undead. They had not caught these damn high-level creatures, and now the loss rate of 8th level undead and 7th level undead increased, making the 9th level undead even more angry. In half a year, they'd lost so many high-level undead, and the combined combat power of these high-level undead has exceeded that of a 9th level undead. If the losses continue, it may have some impact on the plan of the undead camp. We must find them, find them! The undead camp invested more power to find the high-level creatures that attacked the high-level undead everywhere. The 9th level undead took action personally, waiting for the rabbit, but still did not gain anything. Several angry 9th level undead wanted to start the plan directly, and did not want to wait any longer. The undead camp did not gain anything, and the aboriginal camp also did not gain anything. Some legendary masters don't care who the person belongs to, but some are worried that the person belongs to a hostile force, so they have been investigating to find out who the person belongs to. If the person belongs to a hostile force, they can deal with it as soon as possible. If the person doesn't belong to a hostile force, they can just sit back and watch the show. But several months have passed, and there is no gain. The undead camp didn't find the person, and they didn't find the person either. This is interesting. More top forces are working together to find professionals who attack high-level undead everywhere. The top indigenous forces, the first target is other top indigenous forces, followed by first-class forces with epic professionals. Either arrange people to keep an eye on them, or bribe them directly, or activate spies who have infiltrated the interior. Searching through various methods and channels, still no results. The legendary strongman could never have imagined that the people who attacked and killed high-level undead everywhere actually came from the forces of a brave warrior from another world. In their eyes, the strongest brave warrior from another world is still at level 6, and there is still a long way to go before level 7. Many legendary warriors hope that the strength of the heroes in the other world will be stronger, so that when the decisive battle comes, they can consume more undead and reduce the loss of their own personnel. Legendary warriors don't care about this or that, but they still care about the personnel of their own forces. August 1st arrived while Melissa was diligently brushing alone every day. Because of the special undead siege once a month yesterday, Zhao Yi got another legendary treasure chest, which was the 10th legendary treasure chest Zhao Yi got. In the past 3 waves of undead sieges, Zhao Yi only got 1 legendary card in the legendary treasure chest, but this time, there are 2 legendary cards in the legendary treasure chest. Since the expansion of Zhaocheng, the population of Zhaocheng has been increasing. The points required to recruit personnel are already very exaggerated, but Zhao Yi, who earns very exaggerated points every day, can still afford to recruit personnel every day. The civilians recruited are okay, but the quality of the professionals recruited has seriously declined, and even the frequency of professional recruitment scrolls appearing in the treasure chest has dropped rapidly. The recruitment of professionals has almost reached its limit, and the quality of the recruited professionals has also made Zhao Yi ready to give up recruiting professionals and rely on his own training in the future. On the other hand, the recruitment of civilians must continue, and even reduce the recruitment of professionals and invest more points to recruit civilians, and continue to stuff them into various demiplanes. The only super large demiplane in hand has also begun to migrate people into it on a small scale. The expansion project of Zhaocheng has long been completed. Until last month, the population of Zhaocheng was only over 6 million. Today, the population of Zhaocheng has exceeded 6.4 million. With the population of Zhaocheng, it should be ranked among the top 100 cities with the largest population in the entire origin continent. The increase in the population of Zhaocheng attracted more undead to attack the city, which resulted in another legendary card in the legendary treasure chest. The advanced luck spell has been cooled down. Zhao Yi did not want to use the advanced luck spell on the treasure chest with only 2 legendary cards, so he only used 1 intermediate luck spell. The 2 legendary cards respectively obtained Unity skill book and 5-star talent stone. Unity is a legendary legion skill. The effect is to gather all the power of the commanded group into one person, and the highest level of combat power can be legendary. A very terrible effect, turning quantity into quality, adding a legendary combat power. Even if the duration is very short, it can determine the outcome of a war. Zhao Yi does not plan to use this legion skill himself, as he is already a legendary combat power. It is best to learn it from a general with a 5-star command talent. Zhao Yi has more than 10 5-star command talents under his command, including many people with 5-star combat professional talents, such as the double 5-star command knight Rodolphe. It doesn't matter if the combat profession has a poor talent. There is still a 5-star talent stone. Zhao Yi has several 4-star talent stones below it, and the chance of opening them is much higher than that of a 5-star talent stone. However, the 5-star talent stone can appear in epic cards. Is the 5-star talent stone in this legendary card the same as the former? The highest talent is 5 stars. Zhao Yi thought that there would be no talent stone in the legendary card, or that the talent stone that appeared should be some god-level talent stone. Unexpectedly, another 5-star talent stone appeared. The things in these 2 legendary cards did not disappoint Zhao Yi. Chapter 288. The tense atmosphere of the impending decisive battle enveloped the entire origin continent. All human countries and human forces are preparing for the decisive battle. Even Zhao Yi's territory on the surface is affected. The territory on the surface only occupies less than 1/10 of the entire territory. Zhao Yi's territory is still developing rapidly. The super-large demiplanes that can accommodate living beings, large demiplanes, and medium-sized demiplanes are constantly moving people in. Zhao Yi, who has been promoted to the legendary realm, usually stays in the super-large demiplane, familiarizing himself with his own power while exploring this super-large demiplane. During the exploration, he killed or subdued many 7th-level monsters. The power of the legendary realm is far stronger and more profound than that of the epic realm. 1 month is just a preliminary familiarity. It will take a long time to exert the full power. Sure enough, not choosing to suppress the level at the 8th level of perfection is a very correct choice. If you wait until the decisive battle to advance, without being familiar with the power of the legendary realm, although it is not the weakest legend, it will not be very strong. Only with sufficient strength can you gain more benefits in the decisive battle. In addition to being familiar with the power of the legendary realm, Zhao Yi also needs to use the newly obtained legendary treasure chest to find means to deal with the 9th level undead or living beings. On August 30th, the disaster cloud once again covered the sky, and 7 waves of undead armies attacked the cities in Zhao Yi's territory. It was another easy battle, allowing Zhao Yi to easily harvest a legendary treasure chest and 9 diamond treasure chests. Outside Zhao Yi's territory, all forces were fully prepared for the decisive battle, and the losses were less than the last time the undead army attacked the city under the disaster cloud. A large amount of military supplies were consumed during the war. After the war, all forces had to replenish military supplies. The prices of various military supplies in the market and the void trading field have almost risen to an exaggerated level. Comparing the purchasing power of points and magic crystals, a large number of Lord players choose to use points to purchase military supplies from the points mall. If there are Lord players with more magic crystals, they will continue to choose to use magic crystals to purchase military supplies. After all, many good things in the points mall cannot be easily bought with magic crystals in the outside world. Even if they can be bought, it is a number that players cannot accept. Zhao Yi calculated that the 11th legendary treasure chest he obtained should contain 4 legendary cards, so he used the advanced luck spell with a cooldown of up to 1 year. For legendary cards, level 9 advanced stone, legendary dagger, legendary time mage heritage, super large void stone mine level 9 advanced stone, good stuff. This is the 3rd level 9 advanced stone Zhao Yi obtained. Zhao Yi has already used one himself, and with Melissa's solo upgrade speed, she will also use one before the decisive battle. This 3rd one should be given to Joanna. Even if the number of level 9 advancement stones is not enough, Zhao Yi has more level 8 advancement stones, so he can take out 10 level 8 advancement stones to combine into a level 9 advancement stone. The legendary short sword with a Rui attribute can be used as a long sword. He has 100 changes, and does not need other weapons. He can give it to Britney. The legendary time mage inheritance. This makes Zhao Yi speechless. If it is the time mage occupation transfer scroll, it is definitely a good thing. It can allow a player to transfer to a time mage and eliminate the undead to quickly upgrade. It is just the inheritance of a legendary time mage. The person who uses it must first have the talent to change his job to become a time mage. Time mage is a special profession at the legendary level. People with this talent are extremely rare. It is possible that one person who can change his job to become a time mage cannot be found among a population of 10 billion. Good things are good things. Zhao Yi feels that they need to be kept in the bottom of the box for a long time. Super large void stone vein, the value is immeasurable. Void stone is the main raw material for refining storage tools. There are many storage items on the market, but the main ones are those with storage space below 1 cubic meter, followed by those with storage space not exceeding 3 cubic meters. The larger the storage space, the rarer the quantity, and the more expensive the price. Storage items with small space are mainly used by individuals to store some personal belongings. Storage items with large space are of great strategic significance, such as fast transportation of food and military supplies. It is relatively easy for Lord players to obtain storage items. In the points mall, a storage item with 1 cubic meter of space used to only require 1,000 points, but now it requires 10,000 points. In the past, 100 million points could buy a storage item with a space of 100,000 cubic meters, but now it can only buy a storage item with a space of 10,000 cubic meters. Even last year, no Lord player would be so extravagant as to buy a storage item with a space of 10,000 cubic meters. The most he could buy was a storage item with a space of 1,000 cubic meters. Only Zhao Yi was an exception. He already had more than 10 storage items with a space of 100,000 cubic meters. Storage items with a space of 10 cubic meters and 100 cubic meters were even exchanged in batches to meet the needs of the expanding Territorial army. Now that a super large void stone vein has been obtained, a large number of storage props can be refined, and even storage props can be used in commercial transportation. For example, the storage props used in market transactions are spread all over the markets of the origin continent, and the number of storage props owned is an unimaginable number. I don't know if the void stones mined from a super large void stone vein can refine more storage props than this number. Zhao Yi is a little satisfied with the 4 legendary cards. The level 9 advanced stone and the legendary dagger are what Zhao Yi urgently needs, but he is also a little dissatisfied. A high-level luck spell with a cooling time of up to 1 year open these 4 things. For the time being, only the legendary dagger can be used immediately to increase the strength of the territory. What Zhao Yi lacks now is something that can quickly increase his own strength. Zhao Yi shook his head, feeling that he was asking too much. Other Blue Star players finally got an epic treasure chest, but they couldn't draw epic cards. And he has already obtained the 11th legendary treasure chest, and all the legendary cards, epic cards, and diamond cards in the treasure chest can be drawn. When it comes to diamond cards, there will be no garbage, all of which are very valuable things. When he first entered the game world, there were hundreds of millions of Lord players, and Zhao Yi was just an ordinary player among them. Because of this bug-like ability, he gradually rose to prominence, first entering the first echelon, then competing with Cheng Jin for the first place, then surpassing Cheng Jin, and finally far surpassing Cheng Jin. The most powerful force in the Blue Star player camp, the official Chen Kingdom, could not compare with Zhao Yi's territory. With a legendary strongman in charge, it can already compete with the top indigenous forces. With a bug, Zhao Yi has gained enough. If the things in the treasure chest could appear as he wished, Zhao Yi would even think that everything now was just a dream, and when he woke up, the dream would completely disappear. A few days later, Joanna could no longer gain experience, so she left the Ignace team and came to the super-large demi-plane to accompany Zhao Yi. Melissa, who was inseparable from Zhao Yi, was out solo, and this was Joanna's chance. So when Zhao Yi asked Joanna if she wanted to be promoted to Epic immediately, Joanna shook her head and planned to wait. Zhao Yi guessed Joanna's idea, so he divided his time into two parts. One part was used to practice and familiarize himself with the power of the legendary realm, and the other part was used to travel around the demi-plane with Joanna, and deal with the monsters in the demi-plane. All the matters of the territory were left to the clone. They were already legendary masters, so it was easy to do many things at the same time. The legendary treasure chest obtained on October 1st contained two legendary cards, namely Legendary Lightning Attack Array and Super Large Magic Cannon. The Legendary Lightning Attack Array can attack a single person or a group of people. A single attack can release a legendary lightning spell. In a head-on battle, it is difficult to kill an incoming 9th level strongman with the array. If there is a 9th level strongman on your side to restrain him, the possibility of killing him increases a lot, and the possibility of seriously injuring him greatly increases. In a city with a 9th level strongman sitting in the hall and a legendary array, a single 9th level strongman will basically not take the initiative to launch an attack. Of course, if you want to activate the legendary lightning attack array, you need to consume a huge amount of energy, which is converted into low-grade magic crystals, and each time it is in units of billions. If there is only one super large magic cannon, Zhao Yi may not be interested in it, but it can immediately increase the strength of the territory, which is good enough when the decisive battle is approaching. In mid-October, due to Melissa's upgrade speed, Joanna began to be promoted, reaching the 6th level, King and Epic. An Epic Wind Mage, Wind Rider, ranked 3rd in the territory in terms of combat power. If it is still the 6th level, the combat power is lower than Britney at the 7th level, and ranks 4th in the territory. On November 1st, another legendary treasure chest was obtained, with two legendary cards, Spell Scroll of the Advent of the Flame Demon, and Legendary Space Ring. The Flame Demon descends, a 9th level fire attack spell, plus one trump card to deal with 9th level strongmen. Zhao Yi summoned the legendary space ring directly, and found that this space ring was very different from other storage props. The basis of this space ring is a micro half-plane with an area of less than 300,000 square meters, which can accommodate creatures. This legendary space ring made Zhao Yi think of a tactic. Melissa is about to be promoted to a legend, and there is only one hermit ring, which can only allow one person to hide his breath. If one man and one dragon go out together, they will be discovered by the 9th level undead or legendary strongman before they get close. The tactic Zhao Yi thought of was to use the hermit ring himself, and Melissa entered this legendary space ring, quietly approaching the enemy. After reaching a certain distance, one man and one dragon suddenly attacked and killed. Only a sudden attack can resolve the battle as quickly as possible. The battle time is delayed, and it is impossible for the battle to be undecided for several days and nights. Soon, accomplices will come to support. Zhao Yi also has storage items that can hold living creatures. For example, when going to the cemetery to kill monsters, you can't fly and can only ride a mount, so you buy a storage item that can hold living creatures. The space is very small. When killing monsters in the cemetery, put the mount in it. In Zhao Yi's eyes, that kind of storage item is for pets or mounts. In fact, alchemists invented this kind of storage item for this purpose. Melissa is not a pet or a mount, but Zhao Yi's partner, so Zhao Yi has never thought of this tactic. The legendary space ring that had just been obtained was directly made from the demi-plane. The space was not large, but it was definitely not small, so Zhao Yi thought of this new tactic. The day after the legendary space ring was opened, Melissa reached the epic realm. Choose an area in the super large demi-plane to be promoted to legend. Melissa's legendary domain is a relatively ordinary ice and snow domain. In the ice and snow domain, ice mages, frost swordsmen and other ice and snow-related professions or magic beasts have greatly enhanced their strength. Melissa doesn't need to learn the Ice Age skill book from the 7th legendary treasure chest, as the Dragon Clan has blood inheritance. Once Melissa is familiar with the power of the legendary realm, she will soon be able to learn this ice spell through blood inheritance. To become a legendary, Melissa needs to become familiar with the power of the legendary realm in the demi-plane, so the Hermit Ring is vacant. Zhao Yi handed the Hermit Ring to Joanna, who hesitated and refused. Give it to Britney. I'm a mage, and my strength is not as good as the same level. You and Melissa may need a year or even longer to become legendary, and the time may not be enough. Give it to Britney, and maybe you can let Britney become epic before the decisive battle. This is actually something Joanna has been thinking about for several days. Joanna really wants to be promoted to legendary in her heart, but for Zhao Yi, the Territory, and herself, Joanna gave up this opportunity. Zhao Yi and Melissa are both magic and martial arts practitioners. They are 2 people and 1 dragon at level 80. There is a big gap between Joanna and Zhao Yi and Melissa. Since it is difficult to be promoted to legendary before the decisive battle, it is better to let one more epic sit on the side. Facing Joanna's choice, Melissa looked strange, but Zhao Yi was a little moved. Zhao Yi understood that for a professional, it was not easy to give up an opportunity to quickly improve strength, but Joanna gave up. Zhao Yi held Joanna in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Legend, don't wait too long, the decisive battle is our chance." Joanna said softly. When Zhao Yi was in the epic realm, he needed to kill dozens of 8th level undead to be promoted to legend. If he killed 9th level undead, he only needed a fraction of the number to be promoted to legend. When Britney arrived at the super large demi-plane and took the Hermit Ring from Zhao Yi, her eyes were all on Joanna. Joanna had already been promoted to epic. Britney thought that the Hermit Ring was for Joanna. Why would it be used for herself? Zhao Yi explained a little bit, and after learning what happened, Britney's feelings towards Joanna as a competitor changed greatly. Zhao Yi also saw the hope of harmony in the inner house. If the inner house is not harmonious, everyone is high level, and if they fight again, not only will the house be destroyed, but also the city will be destroyed. As for whether Britney's solo play will cause the undead camp to focus on Britney, this is easy to solve. Every time Britney goes to Jianshan, a 7th level senior brother or sister will come to the capital of the Violet Kingdom to take charge. During this solo play, Britney asked a 7th level senior sister to come and take charge. During the intervals between playing monsters, she would directly return to Zhaocheng. Britney's solo play target is mainly the cemetery closest to the big city, where there are 6th level undeads, and there may also be 7th level undeads. Britney is level 72, with good equipment and the means given by Zhao Yi. She can destroy the 7th level perfect undead, and can escape from the traps set by the 8th level undead or even the 9th level undead. As long as you are strong enough, you can level up much faster by playing alone than by playing in a team. During the solo play, Britney's strength is growing day by day. In the super large demi-plane, Melissa gradually becomes familiar with the power of the legendary realm. On December 1st, Zhao Yi opened the 14th legendary treasure chest he had obtained. The 2 legendary cards were Source of the designated element and Level 9 Advanced Stone. The Source of Elements has a little bit of relationship with the Origin of Elements, and just this little bit of relationship makes it a top-grade legendary treasure. To specify the Source of Elements, you can actually only specify one of the 4 elements: Earth, Wind, Water, and Fire. Zhao Yi naturally chose the Source of Wind element, and gave it to Joanna to use to increase Joanna's strength. With the Source of Wind element in hand, Joanna has reached the level of invincibility among wind mages of the same level, but she still cannot compare with Zhao Yi and Melissa of the same level. Entering December, the Blue Star players are more worried. It is often the last day of each year that is the most likely to have big things happen. Many players think that the decisive battle will break out on the last day. As time approaches, the tense atmosphere in each player's territory becomes more intense. It was not until the last day came and ended that the players were sure that the final battle had not yet arrived. The legendary treasure chest obtained in the last battle last year brought Zhao Yi a huge surprise. With an intermediate luck spell, the 4 legendary cards opened were Sky City, Legendary Shield, Undead Phoenix Bloodline, and Soul-Eating Poison. The Sky City alone surprised Zhao Yi greatly. In this super large demi-plane, Zhao Yi released the silver-white shining Sky City. The structure of the Sky City is somewhat similar to that of the floating fortress. The overall color is silver-white, with the lower half being the base and the upper half being the city. The base is 10 kilometers in diameter and 36 meters thick. The core and important components of the Sky City, such as the floating magic array, the magic array, and the energy pool, are all in this base. The magic array of the Sky City is the most important. Such a huge and heavy Sky City flying in the sky can be borne by the floating magic array, but it consumes a lot of energy. And this energy base comes from the magic array. The magic gathering array of the Sky City is a super magic gathering array with the magic crystal heart as the core. Under normal conditions, in a high magic environment, relying on the super magic gathering array, the Sky City can maintain normal flight or suspension in the sky, and can support the normal life energy consumption in the city. In combat, the energy consumption is very high. The Sky City usually stays on the ground for a while to allow the Sky City to store enough energy before flying into the sky. Because war consumes a lot of energy, it will return to the ground to continue to replenish energy. Of course, you can also rely on consuming magic crystals to replenish energy. A small-scale battle will consume hundreds of millions of low-grade magic crystals, which is probably the cost of fighting a legendary warrior a few times, or destroying an army without a legendary warrior. A medium-scale battle will consume billions of low-grade magic crystals, fighting against multiple legendary warriors in a short period of time, or killing a legendary warrior. A large-scale battle will consume tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of magic crystals, which is equivalent to the Sky City itself resisting the long-term attack of more than 5 legendary warriors. The floating fortress is an epic combat force, and the Sky City is a legendary combat force, but in order to exert their strength, they both need sufficient energy. Only the top 10 indigenous forces are qualified to build a Sky City with legendary combat power. At present, there is a Sky City on the Origin continent, located in the middle area, called Mage City, which is a holy place for mages and a neutral force. It has more legends than Jianshan. The Sky City is not only a war weapon, but also a city for people to live. The city covers an area of 78.5 square kilometers. Although it covers an area smaller than many royal capitals, it can accommodate a much larger population than royal capitals, and even more than some imperial capitals. In this city, 6-story, 7-story, and 8-story buildings are everywhere, and there are magic elevators in the buildings to facilitate people to go up and down. The tallest building in the city is the Core Magic Tower located in the center of the city, with an area of 36 meters. There are also 4 30-meter-high secondary towers located around it. Because the Sky City needs to move, the space gate of the half-plane cannot be placed on the Sky City. If the teleportation array is placed, it must be reconnected to the space node when the Sky City stops moving. Just like the legendary space ring that Zhao Yi obtained, the half-plane was refined into storage equipment. The Sky City also had half-planes refined into it, as an auxiliary space of the Sky City. Zhao Yi's Sky City has an auxiliary space area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers, which can accommodate living creatures. It is mainly used to grow crops, magical plants, raise poultry, livestock, and monsters. It can meet the various food needs of people living in the Sky City. It can also be used for other purposes, such as building a laboratory. Even if a big explosion occurs, it will not affect the Sky City. For the time being, Zhao Yi doesn't care about the purpose of living in the Sky City. What he values is the legendary combat power of the Sky City. At least one epic level mage is needed to sit in charge, and a large number of mages below the epic level and warriors cooperate to operate, and sufficient energy reserves are needed to make the Sky City exert its legendary combat power. With the personnel and energy reserves, it will take several months or even more than half a year for the Sky City to exert its legendary combat power, so that the personnel can cooperate well and operate this huge war weapon. This was deeply felt when the Sky Whale Corps was operating the floating fortress. The huge war weapon cannot be fully exerted at will. Just like a newly formed army, it is definitely not able to exert its full combat power. It must have enough time for training and tempering. Soldiers can fully integrate into it and become familiar with the fighting methods of their comrades, so that they can exert more power on the battlefield. It is still not enough to exert full combat power. Chapter 289. Zhao Yi, Melissa, and Joanna walked around in the Sky City, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. Maybe the Sky City will not be able to catch up with the decisive battle between the living and the undead. Energy, personnel, and time, these 3 problems can be initially solved, but sending a Sky City that can't exert much combat power to the battlefield is a huge goal. Attracting 9th level undead and 9th level living beings. Thinking about it, Zhao Yi could only sigh. It's a pity that such a powerful war weapon cannot be put into use, but time waits for no one. The decisive battle between the dead and the living did not break out yesterday. As a legendary warrior, Zhao Yi felt that there was a high probability that it would break out in the first half of this year. It has not even been half a year yet, and putting the Sky City into use will do more harm than good. Zhao Yi plans to use the legendary shield himself. Baibian can also turn into a shield, but when using the shield for defense, Zhao Yi also wants to fight back. He needs a shield and a long sword. Undead Phoenix, a top-level magic beast on the Origin continent, has the bloodline of the Undead Phoenix in the legendary card, which means that the person who uses it has the potential to be promoted to a legend. And there is no need for auxiliary advanced potions or advanced stones. The bottleneck from epic to legendary realm is easier to break through than others. For the time being, Zhao Yi doesn't know who to give this bloodline to. Soul-eating poison, a poison that can cause great damage to legendary strongmen or even kill them. This soul-eating poison can also have an effect on the undead. Poison is also an important means. Britney's grandfather was poisoned and eventually had no medicine to save him. He barely used a large amount of water of life to prolong his life for a few years. The means to deal with the 9th level undead and living beings are increased by 1. Zhao Yi felt that the decisive battle was about to break out, and other legendary strongmen also felt it to some extent. The decisive battle between the undead and the living beings must be the most brutal war in history. Many top indigenous forces even took out their most powerful means. There are tall people watching under the sky. These top indigenous forces are tall people. If they don't go up, can they rely on those low-level and mid-level professionals to block the undead camp? Only by living can there be a future. The top indigenous forces directly consume their own foundation. On February 1st, Zhao Yi opened the newly acquired legendary treasure chest, Turbulent Wave Skill Book, Monument of Abundance, Level 5. It seems that all the luck was used up on January 1st. This legendary treasure chest is a bit bad for the current situation. Both legendary cards cannot directly improve the strength of the territory. 10 days later, Ignaz's level suppression reached the limit. Ignaz did not rush to upgrade to Epic, and continued to lead the team to the cemetery to kill monsters. Another half-month later, Britney reached the 7th level and was officially promoted to Epic. After Britney was promoted to Epic, she could stay in the demiplane, give the Hermit Ring to others to use, and go solo to quickly upgrade. But Zhao Yi thought carefully, and found that there was no one suitable for solo. It is not easy to go solo in the cemetery. At the worst, you have to be almost invincible at the same level. Ignaz can barely solo, mainly because he is a space mage, and he can run away quickly if he can't win. However, Ignaz, who could not continue to suppress the level, has now been promoted to Epic, so there is no need to go solo. Since there is no suitable person to use it, Britney will still take it with him for the time being and return to the capital. March 1st, the 17th Legendary Treasure Chest, Level 9 Advancement Stone, Super Large Demiplane. Zhao Yi has obtained 5 Level 9 Advancement Stones, and there are 3 left. The second Super Large Demiplane is larger than the first Super Large Demiplane. In the increasingly tense atmosphere, March 30th arrived, and at dawn, clouds of disaster appeared in the sky. Almost everyone thought it was a special undead siege that happens once a month, but some legendary warriors felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Is it about to start? Zhao Yi called Britney, who was still in the capital, and asked her to be ready. A moment later, the teleportation array in Zhaocheng lit up, and dozens of Violet family members under the age of 20 came out of the teleportation array one after another, including Britney's younger sister Alice. Sending a small number of Violet family members to Zhaocheng was also because they were worried about accidents in the capital. Compared to the capital, Britney is more confident in Zhaocheng. The undead can break through the capital, but it is impossible to break through Zhaocheng. Britney will eventually come to Zhaocheng and wait in the demiplane. The Hermit Ring will be handed over to Zhao Yi. After calling Britney, Zhao Yi immediately issued an order to all high-end combat forces in the territory to go to the demiplane for promotion. A small number of people can leave the demiplane immediately after the promotion due to their positions, such as Elliot, who is responsible for commanding the Zhaocheng garrison. Adding a few 7th-level professionals will prevent Zhao Yi's territory from suddenly becoming a huge target and attracting multiple 9th-level undead to attack. In the demiplane, the people who have been suppressed began to be promoted one after another. When everyone's promotion was completed, the high-end combat power of Zhao Yi's territory was summarized. 2 legendary realm people, Dragon Speaker Zhao Yi, Silver Dragon Melissa, 3 epic realm people, Wine Rider Joanna Blade Saint Britney, Space Mage Ignaz. 14 King Realm People. Nightmare Tia, Holy Light Priest Wavery, Guardian Shield Warrior Lei Ran. Swordsman Elliot, Dragon, Knight Rodolph. Earth Mage Gabby, Fire Mage Gu, Wendell Thunder Swordsman Sturry. Magic Archer Isaiah, Paladin Veronique. Flame Mage Doris. Shadow Dancer Kinna. Space Mage Fagin, Space Mage Claudine. Among them, Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang are fixed members of Zhao Yi's team or Ignaz's team. They are relatively close to the Epic Realm. If they kill monsters for at most half a year, the three of them can be promoted to Epic one after another. Among the high-end combat forces, Zhao Yi has no talent star level. Most of them have 5-star talents, and only Fei Jin and Claudine have 4-star talents. Fei Jin and Claudine are the second and third space mages recruited by Zhao Yi, respectively. They were not originally 4-star talents. Zhao Yi used the talent stone to upgrade the space mage talents of the 2 to 4 stars one after another. With the 2 as the core, the second and third monster-killing teams of the territory were formed respectively. The first monster-killing team, Zhao Yi's team, usually had relatively small changes in members, while the members of Fei Jin's team and Claudine's team changed a lot. The main reason was that the 3 monster-killing teams had different focuses. Zhao Yi's team's goal at that time was level 6, while Fei Jin's team and Claudine's goal was level 5. When a member reached level 5, he would quit and be replaced by someone else. Members can be replaced, but the core space mage of the monster-killing team cannot be replaced. The 2 of them only have 4-star talents, but because they spend the longest time killing monsters, they have reached the 6th level this year. Looking at the people who have completed the promotion in front of him, Zhao Yi's heart is surging. With the high-end combat power in his hands, he can surpass either the Glory Empire or the Eagle Empire, which is slightly worse than the 2 combined. It doesn't matter if it's a little worse, the next is the biggest opportunity. The 9th level undead will all fall, and become the experience for everyone to upgrade. Maybe there will be new legends, there will definitely be new epics, and there will be more kings. At least, the strength of the Violet Kingdom alone is greater than that of the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire. After the promotion, everyone got familiar with the power first, and Elliot, Rodolph, Gabby and others left the demi-plane first. Gabby, the commander of the Earth Legion, will leave the Earth Legion after being promoted to the 7th level. His deputy, the 6th level Earth Mage Nazera, will take over as the commander. Now Gabby will deal with this matter. After Britney dealt with the affairs in the capital, she also came to the demi-plane of Xiaocheng and handed the hermit ring to Zhao Yi. Next, we have to wait for the war to break out. The sky has been completely covered by the clouds of disaster, and all teleportation arrays on the origin continent cannot be used. At night, the ordinary undead army began to attack all the gathering points of living beings. Even if there are a few more 7th level living beings in Xiaocheng, the undead army attacking Xiaocheng is still ordinary. This situation made the legendary strongmen think that they were wrong for a while. Under the command of the 9th level skeleton King Eugene, the massive undead in the capital of the Glory Empire launched a charge towards the besieged giant city. This scale of undead sieges happens every month, and the professionals defending the city are used to it. Chambers, come out and let's fight. Eugene challenged outside, and even attacked the city from a distance several times to consume the energy of the city's magic circle. His purpose was to force Chambers Sid, the only legendary strongman in the Glory Empire, to come out and fight him. In the past, Chambers would accept Eugene's invitation to fight, and the man and the undead would fight in the sky far away from the imperial capital, and each time the battle ended in a draw. Sometimes Chambers would be injured, sometimes Eugene would be injured, sometimes both the man and the undead were injured, but none of them were seriously injured. However, this time, facing Eugene's challenge, Chambers did not appear immediately. As a legendary strongman, Chambers felt something was wrong. Is their target me? There are numbers of legendary creatures and 9th level undead. If a 9th level undead suddenly disappears, the human legendary strongman will be alert. Once something happens, they will call for support immediately, and the high-level space mage will immediately teleport the legendary strongman. But now there is no information about the sudden disappearance of the 9th level undead. There is only one 9th level undead, Eugene, outside the city. At most, there are more 8th level undead, and several of them are at the peak of the 8th level. For a legendary strongman, it is useless to have more 8th level undead. Chambers thinks that these 8th level undead will not pose much threat to him. No matter what, there is a sense that makes Chambers give up fighting Eugene this time and stay in the imperial capital honestly. Relying on the legendary defense array of the imperial capital, he can almost block another 9th level undead of the same level as Eugene. Soon, The siege of the city by the undead army had come to an end, and Eugene, who had not attracted Chambers out, was ready to launch a strong attack. Eugene sent a message to the 3/8 level peak undead in the undead army, and then Eugene began to attack the huge city in front of him frantically, as if he was angry because Chambers did not go out of the city to fight. At the moment when Eugene frantically attacked the city, the 3/8 level peak perfect undead, who had been suppressing their realm, immediately began to advance. Eugene's attack disturbed the atmosphere on the battlefield, so Chambers could not notice the 3/8 level undead being promoted. When Eugene's attack was about to end, there were already 3 9th level undead on the battlefield. Even if they were just entering the 9th level, the combined combat power of the 3 was greater than Eugene. When Eugene launched the final full-strength attack on the city, the 3 9th level undead attacked together, and the sudden violent aura made Chambers' face change greatly. Before Chambers could make any other moves, there was a loud bang, and the legendary defense array was broken. Run! There was no time to ask for help, no time to tell his clansmen and ministers to run away. Chambers left everyone behind and rushed towards the gap between the 2 9th level undead, trying to escape from this dangerous place. For 9th level undead, even if 3 of them were just entering the 9th level, the legendary defense array, which was an important means to fight against the 9th level undead, was broken, and Chambers could not fight against the 4 9th level undead at all. In such a dangerous situation, running away is the best choice. As long as he can escape, even if everyone in the city dies, with Chambers there, the Glory Empire will not be destroyed, and the Sheeta family will still be the top force on the Origin continent. The 4 9th level undead were on guard against Chambers' escape. The 4 9th level undead were in the 4 directions of the city. Chambers wanted to pass through the middle of 2 9th level undead. The 2 9th level undead immediately flew over to intercept him. Eugene and another 9th level undead also chased after him. Facing the well-prepared 9th level undead, no matter how Chambers dodged, he had to face one head-on if he wanted to break through their encirclement. The newly promoted 9th level undead was much stronger than Chambers. If there was only one person and one undead on the battlefield, and the 9th level undead had no support, Chambers could kill it. But now Chambers is escaping against the clock. Once he is surrounded by 4 9th level undead, there is only one outcome: death. If he dies, the Glory Empire will be destroyed. The Sid family is lucky to become a first-class force. Get lost. Chambers slashed at the 9th level undead that was blocking the way with a sword. The 9th level undead directly resisted Chambers' attack and blocked Chambers. This sword, which was launched in a hurry to escape, did not even use 80% of Chambers' strength. If he hit it with all his strength, the 9th level undead would dare to resist, and would be directly seriously injured. Now, Chambers' attack was blocked. He continued to attack anxiously, but the time to escape was shortened sharply, and the other 3 undead had already rushed over. Chambers could only fight to the last, and see if he could delay time. Chambers himself had no time to ask for help, but the tribesmen in the imperial capital would definitely ask for help when they saw the situation, hoping that the reinforcements would arrive in time to save his life. At this time, even if the human camp was fighting internally, they would also give full support. The loss of a legendary combat power would have a great impact on the entire human camp. One decreases and one increases, the balance of the peak combat power of both sides is broken, and the living creature camp is finished. Chambers took out all kinds of treasured cards that he was reluctant to use, epic and even legendary alchemy items, spell scrolls, and top-level recovery potions, hoping to delay for a while. The 3 newly promoted 9th level undead have few means, but Eugene, the old undead, definitely has many means. Chambers also understands this, so he never thought of using these means to stop the 4 9th level undead, just hoping to delay for a while. Just when a space ripple appeared in the sky above the capital of the Glory Empire, Chambers, who had few cards left, was killed by Eugene. Eugene took Chambers' body, and immediately fled far away with the other 3 9th level undead. Human support has arrived, and the 4 undead will not be opponents, and will not be able to hold on until their support arrives. Killing a human legendary strongman, with Chambers' strength before his death, there is a high probability that he will be transformed into a 9th level undead. In this way, the gap between the peak combat power of the 2 sides has increased by 2. As for the army of undead that attacked the capital of the Glory Empire, just destroy them. Their value cannot be compared with a 9th level undead. It is not so easy for 3 undead to suddenly be promoted to the 9th level. In fact, now there are 3 such undead in the 4 coastal areas of the southeast, northwest, and northeast of the entire Origin continent. The marine undead gathered on land. In the ocean near the continent, the 9th level undead exchanged a large number of undead for mass, and gave birth to 12 8th level perfect undead that can be promoted to the 9th level at any time. For this moment today, the final victory of the decisive battle between the undead camp and the living camp is determined by the peak combat power of the two camps from beginning to end. As long as one side has more peak combat power, the victory belongs to that side. The undead camp chose to pile up 12 8th level perfect undead that can be promoted at any time, instead of directly piling up 12 advanced undead. The combat power of the newly promoted 9th level undead cannot be compared with the 9th level undead, who are familiar with their own power. However, piling up the 8th level perfect undead can catch the human legendary strongman off guard. Chambers is one example. In the western region, the northern region, and the southern region of the origin continent, there is a target chosen by the undead camp. The eastern region has succeeded. The number of living legends has temporarily decreased by 1. It won't be long before the number of 9th level undead increases by 1. Next, it depends on the situation in the other 3 regions. Even if the human legendary masters know what happened in the capital of the Glory Empire, they can't make any changes. Now on the origin continent, all the 9th level undead are commanding the undead army to attack the city. With so many targets, the human legendary masters can't tell which ones are the real targets. By the time the message for help arrived, it was too late. The undead camp had accumulated 12 9th level undeads, and the originally relatively balanced peak combat power began to tilt. Once all 4 goals were successful, the balance of war would continue to tilt towards the undead camp. Living beings in danger. After what happened in the Glory Empire, the legendary human beings immediately sent a message to all legendary creatures, warning them to be careful of the undead. However, this warning did not have any effect. Of the 4 goals selected by the undead camp, 3 were successfully completed, and the last goal was only half completed, or not even half completed. The human legendary warrior, who was surrounded by 4 9th level undead, was seriously injured. After knowing that there was no hope of escape, he directly blew himself up, severely injuring 2 of the 9th level undead. The severely injured 9th level undead needed time to recover. The human legendary warrior who blew himself up had no body left, and could not be transformed into an undead, so he was not even halfway through. At the human legendary meeting, there was a good news and a bad news. The good news was that the undead camp no longer had undead that could be promoted to the 9th level immediately, and could no longer launch a surprise attack like the previous 4 times. Once multiple 9th level undead attacked a certain place, the legendary warriors in charge of the place could be rescued in time. The bad news is that while the team lost 4 legendary warriors, the undead team has already gained 12 9th order undeads. It won't be long before 3 more 9th order undeads will be added. In fact, since the legendary warriors knew that the decisive battle was coming, they did the same thing as the undead team to increase their peak combat power. The undead team added 12 9th order undeads. In the past year, more than 10 top forces consumed their resources and successfully promoted 5 legendary warriors. They all stayed in the demiplane, hoping to catch the undead team off guard after the decisive battle broke out. I didn't expect that the living beings were caught off guard by the undead. What should we do now? Although the prophet predicted that the future is dark, but light will eventually dispel darkness, this does not mean that the prophecy will really come true. Perhaps the living beings camp is not well prepared, and will eventually lose the war. The legendary strongmen ask themselves, have their forces exerted their full strength? In fact, they themselves don't know. They just issue orders, and cannot be sure whether the execution of the orders is 100% or 90%. After losing 4 peak combat forces at the beginning, most of the legendary masters no longer thought about winning this war. As long as they could draw, they would continue to maintain the situation on the origin continent, and wait for the opportunity to defeat the undead camp in the future. After the legendary meeting, the message was sent to all regions through the markets throughout the origin continent. 4 legends died in our battle, and 11 9th level undead were eliminated. The advantage is on my side. Please continue to persevere, creatures from all over the world. We will definitely win this war. This propaganda method was a joint decision made by the legendary powers. They could not spread the news that 4 legendaries died in battle, but not 1 9th level undead was eliminated. This would have a huge impact on their morale. In order not to affect their morale, and to keep going, the legendary powers made this decision. The death of 4 legendaries could not be concealed, so they would eliminate more 9th level undead. And the legendary powers were not allowed to reveal the truth to people below the legendary realm. Even Zhao Yi believed this information after learning it from the market, and never thought that it was fabricated by the legendary masters. When the information of 4 legends died in our battle and 11 ninth level undeads were eliminated spread, most creatures believed it, and only a few creatures were suspicious. Even the 4 people from the human forces whose legendary masters died also believed it. For a time, the morale of the creature camp increased greatly. The battle continued. After the cities in Zhao Yi's territory eliminated 7 waves of undead armies, new undead armies appeared, and they were stronger than the previous 7 waves of undead armies. All areas of the origin continent were the same. This is a war that is destined to last more than one night. Chapter 290. The decisive battle has broken out. The battle is still going on, and it is time for Zhao Yi to start taking action. Hunting the 9th level undead will give birth to more legends and epics in the territory. Zhao Yi's team assembled again. Legendary Dragon Speaker Zhao Yi. Legendary Silver Dragon Melissa. Epic Wind Rider Joanna. Epic Swordmaster Britney. Epic Space Mage Ignace. King Nightmare Tia. King Holy Light Priest Wavery. King Guardian Shield War Thunder Rang. A total of 7 people and 1 dragon. Tactics: Zhao Yi used the Hermit Ring to hide his own breath, and the other 6 people and 1 dragon entered the legendary space ring. When Zhao Yi finds a single 9th level undead, he approaches and launches a sneak attack on it. If the sneak attack fails or it is difficult for one person to quickly eliminate the 9th level undead, he will release Melissa, 2 against 1. Those below the legendary level cannot participate in the battle. Bringing others with him is mainly to give them the opportunity to upgrade quickly, especially Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang, who are very close to the epic level. Zhao Yi and Melissa, who are already legendary, also need to continue to upgrade so that they can eliminate higher level undead. As for the cities in the territory that are still under attack by the undead army and the indigenous cities under control, the remaining 7th level professionals are enough. It has not been long since the 2 space mages, Fei Jean and Claudine, have reached the 6th level. The time for others to suppress their levels varies. The highest level of the 7th level professionals who stayed in the territory has reached level 77. In addition to the means that Zhao Yi left to deal with the 8th level undead, as long as there is no 9th level undead attack, the safety of all places can be guaranteed. This war has just begun, and Zhao Yi has an expectation. Zhaocheng has a population of 6.5 million. 7 waves of undead have destroyed at least 45 million undead. The attack on Zhaocheng is still going on. I wonder if 100 million undead can be destroyed tonight. Let's see if there are higher grade treasure chests above the legendary treasure chest. However, Zhao Yi feels that it is unlikely to destroy 100 million undead tonight, mainly because of time. A wave of undead siege lasts for more than an hour, and the second half of the night is already past. 100 million undead is simply impossible. However, the number of undead in Cemetery Number 1 surprised Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi used the Hermit Ring to personally go around Cemetery Number 1, but he could not calculate the number of undead in Cemetery Number 1. The battle continued, and it was time for Zhao Yi's team to set off. However, it was Ignace who led the team instead of Zhao Yi. When killing monsters in various places on the origin continent, Ignace had already dropped many anchor points in preparation for long-distance teleportation after promotion. Zhao Yi still wore the Hermit Ring, and Ignace wore an epic hidden breath equipment. According to the market and forum, Chambers, the only legendary strongman in the Glory Empire, has died. When the reinforcements arrived, the imperial capital was not destroyed by the army of undead, but the Glory Empire without a legendary strongman would soon fall apart. Chambers died to resist the undead, and other legendary strongmen did not allow Chambers' Sid family to be destroyed in the internal strife of the living camp. When the war is over, the Glory Empire will be downgraded to the Glory Kingdom, leaving only a core area, and the rest of the land will either be established as a kingdom by the princes, or occupied by other empires and kingdoms. The Violet Kingdom is also eyeing this land. One of the neighbors of the Violet Kingdom, the Glory Empire, is about to be downgraded, and another neighbor, the Goshawk Empire, is still there. The Eagle Empire is the closest to the Violet Kingdom, and the Eagle Empire is also an indigenous country that Zhao Yi is more familiar with. For the future development of the Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi does not plan to go to the Eagle Empire to hunt the 9th level undead. The Eagle Empire is on its own, and it is lucky that it has not targeted the Eagle Empire. However, if the legendary strongman of the Eagle Empire dies in battle, Zhao Yi will return to clean up the high-level undead of the Eagle Empire. The population of the Eagle Empire is also very important. Because of the undead disaster, even if there are Blue Star players joining, the origin continent has lost too many people. The long-distance teleportation technique was activated, and after more than 10 seconds, Ignaz appeared in the territory of the Golden Lion Empire in the southern region of the Origin continent. Ignaz has just entered the Epic realm. A long-distance teleportation consumes a lot of Ignaz mana. Zhao Yi came out of the legendary space ring, and Ignaz went in to restore his mana. Zhao Yi determined the position, concealed his own breath, and quickly flew to the capital of the Golden Lion Empire. The Golden Lion Empire, the Glory Empire, and the Goshawk Empire are at the same level, with only one legendary master in charge, and often only one 9th level undead here. The lone 9th level undead is Zhao Yi's target. In the capital of the Golden Lion Empire, the Emperor of the Empire and the only legendary master, Padley, sits on the Emperor's throne, watching the provocation of the 9th level zombie king Matari outside the city without any reaction. For legendary masters were surrounded and killed by the 9th level undead one after another, which made Padley understand that as a legendary master, he might die in this war. No matter how provocative Matari was, Padley would not go out to fight it, fearing that he would fall into the trap of the 9th level undead. The human legend and the 9th level undead did not fight, but the undead army had been attacking the huge city, and the professionals on the city wall were constantly destroying the undead attacking the city. The war had not been going on for long, and the human professionals were not tired so quickly, but everyone was trying to save their physical strength. Whoever consumed physical strength quickly would be more likely to die in this war. Of course, being lazy and playing tricks is definitely not allowed. Once discovered, they will be executed directly. Padley and Matari will occasionally release their own domains to increase the strength of the defending or attacking party. Padley's Earth domain can increase the defense of the defenders, and comprehensively improve the strength of Earth mages. Matari is the zombie domain. Among the undead army it commands, the number of mid-level and high-level zombies is the largest, but the low-level and zero-level undead and skeleton soldiers still have an absolute advantage. Matari's zombie domain can comprehensively enhance the strength of zombies. Releasing the domain consumes a lot of energy for both the 9th level living beings and the 9th level undead. Padley and Matari must try to maintain a good state. If the consumption is large, the risk of falling will increase. The flying speed of the legendary strongman is very fast. In less than half an hour, Zhao Yi is close to the giant city. He has not been discovered by the 9th level undead for the time being, and the 9th level undead has not released the domain. If the domain is released, Zhao Yi will basically be discovered by the 9th level undead as soon as he enters the domain. As he quietly approached the 9th order undead, Zhao Yi had an idea in his mind. Should he join forces with the legendary masters in the city, as long as he agreed that the head would belong to him? However, Zhao Yi quickly gave up this idea. Out of caution, if the partner made a feint, did not join forces to help, or even turn around and attacked him together with the 9th order undead, it would be troublesome. After all, Zhao Yi was an outsider, and none of the legendary masters knew him. Even if he was tricked to death, no legendary master would denounce him. It is always better to rely on yourself than on outsiders. Continuously approaching the 9th level undead, Zhao Yi felt that this 9th level undead was relatively strong. He transformed Baiwa into a longbow, took out 3 special arrows, quickly injected Doqi into them, and shot directly at the 9th level undead. When Zhao Yi injected Doqi into the arrows, he was discovered by the 9th level zombie king Matari. Matari only released the domain, and before he made any other moves, 3 arrows with space attributes had already shuttled through space and shot at Matari. Feeling the ripples in space, Matari tried his best to dodge and resist, and with the suppression of the zombie domain, he finally blocked 2 arrows and was hit by the 3rd arrow, suffering some injuries. A second human legend appeared on the battlefield. He felt that he was not as strong as himself, but with the 2 human legends together, he was already in danger of falling. Matari retreated quickly while preparing to ask for help. Before Matari sent a message for help, Zhao Yi teleported to Matari's side. The 10,000 Dragons domain fought against the zombie domain. The longbow in his hand had turned into a long sword and swung towards Matari. Just as Matari was resisting Zhao Yi's sword, Melissa suddenly appeared. The Ice and Snow domain and the 10,000 Dragons domain suppressed the zombie domain together. Melissa's right hand turned into a dragon claw and slammed towards Matari. Matari blocked Zhao Yi's attack, but was hit by Melissa's attack and was seriously injured. A man and a dragon beat the dog when it was down. Matari, who was already seriously injured, had no chance to use other means. He was beaten to death by the man-dragon combination in less than 10 seconds. Padley, who was originally staying in the city, felt that a legendary creature appeared on the battlefield and attacked Matari. Padley did not hesitate and flew directly to Matari, wanting to attack Matari together with the newly appeared legendary creature. However, the battle situation changed too quickly. Before Padley flew out of the city, another legendary creature appeared. When Padley flew out of the city, the battle was over. Mutari, the 9th level zombie king who had fought with Padley for many years, fell. Mutari had fallen, and Padley slowed down. On the one hand, he felt sad about the death of his old opponent, and on the other hand, Padley didn't recognize these two legendary creatures, one man and one dragon, and he was alert. However, because the man and the dragon were both creatures and killed Mutari, Padley was very little alert. When there was still some distance between them, and Zhao Yi and Melissa, Padley said, "Thank you for your help. From today on, you are the most distinguished guests of the Golden Lion Empire. Please enter the city. The Golden Lion Empire will give you a generous gift." Zhao Yi replied, "No, we still have things to do. Please go ahead. I don't know where you are from. The Golden Lion Empire will send you a generous gift. If you are in a hurry to send a gift, then just accept it. You can send it to the Void Trading Field." Hearing the words Void Trading Field, Padley was surprised. Padley's Randall family was responsible for the market in the Golden Lion Empire. As a member of the Merchant Alliance, Padley naturally knew about the Void Trading Field. As the largest black market on the Origin continent, the Merchant Alliance has always wanted to find the location of the Void Trading Field and the forces behind it, but has never succeeded. Unexpectedly, 2 legends from this force have now emerged. This force must have more than 2 legends. Maybe it can be ranked in the top 10 among the top forces. The Golden Lion Empire cannot afford to offend it. Zhao Yi said, "Void Trading Field is not a big problem. He is already a legendary strongman. Now he has to keep attacking. It is only a matter of time before his identity is exposed. When the war is over, it depends on whether his strength can be increased to the extent of saving the Void Trading Field." After destroying a 9th level undead, Zhao Yi's confidence increased greatly. The Merchant Alliance is just a somewhat large alliance. Many members are hostile to each other. The degree of bulk is even greater than that of the Anti-Chen Alliance. After a few polite words, Padley returned to the city, while Zhao Yi and Melissa were busy on the battlefield outside the city. Because the 9th level undead fell, the undead army attacking the city immediately fled. The high-level undead were the fastest to escape, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun the legendary strongmen. First, the 8th level undead were severely injured one by one, and Ignaz harvested them. Ignaz's realm was improved, which was beneficial for Zhao Yi's team to run around the Origin continent. After killing all the 8th level undead, they cleaned up the 7th level undead that were not far away, and all of them were harvested by Wavery. A priest in the epic realm was very important to Zhao Yi's team. Wavery has learned 7th level resurrection. After a 7th level priest casts a resurrection, he will be weak for at least a week. The next time he uses the resurrection, he must wait at least a month. For an epic level priest, the cost of casting the resurrection is lower. Padley was a little confused by Zhao Yi's team's actions on the battlefield. After the 9th level undead were destroyed, why did they have to destroy the 8th level and 7th level undead? If the undead army did not attack the city, Padley himself would not bother to deal with them. It would be very laborious to destroy so many undead. He did not expect that these 2 legends would look for high-level undead everywhere to kill, and even let their epic level and king level subordinates kill them. Can they quickly improve their realm by destroying the undead, like the heroes in the other world? Before Zhao Yi's team left here, Padley sent a generous gift, a full 10,000 high-grade magic crystals, equivalent to 100 million low-grade magic crystals. For Zhao Yi, it was a good harvest, and the territory's magic crystal reserves increased by 100 million. If the Golden Lion Empire had not consumed a lot of its resources under the disaster of the undead, Padley should have sent more magic crystals, and now the landlord's family did not have much surplus food. The war is still going on. If one 9th level undead is destroyed, it may not take long for other 9th level undead to continue to command the army to attack the capital of the Golden Lion Empire. Zhao Yi left, Mutari died. Padley could relax for the time being. Padley contacted other legends and talked about his own affairs. 2 legends from the forces behind the Void Trading Field surrounded and killed a 9th level undead, which was a good thing for the living camp. Earlier, the peak combat power of the living camp and the undead camp was barely balanced, not counting the forces behind the Void Trading Field. Now 2 legends suddenly appeared. At least 1 legend will be in charge of the headquarters, and the living camp has 3 more legends. Under the imbalance of the peak combat power of the 2 camps, it is developing in the direction of balance again. The possibility of a tie between the 2 sides has increased a lot. As for the impact of the existence of the Void Trading Field on the income of the Merchant Alliance, let's ignore that for the time being. Under the cover of the disaster cloud, all teleportation arrays cannot be used, and the teleportation arrays in the market cannot be used either. Things will be discussed after the war is over. If the two sides really tie, in order to fight against the undead camp, the Merchant Alliance will not take action against the Void Trading Field and acquiesce to the existence of the Void Trading Field. The undead camp soon learned about Mutari's fall, which caused a huge impact in the undead camp. Mutari was the first 9th level undead to fall in the past 2 years. Unfortunately, Mutari didn't have time to send out a message for help. If he could send out a message for help, even if he couldn't save Mutari, he could still surround and kill the 2 legendary creatures that suddenly appeared. Losing 1 Mutari, but getting 2 more 9th level undead, a profit. The sudden appearance of the 2 legendary creatures reminded some 9th level undead of the human epics that plundered various cemeteries before, and more than 70 8th level undeads fell, which was almost equivalent to losing 3 9th level undeads. I didn't find those human epics, and now 2 legendary creatures have appeared, and I feel that they are related. The previous success, killing 4 legendary creatures, 3 of which will give birth to 9th level undead on their bodies. The 9th level undead seem to have seen the future when all life on the origin continent disappears. The death of a 9th level undead awakens the 9th level undead from joy. The war is not over yet, and it is not time for them to celebrate happily. Go kill more legendary creatures, go win this whole victory. Just as Zhao Yi was on his way to the next goal, a new day arrived. You participated in 373 battles. You killed 210.85 million undead. You lost 816 soldiers. Battle rating 1 SSS, 9S, 48A, 36C, 279G. Points increased by 426%, rounded, hundreds of billions. Professional experience increased by 426%. Obtained 1 legendary treasure chest, 9 diamond treasure chests, 48 crystal treasure chests, 36 gold treasure chests, 279 wooden treasure chests. After killing more than 200 million undead in one night, the number of legendary cards in the legendary treasure chest obtained should be 6. The army of undead is still attacking the city. Today, Zhao Cheng may be able to destroy more than 100 million undead in one battlefield and attack the treasure chest above the legendary level. Zhao Yi is too lazy to look at the points he gets, which are in units of hundreds of billions. Even without the extra points added by the battle evaluation, the level 95 Zombie King can bring Zhao Yi 35 billion points. As for the number of deaths, there are nearly 1,000 people. If the native city soldiers under the command of the professionals under Zhao Yi are included, the number of deaths will exceed 4,000. Those soldiers were not counted as Zhao Yi's soldiers yet. They would be officially counted as Zhao Yi's soldiers only when he became the king of the Violet Kingdom. Zhao Yi's territory had lost so many people, and other players' territories had suffered even greater losses. In just one night, more than 10,000 player territories were destroyed, and the number of native cities destroyed was even higher than that. More player territories and native cities were severely damaged. The rules of the undead army's siege have really changed. Not only has the number of waves increased, but more importantly, the emergence of higher-level undead to participate in the siege. Thousands of player territories were destroyed because of the sudden attack of higher-level undead, which caused the defense line to collapse and the city to fall. However, most player territories and indigenous cities have means to deal with higher-level undead and can continue to hold on. Nearly half of the player territories had already used up their military supplies in the battle last night, and they relied on spending points to buy military supplies from the points mall to hold on. But they don't know how long they can hold on in the face of the endless undead army attacking the city. For most of the new posts on the forum are filled with negative emotions. Farewell post, the city has been breached, the undead will rush over in 3 minutes at most, I am just a low-level player, I can't escape at all, I posted this post as a souvenir, I hope the surviving players will come and burn incense from time to time, this is the trace and proof that I have been to the game world. I didn't expect the decisive battle between the undead camp and the living camp to come like this. My territory has made sufficient preparations for the decisive battle, but it still didn't last until dawn. The teleportation array couldn't be used, and I didn't have time to take my family away. I was the only one who was lucky enough to escape to the aboriginal city. I hate it. My home is gone. My wife and children are gone. I want revenge. Revenge. Persistence. Persistence is victory. In terms of peak combat power, the undead camp has suffered more losses, and victory will definitely belong to us. Try to persist for a while, and perhaps victory will come. All the major forces in the aboriginal camp, can you send troops to rescue us? Cry. Forget it, I don't want to play this game anymore, I want to go home. In Yicheng, on the city wall, Lin Mengyao, who is already level 6, casts healing spells to treat the wounded, and her eyes are filled with worry that cannot be hidden. Facing the constant attacks of the undead army, Zhao Yi, as the lord of the territory, did not sit in Yicheng to command the battle. What is more important than the territory? Last night, the 7th wave of undead siege ended, and Zhao Yi's clone pulled Lin Mengyao to a corner. I'm going out for a while, and I don't know when I can come back. Even if I come back, I won't stay for long. You be in charge of the players. I'm very strong, don't worry about me. I tell you everything after this war is over. In front of Zhao Yi, Lin Mengyao has always been an obedient and sensible secretary. Lin Mengyao never opposes Zhao Yi's decisions, but only accepts them all. In front of Lin Mengyao, Zhao Yi's clone disappeared. As Zhao Yi's bedmate, Lin Mengyao could feel that Zhao Yi had many secrets, but she never asked. She believed in Zhao Yi. Although this was a game world different from Blue Star, and although they did not get married in this game world, after a few years of getting along, Lin Mengyao's heart was all on Zhao Yi. Even if she returned to Blue Star, Lin Mengyao would go to find Zhao Yi as soon as possible. Perhaps because they had lived in the game world for a long time, Lin Mengyao and many Blue Star players had forgotten that they could return to Blue Star after death in the game world. Lin Mengyao was full of worries about Zhao Yi, who had not returned from going out. Lin Mengyao didn't care about Zhao Yi's secrets, she just wanted Zhao Yi to return safely. When Zhao Yi was away, she would work hard to complete the task Zhao Yi gave her. The garrison officer of Yicheng was still Lori, who was originally a double 3-star command shield warrior. Zhao Yi gave Lori a 4-star talent stone to use. In the past year, he went out to kill monsters, as a member of the monster killing team, and has been promoted to the 6th level. The combat professional player troops were uniformly commanded by Lori. A few players seemed to have noticed that Zhao Yi was away, but they didn't care. Take some time to read the posts on the forum, and they will feel how lucky they are to live in the territory of boss Zhao Yi. Such a powerful army of undead attacked the city, without causing much loss of personnel to the territory. In the territory army, there are far fewer combat professional players than native professional players, and very few players died in the battle. As long as the war between the living camp and the undead camp is not lost, boss Zhao Yi's territory will definitely be the last batch of Blue Star players to hold on. Chapter 291. The 9th level undead stared at the legendary creatures, and the legendary creatures also stared at the 9th level undead. The 9th level undead moved, and the legendary creatures followed suit. Among the high level undead, there were also some who could cast space spells, and they sent several 9th level undead to attack a city where legendary creatures were stationed. Before the city was broken, the support of the legendary creatures followed. The two sides began to sneak attack support, counter sneak attack, and counter support. For the time being, no 9th level undead and legendary creatures died, and several were seriously injured. Because of the numerical advantage of the peak combat power of the undead camp, the living camp is already a little exhausted. If this continues, the situation will be very bad. However, not long after, a good news came that another 9th level undead was attacked and killed by the two legends from the power that controlled the void trading field. After receiving the news, the morale of the legendary living beings increased greatly, and most of the human legendary powerhouses decided to spread this matter to all parts of the origin continent to boost morale. This matter is of great benefit to the living camp, but it is a bad thing for the business alliance. This top force has already killed two 9th level undeads, and now it has spread the news widely, creating a very positive image. After the war, the Merchant Alliance will not be able to attack this force. Even within the Merchant Alliance, at least 2/3 of the legendary masters have a good impression of this force. The Merchant Alliance is an alliance formed for the sake of interests. For the sake of interests, they can join forces to exclude other forces from intervening in the market trading network. Now, the force tentatively named Void has frequently taken action to win their favor. It was just that a small part of the market's profit was taken away by the Void trading field. Just by virtue of the Void attacking and killing two 9th level undead, the Void was qualified to take this profit. The second 9th level undead fell, and the morale of the living camp increased greatly. The morale of the undead camp remained stable, but the 9th level undead were very annoyed. Find those two legendary creatures and kill them! Kill them! The 9th level undead stopped the attack and transferred the 9th level undead to find Zhao Yi. With the hermit ring, Zhao Yi and the others could not find him. The legendary creatures took the opportunity to rest and prepare to recover their status to see if they could attack and kill the 9th level undead in turn. While the undead camp was looking for Zhao Yi and Melissa teamed up to kill 2 9th level undead twice. When the 9th level undead chasing Zhao Yi arrived, Zhao Yi disappeared again. This won't work. Those 2 legendary creatures have powerful treasures that can hide their auras and block time spells. We can't find them, and more 9th level creatures will be killed by them. The 9th level undead immediately decided to form a group of at least 2 9th level undead. If they were attacked again, even if they were defeated, they could wait for support. On the Origin continent, the lone 9th level undead formed teams one after another. The change in the undead camp also requires the change in the living camp. If it does not change, there will be dozens or hundreds of 9th level undead against one legendary living being. The key is that many human legendary masters have hatreds among themselves, and legendary masters with hatreds cannot be put together. Moreover, there may be no hatred on the surface, but there is hatred in secret. Now putting the enemy in the house is a very dangerous thing. Finally, the legendary creatures swore to the god of creation and life, and only then did they initially resolve the matter. Moreover, the legendary strongmen who seemed to have a grudge against each other could not be arranged together. So when Zhao Yi came to the vicinity of the next target, he suddenly found 3 9th level undead. Although there were 2 human legends in the city, Zhao Yi had no intention of taking action. Relying on the legendary magic array and other means, the 2 sides barely balanced. The 3 9th level undead took turns to open the field and cover the battlefield, and Zhao Yi could not successfully launch a sneak attack. For living legends against 3 9th level undeads, the battle cannot end quickly. The support of the 9th level undead will definitely arrive, and Zhao Yi does not trust the human legends in the city. He came quietly to take a look, and then quietly left. On the way to the next target, Zhao Yi took a look at the forum and found that the matter of the 9th level undead team had been taken from the market to the forum for discussion by players. A large number of players believe that the changes of the 9th level undead correspond to the advantage of the living camp. The victory of this war must belong to the living camp, and they will go all out and persist until the victory of the war. Since all the 9th level undead have formed a team, let's go deal with the 8th level undead. Zhao Yi immediately made a decision. The 2 legendary forces were too few to attack and kill the 9th level undead in the team, so he continued to increase his legendary forces. In the process of attacking and killing 4 9th level undead, Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang, who were originally in the King Realm, have all been promoted to Epic. To be promoted from Epic to Legendary, it is enough to kill 30 to 48th level undead. The 8th level undead are much more numerous than the 9th level undead, and the 9th level undead have formed a team. There are still many 8th level undead in the army originally commanded by the 9th level undead. If the newly promoted legend cannot quickly master the power of legend, then 2 or even 3 newly promoted legends will join forces to deal with the 9th level undead. If that doesn't work, let all 6 members of the team in the Epic Realm be promoted to legends. Although Zhao Yi only has 3 level 9 advancement stones left, the level 8 advancement stones and level 7 advancement stones can be combined into 4 level 9 advancement stones in total, and the advancement stones below level 7 should be able to be combined into 1 or 2 level 9 advancement stones. Level 9 advancement stones are enough for all members of Zhao Yi's team to be promoted to legends. 8 legends wandered around, and only 2 or 3 9th level undead formed a team, and they would become the target of Zhao Yi's team. Even if it was impossible to quickly kill all 3 9th level undead, then kill 1 9th level undead and retreat immediately. There is always a way to deal with 9th level undead. In a battlefield in a certain empire's capital, the 9th level undead and the human legend left one after another. After the 9th level undead left, the human legend didn't even have time to attack the undead below the 9th level outside. If the delay caused the death of a legendary strongman in the living camp, the matter would be serious. The 9th Order undead and human legends were gone, and the battle on the battlefield in the capital city continued, but the commanders of both sides were replaced by human epics and 8th Order undead. A large number of undead rushed to the giant city, but were blocked by the human professionals defending the city. If there were no reinforcements, it would be difficult to determine the winner of this battle. Zhao Yi's team appeared here quietly, and the 8th Order undead could not find Zhao Yi's figure. Entering the battlefield, Melissa came out of the space ring, and the 2 legendary strongmen quickly severely injured all the 8th Order undead and 7th Order undead on the battlefield, and then Ignaz harvested them. When all the high-level undead on the battlefield were harvested, Zhao Yi's team left, and the middle-level undead fled in all directions. The human professionals in the giant city came to their senses. It's the 2 legendary masters who are here. The 2 legendary masters can turn the situation around with a little effort, and we will lose fewer people. We need to prepare a generous gift and send it to the void trading field after the war is over. The high-level undead on the first battlefield were harvested by Zhao Yi's team, and the 9th level undead did not react much. When the high-level undead on the second battlefield were harvested by Zhao Yi's team, the 9th level undead immediately understood. Those two legendary creatures actually changed their targets and attacked the weak 8th order undead. It was a shame in the legend. We can't let them attack anymore. Losing more 8th order and 7th order creatures will also affect the battle situation. The key is how to find them. We can't find them now, let alone catch them. Before the battle, none of the top fighters of the two camps thought that the battle situation would change dramatically because of two legendary creatures. The results of Zhao Yi's team made the human legendary strongmen want to draw legends to form a legendary team to attack and kill the 9th order undead. There are several legendary treasures that can conceal their own auras, and even legendary assassins and legendary space mages can be sent out. But there is no legendary treasure that can block time spells. The effect of forming such a team is much worse. Zhao Yi's team is still attacking everywhere. If we can contact Zhao Yi's team and cooperate with everyone, even if the 9th level undead team is formed, we can destroy more 9th level undead. It can even completely reverse the situation of the battle. In terms of peak combat power, the living camp has an advantage. Unfortunately, no one knows these two legendary masters who suddenly appeared. The only way to contact them is the void trading field. Under the cover of the disaster cloud, it is impossible to go to the void trading field. The current situation is not bad. Zhao Yi's team attacks everywhere, reducing the high-end combat power of the undead camp. If it continues, the living camp will be able to gain an advantage in high-end combat power. There are more epic professionals, and they can join forces to fight against the 9th level undead. At that time, the peak combat power will have an advantage. In a short period of time, Zhao Yi's team has become one of the hopes of the living camp to defeat the undead camp. Another important hope is the Dragon Clan. Everyone knows that the Dragon Clan was severely damaged by the undead camp, but the Dragon Clan was not completely destroyed. Many legends are waiting for the Dragon Clan to join the war. Faced with Zhao Yi's team repeatedly attacking high-level undead everywhere, the 9th level undead had to make a decision. They ignored Zhao Yi's team, and let Zhao Yi's team kill 8th level undead and 7th level undead everywhere. The 9th level undead tried to kill more other legendary creatures. The solution has been found, which is the 3 human legendary corpses obtained at the beginning of the war. The 3 corpses are already being transformed, and 3 9th level undead will definitely be born, and they are not the weakest 9th level undead. The method of the 9th level undead is to spend a price to promote the birth, and give birth to 3 8th level perfect undead, who can be promoted to the 9th level at any time. Use these 3 undead to hit the living camp again, and perhaps kill more than 3 legendary living creatures at a time, and then use the corpses of legendary living creatures to continue to transform 9th level undead. This is the disgusting part of the undead camp. It doesn't matter if the living creatures die. If they fall into the hands of the undead, they will be transformed into undead and continue to attack the living creatures. Initially, the number of undead attacking the living world was not large. By transforming the bones and corpses everywhere, the number of undead skyrocketed. The number of undead continued to increase after killing living beings and then transforming them. However, living beings could not use the corpses of undead to increase their combat power after killing undead. The two camps confronted each other with their peak combat power. The undead camp gave birth to 3 legendary human corpses. Zhao Yi's team attacked and killed high-level undead everywhere. The undead army continued to attack all the gathering points of living beings on the origin continent. Time passed quickly, and in the second half of the night, Ignaz had reached the perfection of the epic realm. The epic promotion to the legendary was a bit loud, and he could not be promoted in the space ring. Zhao Yi's team returned to Zhaocheng. Ignaz went to the demi-plane for promotion, and Zhao Yi sent his clone to Yicheng to take a look. After Ignaz's promotion, Zhao Yi's team continued to move. Legends will also get tired, and Zhao Yi will not always be the leader. When Zhao Yi's status declines, Melissa will be replaced. The current target is only the 8th level undead and the 7th level undead. There are no 9th level undead. It will not be a problem to replace Melissa. The next person to harvest high-level undead will become Joanna. Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang will be promoted to epic in a very short time, so they need to wait a little longer. The 4th person to be promoted to legendary can only be chosen from Joanna and Britney. Britney gave up on her own initiative this time because Joanna gave in before, and let Joanna be promoted first. Judging from the current situation, Both of them should be able to be promoted to legendary. It's just a matter of order. Just as Zhao Yi's team continued to kill high-level undead everywhere, the undead camp's stimulating of 3 human legendary corpses was also coming to an end. Under normal circumstances, fresh corpses are directly transformed into zombies. The 9th level undead were afraid of being discovered by legendary creatures, so they turned into skeletons. At this time, the zombie kings did not fight for it. The most important thing was to win the war. In the western region, the Ute Empire, the 2 legendary masters of the royal Benjet family, Sulin and Kotar, plus Lizis who came to support, 3 human legends relied on the legendary magic circle of the capital to fight against the 4 9th level undead outside the city. In the battle, the losses of the undead side continued to increase, and even several 8th level undead were severely injured. The severely injured 8th level undead retreated and returned to the cemetery to recover from their injuries. Several 8th level undead led their armies from several cemeteries to this battlefield. The 3 human legends paid a little attention to the 8th level undead who had just arrived on the battlefield, and even lingered on the undead whose aura had reached the peak of the 8th level. However, they soon shifted their attention to the 9th level undead. The 9th level undead would launch several long-range attacks on the city from time to time. If 4 9th level undead attacked together, they would even break the city's defensive formation. The 3 human legends in the city need to block the attacks of at least 2 9th level undead, and the defensive array can barely block the attacks of the other 2 9th level undead. The newly added 8th level undead, like the previous 8th level undead, led the undead army to attack the city as usual. The 9th level undead made a slight change, increasing the frequency of attacking the city to compete for consumption. The 3 human legends felt a little uneasy, but they didn't know where this uneasiness came from. Could it be that the undead are going to attack us? Call for help now. Wait a little longer. We haven't seen more 9th level undead figures. Maybe this is just a trick of the undead to attract the legends to our side, and then attack other places. When 3 8th level perfect undeads, who can be promoted to 9th level at any time, arrived at the battlefield, the 5th battle between the 9th level undead and the human legend began. The 3 undead were promoted immediately. The huge impact of the peak combat power overshadowed the impact of the promotion. The human legend didn't notice it until the 3 undead were about to finish their promotion. Not good. Call for help. It takes some time for the reinforcements to arrive. The 3 newly promoted 9th level undeads and the original 4 9th level undeads joined forces to smash the defense array with one move. The aftermath of the battle caused a large number of casualties in the city. The 3 human legends did not hesitate at all. They abandoned the city and fled without caring about the humans in the city, delaying time to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. It would take at least a dozen seconds for the reinforcements to arrive. For the peak combat power, they could attack dozens of times in 1 second, and the outcome might have been decided in a dozen seconds. The 3 human legends kept using their trump cards, trying to delay for a few seconds, but the 7 9th level undeads didn't give them the chance. Seeing that their important trump cards were used up, and the 3 of them were unable to resist. Kotal, stay alive. The Emperor of the Ute Empire, Su Lin, turned and rushed towards the 3 9th level undeads behind him, and blew himself up, injuring all 3 9th level undeads, one of whom was seriously injured. Su Lin's self-explosion successfully delayed for 2 seconds, but it was not enough. Kotal, please, my family is in your hands. Li Shizi smiled bitterly, and rushed towards the nearest 9th level undead. The huge power generated by the self-explosion injured several 9th level undead again. The next second after Li Shizi's self-explosion, space ripples appeared above the capital of the Ute Empire, and the first wave of support arrived, a full 6 legendary masters. The 6 legendary masters just teleported over, without stopping at all rushed to Kotal, at least to save the only remaining legend. Most of the 9th level undead on the battlefield were injured because of Lin and Li Shizi's self-explosion. Before the 6 human legends rushed over, they could surround and kill Kotar. But after they surrounded and killed Kotar, facing the 6 human legends with almost full status, at least 2 9th level undead would die. Although after killing Kotar, Kotar's body could give birth to another 9th level undead, which was also the difference between the 2 peak combat powers. No 9th level undead was willing to die here. All the 9th level undead gave up the siege and killing of Kotar, and quickly retreated in the direction away from the 6 human legends. The human legend reinforcements successfully rescued Kotar. During the war, a small-scale battle between the 9th level undead and the living legend ended. Both sides were very dissatisfied with this battle. The undead camp set a goal to kill all 3 human legends, and then give birth to 3 9th-level undead from their bodies, even if the 9th-level undead were severely injured in this battle. But now, only 2 human legends died, and they both died by self-explosion, so the bodies could not be collected, and 2 9th-level undead on their side were severely injured. The gap with the set goal is very large. If the set goal can be achieved, the undead camp will have a considerable advantage in peak combat power. If the advantage continues to expand, it will be able to win the war. Unexpectedly, the 2 human legends went to their deaths, which made the undead camp's plan bankrupt. Compared with the undead camp, the living camp is more uncomfortable, because the living camp lost 2 legendary strongmen, while the undead camp did not lose a 9th-level undead, and the gap in peak combat power has widened. This is a very helpless thing. The number of 9th-level undead is greater than that of legendary creatures. Legendary creatures can only rely on legendary magic arrays, and other means to resist the 9th-level undead, and barely maintain the peak combat power balance before the war. The legendary magic array cannot be moved at will, and the creature camp can only be on the defensive and passively beaten. This is already the situation. Many legendary creatures can only hope that there will be more hidden forces in their own camp, jumping out in times of crisis to save the situation. The 3rd day of the war has arrived. You participated in 373 battles. You killed 379.44 million undead. You lost 2,153 soldiers. Battle rating 1x, 9ss, 48a, 36c, 279g. Points increased by 716%, rounded. Professional experience increased by 716%. Obtained 1 sacred treasure chest, 9 epic treasure chests, 48 crystal treasure chests, 36 gold treasure chests, 279 wooden treasure chests from the battle settlement page. Zhao Yi's eyes went directly to battle rating X and sacred treasure chest. Sure enough, there is an X rating above the SSS rating, and there is a sacred treasure chest above the legendary treasure chest. Does it mean that the sacred realm is above the legendary realm? Zhao Yi couldn't wait to open the treasure chest, and then his face was full of disappointment. The sacred treasure chest at the front, emitting colorful light, was actually in an unopenable state. Why is this so? Is it the same as the legend is the ceiling on the origin continent, and professionals cannot be promoted to the realm above the legend? In the thousands and tens of thousands of years of the origin continent, there are always some peerless geniuses who have cultivated to the legendary perfection realm and want to explore the realm above the legend, but no one can succeed. This is the restriction of the world rules. Perhaps for the same reason, the sacred treasure chest cannot be opened. Disappointment, very disappointment. The first time you get a sacred treasure chest, according to the rules, the number of sacred cards in the treasure chest will increase by 1, and there will be at least 2 sacred cards. Zhao Yi really hopes to get a magic weapon from the sacred treasure chest to increase his own combat power and eliminate the stronger 9th-level undead. Never expected that the sacred treasure chest was obtained, but it could not be opened at all, and it was a false joy. After looking at the treasure chest, Zhao Yi thought about other internal actions on the battle settlement page. 2,153 people died in the battle yesterday, and 816 people died the day before yesterday, and the losses increased greatly. On the one hand, the number of undeads attacking the city yesterday was more than the day before yesterday, almost doubled. On the other hand, the battle lasted for a long time, and the energy and physical strength of the professionals declined, resulting in a decline in overall combat effectiveness. The decline in energy and physical strength cannot be quickly restored by relying on energy potions and physical potions, but only allows professionals to recover some combat power and continue to fight. When the battle is over, the professionals who are seriously overdrawn need a long rest before they can recover. It can be expected that as the war continues, the number of casualties in the territory will continue to increase. On the treasure chest, 1 sacred treasure chest and 9 epic treasure chests were upgraded compared to the 1 legendary treasure chest and 9 diamond treasure chests obtained yesterday, and the remaining treasure chests did not change. However, the bonus of points and combat professional experience reached a new high, reaching 716%. Just an X rating should have an additional bonus of 500%. In addition, Zhao Yi roamed around in the outside world and eliminated high-level undead. Yesterday, Zhao Yi obtained points that reached 13 digits. Chapter 292. Zhao Yi's territory has suffered a great loss, and the losses in the outside world will only be more serious. The day before yesterday, tens of thousands of player territories and more than 20,000 indigenous cities were breached by the undead army, and the number doubled yesterday. In the player territories, Combat professional players are even more desperate than indigenous professionals. Players have 2 lives. If they die in the game world, they can still return to the blue planet. Indigenous professionals only have 1 life. No matter how hard they try, they still want to survive. If they die, but their family members are still alive, their living conditions will change immediately. Professionals understand the cruelty of this world. It has been 6 years since Blue Star players came to the game world. Many Blue Star players have established families in the game world, and most of the male players' wives are indigenous people. On Blue Star, they are very disappointed with women and have no idea of getting married. After coming to the game world, they are attracted by the original indigenous women. Strong combat professional players even have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Not only did he marry an aboriginal wife, but he also gave birth to a child. Facing the endless siege of the undead, the combat professional players fought desperately. It didn't matter if they died, they still had another life. They wanted their wives and children to survive, even if they could never see each other again. Even the major player forces focused on cultivating territories, and now they are trying hard to persevere. Facing the seemingly endless siege of the undead, there is no hope of victory at all. Too weak. There is not even a 7th level one. All the major player forces understand that the battle between the undead camp and the living camp is decided by the peak combat power. The battle between the 9th level undead and the legendary living beings is not something that the Blue Star players can intervene in. Even if Chung Jin's territory, which seems to be the strongest, uses all its means, it can only destroy a few 8th level undead at most. They call themselves players, but are actually the supporting roles in this game. This is something that many Blue Star players find difficult to accept, but there is nothing they can do. Why can't we wait until the players are promoted to legends before the decisive battle? The players asked questions, and then gave their own answers, because they have never been the protagonists of this world, which is something they have always known. Unintentionally, the major player forces issued similar notices to their subordinate territories. Persist. Do everything you can to persist. There is no support. Rely on your own strength to persist, and it doesn't matter if you fail, it's just a return to Blue Star. In the Violet Kingdom, more than 40 neutral player territories have been destroyed in 2 days, and 5 territories of members of the Purple Star Alliance have also been destroyed. 5 member territories have been destroyed, but the elites of the 5 member territories have not died. They have retreated to the indigenous city to continue fighting. Before Zhao Yi went out, he sent a message in the Purple Star Alliance group. The decisive battle between the undead camp and the living camp is coming. Everyone, use whatever means you have. It is almost impossible to get reinforcements. If the territory can't hold on, say it in the group, and I will ask the kingdom to help you move to the indigenous city. When Zhao Yi went out to kill high-level undead, Lin Mengyao was in charge of the Zichen League. If a member's territory was about to be destroyed, Lin Mengyao would tell the information of the member's territory to the indigenous officials holding the mobile phone, and the indigenous officials would inform Zhao Cheng. Finally, the 7th level space mage took action to open a space gate connecting the indigenous city and the territory of the Zichen League members. The space gate could not last long, and could not evacuate everyone in the territory. The Lord could only evacuate with the elite. Without this space gate, even the Lord would have a hard time escaping from the rampage of the undead. The Lord withdrew to the native city with his elite troops, and participated in the battle to defend the city without any rest. Fighting side by side with the Kingdom Army, they felt the strength of the Kingdom Army. The average strength difference was not big, but the Kingdom Army prepared a large amount of military supplies, almost burning money to resist the siege of the undead army. It's great to have a top force as a backer. The former Lord player was extremely envious. The war entered the 3rd day, and the scale of the undead siege decreased slightly. Perhaps too many undead were consumed in the previous 2 days, and some stamina was insufficient. However, with the undead scale only slightly reduced, the loss of the living camp today would be greater than yesterday. The undead camp was far from achieving the planned goal, but under that extremely majestic voice, the 9th level undead knew that they could not drag it on any longer. This war must be won as soon as possible, even if it was to kill all living beings, and in the end only 1 in 10 9th level undead would survive. Under the power of God, the fallen 9th level undead would be revived. There is no other plan to use. There was originally a plan to rely on a large number of undead to attack all living gathering points, hoping to distract the attention of legendary living beings. But it was found that this was useless. A large number of living gathering points were breached by the undead army, and no legendary living beings came to rescue. What made the 9th level undead unbearable was the 2 legendary living beings who hid their auras and attacked high-level undead everywhere. Ignaz was only responsible for teleporting everywhere for the time being, not participating in the battle, hiding his combat power. Now, the undead camp can only use the advantage of the number of peak combat power, constantly drawing 9th level undead, forming a 9th level undead team, to attack the city where the legendary living beings were stationed. The 9th level undead moved, and the legendary creatures had to follow suit. This time, the confrontation between the two sides, sneak attacks, support, counter-sneak attacks, and counter-support, was several times more intense than yesterday. Yesterday, no 9th level undead or legendary creature died because of this. Today, in just the second round, a legendary creature died in battle, and 2 9th level undead were seriously injured. This is just the beginning. As the battle continues, 9th level undead and legendary creatures continue to fall and be seriously injured. The two camps have lost about the same number of peak combat forces, which is not a good thing for the creature camp. The undead camp has more peak combat forces. Even if it is a 1-for-1 exchange, it will only give the undead camp more advantages in peak combat forces. Perhaps because of this, after nightfall, the dragons who had been hiding for a long time finally took action. A total of 5 legendary dragons came out. Level 95, Golden Dragon Yuli Vaughn, also the current Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Level 92, Blue Dragon Jillian. Level 91, Crystal Dragon Motsai. Level 90, Red Dragon Jikasi. Level 90, Green Dragon Yabush. When Dragon Island was attacked by the undead, the legendary peak Dragon King fell. Not only the Dragon King, but most of the Dragon Clan legends fell on Dragon Island. Some of the legendary bone dragons in the undead camp were born from their bodies. Yuli Vaughn is the strongest among the remaining dragon legends. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan has always been controlled by the Golden Dragon, so Yuli Vaughn successfully became the new Dragon King. In fact, Yuli Vaughn is the heir left behind by the previous Dragon King. Yuli Vaughn also wanted to fight the undead to death, but was driven away by the previous Dragon King. Before the undead calamity, if the Dragon Clan is regarded as a force in the human camp, the Dragon Clan is definitely the strongest force in the human camp. In terms of the number of legends, it is at least the sum of the 2nd to 5th forces, and there are many legendary peak dragons. Now Yuli Vaughn, who is level 95, is the strongest of the Dragon Clan. The 4 subordinates brought by Yuli Vaughn are weaker than each other. The Fire Dragon and the Green Dragon are both new in recent years. It is expected that the Dragon Clan will consume its foundation to allow the 2 dragons to be promoted to legends. It can be seen that the power of the severely damaged Dragon Clan is really very weak now. No matter how seriously the Dragon Clan was hit, it is a great encouragement for the creature camp, whose situation is precarious, to have 5 legendary dragons join the battle. It's a pity that the 5 legendary dragons just appeared on the scene. Because they couldn't hide their own breath, they were directly discovered by the undead camp, and couldn't catch the undead camp off guard. With the addition of new forces, the number of 9th level undeads, who died, and were severely injured in the undead camp gradually exceeded the number of legendary creatures, who died, and were severely injured in the living camp on the battlefield of peak combat power. But this still couldn't change the situation. It just made the balance of war tilt towards the undead camp a little slower. The situation was critical, and the human legends quickly made 3 decisions. The first decision was to ask the Dragon Clan to send more legendary dragons to join the battlefield. If legendary dragons couldn't be sent, epic dragons could be sent. The second decision is to contact the 2 legends behind the Void Trading Field who are active on the Origin continent, and ask them not to attack the 8th level undead anymore, and fight against the 9th level undead together. The third decision is to find a hidden force with legendary creatures and join this war together. If you don't join Calais, the creature camp will lose the war, and you won't be able to hide anymore. As a member of the creature camp, the Dragon Clan is now in a situation of living and dying together, so after receiving the request from the human legends, Yuli Vaughn immediately made a decision to send an epic dragon to participate in the battle. The legendary dragon really couldn't be sent out. Several epic dragons with the potential to be promoted to legends will not be sent out, and the epic dragons sent out will not enter the battlefield of peak combat power. Multiple epics can indeed fight against a 9th level undead, but it is just a fight. If epic creatures enter the battlefield of peak combat power, the speed of their fall will be beyond imagination. On Zhao Yi's side, after destroying a high-level undead on the battlefield and preparing to leave, the human epic in the city rushed over and told him the disadvantages of the creature camp in the peak confrontation and the request of the legends. Zhao Yi only replied wait a little longer, and left the scene to continue to kill high-level undead. Joanna is about to be promoted to legend. When Britney is promoted to legend tomorrow, The 5 legends on their side will be able to start against the 9th level undead again. As for the third decision of the human legends, it is very regrettable that the major top forces have not contacted the hidden top forces. The only thing they know is the force behind the void trading field. There are many legendary strongmen sitting in charge, except for a void trading field. No information about this force is known at all, as if it suddenly appeared. The top power with a long inheritance time has existed for tens of thousands of years. In these tens of thousands of years, there has never been a top power that is so well hidden. The power behind the void trading field is the first one. Maybe there are no other hidden top powers, or maybe there are, but they are not able to find them. They just hope that they can join the battle as part of the living camp as soon as possible. In fact, the human legendary powerhouses have a fourth decision. The fourth decision does not affect the confrontation of the peak combat power, but only continues the previous practice. In internal propaganda, it was publicized that the number of fallen 9th level undead was several times more than that of legendary creatures, in order to boost the morale of the creature camp. At midnight on the third day of the war between the undead camp and the creature camp, Zhao Yi's team returned to Xiaocheng. Joanna entered the demi-plane and was promoted to legend, and Zhao Yi sent his clone to Yicheng to show up. In the 3 consecutive days of fighting, by eliminating a large number of undead, Zhao Yi had a new 7th level appear under his command, and more professionals were promoted to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Among the thousands of people who died in the battle, there was only one thin-skinned 4th level assassin who was killed by mistake, and the others were too late to rescue him. The middle-level professionals under Zhao Yi all carried the water of life, so as long as they remained cautious, the chance of dying in battle was very small. Thousands of low-level professionals and 0-level professionals died in the battle, but because of the realm improvement of the elimination of the undead, the strength of Zhao Yi's territory did not decrease but increased, and it was a big step up. Most of the professionals in Zhao Yi's territory had mixed emotions. The territory was strong, and the undead army was blocked by them. The casualties on their side were very few, and everyone's realm was rapidly improving. This was a happy thing. However, the battle on the battlefield of their own territory was less than 1% of the war between the living camp and the undead camp. If the battle in our territory is won, but the war between the living camp and the undead camp is lost, our territory will still be destroyed by the undead, and we and our family will be killed by the undead, which is a worrying thing. The two main emotions of happiness and worry coexist, and there are other emotions mixed in. Zhao Yi is not in the territory, and does not understand this situation. Elliot reported the matter to Zhao Yi, and proposed to spread the news that the Lord has been promoted to a legend in the territory army to boost morale. The fact that Zhao Yi was promoted to a legend was previously limited to the top leaders of the territory, and the people below did not know about it. Zhao Yi agreed to Elliot's proposal, and Elliot took action immediately. The Lord has been promoted to legendary. With the Lord here, the living camp will definitely defeat the undead camp. Long live the Lord. The living camp will win. The propaganda slogan was sent to various places through mobile phones, and then quickly spread to the ears of all soldiers, not counting the open territory. Because of the trust in the Lord, most professionals actually believe the exaggerated propaganda method of the Lord's promotion to legendary means the victory of the living camp. Most professionals do not know the number of peak combat power of both sides. Zhao Yi does not know either. Because of trust, the morale of Zhao Yi's territory army has greatly increased, and the worries of professionals have been reduced. The few professionals who have doubts will not speak out their doubts when they see the situation of their comrades. In Yicheng, Zhao Yi shows up every day. Every time Zhao Yi comes back, Lin Mingyu's worries will be greatly reduced. Taking advantage of Zhao Yi's return, Lin Mingyao quickly tells Zhao Yi about the territory and the Zichen League. Zhao Yi listened carefully. Most of the things were decided by Lin Mingyao herself. Only for a few things, Zhao Yi gave a solution, and Lin Mingyao still executed it. Zhao Yi came back and left again. Lin Mingyao guessed what Zhao Yi was doing outside, but she never asked. Joanna's promotion was over, and Britney was next. Zhao Yi's team had to continue their monster hunting journey, and there was not much time for them to rest. In the peak combat power confrontation, the living camp was at a disadvantage. Zhao Yi never thought that he would become the savior of the living beings camp, but as a member of the living beings camp, Zhao Yi would do his best to help the living beings camp win this war. If they lose this war, all the living beings will die. Zhao Yi does not intend to retain much strength in such an important war. If Sky City could not exert much combat power, Zhao Yi would let Sky City fight at an opportunity. Zhao Yi already has the strength to save Sky City. In fact, Zhao Yi did not expect that when the decisive battle came, the upgrade speed would be so fast, almost adding a legend every day. The 9th level undead and legendary creatures restrained each other, and the undead camp could not go all out to encircle Zhao Yi's team. Of course, this was also because Zhao Yi and Melissa were promoted to legends before the battle. Legends are the peak combat power. If they were only promoted to epics, the undead camp could completely draw a large number of 8th level undead to encircle Zhao Yi's team, which would affect the speed of Zhao Yi's team's monster spawning. While slaying monsters, the 4th day of the war has arrived. You participated in 373 battles. You killed 362.07 million undead. You killed 2,961 soldiers. Battle rating 1x, 9ss, 48a, 36c, 279g. Points increased by 716%, rounded. Professional experience increased by 716%. Obtained 1 sacred treasure chest, 9 epic treasure chests, 48 crystal treasure chests, 36 gold treasure chests, 279 wooden treasure chests. The number of undead killed was nearly 20 million less than the day before, but the number of soldiers killed was 800 more than the day before. The physical strength and energy of the professionals were constantly consumed, resulting in increased personnel losses. The battle evaluation and the treasure chest obtained have not changed. The 2nd sacred treasure chest is obtained. There should be only 1 sacred card in the sacred treasure chest. In treasure chest, the sacred treasure chest is still unopenable. In the 1st sacred treasure chest, it is expected to contain 2 sacred cards, for legendary cards, 6 epic cards, and 8 diamond cards. In the 2nd sacred treasure chest, it is expected to contain 1 sacred card, 3 legendary cards, 5 epic cards, and 7 diamond cards. There are a total of 64 cards in the diamond treasure chest, and 8 of them can be selected. There are a total of 81 cards in the epic treasure chest, and 9 of them can be selected. There are 100 cards in the legendary treasure chest, and you can choose 10 of them. According to this rule, there may be 121 cards in the sacred treasure chest, and you can choose 11 of them. The 1st sacred treasure chest cannot even choose all the epic cards. So many good things are in the 2 sacred treasure chests. It's a pity that the sacred treasure chests are in hand but can't be opened. Thinking about the sacred treasure chest he got, Zhao Yi thought about other lord players who could get treasure chests. Cheng Jinling, the strongest player Territorial on the surface, should have a 2nd level city as the main city, with a standard population of 1.44 million. If all the attacking undead are eliminated, you should be able to get a legendary treasure chest. It is a bit difficult to obtain a legendary treasure chest in the player territory behind Cheng Jinling. And even if you get a legendary treasure chest, there are only 1 or 2 legendary cards in it, so the chance of pulling them out is relatively small. Opening a treasure chest is really a very unfriendly thing for most players. Players other than Zhao Yi hope that good things will appear in the treasure chest when they open it, and hope that they can pull out the good things in the treasure chest. The 2 hopes together greatly reduce the chance of being able to pull out good things. Zhao Yi only needs to take out all the good stuff from the treasure chest. As one of the important bases for Blue Star players to gain a foothold in the game world, opening treasure chests has always been one of the most popular topics on the forum. Zhao Yi occasionally browses it, mainly to see the good stuff he has opened and the good stuff other players have opened. Thinking about the treasure chests other players have obtained, and in thinking about the situation of other players' territories, Zhao Yi feels that more than half of the players' territories are gritting their teeth and holding on. Every minute, multiple players' territories are breached by the undead army. There are really too many undead. Why did our Blue Star players keep fighting each other in the beginning? If there were no internal fighting, everyone would preserve their strength and even work together to develop. Perhaps there would be 7th level professionals among our Blue Star players, and the overall strength would be several times that of the current one, and it wouldn't be so difficult to fight now. I'm fighting with the undead. Anyway, I still have a life. Now that this life is gone, I have to drag a few undead to take it with me. Blue Star is my first world, and this is my second world, my second home. For this home, I will fight hard. Kill more undead, and the living camp will win. The players were in high spirits of fighting to the death, but there were too many undead. Players' territories were constantly being devoured, and the bodies of dead creatures were transformed into undead to attack other gathering points of creatures. Zhao Yi did not feel much about the death of the players. Compared with the players who still had 1 life, Zhao Yi felt more pity for these natives, who only had 1 life. It would be fine if they were a mechanical and repetitive NPC, without any pity, but in the eyes of Zhao Yi and most players, These natives were living people. For themselves, their loved ones, their subordinates, their subjects, the Violet Kingdom, and the entire living creatures camp, Zhao Yi's team continued to work hard to kill monsters, increase their own strength, and contribute more to this war. Blue Star players, indigenous people, dragons, and other living creatures on the Origin continent, not many living creatures consider their personal interests anymore. Now all living creatures have the same interests, and contribute their own strength to let the living creatures defeat the undead camp. Those chambers of commerce that make a living by making profits have already taken out all the remaining things in the chambers of commerce that can be used in the war, and given them to the defenders of the cities where they are located. Even the lower class players living in the aboriginal city have come out of their homes to contribute their own strength. As the peak combat power of the living camp, the legendary strongmen have the greatest power in the living camp, and have a lot of life. However, in the battle with the 9th level undead, once they fall into a critical situation, they face a small possibility of being rescued, and a greater chance of being killed by the 9th level undead, and their bodies transformed into 9th level undead. The legendary strongmen chose to self-destruct without hesitation, not letting the undead camp get their bodies, and hoped to take away a 9th level undead. If they couldn't take it away, they would severely injure it, and create a chance for their comrades to kill it. Chapter 293. On the 4th day of the decisive battle, at midnight, Britney was promoted to legend. After Britney's promotion, Zhao Yi's team did not set off in a hurry, but rested for a few hours, and waited until dawn before setting off again. Britney must hurry to familiarize herself with the power of the legend realm. In addition, the 5 legends of Zhao Yi's team must be familiar with each other's domains, and complete the cooperation of the legend realm. At least, they must not suppress or interfere with each other when they unfold their legend realms. If they suppress or interfere with each other, it will seriously affect their strength. This time, Zhao Yi's team will target the 9th level undead. There are basically no lone 9th level undead now, and at least 2 9th level undead will form a team. Zhao Yi and Melissa have both reached level 91, and Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney are all new legends, level 90. Zhao Yi and Melissa can quickly kill undead below level 97 together, and Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney can almost quickly kill undead below level 95 together. Choosing 2 9th level undead, as a team should be able to quickly resolve the battle. If you attack a target with 3 9th level undead, reinforcements from the undead camp will arrive before or after the 3 9th level undead are eliminated, which is prone to accidents. A new day has arrived, and Zhao Yi has obtained another sacred treasure chest, and the number of casualties in the territory continues to increase. Turn off the system panel, and Zhao Yi's team sets off. Based on the information about the location of the 9th level undead obtained from the indigenous city a few hours ago, Zhao Yi chooses a target, the Silver Moon Empire in the northern region of the Origin continent. The Silver Moon Empire has only one legend, relying on the legendary magic circle of the capital to fight against the 2 9th level undead outside the city. Ignaz teleported to the Silver Moon Empire, Zhao Yi came out of the space ring, and Ignaz returned to recover his mana and prepare for the upcoming battle. This will be the first time that Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney will fight against the 9th level undead. Under the effect of the Hermit Ring, Zhao Yi quickly flew to the outside of the capital of the Silver Moon Empire. The 3 peak combatants were in a truce, but the battle under the peak combatants continued. The giant city was surrounded by a large number of undead, who climbed the city walls, and were killed by human professionals on the walls. The close combat was left to the warriors, while the archers and mages attacked far away from the city. No aiming was needed. As long as the arrows were shot, and the spells were cast, they would definitely hit the undead. There were too many undead outside the city. It might be due to their own consumption, or it might be because Zhao Yi's team had not killed the 9th level undead in the past few days. The 2 9th level undead in the truce did not deploy their domains. After a few days, Zhao Yi's assassin way had made great progress, and he kept approaching the 2 9th level undead. The 2 9th level undead were close to each other, which was the best thing for Zhao Yi. If the 9th level undead were scattered, it would be difficult to kill them all. They kept getting closer, but the 2 9th level undead did not sense Zhao Yi. It was because Zhao Yi's assassin skills were improving. The 2 9th level undead underestimated the enemy, and the 2 9th level undead were slightly weaker. One was level 94, and the other was level 93. They were getting closer and closer. Zhao Yi tightly grasped the long sword that had been transformed into 100 changes, and with a flash, he slashed at the level 94 skeleton king. Facing Zhao Yi's sudden attack, the 9th level undead had no time to dodge, and while releasing the domain, he raised the epic quality long sword in his hand to resist. Bang! The epic quality long sword was cut off by Bibian, and Bibian, with its power slightly reduced, continued to cut at the 9th level undead. The 9th level undead took it hard, and his body was about to be cut off, and was directly severely injured by Zhao Yi. Another 9th level undead had already reacted and immediately attacked Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi gave up attacking the severely injured 9th level undead, and held Bibian to meet the attacking 9th level undead. The severely injured 9th level undead did not run away, but endured the injury and prepared to attack Zhao Yi. Before Zhao Yi could fight with this 9th level undead, Melissa came out of the space ring, and with the blessing of Zhao Yi's 10,000 dragons domain, she blasted the severely injured 9th level undead with one claw. Almost at the same time, Zhao Yi and Melissa fought with a 9th level undead respectively. Melissa killed the 9th level undead that was already severely injured by Zhao Yi with one blow, and Zhao Yi used Bibian to block the attack of the 93rd level undead and began to counterattack. Seeing the newly appeared legendary creatures killing their companions, the level 93 undead no longer had the idea of fighting and retreated frantically. But in such a situation, how could it possibly escape? Zhao Yi teleported to the front of it and killed it with two swords. At the same time, the only legendary strongman in the giant city, Isabella, the queen of the Silver Moon Empire, flew into the sky and found that the battle was over. The battle was over, but Isabella continued to fly towards Zhao Yi. These two should be from Void Legend, destroying the two great enemies of the Silver Moon Empire. As the queen of the Silver Moon Empire, Isabella needs to thank them in person. In just a few seconds, two 9th level undead were killed. They could not call for reinforcements. The high-level undead on the battlefield needed to be cleaned up before leaving. Zhao Yi handed the space ring to Melissa, and went to meet Isabella himself. After a friendly conversation, Zhao Yi became the most distinguished guest of the Silver Moon Empire. Zhao Yi has already obtained several such titles, and does not care at all. When the war is over, if there are huge differences in interests, they will quickly become enemies. After almost destroying the high-level undead on the battlefield, Zhao Yi's team left. Isabella, who returned to the city, immediately told other legends about the Void forces attacking and killing two 9th level undead. Good, very good. When the war is over, if I am still alive, I must make friends with the legends of the Void. They killed two 9th level undead in one move, and they are not injured yet. They will continue to attack and kill 9th level undead. It seems that the situation is about to reverse. The good news that finally came out made many legendary creatures laugh. The legendary creatures were happy, and the 9th level undead were naturally angry. Originally, the undead camp should have gained a greater advantage in this war, but because of these two legendary creatures that could not be found, the undead camp was trapped in a head-on battle with the living camp. It was not safe to form a team with two 9th level undead. 3 or even 4 9th level undead must act together to not give these two legendary creatures a chance to attack. As long as they were not attacked and sent out a distress message, and waited until the rescue came, they would definitely be able to kill these two hateful legendary creatures. However, just when the 9th level undead were mobilized, two more 9th level undead were attacked and killed by Zhao Yi's team. Because these two 9th level undead were stronger, the third legend of Zhao Yi's team appeared. The one who appeared was Britney. To attack and kill 9th level undead, melee professions are the best choice. Mages can also cast spells instantly, but it is difficult to cast 8th and 9th level spells instantly. 9th level spells are powerful, take a long time to prepare, and consume a lot of energy. When fighting against 9th level undead, legendary mages usually cast spells below 7th level instantly. The spell is low level, but when it is cast by a legendary wizard, its power is greatly increased. Once it hits a 9th level undead, it will also cause trauma to the 9th level undead, but it is difficult to injure it with one move. Therefore, as a long-range attack wizard, you must keep a certain distance from the enemy during the battle. In addition, Ignaz is responsible for the team's long-distance teleportation, which is also very consuming for a legendary wizard, so try not to participate in the battle. For 9th level undead were attacked and killed in succession, and the other 9th level undead went crazy. In the battle between the peak combat power of the undead camp and the living camp, the death of a 9th level undead would at least cause a serious injury to a legendary creature. Now 4 were killed so easily without causing much injury to the opponent. And the opponent has a 3rd legendary creature. Will there be a 4th legendary creature or a 5th legendary creature? Since the locations of other legendary creatures on the origin continent can be determined, the newly appeared legendary creatures are regarded by the 9th level undead as being hidden in the demi-plane. Before, there were 5 legendary creatures, born from the consumption of the essence of the top forces, coming out of the demi-plane, and now it is the 6th one, and there may be more. These speculations made the 9th level undead helpless. Now the number of 9th level undead is still greater than that of legendary creatures. If the few legendary creatures that cannot be found continue to attack, the number may turn from advantage to disadvantage. For the time being, the 9th level undead can't find a solution. While continuing to look for Zhao Yi's team, they fight with the legendary creatures. This time the battle has become more intense. Every half an hour, the peak combat power falls, and more are seriously injured. In this battle, the legendary creatures were barely able to hold on. There were more 9th level undead participating in the battle, but the legendary creatures recovered faster. Almost all legendary creatures carried the Water of Life, which was a top-level life potion. There were definitely no more than 10 top-level forces that owned the Tree of Life. Some of them would sell the Water of Life to the outside world. If you only used magic crystals, you couldn't buy much Water of Life, so you had to exchange it with treasures. One drop of Water of Life could quickly restore a seriously injured and dying 3rd-level professional. Another drop of Water of Life could regenerate a 3rd-level professional's broken limbs. In order to quickly recover a seriously injured legendary warrior, the amount of Water of Life consumed will be in units of 100 drops, 5 milliliters. Most legendary warriors only carry a few hundred drops of Water of Life. Legendary warriors, who have a Tree of Life planted at home, carry more than 1,000 drops of Water of Life. Some even carry life essence with them. The recovery effect of 1 drop of life essence exceeds that of 100 drops of Water of Life. The 3 legendary warriors of Jianshan took turns to participate in the battle. They carried a lot of Water of Life, which came from Britney. Britney is a disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei. Britney has a very good feeling for Jianshan, so Zhao Yi had the idea of winning over Jianshan. At that time, Zhao Yi had not yet been promoted to legend. Even now, Zhao Yi knows that he cannot fight against all the top indigenous forces. He needs allies, and Jianshan is a very suitable target. So before the war broke out, Zhao Yi asked Britney to give his teacher 10,000 drops, 500 milliliters, of Water of Life, which is the output of a Tree of Life in 10 days. He hoped that these 10,000 drops of Water of Life would reduce the number of deaths in Jianshan in this war, especially the 3 legendary masters of Jianshan. As for where the Water of Life came from, since Britney was promoted to the 7th level by obtaining a large amount of life essence in the ruins, it is normal for the ruins to store a large amount of Water of Life, but unfortunately there is no Tree of Life above the 7th level. The life potion allows injured legendary creatures to recover quickly, but unfortunately most of the fallen legendary creatures cannot be resurrected by the resurrection technique. On the one hand, legendary creatures choose to self-destruct when they are dying, and they cannot be resurrected without leaving a relatively complete corpse. The resurrection technique seems to be very magical, but it has too many limitations. High-level priests cannot cast resurrection spells continuously. After casting a resurrection spell, they will enter a weak period. The resurrected creatures will also be in a weak period, and cannot participate in the battle immediately. On the other hand, the bodies of legendary creatures that did not choose to self-destruct will often be snatched away by the undead to be transformed into 9th level undead, leaving no chance to cast resurrection spells. The peak combat power of the 2 camps is fighting fiercely here, while Zhao Yi's team is still attacking and killing 9th level undead everywhere. A group of 2 9th level undead can no longer be found, and at least 3 9th level undead are in a group, and on the battlefield, 3 9th level undead will not gather together. It was already very difficult for Zhao Yi's team to kill all the 9th level undead in a battlefield, and sometimes it was difficult to kill 2 at a time. Usually, after killing one, Zhao Yi would look at the distance of other 9th level undead. If the distance was close, Zhao Yi would teleport to them, and if the distance was far, he would give up and flee immediately. More than 10 seconds later, the reinforcements from the undead camp arrived, and a few seconds later, the reinforcements from the living camp arrived, and the 2 sides fought a fierce battle in this battlefield. On the 5th day of the war, Zhao Yi's team killed 11 9th level undead, and the heads were shared by Zhao Yi and Melissa. Both the man and the dragon were upgraded from level 91 to level 93. Zhao Yi's team alone eliminated 11 9th order undead, and the peak combat power of both sides was almost balanced. Although the number of 9th order undead is still greater than that of legendary creatures, the legendary creatures will not be exhausted. This change is good for the creature camp, but bad for the undead camp. If it continues like this, the undead camp will lose the battle. Because of Zhao Yi's team, the 9th order undead made a choice. A decisive battle. A decisive battle of peak combat power. Gather as many peak combat power of the creature camp, and the undead camp as possible to a battlefield to fight and decide the winner. In this battlefield, the peak combat power of the undead camp completely defeated the peak combat power of the living camp with the advantage of numbers. The living camp was unable to gather the legendary arrays located in the cities of the origin continent. The advantage is mine. The undead camp will definitely defeat the living camp. This plan was actually the last choice that the Ninth Order undead were willing to make. Thousands of peak combat power gathered on a battlefield, and if they were to focus their fire, the top Ninth Order undead and legendary living creatures would also fall. In this kind of war, the peak combat power may also fall randomly. In a small-scale battle, the peak combat power can show its strength as much as possible. Just when the 9th level undead were discussing the peak combat power decisive battle, the only epic realm prophet in the living camp, who was qualified to participate in the legendary meeting, suddenly died. Before the prophet died, he left a prophecy. All the legendary strongmen who were qualified to know this prophecy changed their faces and immediately got busy. The war between the undead and living camps entered the 6th day, and Zhao Yi's team continued to look for 9th level undead to kill. Yesterday, we could still see 3 9th level undead in a team, but today, we rarely see 4 9th level undead in a team, which greatly reduced the efficiency of Zhao Yi's team in killing 9th level undead. In one morning, Zhao Yi barely killed 2 9th level undead, and he reached level 94, and Melissa was not far from level 94. The decline in the efficiency of killing 9th level undead has made Zhao Yi think of changing his killing plan. Central region of the origin continent, the capital of the Feudal Empire. For human legends defended the city, and 6 9th level undeads frequently attacked the giant city, and the two sides were in a stalemate. The 6 9th level undeads attacked the giant city again, and at this moment, space ripples appeared outside the giant city. Even if they were not space mages, the perception ability of the legendary strongmen was very strong. They noticed the moment the space ripples appeared, and sensed that 5 9th level undeads were about to be teleported. The human legend immediately asked for help. Just as the human legend's call for help went through, 5 9th Order undead just teleported over, and new space ripples appeared. The support from the living creature camp was incredibly fast. In fact, such fast support has been happening over the past few days, and there have only been a few cases of slow support. The peak combat power of the two camps was staring at each other. When the 9th Order undead moved, the legendary living creatures who were staring at it noticed it at the first time. The space mage felt the space fluctuations, and the space mage at the epic level could almost determine the area where the 9th Order undead would be teleported. Then the space mage sent the support of the living creature camp. The living creature camp in the capital of Feudal Empire only had 4 legendary creatures as reinforcements. At this moment, there were 8 legendary creatures and 11 9th level undead on the battlefield. The peak combat power of the two sides was 3, but the living creature camp could defend the city, and the legendary creatures could recover quickly after being injured, so the combat power was barely balanced. The two sides fought fiercely, as if it was just a very ordinary battle in the past few days. However, less than 10 minutes later, a new space ripple appeared, and another reinforcement of the undead camp arrived. A few seconds later, several legendary creatures who were staring at the former arrived on the battlefield as reinforcements. Things became interesting. As the reinforcements from the two camps arrived at the battlefield, half an hour later, the number of peak combat forces on the battlefield exceeded 50. No peak combat forces had fallen yet, but 2 legendary creatures were seriously injured, and 1 9th level undead was seriously injured. This many peak combat forces gathered on a battlefield, and it was the first time since the war between the undead camp and the creature camp. The humans in the city had already run to the entrance and exit of the demiplane. Now only the demiplane could avoid the aftermath of the battle of the peak combat forces. Outside the city, a large number of undead were killed by the aftermath of the battle, and some undead were about to escape from the battlefield. More peak combat forces were rushing to the battlefield. An hour later, the number of peak combat forces on the battlefield had exceeded 100, and the peak combat forces of both sides were about 11 to 9, with 11 9th level undead and 9 legendary creatures. In the past half hour, 2 peak combat forces on each side fell. Another hour later, the number of peak combat forces on the battlefield was close to 200, and the number of 9th level undead exceeded 100. Legendary creatures and 9th level undeads were fighting in a chaotic battle. During the battle, the legendary creatures gradually moved to one side, and more than 10 legendary creatures were seriously injured. There are already more than 100 9th level undeads. It will be unbearable if there are more. Let's start. Okay, let's start. Also in the central region, the Mage City, which was originally located on the ground, ignored the attacks of several 9th-level undeads outside the city and slowly flew into the sky, but the price was the rapid consumption of energy. After the Mage City flew into the sky, the flying speed continued to increase. At the same time, a wide space gate appeared in the sky of the western region and the northern region, and a huge sky city flew out of each of them quickly. The 3 sky cities are now flying in the sky of the origin continent at a relatively fast speed. The next moment, the 3 sky cities opened a space gate in front of them. The other side of the space gate is the periphery of the battlefield outside the capital of the Feudal Empire. The sky city in a fast-flying state can quickly pass through the space gate. When the 9th-level undead on the battlefield saw a small part of the sky city appear in the space gate, they hurriedly flew over to stop the 3 sky cities from descending, or wanted to teleport over. But the distance was a little far, and the speed of the sky city passing through the space gate was so fast that the 9th-level undead on the battlefield had not yet arrived, and the huge sky city had already completely descended. This was not the end. In the 3 sky cities that had just descended, the 12 9th-level spells that had been prepared long ago all bombarded the 9th-level undead, and the super-large magic cannons that had already been fully charged all fired at the 9th-level undead. Facing the attack, the 9th-level undead that rushed over hurriedly used defensive measures. In the group attack of the 9th-level spells and super-large magic cannons, 8 9th-level undead fell in less than 2 seconds, more than 30 9th-level undead were seriously injured, and most of the 9th-level undead were injured. The situation on the battlefield reversed, and the 9th-level undead, whether seriously injured or not, retreated frantically, trying to leave the battlefield, but the legendary creatures behind them would not give them this opportunity at all. The legendary creatures paid the price of more than 10 legendary creatures being seriously injured in order to give the 3 sky cities a chance to play. How could they let these 9th-level undead go so easily? Under the pursuit of the legendary creatures, and the continuous attacks of the 3 sky cities, nearly 30 9th-level undead fell in less than half a minute. The situation was critical, and the other 9th-level undead outside the battlefield immediately chose to support. If they did not support, they would lose so many 9th-level undead at once, but did not kill a few legendary creatures. In terms of peak combat power, the undead camp would no longer have an advantage. More 9th-level undead poured into the battlefield, and more legendary creatures poured into the battlefield. This was an unprecedented peak battle. Chapter 294. When the 65th 9th-level undead fell on the battlefield, legendary creatures also began to fall on the peak battlefield that was in chaos again. Boom! A seriously injured legendary creature chose to self-destruct, taking away a 9th-level undead, who was already seriously injured, and also injuring 2 other 9th-level undead. On this battlefield, many legendary creatures no longer had the opportunity to use life potions. Even if they were covered in wounds, they were still fighting desperately with the 9th-level undead. Legendary creatures can self-destruct, and 9th-level undead can also self-destruct. From time to time, there was an explosion sound caused by self-detonation on the battlefield. The legendary creatures and 9th-level undead, who were originally high above, seemed to have returned to the time before the peak battle broke out. They were like the epic king creatures and the 8th-level and 7th-level undead on the battlefield. They fell very randomly, and could no longer control their own fate. The 9th-level undead were unwilling to have such a peak battle break out, and the legendary creatures were also unwilling to have such a peak battle break out. However, the situation changed, forcing the 9th-level undead to make a choice. The undead camp wanted to start a peak battle, and the living camp, as the defending side, could only follow. The strongest prophet on the origin continent, at the cost of his own life, allowed the living camp to gain an advantage in the early stages of the peak battle. Now, the number of 9th-level undead on the battlefield is not much more than that of legendary living creatures. Outside the battlefield, Zhao Yi's team learned about the battle in the Feudal Empire's capital battlefield from a certain imperial capital. After a few minutes of internal discussion, Zhao Yi's team decided to participate in this peak battle. Ignaz teleported over a long distance, and Zhao Yi's team arrived in the Feudal Empire. Ignaz entered the space ring and took the time to recover. Zhao Yi flew to the battlefield quickly under the effect of the Hermit Ring. On the way to the battlefield, Zhao Yi unexpectedly met a team of 4 9th-level undead who were going to the battlefield for support. The battlefield was so dangerous. Zhao Yi went there to support and to grab heads. Now he encountered the 9th-level undead. This side was not as dangerous as the battlefield with peak combat power. How could he let it go? Kill! Zhao Yi suddenly killed a level 91 undead with a sword, and the remaining 3 level 9 undead did not escape and surrounded Zhao Yi. In the eyes of the 3 level 9 undead, Zhao Yi should be a legendary assassin. No matter how strong he is, he can't be the opponent of the 3 level 9 undead now, especially in a head-on battle. However, the next moment, the 3 level 9 undead were surrounded by Zhao Yi's team. Among the 3 level 9 undead, the strongest one was dealt with by Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney, and Zhao Yi and Melissa each got a level 9 undead. In less than 10 seconds, the battle was over. Zhao Yi got his second head, and after Melissa killed her opponent, she harvested the 9 level undead that the 3 had severely injured, and also upgraded to level 94. In Zhao Yi's team, the ones who needed to upgrade the most were Zhao Yi and Melissa. At the same level, Zhao Yi was the strongest, and Melissa was the second. Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney were all newly promoted legends. Compared with continuing to upgrade, what they needed now was to be familiar with and master the power of the legendary realm. There was no need to upgrade, and the strength of the 3 was constantly improving. This encounter on the way to the peak battlefield made Zhao Yi change his mind immediately. Zhao Yi's team rushed to the peak battlefield to contribute their strength and grab heads. Hundreds of peak combat forces were fighting in the peak battlefield, and the number of legendary creatures and 9th level undead participating in the peak battle continued to increase. The peak battlefield was undoubtedly very dangerous. Now there was another opportunity to contribute to the peak battle, and the danger was not that great. It can be seen that not all 9th level undead can be directly teleported to the battlefield, and many 9th level undead need to fly there in person. These 9th order undead flying to the peak battlefield are the target of Zhao Yi's team. The only problem is how to encounter other 9th order undead faster. The peak battlefield is right there. The closer you are to the peak battlefield, the greater the chance of encountering 9th order undead, and the possibility of being discovered by the 9th order undead in the peak battlefield increases. It doesn't matter if you are discovered, but you are afraid that more than 10 9th order undead will pounce on you, and Zhao Yi can only choose to escape. So, Zhao Yi chose to fly to the periphery of the peak battlefield, circling the peak battlefield, looking for the 9th order undead rushing to the peak battlefield. If the physical strength and energy are consumed more, Melissa will take over the team, and Zhao Yi will return to the space ring to rest and recover. Less than half an hour after circling, the second 9th level undead team appeared. Although this team only has 3 9th level undead, Zhao Yi sensed that the aura of one of the 9th level undead is very strong, and it is possible to reach level 97 or even level 98. Because of their strong strength, they dare to form a team with only 3 9th level undead. Zhao Yi hesitated for 2 seconds and decided to attack, sneak attack to kill or severely injure a weak 9th level undead, and then he and Melissa joined forces to attack the strongest 9th level undead, and the remaining 9th level undead were left to the 3 of them. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer. The 3 9th level undead did not deploy their domains while they were on their way, but the strongest 9th level undead actually noticed a little movement. Zhao Yi had not yet reached the best attack position, so he had to attack in advance. He slashed with a sword and severely injured the weak 9th level undead closest to him. At this time, the attack of the strongest 9th level undead also came. Zhao Yi took out the legendary shield for defense. At the same time as he took the attack of the strongest 9th level undead, Melissa and the other 4 appeared in the space ring one after another. Trap, run! The strongest 9th level undead ignored his 2 companions and retreated quickly. Zhao Yi blocked the strongest 9th level undead's full strength attack and was not injured, but because of this attack, Zhao Yi's reaction speed was slow. Melissa caught up first, and Zhao Yi caught up. The level difference and the slight difference in strength, the distance between Melissa and the strongest 9th level undead actually increased slightly. In terms of flying, no race of the same level can compare with the dragon. Even if there is a difference of several levels, Melissa's flying speed as a dragon is faster than the strongest 9th level undead. But now Melissa didn't need to transform. Zhao Yi behind him teleported to the front of the strongest 9th level undead and blocked it. Seeing Zhao Yi appear in front, the strongest 9th level undead could only attack Zhao Yi with all his strength, hoping to break through Zhao Yi's block. There was a gap between Zhao Yi and the strongest 9th level undead in strength, but the gap was not big. Zhao Yi blocked the attack of the strongest 9th level undead almost without injury, and also blocked its retreat. Melissa also rushed up, 2 to 1, and started a battle with the strongest 9th level undead. The strongest 9th order undead has sent out a distress message. This place is not far from the peak battlefield, and I hope to get rescued. There really is a 9th order undead on the edge of the peak battlefield who left the battle and came to support. However, before the support arrived, Zhao Yi and Melissa had already teamed up to kill the strongest 9th order undead. The last blow came from Melissa. One person and one dragon did not stop. Melissa entered the space ring, and Zhao Yi teleported back. Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney had not killed the two Ninth Order undead, but they were all seriously injured and dying, waiting for Zhao Yi and Melissa to come back to harvest their heads. Zhao Yi harvested the heads with two swords, and all three of them entered the space ring. Under the effect of the hermit ring, Zhao Yi quickly moved away from this area. In the distance, the 9th level undead, who came to support from the peak battlefield, could only watch Zhao Yi's figure and breath disappear. After the battle, Zhao Yi had risen to level 95, and Melissa, who harvested the strongest 9th level undead heads, also gained a lot of experience. Zhao Yi was not in a hurry to continue looking for 9th level undead to fight. Although the battle just now was very short, the 5 legends of Zhao Yi's team consumed a lot, especially Zhao Yi and Melissa, who were slightly injured. After resting for about an hour to recover, Melissa led the team to continue searching for the 9th level undead in the outer periphery of the peak battlefield. In the next 2 hours, Zhao Yi's team successively eliminated 2 teams of 8 9th level undead. Then, the number of 9th level undead teams rushing to the peak battlefield became fewer and fewer. Even if they encountered one, there were usually 6 or more 9th level undead, and there must be one 9th level undead to expand the domain, which was not something Zhao Yi's team could take. At this moment, perhaps 90% of the peak combat power of the 2 camps had gathered in the peak battlefield. Zhao Yi thought that his team had made a great contribution to the living creatures camp by destroying 17 9th Order undeads in the periphery. He never thought that because of his team's contribution, the number of legendary creatures on the peak battlefield has now exceeded that of 9th Order undeads. A single-digit excess is still an excess. A little bit of advantage, after continuous amplification, may become a huge advantage. The 9th Order undeads knew that they were already at a disadvantage on the peak battlefield, but they had no choice now. They had to fight and kill as many legendary creatures as possible. Outside the peak battlefield, the battles at all the gathering points of living beings are also continuing. Now the goal of the undead camp is to kill as many living beings as possible. After the recovery of the Zhao Yi team, Zhao Yi led the team to move towards the peak battlefield in stealth. The area of the Fengyun Empire capital is nearly 200 square kilometers. Counting the area of the battlefield outside the city, even a battlefield of 2,000 square kilometers is far from meeting the battle needs of more than 1,000 9th level undead and legendary living beings. Under the destruction of thousands of peak combat forces, the ground is full of large pits with depths of tens of meters, or even hundreds of meters. It is like the surface of the moon, the only satellite of the blue planet. Dozens of hundreds of meters high mountains have disappeared, and the capital of the Fengyun Empire has become a huge ruin. Epic creatures and rank 8 undead can barely struggle in this battlefield, but creatures and undead below them can be killed instantly by any battle aftermath. Peak battlefield, weak ones are not allowed to enter. Zhao Yi was still more than 50 kilometers away from the capital of Fengyun Empire when he encountered a rank 9 undead and a middle-aged strongman who were fighting against each other. The two exchanged injuries, and the human legend's injury was even worse than that of the rank 9 undead, but the human legend had no time to take the life potion. No matter how fast he took the life potion, it was also a great opportunity for the rank 9 undead to attack him. This human legend has already made a decision. If he loses, he will explode directly, and take away the 9th level undead with him. In the battle state, the 9th level undead's domain is always in an expanded state. If Zhao Yi is not a full-time assassin, he will be discovered soon after entering the domain. But Zhao Yi still chose to enter, and he lifted the invisibility when entering the domain, and his own aura remained at the level of entering the legendary realm. On the one hand, let the human legend fighting against the 9th level undead know that his support has arrived. On the other hand, it is to make the 9th level undead think that they can fight against 2 human legends, and not make extreme actions, such as self-destruction. At the moment when Zhao Yi entered the range of the 9th level undead, the 9th level undead retreated without hesitation, and Feudal chased after him without hesitation and entangled the 9th level undead. As legendary creatures, no matter what conflicts everyone had before the war, everyone is now a comrade in arms. Especially when one's own situation is critical, one should trust his comrades in arms more. What's more, Zhao Yi is a legendary strongman that Feudal does not know. If he does not know him, it is more likely that there is no hatred. At this time, Feudal chooses to trust Zhao Yi. Just a dozen seconds later, Feudal's mind was full of question marks. A newcomer who seemed to be only in the legendary realm killed a 9th level undead with one strike, which was stronger than himself. Feudal's doubts lasted only a moment, and he immediately realized that his comrade in front of him must have concealed his strength. After Zhao Yi killed the 9th level undead in a second, he clenched his left fist and waved at Leoland, shouting the living camp will win. After shouting this sentence, Zhao Yi stopped communicating with Leoland and directly became invisible in Leoland's field, continuing to look for the next target. Sensing Zhao Yi's departure, Leoland was stunned for a moment and then shouted, "The living camp will win." Leoland, who was injured, had no time to rest. He quickly left here and drank various recovery potions from the storage items. Destroying one 9th level undead, the difference in peak combat power between the two camps increased by 2. This was just the beginning of Zhao Yi's entry into the peak battlefield. Zhao Yi began to wander around the edge of the peak battlefield. When he encountered a one-on-one battle, he directly joined in. When he encountered a 2-on-2 battle, Melissa also joined the battle. Zhao Yi did not let Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney join the battle. The difference in strength was only one reason, and more importantly, it was not conducive to Zhao Yi's current tactics. 2 people at most, a small target, fight quickly and leave quickly. When Zhao Yi was exhausted, Melissa was replaced to roam outside. Melissa's combat power was a little worse than Zhao Yi's. In terms of combat experience, the two were also very similar. Melissa was able to complete this task very well. When Zhao Yi was killing the 9th level undead on the periphery, the living camp began to gain an advantage in the peak battlefield, and as time passed, the advantage expanded little by little. Now, as Zhao Yi attacked and killed the 9th level undead everywhere on the edge of the battlefield, the advantage of the living camp expanded faster. From the initial 11 to 9, to 1 to 1, and now to 4 to 5. Zhao Yi, who attacked and killed everywhere on the edge of the battlefield, had long been known by all the 9th level undead, but it was useless to know, because they were all entangled by the opponent, and could not send out the 9th level undead to surround and kill Zhao Yi, let alone find Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, who was resting and recovering in the space ring, thought about the battle inside the battlefield because of the battle on the edge of the battlefield. The battles on the edge are so fierce. How fierce will the battles inside be? From time to time, the top fighters fall, and all the top fighters are injured. It is a good place to grab heads, but it is too dangerous. You can also eliminate the undead to upgrade and make contributions. There is no need to step into the dangerous battlefield for the time being. If you don't step in now, you will step in eventually. Strength. On the peak battlefield, the living camp has already occupied a large advantage. Victory is a matter of time, but the 9th level undead are still fighting. If the peak battle ends now, 2/3 of the 9th level undead should be able to escape the battlefield. After escaping the battlefield, facing the living camp with the peak combat power, these 9th level undead will die, and the cost paid by the living camp is less than continuing the peak battle until the 9th level undead are completely wiped out. The hope of the undead camp defeating the living camp has long been lost, and they have not completed the mission of God. Unforgivable sin. Now the only thing the 9th level undead can do is to bring greater losses to the living camp before they fall, hoping to get a chance to recover. On the peak battlefield, the 9th level undead were fighting desperately. Outside the peak battlefield, the undead below the 9th level were constantly rushing to the gathering point of the living. A large number of undead devoured one aboriginal city after another, and devoured one player territory after another. Facing the crazy undead, the aboriginal forces and the player forces were fighting desperately. In order to win the battle and to survive, they had to fight desperately. Violet Kingdom. The neutral player territories that have not been destroyed are less than half of the pre-war ones, and more than half of the remaining neutral player territories are shaky, and may be destroyed by the undead army at any time. The Purple Star Alliance has destroyed more than 100 member territories. Thagan and Claudine, 2 7th-level space mages, continuously opened space gates from the indigenous cities to the territories of the Purple Star Alliance members, and took away some of the members' territories. With the anger of the destruction of their homes, the former Lord players, and the elite troops, who originally belonged to the territory army climbed the walls of the indigenous cities, and released their anger towards the undead, who kept rushing over. With Zhao Yi, the Violet Kingdom performed the best among all the kingdoms on the Origin continent. Only the player territories were destroyed, and no indigenous cities were breached by the undead army. Outside the Violet Kingdom, the capitals of more than 10 kingdoms have been breached by the army of the undead, basically declaring the destruction of the kingdom. Several empires are in a precarious situation, and it is only a matter of time before their capitals fall. There are so many undead, even if the human professionals of the same level below the high level are stronger than the undead, like the sea, keeps rushing over, as if they can never be killed. The human professionals are exhausted and drowned by the undead, who come one after another. Is the living camp going to be destroyed by the undead camp? I have been in this world for more than 5 years. Although I have been calling it a game world, in my eyes, this is a real world. The creatures in this world are all flesh and blood, and each of the natives has his own thoughts. I don't want to see them killed by the undead. I hate myself for not switching to a combat profession in the first place. No, the creature camp will definitely win. Look at the information in the market network. So many 9th level undead have died. In terms of peak combat power, the creature camp has already gained an advantage. As long as we persist, the legendary strongmen will definitely come to save us. I can't remember how many undead I have killed in the past few days, maybe more than 100. Let me rest for a while, and recover my strength. I will continue to fight, and defend our homeland. We can't let any undead enter our homeland. The living camp will win. For the Lord players, the most important thing is no longer to command the battle or kill the enemy. They have only one task, which is to immediately exchange the points they just earned for military supplies, and give them to the professionals under their command. Explosive arrows, alchemical bombs, spell scrolls, physical potions, energy potions. Various military supplies are constantly exchanged and consumed. Most player territories have reached the point where the exchange cannot keep up with the consumption. More and more people died in the battle, and the professionals, who are still alive, are constantly upgrading and improving their strength. If the two can maintain a balance, the overall strength of the territory army will not change much, and the territory can still be defended. Once the balance is lost, the territory's strength will decline, and it is only a matter of time before the territory is swallowed up by the undead army. Compared with the player's territory, the indigenous cities are even worse off. The player's territory can still fight to support the war, while the military supplies of the indigenous cities are very limited. The indigenous professionals are using their bodies to resist the undead who are rushing over. Only some indigenous cities that have been garrisoned by player forces are in a better situation. Every minute that passes, there are player territories and indigenous cities that are destroyed. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before all player territories and indigenous cities are destroyed. Everyone is fighting hard for a future, and hoping to see the next sunrise. In the entire Origin continent, only Jowie territory has an exaggerated amount of military supplies in reserve. Facing the endless siege of the undead, although the casualties are increasing every day, it has not yet reached the limit of the territory. As the commander of the Zhaocheng garrison, Elliot even has time to discuss the later, and even post-war matters with other generals. The trust in the Lord from the bottom of their hearts makes them believe that the living camp will definitely defeat the undead camp. The Lord is already a legendary strongman and has participated in the war. Next, the Lord will take over the throne of the Violet Kingdom. Only the throne of the Emperor is suitable for the status of a legendary strongman. It is just a throne. Their subordinates will not be satisfied, and they think the Lord will not be satisfied either. The Violet Kingdom must become the Violet Empire. From the kingdom to the empire, strength, land, and population are the most important. They have strength. They lack land and population. Under the disaster of the undead, the population of all countries has dropped sharply. The population problem can be slightly ignored. The most important of the three is land. The Violet Kingdom is sandwiched by the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire. The only legendary strongman in the Glory Empire has fallen. After the war, the Glory Empire will be downgraded to the Glory Kingdom and forced to give up most of its territory. The land abandoned by the Glory Empire is the target of the Violet Kingdom. Elliot and his generals are discussing a plan to quickly seize the land after the war. Not only the Glory Empire, but also the Goshawk Empire. The Goshawk Empire has only one legendary strongman, and it is unknown whether he is still alive. And their Violet Empire already has 5 legendary strongmen. One Glory Empire is not enough. At least one Goshawk Empire must be added. Chapter 295. In the peak battlefield, Zhao Yi and Melissa, who had been wandering on the edge of the battlefield, were upgraded to level 98. From level 93 to level 98, the two of them eliminated at least 35 9th level undeads, making outstanding contributions to the increasing advantage of the living camp in peak combat power. By the way, they gained the favor of dozens of legendary masters, which was more or less useful to Zhao Yi. If the legendary masters wanted to deal with Zhao Yi at the legendary meeting, most of the legendary masters, who had a good impression of him, might not object, but they would not support him either, which was enough. After recovering, Zhao Yi turned his attention to the battlefield. Those who can become 9th level undead or legendary creatures are all geniuses among geniuses. At the same level, even if there is a difference in combat power, the difference will not be too exaggerated. Zhao Yi was able to kill the 9th level undead several levels higher in seconds, mainly because he had many legendary treasures on him, and completed the raid. When Zhao Yi was killing a level 98 undead in the outer periphery, his strength was a little worse than that of the undead. Zhao Yi and Melissa teamed up to quickly kill it, and he was slightly injured. Level 98 Dragon Speaker, Level 98 Silver Dragon, no injuries, in relatively good condition. At this moment, all the 9th level undead and legendary creatures in the battlefield were injured, and most of the peak combat forces were seriously injured. Facing such a battlefield, Zhao Yi stepped into it with some confidence. Zhao Yi's first goal was the dragon on the battlefield. Zhao Yi got the news that a total of 5 legendary dragons came out of the secret place of the Dragon Clan, and 1 had fallen before the peak battle. Now there are a total of 5 legendary dragons in the sky, 3 of which are from the secret place of the Dragon Clan, and the other 2 are the legendary black dragons of the Black Dragon Empire, and there is also a legendary red dragon that was severely injured on the ground. The red dragon's wings were broken, 1/3 of its tail was broken, large scales on its body were broken, and it was covered in blood, but it still fought a 9th level undead with the strong physique and huge vitality of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Speaker is the master of the Dragon Clan. If he had just been promoted to a legend, the severely injured Dragon Clan might not recognize him. But Zhao Yi was already level 98, and his strength in the peak battlefield was almost among the strongest first batch. Zhao Yi regarded the Dragon Clan as his own. Without hesitation, under the effect of the Hermit Ring, Zhao Yi rushed towards the legendary red dragon Chikasi on the ground in the distance. He ignored the other 9th level undead he encountered along the way, and rushed directly into the battle range between the red dragon and a 9th level undead. Sensing Zhao Yi's arrival, the 9th level undead retreated at a high speed, and the huge body of the red dragon suddenly followed, trying to entangle the 9th level undead and destroy it together with the comrades who came to support. The red dragon Chikasi was only level 90, and the 9th level undead fighting Chikasi was not that strong. Facing the level 98 Dragon Speaker, there was no possibility of escape at all, and it was not even in time to self-destruct. Zhao Yi killed him with just 1 sword. Dragon Speaker? Seeing Zhao Yi's 10,000 dragons domain, Chikasi was a little surprised. Most legends, who have lived for a long time and have profound knowledge, can know the Dragon Speaker and the Dragon Speaker's 10,000 dragons domain. The living creatures have long known the legendary strongmen from the Void Forces. One is a Dragon Speaker, and the other is a giant dragon. There are even legends who doubt the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Void Forces. It was not until the Dragon King Yuli Vaughn brought 4 dragon legends to join the battle that the doubts were resolved. The Dragon Clan did not know what the Void Forces were. However, Yuli Vaughn attached great importance to the appearance of the Dragon Speaker, and wanted to meet him very much. Chikasi also knew the existence of the Dragon Speaker. I am the Dragon Speaker. Don't resist. I will send you to a place to recover from your injuries. Zhao Yi quickly said to Chikasi. Because of Zhao Yi's identity, Chikasi really didn't resist, and then he was taken into the legendary space ring by Zhao Yi. After taking Chikasi, Zhao Yi continued to fight, and Chikasi who entered the space ring continued to be surprised. There were actually 4 legends in this narrow space, one of which was also a giant dragon, and felt the breath, and was much stronger than himself. Grandma Chikasi? You are? Little Melissa, how did you become a legend? Chikasi's majestic dragon face was full of astonishment. He never expected that he knew this legendary dragon, who was stronger than himself. Melissa once lived on Dragon Island. When the undead attacked, the remaining dragons retreated to the secret place of the Dragon Clan. Then, 5 years ago, Melissa suddenly disappeared and was directly teleported to Xiaocheng under the power of God. After the war, the number of Dragon Clan members decreased sharply. Melissa was a 5-star talent, and was a key training target of the Dragon Clan. As one of the high-ranking members of the Dragon Clan, the Red Dragon King, the 2 sides naturally knew each other. After living with Zhao Yi for more than 5 years, Melissa gradually lost interest in the life of the Dragon Clan. When the Dragon Clan legends came out of the secret place to participate in the war, Melissa had no intention of meeting them immediately. Now seeing the seriously injured Grandma Chikasi, Melissa's eyes quickly moistened. Grandma Chikasi, you are seriously injured. This is the water of life. Drink it quickly. Waverly, come and treat Grandma Chikasi. Melissa took out a crystal bottle containing 100 milliliters, 2,000 drops, of water of life, and threw it directly into Chikasi's huge mouth. Chikasi did not doubt what was in the crystal bottle. He bit the crystal bottle with his upper and lower teeth and broke it into pieces. He swallowed the water of life, and the broken crystal bottle into his stomach. The dragon's stomach can even consume soil and metal. In fact, high-level professionals can do it, but they will not eat soil. After 100 milliliters of water of life went into his stomach, and the epic priest cast a healing spell on Jakassi's injuries recovered quickly. For a human legend, if he is seriously injured, consuming a few hundred drops of water of life can quickly recover from his injuries. Generally, the physical vitality of dragons of the same level is several times, or even more than 10 times, that of humans, making dragons often stronger than human professionals of the same level. For injuries of the same degree, dragons need more water of life to recover. The injury recovered quickly, and Jakassi was so comfortable that he almost cried out. There was no need to participate in the battle for the time being, and there was no threat to his life. Seeing that little Melissa, who should have been only level 3 5 years ago, was now stronger than himself, Jakassi was full of doubts and wanted to ask. However, before Jessica could ask her doubts, Zhao Yi summoned Melissa outside. The battlefield was full of fields, giving Zhao Yi no chance to kill the 9th level undead. Zhao Yi did not stealthily kill them. He killed a lot of people on the battlefield with his own strength, but soon attracted a strong 9th level undead to fight with him. The giant bear-shaped 9th level skeleton in front of him, Zhao Yi felt that it might have reached level 99. When it came over, it was injured and its strength was not as good as his, but he could not kill it quickly. Zhao Yi doesn't want to be dragged here by his opponent. Melissa comes on stage. With the blessing of the 10,000 Dragons domain, Melissa's strength is basically the same as Zhao Yi's. Zhao Yi and Melissa are both stronger than the giant bear skeleton. With the long sword swinging and the dragon claws bombarding, the giant bear skeleton was killed after just a few moves, and the ground under it became more broken. Kill! With the combat power of Zhao Yi and Melissa, they have become legendary strongmen. The number of legendary creatures in the peak battlefield has exceeded that of the 9th level undead. Now 2 top strongmen appear in the battlefield and kill them all, directly destroying the 9th level undead in this area of the battlefield. The remaining undead saw that there was no way to survive, so they rushed directly to the nearest legendary creature and exploded. Some legendary creatures were unable to dodge, and were killed by the explosion, while others were severely injured. 1 sword killed a 9th level undead, and 1 claw killed a 9th level undead. How fierce! Who are these 2 strong men? The 10,000 Dragons realm. It should be the Dragon Speaker, and the Dragon Speaker's dragon. Aren't they said to be average in strength? Why do they feel like they have reached the peak of legend or even perfection? Maybe they can kill the undead to improve their strength like the heroes from another world, haha. I have recovered some strength, shall we go? Go! The 2 legendary warriors, who had recovered some of their injuries and strength, ended their brief chat and rushed to other areas of the battlefield. But some legendary warriors quietly slowed down. The peak battle has reached this point. As long as there is no major change similar to the early stage of the peak battle, the living camp will definitely win. Now it's a question of how many legendary creatures the creature camp will lose in order to win the peak battle. The situation is at a disadvantage. They can fight to the death, and the situation is extremely advantageous. Some legendary masters want to live until the end of the peak battle. Many legendary masters are the only seedlings of their own forces. Once they fall, their own forces will decline rapidly, and they may even be wiped out. This is what the legendary masters don't want to see. Whether it's because of their own forces, or because of unrequited hatred, or other reasons, many legendary masters no longer fight hard. Especially the legendary masters around Zhao Yi and Melissa. They wanted to drag Zhao Yi and Melissa to come over and get rid of their opponents, and they also had to be careful of their opponent's self-destruction. Zhao Yi didn't care about the thoughts of these legendary masters, and just followed his own plan. After he and Melissa reached the legendary realm, Zhao Yi prepared to let Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney join the battle to eliminate the 9th level undead and quickly upgrade. However, the battle in the peak battlefield was still fierce. 3 new legends were prone to accidents when entering the peak battlefield. Zhao Yi quickly came up with a plan in his mind. Zhao Yi and Melissa flew to the battle areas of the Golden Dragon Yuli Vaughn, the Blue Dragon Julian, and the Crystal Dragon Monsai, killing their opponents. After a quick exchange, the 3 dragons gathered in Zhao Yi's 10,000 Dragons domain. The 10,000 Dragons domain can enhance the strength of the 3 dragons. Melissa is strong, so the 10,000 Dragons domain will give her a small increase. The other dragons are relatively weak, so the 10,000 Dragons domain will give her a large increase. Melissa used her mental power to throw a crystal bottle containing 100 milliliters of water of life to each of the 3 dragons, helping the 3 dragons to recover quickly. At the same time, the red dragons Jessica, Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney in the space ring were summoned by Zhao Yi. At this moment, with Zhao Yi as the center, a total of 9 legends gathered. Let's go! Wrapped in the 10,000 dragons domain, Zhao Yi led 8 legends, and began to rush around in the peak battlefield. All the 9th level undeads that were hit were smashed to pieces. Nearly half of the heads were harvested by Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney. More 9th level undeads exploded before they could be harvested by the 3 of them, and were killed in time by Zhao Yi or Melissa. One after another, the 9th level undead rushed towards Zhao Yi's team and wanted to self-destruct. The weak 9th level undead were directly blocked by the illusory dragons in the 10,000 dragons domain. Some of the stronger 9th level undead, while enduring the attacks of the illusory dragons, also had to face the arrows shot by Zhao Yi or the spells cast by other people, dragons. Not long after, Zhao Yi's team added 3 more legendary creatures, the 3 legendary masters of Jian Shan, Sword Saint Su Lei, Legend Delisi, and Legend Mai Shila. Because of the water of life provided by Zhao Yi, the 3 Jian Shan legends suffered several serious injuries, but luckily did not fall. Britney first pulled in her teacher, Sword Saint Su Lei, who then pulled in 2 other legends from Jian Shan. Zhao Yi's team, which already had 12 legends, had poor coordination, but its efficiency in destroying the 9th Order undead had not declined. Seeing Zhao Yi's team charging around in the peak battlefield, the legendary masters from the top forces had some ideas in their minds. Void, Jian Shan, and Dragon Clan, the 3 forces together had a total of 12 legends. Jian Shan and the others are familiar with it. Without the 4th legend, the Dragon Clan should have at least 1 more legend. Now that there are 5 legends in the Void, it is uncertain whether there are any more legends that have not appeared. If it is a single force, the number of legends can definitely rank among the top 5 of all forces. Among them, the Dragon Speaker and the legendary Silver Dragon are both legend peak strongmen. A force with such a strong power needs to be taken seriously, which will greatly change the pattern of the origin continent. There are even legend strongmen who recognize Britney on the peak battlefield. Britney is quite famous. She is the queen of the Violet Kingdom, the youngest female 7th level professional, and a disciple of Sword Saint Silei. 2 years ago, many legends or descendants of legends wanted to marry Britney, knowing what she looked like. 2 years ago, she was still at the 7th level, but after 2 years, she has been promoted to a legend. Immediately, a legend thought that Britney's promotion to a legend must be related to the essence of life. There is a lot of life essence in the ruins that Britney mistakenly entered, which is enough for Britney to be promoted to a legend. It was just because of the Violet family's affairs that Britney left the ruins after being promoted to the 7th level. After becoming a disciple of Sword Saint Su Lei, no one wanted to take advantage of Britney anymore. Britney began to consume her life essence to quickly improve her realm. In just 2 years, she became a legend. The youngest legend. If this war had not broken out, I am afraid that many old guys would shamelessly ask to marry Britney. At Britney's age, she could have been in charge of a top power for 1,000 years. At the same time, they also knew that Britney would not agree, and they could not force her. Britney was also a legend. They just wanted to give it a try, and maybe they would like her. In a certain sense, Britney can be regarded as the 4th legend of Jian Shan. Compared with Jian Shan and the Dragon Clan, the legendary masters still pay the most attention to the Void. Everyone is familiar with Jian Shan, and the Dragon Clan knows that it has been severely damaged. The only dragons participating in the war are these average dragons. The Void is the only one that is hard to figure out. Before this, the Void was hidden too well, but now several legends have jumped out, and there is also the legendary Dragon Clan Overlord Dragon Speaker. Thinking further, if the legendary masters of the Void had not joined, the war between the undead camp and the living camp might at most maintain a balanced situation, and there would not be the current situation where the living camp is about to win. Many legendary masters quickly made a decision that they must thoroughly investigate the Void after the war. There are not many legendary masters who are hostile to the Void. Most legendary masters can accept the participation of the seemingly powerful Void forces in the division of interests in the origin continent. Because in this war, more than 70 legendary creatures have fallen. On the peak battlefield, although the creature camp has already occupied a very large advantage, and it is only a matter of time to win, the number of 9th level undead lost is just over half, and the remaining 9th level undead must take away more than 30 legendary creatures. The loss of more than 100 legendary creatures will cause dozens of top forces to be demoted if not destroyed. Part of the profits that these top forces are forced to give up can be allocated to the Void. The legendary masters have different ideas. Some want to win over, some are neutral, and some want to make friends. The ideas flashed through the minds of the legendary masters quickly, but did not affect their battle, and no hostile legendary masters wanted to frame Zhao Yi's team in this peak battle. The peak battle is the most important. As long as there are 9th level undead, it is a threat to the creature camp. Other things will be discussed after the peak battle. Zhao Yi guessed that after his side showed its strength, the legendary masters would have all kinds of ideas. Zhao Yi already had strong strength, so he didn't care about this. Humans always like to fight among themselves. The weak blue star player camp likes to fight among themselves, and the powerful indigenous camp also likes to fight among themselves. There is still internal fighting with the big enemy of the undead camp. Only when the situation is critical will everyone temporarily give up the internal fighting and concentrate on fighting the undead camp. After defeating or even destroying the undead camp, the internal fighting will start again. Zhao Yi was not worried that the indigenous camp would unite against him. The legends of Julong and Jian Shan joined his team to fight together, which also let the top forces know that they still had allies and their combined strength was very strong. Only with strong strength can people with ideas give up their ideas. In order to make their own strength stronger, Zhao Yi's team continued to rush on the peak battlefield, allowing Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney to level up a few more times. It was no problem to level up to level 95 or above, but it was very difficult to reach legendary perfection. Originally, on the peak battlefield, the legendary creatures had no time to use the recovery potion. As the situation continued to turn to the creature camp, the legendary creatures had time to use the recovery potion to recover from injuries and restore their strength. A small number of legendary strongmen moved a little slower, but more legendary strongmen continued to kill the 9th level undead after recovering a little. In addition, the action of the team as a unit lost flexibility, and the target became larger. Most of the 9th level undead attracted rushed over to self-destruct. The legendary creatures all self-destructed when they were on the verge of death, while the 9th level undead directly rushed over to self-destruct, and self-destructed as a way of attack. Now the undead camp is in a losing situation on the peak battlefield. If the living camp is in a losing situation, the legendary creatures may also choose to use self-destruction as the last means of attack. Zhao Yi's team continued to move forward. Zhao Yi fought while observing the battlefield. Zhao Yi's team was invincible on the battlefield. As the pressure on the legendary creatures was reduced, some strong men began to kill. The leader of the Merchant Alliance, the Lord of the City of Mage, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire, the Patriarch of the Norman family. These strong men are either at the peak of the legend or the perfect legend. They are all well-known strong men in the Aboriginal camp, and their forces are also top-ranked forces. The undead camp also has 9th order undead that is comparable to the peak legend. In the peak battle, both sides are opponents. The difference in strength is not too big, and the battle between the strong is difficult to end quickly. It was not until the number and overall strength of the legendary creatures greatly exceeded the 9th order undead, and other legendary creatures joined, that the strong were able to kill their opponents, and then kill the weaker 9th order undead. There are also top strong men in the creature camp, who fell in the peak battlefield, mainly because the legendary creatures caught the 9th order undead off guard at the beginning of the peak battle, and then a chaotic battle began, and the strength of both sides was almost balanced. That stage was the most random time for the peak combat power to fall. 3 against 1, 4 against 1, 1 against 1, and suddenly being hit hard by other enemies. The situation did not improve until the living creatures gained an advantage. On the battlefield, powerful 9th level undead fell one after another, and the weak 9th level undead were killed by the living creatures. Even if the weak 9th level undead used self-explosion, it was difficult to hurt the living creatures. 2,150. 120. The number of 9th level undead was rapidly decreasing, and at the same time, the number of legendary creatures that fell was also rapidly decreasing. The peak battle has reached its final stage, and more legendary creatures do not want to die at this time. More and more 9th level undead choose to self-destruct, and the legendary creatures quickly change their fighting methods. No matter whether it is a swordsman or an assassin, when they reach the legendary realm, everyone has long-range attack methods, but the attack strength varies. The legendary creatures distance themselves from the remaining 9th level undead, and use long-range attack methods to attack the 9th level undead. The self-destructing 9th level undead can hardly cause much damage to the legendary creatures. Why don't they retreat after such a fight? If it were us, we would have already fled in all directions, escaped into the demiplane, closed the space door, drifted in a disordered space, and lived one day at a time. A human legend wondered. Another familiar human legend replied, whatever reason they came to our world of life, that's why they fought to the death. God was too far away for them. He didn't even dare to say God because God could kill him with just a thought. When the last 9th level undead on the peak battlefield and the origin continent chose to self-destruct, all the legendary creatures stood there. Finally, victory. In a battle where they thought more than 3/4 of the legendary creatures would die, less than a quarter died in the end. Ha ha. A legendary strongman laughed out loud, laughing at himself for being alive. What are you laughing at? What are you all standing there for? If we don't go back, all the younger generations will die. Hearing this, the legendary strongmen immediately scattered and left. Chapter 296. There are relatively few legendary masters in the space system. Most of them have to wait for the space masters of the epic realm, or even the king realm, to come out of the demi-plane in the capital of the Fengyan Empire. In the peak battle, creatures below the legendary realm must stay away, and they may die if they touch the edge. In the Zhao Yi team area, Zhao Yi said to the 3 legends of Jianshan, and the 4 legends of the Dragon Clan respectively, I will send you off. You 3 will return to Jianshan, and what about you 4? Master, we just need to follow you. Dragon King Yuli Vaughn, who transformed into a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing golden armor, replied hurriedly. Yuli Vaughn has recognized Zhao Yi's strength. The war between the living camp and the undead camp is about to end. The weak Dragon Clan urgently needs a strong person to take charge. In addition to the relationship with Little Melissa, Yuli Vaughn directly mentioned Master, and even wanted to give the position of Dragon King to Little Melissa. The 4 dragon legends followed him if they wanted to. They just happened to lack thugs. Zhao Yi nodded to Ignaz, who immediately cast a spell to open a space gate leading to the nearest area of Jianshan. See you later. Welcome to Jianshan. Legend Delish and Legend Mashila said one sentence each and walked into the space gate. Sword Saint Sulei at the back looked at Britney with a complicated expression, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start, just nodded and turned to walk into the space gate. This space gate closed, and Ignaz opened the space gate leading to Zhaocheng. Zhao Yi walked into the space gate first, followed by Melissa, Joanna, Britney, the 4 legendary dragons, and finally Ignaz. As Ignaz entered the space gate dissipated after 1 second. On the other side of the space gate, a large number of undead rushed towards Zhaocheng one after another, and the Zhaocheng defenders seemed to be at ease facing the undead army. In the battles of the past few days, many new 7th level people were promoted, and even one 7th level person was promoted to epic, the paladin Veronique. Veronique practiced both magic and martial arts. Compared with treating the wounded, Veronique prefers fighting. The light spell is the most harmful to the undead among all the spells, which makes Veronique harvest the most heads in the battle that has lasted for 6 days. With a newly promoted epic, plus Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang, Zhao Yi's territory only has 4 epics, but 5 legends. This is not good. How can there be fewer epics than legends? The number of epics must be increased. And the 4 epics are all newly promoted and need to continue to upgrade. As Zhao Yi and others, dragons, appeared directly in the city, Zhao Yi summoned Tia, Wavery, and Lei Rang from the space ring and immediately assigned tasks to the group, dragons. Mainly a group of legendary strongmen, attacking the high-level undead in the undead army, severely injuring them, and then handing them over to the 6th level, 7th level, and epic professionals in Zhao Yi's territory to harvest. As a legendary warrior, although he could not stop the 9th level undead from self-destructing, it was easier to stop the 8th level undead from self-destructing. The 4 legendary dragons accepted the task given to them by the master without hesitation. In the peak battlefield, they had already felt that the master's subordinates seemed to be able to improve their realm and strength by destroying the undead. It would be great if they could also destroy the undead to improve their realm. Even if they could not, the strength of the master's power would be greatly beneficial to the Dragon Clan. The legends were about to take action. Zhao Yi first covered Zhaocheng with his mental power, and announced a major event to the people of the city. The peak battle is over. All the 9th level undead in the undead camp have been wiped out by the strong men of our living camp. The counterattack is about to begin. Victory belongs to our living camp. Victory. The whole city cheered when they heard this very familiar voice in their minds. Victory, victory. Counterattack, counterattack. Long live the Lord. Just when Zhaocheng was about to launch a counterattack, Zhao Yi sent his clone to Yiqing. When Zhao Yi's clone appeared in front of Lin Mingyao excitedly threw herself into Zhao Yi's arms. Wu, you're finally back. Lin Mingyao's voice was filled with tears. Zhao Yi used to come back once a day. After Britney was promoted to legend, Zhao Yi's team set out to kill the 9th level undead. Zhao Yi did not come back in the 2 days from the end of the peak battle. If the two could not contact each other through the address book, Lin Mingyao would be worried to death. My business is over. I will not leave again. Zhao Yi comforted Lin Mingyao. Lin Mingyao stayed in Zhao Yi's arms for less than half a minute before leaving. She knew that it was still a war period, and the love between men and women would be discussed after the war. On the walls of Yicheng, Zhao Yi also began to order the defenders of Yicheng to prepare for a counterattack, but he did not explain as much as Xiao Cheng. The native professionals did not ask why and immediately executed Zhao Yi's orders. Only Lin Mingyao beside Zhao Yi whispered the question in her heart. Are we going to counterattack now? Yes, we are going to counterattack now. The 9th level undead have been completely destroyed. This news will spread quickly. In addition, the scale of the undead siege has continued to decline in the past few days, and the undead's assets are almost exhausted. Lin Mingyao nodded. The undead camp will inevitably be destroyed. There won't be many undead on the origin continent in the future. Players can no longer quickly upgrade by destroying the undead. The next step is your last chance to upgrade. I will help you upgrade quickly. It's a bit difficult to upgrade to Legendary, but it won't be a big problem to upgrade to Epic. Legendary? Epic? Lin Mingyao muttered a few words. She was only level 6. The higher the level, the slower the upgrade. Epic and Legend were very far away from her. She didn't even come into contact with these words on weekdays. These words were often used on the indigenous strongmen in the forum. In addition, Lin Mingyao had new doubts. Before the war broke out, Zhao Yi's clone only showed the strength of the 6th level. Lin Mingyao thought Zhao Yi had hidden it, but it was at most the 7th level. It has been less than a week, and Zhao Yi is going to take her to the epic level? Seeing Lin Mingyao's doubts, Zhao Yi continued to explain. At this point, Zhao Yi did not intend to continue hiding from Lin Mingyao. There was no need to hide. I have reached the maximum level. I was able to know that the 9th level undead were completely destroyed first. Naturally, I also participated in this war. I came back after the battle was over. Shock. Lin Mingyao was shocked. The strongest player on Blue Star was Cheng Jin, who had already been promoted to level 7. She thought Zhao Yi was at most level 7, and she never expected that Zhao Yi had already reached the maximum level and reached the legendary realm. You. Lin Mingyao was surprised and excited and couldn't speak. Calm down first, I still have many secrets, and I will tell you one by one now. Zhao Yi said to Lin Mingyao with a smile. While Lin Mingyao was trying to calm down from the excitement, the defenders of the cities in Zhao Yi's territory were preparing for a counterattack. In the past 6 days, facing the continuous attack of the undead army, because of its strong enough strength and exaggerated military supplies reserves, although the number of casualties has been increasing, it has not yet reached the limit of Zhao Yi's territory. 6 days have passed, and the number of undead in the world of life has also dropped sharply. The military supplies stored in each city are consumed in an orderly manner. Counterattack means letting go of the consumption of military supplies, completely defeating the attacking undead army, and even counterattacking into the cemetery. Next to Zhao Yi's original body, Elliot directly told him the plan he had prepared, so that the Violet Kingdom would have at least a territory that was worthy of the status of an empire. God favored Violet, and the living camp was about to completely defeat the undead camp. In the war, the legendary strongmen of the 2 neighbors of the Violet Kingdom, the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire, had fallen one after another. This was the opportunity for the Violet Kingdom. After listening to Elliot's plan, Zhao Yi thought that the plan could be implemented, but there was a key point that needed to be paid attention to. The undead in the Violet Kingdom must be initially cleared before acquiring the land of the Glory Empire and the Goshawk Empire. The basics cannot be lost. When Zhao Yi's territory was halfway through its counterattack preparations, through the market network and forum, all the players already knew that the 9th level undead were completely wiped out, the war had already been decided, and the living camp was about to launch a counterattack. Try to hold on, support is coming. Hearing that there was support, the morale of the players' territories, which were in danger, suddenly rose, and they suppressed the undead army that rushed up. Before, I suspected that not so many 9th level undead died, and it was a false propaganda of the living camp. I didn't expect that the 9th level undead were directly wiped out, and the living camp was going to launch a counterattack. This must be true. I feel a new strength in my body, and I can't fall on the eve of a complete victory. We must hold on until the indigenous forces come to rescue us. We have survived the difficult 6 days, and we must hold on for the remaining few days. I thought we would return to Blue Star soon. I have lived in this world for more than 5 years, and I have fallen in love with this world. I want to live in this world for a longer time. In the large group of Zichen League, a group of members were also discussing fiercely. Finally, We see the dawn of victory. I don't know when the indigenous people's support will come. I can hold on for 1 day, but if it takes 2 days, I am afraid my territory will be destroyed. With the strength of the Violet Kingdom, can it support us? I am here in an indigenous city. The indigenous defenders seem to be average, but they have prepared a lot of military supplies. The undead army has no chance of breaking through the city. We, the Violet Kingdom, have a backer. If you don't trust the Violet Kingdom, you must also trust Jian Shan behind the Violet Kingdom. On the wall of Yiqing, Lin Mengyao, who finally calmed down, was still shocked by Zhao Yi's next secret. My real name is Zhao Yi, but I also had another name on the forum, Lucky Sun 413. In order to reduce trouble, I had to hide. When I couldn't hide, I took the initiative to reveal part of my territory. Lucky Sun 413 was the strongest Blue Star player who once surpassed Cheng Jin, and was also the strongest Lord player. Lin Mengyao was surprised to learn of Zhao Yi's identity, but at the same time, she could understand that Zhao Yi's strength was higher than Cheng Jin. In the first year, Zhao Yi's strength surpassed Cheng Jin. Cheng Jin had the support of the strongest player force, Qinhua official, and Zhao Yi had a great advantage over Cheng Jin. After a few years, Zhao Yi's strength would definitely surpass Cheng Jin by a large margin, so it was natural for Zhao Yi to reach the satisfactory level. What the hell? If Zhao Yi reached the epic level, it would be reasonable, but it would be a bit exaggerated to reach the legendary level, and it would be completely beyond Lin Mengyao's imagination to reach the legendary level. Lin Mengyao couldn't imagine how Zhao Yi could level up so fast. Even if he went to the cemetery to kill monsters every day, the higher the level, the slower the level would be, and it would be difficult for him to reach the legendary level. Seeing that Lin Mengyao still couldn't stop his extraordinary strength, Zhao Yi stroked Lin Mengyao's hair and said, "Wait a minute, you will know why I leveled up so fast. At level 70, you can reach level 80 by killing 30 or 40 level 7 undead, and level 90 by killing 30 or 40 level 8 undead. If you continue to kill 30 or 40 level 9 undead, you will directly reach level 99, 100% maximum level. Killing small monsters is tiring and slow, but killing undead of the same level will increase the leveling speed sharply. Solo play is faster, but there are only a handful of people who can do it, mainly Zhao Yi and Melissa, followed by Ignaz, Joanna, and Britney. With Zhao Yi, Lin Mengyao can also experience rapid upgrades by solo play. The highest level of the clone is the level of the main body minus 10. Zhao Yi's clone in Yiqing is directly level 89, the peak of epic. In the case of the complete destruction of the 9th level undead in the undead camp, no 8th level undead will be the opponent of Zhao Yi's clone. Lin Mengyao does not need to destroy the undead of the same level to upgrade quickly. Zhao Yi directly severely injures the 7th level or even 8th level undead, and then Lin Mengyao harvests them. All cities controlled by Zhao Yi's army in the Violet Kingdom are ready, and the counterattack begins. Facing the shrinking size of the undead army, the professionals happily pour alchemical bombs, explosive arrows, attack spell scrolls, and other props into the undead army. In one area after another, the undead below level 4 were quickly cleared out, and the undead of level 4 and above were harvested by the middle-level professionals and high-level professionals under Zhao Yi. In Yiqing, Zhao Yi pulled Lin Mengyao to fly quickly in the sky of the battlefield. After finding the trace of the 7th level undead, Zhao Yi rushed over directly. He severely injured the 7th level undead, and Lin Mengyao used a healing spell that could heal the wounds of living creatures to eliminate the 7th level undead. The experience gained by eliminating a 7th level undead can almost upgrade Lin Mengyao, who is at the 6th level. Personal experience made Lin Mengyao understand why Zhao Yi could upgrade so quickly. There are also some things that I don't understand. I have Zhao Yi to help me level up quickly. Is it because Zhao Yi has someone else to help him level up quickly? Lin Mengyao didn't think much about it, and was almost immersed in the pleasure of rapid upgrade. Every time she upgraded, her body would feel very comfortable, and when she upgraded, this comfortable feeling would be even stronger. Zhao Yi's clone was upgrading Lin Mengyao, and in Zhaocheng, the legends were upgrading a group of epics and kings. The dragons usually need to show their true bodies to exert their full strength, but there are no 9th level undead on the battlefield, so they can fight in human form. The Zhaocheng defenders were familiar with the Lord Silver Dragon and Rodolph's Red Dragon, but not with other dragons. When they saw other dragons appear, their first reaction was to think they were enemies. Counterattack. Kill. The 3 floating fortresses of the Sky Whale Legion, which had not moved, flew out of the demi-plane and joined the counterattack. In less than an hour, all the undead on the Zhaocheng battlefield had been killed, and there were still undead rushing to the Xiaocheng battlefield. The Xiaocheng defenders, who had already entered the counterattack stage, rushed out of Xiaocheng and killed the undead. Another hour later, the Xiaocheng defenders had surrounded Cemetery Number 1, and the Earth Mages built a thick and tall mud wall to surround Cemetery Number 1. The undead were still rushing out, but the scale was obviously decreasing. The battle was decided. The middle-level and high-level undead with higher intelligence knew that they would fall, but they made the same choice as the 9th-level undead, giving up escaping and rushing towards the living. Do the undead have faith? This may be the faith of the undead. Since the undead are still rushing out, there is no need for the Xiaocheng defenders to enter the cemetery. The interior of the cemetery will eventually limit the Xiaocheng defenders' strength. To surround the Number 1 cemetery, the Xiaocheng defenders do not need to gather here. Some of the Xiaocheng defenders, under the command of the generals, will go to rescue others. There are two main targets that the Violet Kingdom needs to rescue: the territories of the members of the Purple Star Alliance and the territories of neutral players. First, support the territories of the members of the Purple Star Alliance, and the territories of neutral players will be left to the end. The undead in the entire Violet Kingdom must be cleared, and rescuing the remaining neutral player territories is just a matter of convenience. The remaining neutral players' territories were saved, but they couldn't be happy too early. Zhao Yi was ready to cancel their noble status and expel them. In the sky, Ignaz opened a wide space gate. The other end of the space gate was in Huda province, which was relatively close to Gu Ying's territory. A floating fortress passed through the space gate directly, landed in Huda province, and flew quickly towards Gu Ying's territory. One thing to note is that the Zhao character flag originally hung on the floating fortress has been replaced with the flag of the Violet Kingdom. Now the army of Zhao Yi's territory is supporting everywhere as the kingdom's army. In this war, Gu Ying's territory's performance was probably ranked in the top 10% of the players' territories, and it was one of those that could hold out for a few more days. As the Lord, Gu Ying stood on the ruined walls of the territory's main city, which were stained with the blood of his own people, and personally commanded the battle. Brothers and sisters, hold on. The undead camp has already lost this war. They are struggling to survive. As long as we hold on for a few more days, we won't have to fight the undead anymore. Gu Ying shouted with her hoarse voice to boost morale, but she had shouted similar words many times, and the effect of boosting morale was relatively small. From Gu Ying shouting, it can be seen that Gu Ying did not expect to get support today. It would be good if she could get support in 3 days. However, just 5 minutes later, the giant flying the flag of the Violet Kingdom appeared in Gu Ying's sight. It was approaching the main city of Gu Ying's territory at a very fast speed. It was the reinforcements of the Violet Kingdom. Gu Ying was very surprised that the Violet Kingdom actually had a floating fortress, which must have been obtained from Jianshan. Brothers and sisters, our reinforcements are coming soon. Prepare for a counterattack. Not only Gu Ying, but also the high-ranking professionals on the city wall saw the figure of the floating fortress. This time, Gu Ying's words greatly boosted morale. Gu Ying immediately ordered that all the military supplies stored for the next 3 days of fighting be distributed. This time, all the undead in the territory must be completely eliminated. The floating fortress kept approaching Gu Ying's lord city, and its flight speed was constantly decreasing, and finally, it was suspended above the battlefield in front of the main city. Without contacting Gu Ying, the Sky Whale Legion directly attacked the undead on the ground. The attacking magic circle released spells, nearly 100 magic cannons fired energy beams, and the bottom of the floating fortress opened directly, throwing aviation version alchemical bombs. There were also air cavalry troops flying up from the upper level of the floating fortress. The floating fortress entered the combat mode and burst out with great power, sweeping away the undead in a large area on the ground. Looking at the floating fortress in battle, Gu Ying forgot to command the army for a moment, and his eyes were full of the majestic and domineering figure of the floating fortress. If only I could own a floating fortress, the territory would not be beaten to this extent, and even Cheng Jinling would not be my opponent. On the Origin continent, the Violet Kingdom was the first region to start the counterattack, and the Violet Kingdom's counterattack was very different from the counterattacks of the living creatures in other regions. In the counterattacks of other regions, the legendary masters took the lead and killed the high-level undead on the battlefield first, and other high-level professionals led the army to destroy the undead army without the command of the high-level undead. If there were no legendary masters to intervene, in the war between the living creatures and the undead, most of the indigenous cities and player territories would have reached their limits and were on the verge of destruction. Only a small number of indigenous cities and player territories could hold on for a few more days. In the face of the continuous attacks of the undead army, there are almost no indigenous cities and player territories that can handle it with ease. In such a situation, only by investing new forces can the situation be saved. As the legendary strongman with peak combat power, the situation is completely changed. In the extraordinary world, the victory or defeat of a war is often determined by the high-end combat power of both sides. Only when the high-end combat power is balanced, it is possible to be determined by the mid-end combat power, and it is more likely to end the war in a draw. The Violet Kingdom and Zhao Yi's territory have enough power to change the situation. But changing the situation of the Violet Kingdom alone is not very useful. The Violet Kingdom is just a small place in the entire Origin continent. The undead in the Violet Kingdom were cleared out, but the undead camp noticed the Violet Kingdom and sent more undead to attack the Violet Kingdom. The situation that could be tolerated may soon become critical. So until the entire living camp was about to launch a counterattack, the Violet Kingdom could follow the counterattack. The living creatures launched a counterattack. First, the capitals of the major empires were relieved. The defenders of the capitals were dispersed as reinforcements to support the prince's lord cities and the capitals of the major provinces. Only after these cities were relieved, reinforcements would continue to be sent down. Cheng Jinling is a dukedom, and Cheng Jinling's lord city is one of the first cities to receive reinforcements. Cheng Jinling is the strongest player territory on the surface, with strong strength, but the undead army it encountered is even stronger, and it is impossible to launch a counterattack with its own strength. This is the huge gap between Cheng Jinling and Zhao Yiling. Cheng Jinling's strength is still not strong enough, and strength is the foundation. Chapter 297. On March 30th, the decisive battle between the living and undead camps broke out. On April 5th, the 6th day of the war, at noon, the 9th level undead and the legendary living began the peak battle in the capital area of the Fengyan Empire. On April 6th, in the morning, the peak battle ended. Less than an hour after the peak battle ended, the Violet Kingdom took the lead in launching a counterattack. Before the end of the day, all parts of the Violet Kingdom pushed the battle line around the cemetery. The human army surrounded all the cemeteries, and the undead rushed out of the cemetery and fell quickly. By the end of the 7th day of the war, there were still undead rushing out of the cemetery, but the scale was greatly reduced. The undead in the cemetery were not far away from being exhausted, and the army besieging the cemetery was gradually withdrawing. It was only a matter of time before all the undead in the Violet Kingdom were completely destroyed. Zhao Yi turned his attention to the areas outside the Violet Kingdom. To the north of the Violet Kingdom was the Goshawk Empire, to the south was the Glory Empire, to the east was the sea, and to the west was the intersection of the three countries. Before the war, the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire each had a legendary strongman sitting in the seat. In the war, these two legendary strongmen had fallen. According to the agreement of the legendary masters, if someone dies in the war, the inheritance of the dead's power must be guaranteed and cannot be destroyed by other forces. According to this agreement, the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire will not be destroyed, but without the legendary masters, they will be downgraded to the Eagle Kingdom and the Glory Kingdom. From the Empire to the Kingdom, only the core part of the territory can be preserved, and the rest must be abandoned, regardless of whether these territories are annexed by other countries or the princes establish independent kingdoms. Now that neither country has a legendary master, the empire where the legendary master has not fallen has launched a counterattack. The Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire are unable to launch a counterattack, and the capital is still besieged by the army of undead, not to mention the cities below. Now the Violet Kingdom can send troops into the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire in the name of support to rescue the indigenous cities one by one. Saving a city will earn the gratitude of the people in the city, and by the way, station troops in to complete the actual control of the city. The legendary masters of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire have all fallen, but the Violet Kingdom has 5 legendary masters in charge, and is about to become the Violet Empire. As long as the matter is made clear, I believe that the resistance in these cities belonging to the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire will be greatly reduced. The former Violet Kingdom was in danger, and most of the nobles immediately surrendered to the enemy without any nostalgia. Such people are not suitable to appear in their own country, but very suitable to appear in the enemy country. Elliot has prepared a plan to capture the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. The Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire each have other powerful neighbors, and they may also invade the land of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. Therefore, the minimum goal of Elliot's plan is to occupy half of the territory of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. After the minimum goal is achieved, the territory of the Violet Kingdom will exceed the original territory of the Goshawk Empire or the Glory Empire, which is in line with the identity of the empire. According to the plan, the The Violet Kingdom will be divided into 3 directions to expand the territory of the Violet Kingdom: north, south, west. For this purpose, an earlier plan must be taken. This plan is to reorganize most of the land forces of the Violet Kingdom, and then divide them into the Central Corps, the Northern Corps, the Southern Corps, the Western Corps, and the Eastern Corps. Swordsman Elliot is the commander of the army, and also the commander of the Central Corps. The Central Corps' main defense area is most of the current territory of the Violet Kingdom. Paladin Veronique is the commander of the Northern Corps, mainly responsible for conquering the area north of the Violet Kingdom. Magic Archer Isaiah is the commander of the Southern Corps, mainly responsible for conquering the area south of the Violet Kingdom. Thunder Swordsman Sturry is the commander of the Western Corps, mainly responsible for conquering the area west of the Violet Kingdom. Shield Warrior Lei Rang is the commander of the Eastern Corps. The east of the Violet Kingdom is the sea, and the Eastern Legion does not belong to the Navy, so the Eastern Legion's defense area is the eastern part of the current territory of the Violet Kingdom. The Eastern Legion has no combat missions. Lei Rang is a member of the monster-killing team most of the time, and he has a high command talent, so Lei Rang can be the leader of the Eastern Legion first. The 5 Legion leaders all have 5-star combat professional talents, and the lowest command talent is 4 stars except for Elliot. At present, there are 7 levels and 8 levels. Before the war between the living camp and the undead camp ends, the 7 level ones will be promoted to the 8 level. The specific strength of the 5 legions has not been determined, and specific arrangements can only be made after the war is over. The Northern Legion, Southern Legion, and Western Legion that need to go to the expedition will initially transfer 150,000 army troops to enter. As the undead in the Violet Kingdom are cleared, more troops can be transferred to the 3 legions. In addition, Air Force troops will be arranged to go with them. The Decisive province, which is adjacent to the Violet Kingdom in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire, is a name that Zhao Yi is very familiar with. Once, the Lord Player of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp in the southern border of the Goshawk Empire formed an army to invade the Violet Kingdom. This army joined in the Decisive province, and finally there was a Decisive Coalition's name. This powerful Decisive Coalition had very bad luck and ran directly into Zhao Yi's territory, and was easily destroyed by Zhao Yi's territory army. Not only was the Decisive Coalition destroyed, but in order to form the coalition, each member territory drew a large number of elites to join it. The Decisive Coalition was destroyed, many Lord players fell, and the territories where the Lords did not lead the team personally also suffered heavy losses. So in the internal struggle of the Blue Star player camp, these Anti-Chen Alliance player territories were gradually killed by the Qin Country Lord players. When the Blue Star player camp stopped fighting due to the intervention of the indigenous forces, the player territories in the southern region of the Goshawk Empire basically no longer belonged to the Anti-Chen Alliance camp, and only the Qin player territories and neutral player territories remained. Now, the Decisive province will become the first target of the Northern Army led by Veronique, and even the entire southern border of the Goshawk Empire is only a part of the Northern Army's attack plan. The strongest player territory in the Decisive province, the third-class Marquis of Zhou Lequi, is struggling in the face of the undead army that is still rushing. On the wall of the main city of the territory, Zhou Lequi looked at the seemingly endless army of undead on the battlefield outside the city, with a bitter look on his face. Yesterday, the living camp began to launch a counterattack, and it went smoothly. In many areas of the origin continent, not only were the cities relieved, but the human army had also pushed back to the cemetery and built a defense line around the cemetery to eliminate all the undead in the cemetery. But all this has nothing to do with the Goshawk Empire where Zhou Lequi's territory is located. The counterattack of the living camp started with a legendary strongman taking action, and the only legendary strongman in the Goshawk Empire had fallen in the war. Without the help of the legendary masters, all the cities in the Goshawk Empire were struggling. Only the capital city with the legendary magic array performed better, but it was also unable to counterattack. Struggling was already lucky, because before that, a large number of cities had been devoured by the undead. If the legendary masters of the Goshawk Empire were still alive, Zhou Lequi's territory might be able to get support in 3 days at most. Now the Goshawk Empire itself cannot launch a counterattack, and can only wait for foreign troops to come to support. Compared to launching a counterattack on their own, waiting for foreign troops to support them will take longer, and whether they can hold out until the foreign troops arrive is a huge problem. What's more, the foreign troops come to support just for support? Without a legendary strongman, the Goshawk Empire will soon fall apart. The foreign troops coming to support are here to compete for the land of the Goshawk Empire. Among them may be the Violet Kingdom in the south of Decisive province. Zhou Lequi didn't know that the Queen of the Violet Kingdom had been promoted to a legend, But with the top force Jianshan as a backer, the Violet Kingdom can also expand. Judging from the posts posted by players of the Violet Kingdom on the forum, the Violet Kingdom's army is very powerful, and even has a floating fortress. Yesterday, all the undead on the ground in the Violet Kingdom were cleared out, and all the cemeteries were besieged. As long as the Violet Queen or Jianshan has an idea, the Violet Kingdom can send troops into the Goshawk Empire. As a Blue Star player, Zhou Liqui has little loyalty to the Goshawk Empire. In the first 3 years of entering the game world, Zhou Liqui had to choose between the Goshawk Empire and the Violet Kingdom. He would definitely choose the Goshawk Empire, which has great development potential and is ruled by legendary strongmen. In the 4th year, when the Violet Queen appears, Zhou Liqui will give it more thought. Now, facing the Goshawk Empire that is about to fall apart, Zhou Liqui will choose the Violet Kingdom without hesitation. Zhou Liqui will not regard the Violet Kingdom as an invader, but he very much hopes that the Violet Kingdom's army will come quickly to rescue his territory. The Decisive province is close to the Violet Kingdom. If the Violet Kingdom has any ideas, the Violet Kingdom's army will definitely enter the Decisive province first. Zhou Liqui's guess was correct. When the Northern Legion was initially formed, the fully armed floating fortress took the lead and flew to Decisive City, the capital of Decisive province. Decisive City is a big city, and its situation is precarious, but the professionals fought bloody battles and repelled wave after wave of undead. When the floating fortress appeared, even if it was hung with the flag of the Violet Kingdom, the morale of the professionals on the city wall was greatly boosted, as if there was an extra force in their bodies to withstand the impact of the undead. The floating fortress flew over the front battlefield of Decisive City, and began to pour fire on the undead army on the ground. In just a few seconds, the undead in many areas of the front battlefield were cleared out. After discovering that the number of undead rushing up had sharply decreased, the professionals who were constantly fighting on the city wall cheered and continued to attack the undead. When all the high-level undead on the battlefield were eliminated and most of the undead below the high level were eliminated, the battle of the floating fortress was almost over, and it had one last mission left. The space array on the floating fortress quickly consumed energy, and a wide space gate appeared directly in Decisive City. A part of the Northern Legion, which was ready to go on the other side of the space gate, quickly passed through the space gate and appeared in Decisive City. In the battle between the living camp and the undead camp, Zhao Yi's territory was not at its limit, and the professionals could even take turns to rest. Although the rest time was relatively short, it could effectively relieve fatigue for the professionals. Yesterday, the Violet Kingdom launched a full-scale counterattack. After all the undead on the ground were cleared, some troops also had time to rest for a while, giving the professionals some rest time. After the break, they were assigned to 3 legions and prepared to go out. It will be difficult to see the undead on the Origin continent in the future. This is our last chance to eliminate the undead and quickly improve our realm. The Lord is a legendary strongman. The Violet Kingdom must become an empire and have a territory that matches the status of an empire. As human beings, our fellows are still suffering from the torture of the undead. We must save them. Fight for the Lord and His Majesty the Emperor. Under the internal propaganda of the Violet Kingdom, the professionals, for various reasons, willingly participated in the new war when the war in the Violet Kingdom was about to end. Soon, a fully armed 10,000-man army appeared in Decisive City, led by a 6th-level shield warrior. The number of this army was not as large as the number of the defenders of Decisive City, but at this moment, the defenders of Decisive City had little combat power left, they were exhausted, almost all of them were injured, and there were not many intact professionals, so they were no match for the Violet Kingdom army. Moreover, they did not intend to attack the reinforcements. Many people welcomed the reinforcements to the city. After the transmission was over, the floating fortress closed the space array and continued to fly quickly to the capital of the next province. The counterattack of Decisive province was handed over to the Northern Legion and the defenders of Decisive City. The undead outside Decisive City were not completely eliminated. They continued to rush towards Decisive City. There were still many undead in the cemetery, and they continued to walk out of the cemetery and gather towards Decisive City. With the addition of 10,000 troops from the Violet Kingdom, they could easily stop the next undead army from attacking the city. The defenders of Decisive City need time to rest and recover their physical strength, and there are still a large number of wounded who need to be treated. When the defenders of Decisive City recover a part of their combat power, Decisive province can launch a counterattack. Before that, it is necessary to confirm the ownership of Decisive province with the controller of Decisive City or the entire Decisive province. If you are willing to join the Violet Kingdom, then proceed according to the plan. If you are not willing to join the Violet Kingdom, then clean it up first. It is expected that not many people will stand up to oppose joining the Violet Kingdom. The actions of the Northern Army in Decisive Province also took place in the south and west outside the Violet Kingdom. This is a somewhat helpless choice. Zhao Yi also wanted to use his own army to quickly push everything down, but the high-end combat power reached or even exceeded most empires, and the mid-end combat power was not bad either. What was lacking was the huge army composed of low-level professionals. If only his own army was used to push forward, he would not be able to quickly occupy more land in the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. The current plan, however, can nominally occupy a large amount of land as soon as possible, and then launch a counterattack against the undead camp, with the Violet Kingdom army as the core and the local army as the auxiliary. Occupy the land first, and when the war is over, there will be time to digest the land and population. Having 5 legendary masters in charge is the biggest guarantee. The battle in Decisive City continued. The scale of the undead siege was much smaller than before the floating fortress appeared. Even so, it was still a difficult battle for the original Decisive City defenders. But now, it was mainly 10,000 Violet Kingdom troops fighting, but they were able to easily eliminate the undead that rushed over, leaving many Decisive City professionals dumbfounded. 2 rich, alchemical bombs, explosive arrows, and attack spell scrolls were thrown out as if they were free. The undead could not get close to the city wall at all. This was completely using money to destroy the undead. And looking at their weapons and equipment, there were not many damaged places, and some even used brand new weapons and equipment. The weapons and equipment of the professionals in Decisive City were already tattered because of long-term battles. During the occasional rest time, the Violet professionals would chat with the Decisive professionals and take the initiative. Many things were revealed, such as the Queen of the Violet Kingdom had been promoted to Legendary, the Violet Kingdom would become the Violet Empire, and the welfare benefits of the Violet Kingdom army, etc. The legendary strongman of the Goshawk Empire had fallen, but the neighboring Violet Kingdom had a legendary strongman. Legendary strongmen were the guarantee of a country's stability, and made it easier for people to switch to the Violet Kingdom. The welfare benefits of the Violet Kingdom army were better than before the undead disaster, which made the Decisive professionals envious, thinking that it would be great if they could be a member of the Violet Kingdom army. As long as the professionals in Decisive Province accept and yearn for the Violet Kingdom first, it will be easy for Decisive Province to integrate into the Violet Kingdom. The news that the Violet Kingdom army appeared in Decisive City, including the floating fortress flying to support, quickly spread throughout Decisive Province through the players in Decisive City. Zhou Liqui and other Lord players were overjoyed to learn that Decisive City had received support from the Violet Kingdom army. Even though the reinforcements were few and still stayed in Decisive City, the Lord players saw hope that their territories would be saved. Zhou Liqui guessed a little about the Violet Kingdom's idea. Excluding the floating fortress, the Violet Kingdom's reinforcements that came to Decisive City were relatively small, but these reinforcements were very strong. They held off the undead attacking Decisive City, and gave Decisive City's professionals time to rest. The power of the living camp was constantly being consumed, and the power of the undead camp was also constantly being consumed. As long as the defenders of Decisive City recovered some combat power, they could start a counterattack. The counterattack was centered on Decisive City, and gradually expanded to the entire Decisive Province. The strongest gathering point of living beings in Decisive Province is Decisive City, the only big city. The cemetery closest to Decisive City is also the strongest gathering point of undead in Decisive Province. Once Decisive City solves its opponents, no undead in Decisive Province can stop the reinforcements from Decisive City. A new force can break the deadlock in a region. In other regions, it is the legendary strongmen who break the deadlock. In Decisive Province, it is the reinforcements from the Violet Kingdom that break the deadlock. Now it depends on when the reinforcements can arrive. We must hold on until the reinforcements arrive. The army of Zhao Yi's territory went to war in the name of the army of the Violet Kingdom, and in the internal and external propaganda, it was also to publicize the promotion of the Violet Queen to legend. When the news of the Violet Queen's promotion to legend gradually spread, the players of the Violet Kingdom were the most unbelievable. Oh my god, the Queen was promoted to legend. It's only been a few years since she was promoted from the 7th level to legend. It's too fast, faster than us players destroying the undead and upgrading. The Violet Queen was promoted to legend. The army of the Violet Kingdom has appeared in the territories of the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire. The Violet Kingdom must have taken the opportunity to seize the land of the two empires. The Violet Kingdom will also become the Violet Empire. We should call her Her Majesty in the future. Those guys have always said that the Purple Star Alliance has no development potential in a kingdom. Now, the Violet Kingdom is about to become an empire, and the Purple Star Alliance's development potential has greatly increased. Let's see what they can say. The players of the Violet Kingdom posted on the forum to show off, and the members of the Purple Star Alliance were also discussing in the group. They also found it hard to believe that the Violet Queen became a legendary powerhouse. Although it was hard to believe, the Queen's promotion to a legendary and having Jianshan as a backer was a good thing for the Purple Star Alliance. The development of the Purple Star Alliance has long been stagnant, and because of the heavy losses in this war, with the expansion of the Violet Kingdom, the Purple Star Alliance will soon be able to recruit new members. Looking at the information discussed by the members in the large group, Gu Ying sighed secretly. It was a pity that she failed to recommend herself to the Queen. If she could be reused by the Queen, perhaps her territory could be developed into a dukedom. The Queen is really a potential stock. Currently, only players from the Violet Kingdom, the Eagle Empire, and the Glory Empire are paying attention to the changes in the Violet Kingdom. Players from other countries are all paying attention to the changes in their own countries or surrounding countries. There are still a large number of Anti-Chen Alliance Lord players in the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire, and they also have their own regional alliances. The Purple Chen Alliance is very strong, and they think they are not bad, and they are not afraid of competing with the Purple Chen Alliance. The key is that the Purple Chen Alliance comes from the Violet Kingdom, but they will be a new member of the land, and they are worried that the Violet Kingdom will treat them differently. With the Violet Kingdom ruled by a legendary strongman, they dare not resist at all, and a casual attack from the legendary strongman may wipe out their territory and the main city. Now the Lord players of the Anti-Chen Alliance camp just thought about it. Their territories were still being attacked by the undead. The most important thing was to hold on and get reinforcements to relieve the territories. The Violet Kingdom took action, and the army had entered the southern border of the Goshawk Empire and the northern border of the Glory Empire. There were diehards of the two empires who reported to the capital. The two empires quickly crowned the first heir to the king after the death of their own emperor. Faced with the actions of the Violet Kingdom, they chose to ignore it. The Violet Kingdom advertised that there was only one legendary strongman in charge, and Jianshan was the backer. As the former top forces, they all knew that the Violet Kingdom was not that simple. The Violet Queen might be a member of the Void. With the Violet Queen, the Void Force had 5 legendary strongmen fighting in the peak battle. Especially 2 of the top strongmen, the Dragon Speaker and his dragon, were also related to the Dragon Clan. A small Violet Kingdom, the background is already broken. The legendary strongman has fallen, and it is unable to resist any action of the Violet Kingdom. It only hopes to keep the core area of the Empire, and continue to pass it on as a kingdom in the future. Perhaps one day, a new legendary strongman will be born to recast the glory of the Empire. Chapter 298. Taking advantage of the war to expand the territory, not only the Violet Kingdom is doing it, but also all the countries with legendary masters in the Origin continent are doing it. During the calamity of the undead, the legendary masters agreed that countries should not attack each other. Now that the calamity of the undead is about to end, no legendary master will care about this agreement. The legendary masters all tacitly agree to expand the sphere of influence of each family in the final stage of the calamity of the undead. The calamity of the undead has lasted for many years, and the Origin continent has lost too many people. Even if a group of countries do not expand their territories, it will take a long time to restore the population before the calamity of the undead. However, the monarch's greed for land has never changed. They hope that their countries will gain more land, and even dream of occupying the entire Origin continent. The Violet Kingdom took the lead in attacking the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. The surrounding countries that had ideas about the land of the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire also took action after seeing the actions of the Violet Kingdom. Before the undead on the land of their own country were completely cleared, they hurriedly sent a large army into the land of the Eagle Empire or the Glory Empire. The Violet Kingdom was the first to take action and was also the fastest to acquire land. Considering its own digestion capacity, after occupying a total of about 9 million square kilometers of land in the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire, the floating fortress stopped moving forward. The Violet Kingdom's homeland, about 1.3 million square kilometers of land. Before the decisive battle, the Goshawk Empire had a territory of 9.5 million square kilometers, and the Glory Empire had a territory of 8.9 million square kilometers. The Violet Kingdom occupied a total of 9 million square kilometers of land in the two empires, making the Violet Kingdom's territory reach 10.3 million square kilometers at once. It is expected that the territory of the kingdom will be ranked in the middle among the hundreds of empires on the Origin continent. In fact, the 10 million square kilometers of land is not much for Zhao Yi. He has successively obtained 2 super-large demiplanes, each with an area of more than 10 million square kilometers. Even if the Violet Kingdom does not expand on the origin continent, there is still enough space for development. The demiplane is the foundation of a country or a force, and it is very important. But the land on the origin continent is also very important to all countries, and it is a manifestation of the strength of a country. The lands that monarchs gave to nobles would only be lands on the origin continent, not lands in the demiplane. Also, don't think that Zhao Yi has large demiplanes and super large demiplanes. These are all opened by Zhao Yi from the treasure chest. In fact, among the top indigenous forces, there are few forces with large demiplanes, and even fewer forces with super large demiplanes. High-level professionals don't care about the lower-level civilians, but they also know that population is very important, and more land is needed to feed more people. Demands from all sides led to wars between countries for land. The Violet Kingdom took away a total of 9 million square kilometers of land from the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire, leaving only 9.4 million square kilometers of land for the Eagle Empire and the Glory Sweet Potato. After being downgraded, the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire must at least retain 1 million square kilometers of land each, leaving only 7.4 million square kilometers of land that can be divided up by other countries, or even less. The Violet family took away 9 million square kilometers of land, which would obviously make other families dissatisfied. The Violet Kingdom is surrounded on 3 sides by the Eagle Empire and the Glory Empire. If the Eagle Empire, the Glory Empire, and the Violet Kingdom were one, they would also be surrounded on 3 sides by the 5 empires, leaving only the sea side without enemies. The 5 empires from north to south are the Giant Bear Empire, the Avino Empire, the Anisha Empire, the Codasian Empire, and the Soya Empire. The Eagle Empire borders the Avino Empire, the Giant Bear Empire, and the Anisha Empire, and the Glory Empire borders the Soya Empire, the Codasian Empire, and the Anisha Empire. The Anisha Empire borders both the Goshawk Empire and the Glory Empire, but the Anisha Empire did not participate in the land grab, and the only legendary strongman in the Anisha Empire died in the war. The Avino Empire and the Codasian Empire, which border the Anisha Empire, fought for the land of the Goshawk Empire or the Glory Empire while fighting for the land of the Anisha Empire. In addition, the Giant Bear Empire also lost a legendary strongman in this war, but the Giant Bear Empire has a total of 3 legendary strongmen. The death of a legendary strongman has a great impact on the Giant Bear Empire, but the Giant Bear Empire did not miss this opportunity to expand its territory. The Anisha Empire is going to be removed from the list, and the only empires that are directly competing with the Violet Kingdom are the 4 major empires. The 4 major empires have only 6 legendary masters in total, and there is no top legendary master who can fight against Zhao Yi or Melissa, but the 4 major empires each have allies, and the combined strength is not small. Overall, it seems unlikely to cause a conflict. It's just a matter of eating more meat or less meat. The Violet Kingdom eats more meat, but the Violet Kingdom is strong enough, and no one wants to go to war with the Violet Kingdom. The rise of the Violet Kingdom is inevitable. A single country is the strongest and there will be no conflict, but there is a very high possibility that they will unite to suppress the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom is not afraid of war, but it can no longer take in more land. It has stopped its expansion and focused on clearing the undead in the country, and solving the problem of accommodating the newly occupied land. Basically, half a day after the Violet Kingdom's reinforcements arrived at the capitals of the provinces in the new land, the original defender's strength was partially restored, and the counterattack on the new land was about to begin. New land, newly occupied land, old land, original land of the Violet Kingdom. With the arrival of the reinforcements of the Violet Kingdom, after learning about the strength of the Violet Kingdom, most of the indigenous forces in the new land chose to pledge allegiance to the Violet Queen without hesitation. At the same time, the commander of the reinforcements obtained the command of the city garrison. Due to the limitations of the Violet Kingdom's own strength, the indigenous garrisons in the new land are very important, and they are now named the Violet Kingdom's army. When the war between the living camp and the undead camp is completely over, they will gradually be reorganized. The ultimate goal is to make the armies of these new land nobles completely become the armies of the kingdom, empire. In this case, the losses of the new land army during the counterattack cannot be too great. New weapons and equipment, as well as various alchemical props, will rearm the new army and greatly improve its combat effectiveness. Coupled with timely rescue and the promised salary equal to that of the Violet Kingdom army, the lower the level of the new land professionals, the higher their favorability and loyalty to the Violet Kingdom. Everything is ready, and the counterattack begins. On the broken city wall, more alchemical bombs were thrown out, sweeping away the undead in a large area outside the city. The professionals jumped out of the city wall directly, only falling a meter or two, stepping on the piled-up undead wreckage, rushing towards the undead, and easily destroying all the undead in front of them. Whether it was during the undead disaster or before the undead disaster, it was the first time for the professionals in Shindy to experience such an easy battle. Under the power of money, they felt for the first time that the undead were so fragile and collapsed at the touch of a button. Seeing such a battle scene, a large number of new land professionals had almost the same idea in their minds. If only I had lived in the Violet Kingdom before. During the undead disaster, most new land professionals had relatives and friends killed by the undead. The strength shown by the Violet Kingdom made the new land professionals more and more aware that the Violet Kingdom was stronger than the Goshawk Empire, and was more capable of protecting its citizens. Just like on the Blue Star, all humans want to live in a rich, peaceful, and powerful country. Almost no one is willing to immigrate to a poor, backward, war-torn country. It is the same on the origin continent. Civilians and low-level professionals all hope that their country will be rich, peaceful, and powerful. The three new lands have launched counterattacks one after another. The cities that have been completely relieved will soon receive a large amount of living supplies from their old places. Living supplies are mainly food. The lower-class civilians, who occupy the largest population in the city, are most lacking in food. The upper class of the city does not care about the lower-class civilians. Now this city has a new ruler. The new ruler cares very much about the lives of the lower-class civilians. At least at this stage, they can have enough food and will not starve to death. When the war between the living and undead camps is completely over, it will be difficult to see undead on the origin continent, and the land will no longer be eroded by the power of death. Under the purification of the sun, the land can be cultivated again in a few months. With a large area of arable land, the lower-class civilians can feed themselves. With more food, the lower-class civilians give birth to more children, the population grows rapidly, and the country can develop rapidly. Not only did Zhao Yi send daily necessities to the cities that had been relieved, but he also sent some military supplies to the indigenous cities that were still fighting in the new land and the territory of the Qin country players, so that they could hold on until the reinforcements arrived. The Violet Kingdom has gained another wave of goodwill. The neutral player territories and the anti-Qin alliance player territories in the new land did not receive military supplies. The Lord players learned the news through the forum or other channels, and their faces became very ugly. Without military supplies, they don't know whether their territories can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Even if the territories are relieved, they will definitely be suppressed by the Qin players in the future in the Violet Kingdom. As for the fact that they did not receive military supplies, while the Qin Lord players received military supplies, their first reaction was to think of the Purple Qin Alliance. Among the players in the Violet Kingdom, the Purple Qin Alliance is the only one that dominates. The Purple Qin Alliance must have signed some agreement with the Violet Kingdom, or an agreement related to the players of Qin country, and other non-Qin country players were excluded. They would never have thought that the truth of the matter had nothing to do with what they thought, and this change occurred entirely because the emperor of the upcoming Violet Empire was a Qin country player. The Qin country player camp and the anti-Qin alliance camp fought for almost 2 years, and only stopped the internal fighting after the intervention of the indigenous forces, and the small actions in secret have never stopped. The two sides have accumulated deep hatred. Even if Zhao Yi, who became the emperor, did not attack the lords of the anti-Qin alliance players in the country, they would be deeply afraid when they knew that the emperor was a Qin player. It can be said that no matter whether Zhao Yi attacked the lords of the anti-Qin alliance players or not, they would become a domestic instability factor, so it is better to deal with them now. The indigenous forces can be used, the Qin players can be used, and the neutral players can be considered for use. Only the anti-Qin alliance players cannot be used. This is determined by Zhao Yi's identity as a Qin player. The counterattack of the living camp is still going on. It is April 8th, the 9th day of the decisive battle between the living camp and the undead camp. At night, the clouds of disaster in the sky gradually begin to dissipate. When the clouds of disaster are almost dissipated, the teleportation array can be used again, which can make one thing easier. Convenient to escape. The teleportation array can be used, but it can't play a big role in the counterattack of most forces in the living camp. It takes magic crystals to activate the teleportation array. In the war between the living camp and the undead camp over the years, a large amount of magic crystals have been consumed. Including players, all forces have not much magic crystal reserves, and are reluctant to use the remaining magic crystals to teleport the army. Fortunately, magic crystals are renewable resources, and the situation of supernatural power declining rapidly due to a sharp drop in magic crystal reserves, or even consumption will not occur. For some player territories and indigenous cities that can no longer hold on, reinforcements have not been seen for a long time, and the city is about to be broken. The teleportation array can be used. They still have a few magic crystals in their hands, so they can take a small number of people to escape through the teleportation array. It is better than coexisting and dying with the territory. Only by living can there be a future. Everyone try to hold on. The clouds of disaster are dissipating. When the sun appears tomorrow, the undead army will definitely retreat to the cemetery. We have a day to rest and wait for reinforcements. Forum similar posts were flooded in a short period of time. Players who saw hope fought desperately against the undead, hoping to see light return to the world. However, many player territories and indigenous cities were devoured by the undead army before they could receive reinforcements or wait for the teleportation array to be reactivated. Before the arrival of a new day, the remaining undead army on the origin continent hurriedly retreated to the cemetery. Watching the undead retreating quickly, the exhausted professionals on the broken city walls fell directly to the ground. The war is not over yet, but they can finally have a long rest period. A large number of players are waiting for the system panel to pop up and show the results of yesterday's battle. The first ray of sunlight at dawn dispels the 9-day darkness, allowing the creatures to feel the light and warmth again. Victory! Long live! Cheers rang out at the gathering points of creatures everywhere on the origin continent. It was mainly the civilians who did not participate in the battle who were cheering. It was good enough for the exhausted professionals to show a smile. They had no energy to cheer. More professionals fell asleep directly where they had been fighting. The players cheered, the natives cheered, and other creatures cheered. But soon, the players on Blue Star could no longer cheer. Because a new day had arrived, but the system panel did not pop up. Players could call out the system panel, but found that only card pack and exit game were left on the system panel desktop, and other icons such as personal, forum, address book, and treasure box had all disappeared. Also, when a new day arrived, players who were browsing the forum, in the blink of an eye, the page on the system panel returned from the forum to the desktop, and there was still only card pack and exit game on the desktop. What happened? Where are the other icons? Where are forum and address book? For most low-level players, forum and address book are the most important. On Blue Star, many people can live alone, but they cannot live without the internet, computers, and mobile phones. As long as they have them, they will not feel lonely. Forum and address book are far inferior to the internet on Blue Star, but they can also let them quickly understand what is happening in the outside world, which is their main form of entertainment. Now the forum and address book are gone. They don't know what happened. Even with their family around, they feel lonely quickly. Maybe there is just a temporary problem with the system. It will be restored soon. In Zhaocheng, at dawn, the system panel did not pop up. Zhao immediately felt the seriousness of the problem. According to the indigenous people, it was the gods who summoned the heroes from another world to enter their world. This god refers to the god of creation and life. The god of creation and life controls the realm of life, while the god of destruction and death controls the realm of death. When the undead from the realm of death appear in the realm of life, it means that the two gods are fighting. The system panel unique to Blue Star players comes from the god of creation and life. Now there is a problem with the system panel. Perhaps it is the god of creation and life that has a problem. This is a very scary thing. If the legendary strongmen on the origin continent knew about this, they might feel uneasy or even panic. The legendary masters are worried that the god of destruction and death will defeat the god of creation and life. Legends are just ants in front of God, and can be killed with just one look. This is Zhao Yi's conjecture about the Aborigines' statement. Zhao Yi didn't believe it at first. Before, Zhao Yi believed in another conjecture. In the game world, there is a supreme will. Whether it is the world of life or the world of death, or the two gods, they are all under the control of the supreme will. It is the supreme will that put the Blue Star humans into the game world, and it is the supreme will that gives the Blue Star humans a system panel, so that the Blue Star humans can eliminate the undead and upgrade. Under this assumption, the battle between the two gods will not affect the supreme will, nor the system panel. Now, there's a problem with the system panel, which makes the truth lean towards the former. Only the strong will consider things about God, and the weak will only care about forum and address book. Forum and address book have substitutes on the origin continent, which is the market trading network. The technology is ready, the internet and computers can be made, only smartphones are still far behind. The problem is that for low-level players, the computers in the game world will be very expensive, And the internet fees will also be very expensive, which is difficult for low-level professionals to afford. If Xiao Yi wants to develop the internet in his own territory, he can build an internet cafe, and low-level professionals can go to the internet cafe to surf the internet. As the country continues to develop and the national wealth grows, even civilians will be able to go to the internet cafe to surf the internet. Whether it is the strong or the weak among the Blue Star players, now they have various emotions because of the problems with the system panel. Soon, even the indigenous forces knew that there was a problem with the system panel that the God-given hero of the other world had given him. Why is there only card pack and exit game on my system panel? The system panel is broken? What happened? Why did the system panel become like this? The Blue Star players, who often posted on the forum when something happened, now said these words, and then they walked out of their homes to find the Blue Star players closest to them and asked about their situation. There was a problem with the system panel, and a large number of players became impatient, as if their mobile phones were broken on Blue Star. Some players tried the only remaining card pack and exit game on the system panel. They can all be opened by clicking Open Card Pack. The original cards are all there, and the cards can also be used to summon items. Click Exit Game, and two options Confirm and Cancel will appear. Some players actually click Confirm to leave the game world. In Yicheng, Xiao Yi's clone, Lin Mengyao frowned slightly and asked Xiao Yi, "Why did the system panel become like this?" The players in Yicheng all ran to the streets, and most of them could not calm down. I don't know either. It's okay as long as there is a problem with the system panel and other places are not affected. Let's go to the broadcast center and comfort the players. Xiao Yi's clone and Lin Mengyao flew to the broadcast center. At this time, some members of the Zichen League planned to go to Yicheng. If the sky falls, there will be a tall person to support it. In the eyes of the members of the Zichen League, if something big happens, it is right to find the leader. The problem with the system panel has a small or big impact on Xiao Yi. The most important functions of the system panel for Xiao Yi are treasure box and points mall. Points and treasure boxes allow Xiao Yi's territory to develop rapidly and his strength to increase rapidly. In less than 5.5 years, Xiao Yi has grown into a legendary strongman, and his own power is relatively strong among the top indigenous forces. Blue Star players get points and treasure boxes by destroying the undead. The undead on the origin continent will soon be wiped out, and points and treasure boxes will no longer be obtained. As a legendary strongman, Xiao Yi cannot do things like raising undead, so he can consider how to go to the realm of death. Points and treasure chests cannot be obtained in the future, so they are meaningless. The key is that there are still many treasure chests in the treasure chest, and there are also newly obtained sacred treasure chests. Unfortunately, the sacred treasure chest cannot be opened, so it can only be kept in the treasure chest. There are also many treasure chests under the sacred treasure chest in the treasure chest. Xiao Yi plans to open them after the war. Not counting the sacred treasure chest, the value is also very high. There are also points in trillions in the points mall. It seems that Xiao Yi's forces may have become the wealthiest forces in the living camp. No matter how much wealth you have, you will never be satisfied. For professionals, the most important thing is training resources, followed by weapons, equipment, treasures, etc. With so many points in hand, you can exchange a large number of points in the points mall. So many treasure boxes, so many points, all gone. Xiao Yi felt heartbroken when he thought about it. Why didn't he use them up in advance? It's such a pity. Chapter 299. The changes in the system panel made all Blue Star players feel uncomfortable, but not many Blue Star players chose to quit the game. Everyone has lived in the game world for more than 5 years. When they first entered the game world, they really thought about upgrading to increase their Blue Star body's lifespan, health, and return to youth. After living in the game world for a long time, many people have already regarded the game world as their second world, their second home. No matter how bad life is in the game world, if they can persist, they will continue to live there. Even if they cannot upgrade their levels, it is a disguised way to increase their lifespan and experience life in another world. Wait until you are tired of playing, then return to Blue Star. In the territories of the surviving players, the professionals are taking the time to rest. If there are no reinforcements during the day, the undead will attack the territory after dark. You must take advantage of the daytime to recover more combat power, resist the undead siege, and hold on until the reinforcements arrive. During the day, the undead hide in the cemetery. The legendary strongmen in better condition personally enter the cemetery one by one and clear the undead in the cemetery. The Violet Kingdom has not done this yet. Now is the last chance for Xiao Yi's professionals to upgrade. When the undead on the origin continent are completely eliminated, there will be no such rapid upgrade opportunities in the future. If the forum is still available now, there will definitely be a lot of posts about killing the undead to upgrade. Content. Blue Star players can quickly improve their strength after entering the game world because they can kill the undead and quickly upgrade. Under Zhao Yi, dozens of Lord players have been promoted to the 7th level in the decisive battle between the living camp and the undead camp. But there will be no undead in the future, and Blue Star players can no longer upgrade quickly. If they want to upgrade in the future, they can only rely on themselves to practice slowly. The player's body does not have a talent level for cultivation, and the normal cultivation speed will never exceed the level of a 2-star talent professional. The only exception is the player who has changed his job to a blood warlock. Without the elimination of undead, it is impossible to obtain treasure chests and advancement stones. When the advancement stones in the hands of the Blue Star players are exhausted, the strength of the Blue Star player camp can no longer be improved, and it will only continue to decline with the loss of personnel. This kind of thing is also known by the high-level professionals of the indigenous people. Especially now, they are more and more relieved about the heroes of the other world. I just don't know what they will think when they learn that a hero from another world has been promoted to a legend, or a perfect legend. Zhao Yi and Melissa have both reached the maximum level, and the important people around them have also become high-level professionals. Moreover, the professionals under Zhao Yi are mainly indigenous people, and the proportion of combat professional players is very small. In the future, the inability to eliminate the undead and upgrade quickly will have a relatively small impact on Zhao Yi. Now is the last chance for rapid upgrades. The Lord players have seen this and are actively preparing. However, the night did not come, the undead did not come out to attack the city, but the Lord players attacked the cemetery. Then a piece of bad news spread through the market network to all parts of the origin continent. You can no longer gain experience by destroying the undead. The changes in the system panel can no longer show how much experience a person has gained, but there are combat professional players who are about to upgrade, who have killed so many undead and have never upgraded. It is confirmed that they can no longer gain experience by destroying the undead. First, the system panel changes, then it is no longer possible to gain experience by destroying the undead. The changes seem to be very reasonable. With the former, players are more likely to accept the latter. Anyway, the undead are almost wiped out, and there will be no undead to wipe out in the future. If you can't get experience now, then don't get it. Zhao Yi originally wanted to upgrade his subordinates again. Since he couldn't continue to gain experience, he started legends, epics, and kings of the Violet Kingdom spread out and cleared the undead in the cemeteries one by one. The 4 tool dragons followed Zhao Yi's orders and joined the task of clearing the cemetery. As soon as possible, eliminate all the undead in the cemeteries of the old and new lands of the Violet Kingdom, and then initially complete the integration of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom can be promoted to the Violet Empire, and Zhao Yi will be crowned as the Emperor. There are too many things to deal with here. From the Violet Kingdom to the Violet Empire, the territory increased from 1.3 million square kilometers to 10.3 million square kilometers. The area of a province is generally 100,000 square kilometers to 200,000 square kilometers. There are more than 60 provinces on the 10.3 million square kilometers of land, which is very troublesome to manage. The Violet Kingdom is different from other empires. In other empires, there are territories directly under the state and fiefs of nobles. The fiefs of nobles are managed by the nobles themselves, especially the princely fiefdoms, which can reach an area of 1 million square kilometers or even more. With less land directly under the state, the trouble of management is reduced a lot. But in the Violet Kingdom, Zhao Yi will grant his subordinates titles, but not fiefs. Zhao Yi has already discussed this matter with Elliot, Rodolfo, Arnold, Cece and others. No nobles will not be granted fiefs, but they will receive a salary that matches their titles, and they will also receive a salary for their positions in the kingdom. Nobles have fiefs, and they need to manage their territories to make money, not only to meet the cultivation needs of themselves and their clansmen, but also to support a territory army. Without fiefs, nobles do not need to support an army, and it is completely no problem to get salaries to meet the cultivation needs of themselves and their clansmen. Moreover, not all nobles can manage their territories well. This is the difference between an iron rice bowl and a private enterprise. Private enterprises may go bankrupt, but an iron rice bowl is always an iron rice bowl. Zhao Yi and his confidants made a preliminary plan, and then asked them to test the ideas of other people in the territory. They found that only a few people were obsessed with the fiefdom, most people didn't care about the fiefdom or the noble salary, and some people preferred the noble salary. The few people who were obsessed with the fiefdom were mainly influenced by tradition. A few people did not affect the execution of the plan. As time passed, I believe they would be able to see which choice was better, the fiefdom or the noble salary. Zhao Yi also had some ideas about the titles. The titles on the origin continent were Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Princes are divided into upper and lower ranks, and dukes to barons are divided into 3 ranks. Zhao Yi wants to abolish the prince title, and no longer divide it into 3 ranks. The 8th level professional is the duke, the 7th level professional is the marquis, the 6th level professional is the earl, the 5th level professional is the viscount, and the 4th level professional is the baron. Below the baron is a knight. Regardless of the rank of the professional, as long as you have made great contributions to the country, you can become a knight. Here, knight represents a title. After thinking carefully, Zhao Yi temporarily gave up the idea of changing the title. The titles of various countries on the origin continent are the same. The Violet Kingdom has changed, and other countries have not changed. The same 4th level professional is only a baron in the Violet Kingdom, but an earl in other countries. The earl's status is higher than that of a baron, which is embarrassing. When the Violet Empire becomes the overlord of the origin continent, consider changing the title. Back to the noble fiefdom, after the establishment of the Violet Empire, the newly granted title will not be granted with fiefdom, and even the original nobles of the old and new land will have to give up their fiefdoms. The nobles of the old land are easy to say, but why would the nobles with land in the new land choose to give up their fiefdoms? The reason is simple. The war between the living and the undead camps is about to end. Too many people have died in this war. The family foundation of the new nobles has basically been exhausted. The territory is still there, but there is a lack of population, lack of funds for reconstruction, and everything else. It is extremely difficult to develop the territory to the level before the war. It is better to give up the fiefdom and receive the noble salary. From the Violet Kingdom to the Violet Empire, the country is also short of officials. The nobles will take up various positions, such as the governor of a city, which is another salary. Most of the nobles in the new lands choose the former, compared to the need to invest a large amount of money in the post-disaster reconstruction of the territory. Of course, there are a few nobles in the new lands who are unwilling to give up their territories. Under the general trend, these few nobles in the new lands are insignificant. In an empire, the emperor will worry about the problems of the nobles as a whole, but not the problems of a few nobles. If all the nobles have problems, it means that the rule of most areas of the empire will have problems, and the legendary strongman cannot create so many people to take over the areas with problems. If a small number of nobles have problems, just kill or expel them and replace them with another group. Building a country is not something that can be established by a few strong men, and ruling a country is not something that can be done by just a few strong men. Compared with the indigenous nobles, there is another important group that needs to be dealt with, that is, the lord players. For an indigenous army, whoever gives money to the army will be loyal to him. However, if it is replaced by a player army, it is difficult to gain the loyalty of the players by giving money to the players. The most important point is that the players have the retreat of Blue Star. After living in the game world for more than 5 years, players have integrated into this world. There is a way out, but players have not fully integrated into this world. Fortunately, due to strength problems and only one life, players cannot become the so-called 4th disaster in this game world. Territory is very important for Lord players. The first and most important point is that through the territory, Lord players can get better treasure chests, more points, and more combat career experience. Finally, you will achieve the goal of upgrading your own level. After returning to Blue Star, your lifespan will increase, your body will be healthy, and you will regain your youth. By the way, you can earn some wealth from Blue Star and continue to enjoy a luxurious life on Blue Star. The second point is to start from your own territory and dominate the world. For the first point, treasure chests, points, and combat professional experience all appear because of the undead. The undead are about to be completely destroyed, so the first point is no longer important to the players. The second point has become the most important point. When I first entered the game world, the proportion of Lord players who wanted to dominate the world was small. Now, after more than 5 years as Lords, Lord players have developed ambitions of varying sizes. When Zhao Yi was weak, he wanted to be a king and an emperor, and other Lord players were expected to do the same. Only by owning your own territory and developing it can you have the foundation to be a king and an emperor. Without a territory and not many subordinates, even if the player is promoted to a high-level professional, there is no way to rule a country alone. To a certain extent, Lord players are more obsessed with fiefdoms than native nobles. For Lord players, Zhao Yi initially planned to cancel the titles of the Anti-Qin Alliance Lord players and expel them from the country only after the establishment of the empire. The Lord players of Qin country and neutral Lord players will not move for the time being, and then give a choice. If the Lord player wants to take up other positions in the country, he must give up the fiefdom. In the future, he will no longer be able to obtain points and treasure chests, and the development speed of the player's territory will be greatly reduced, and there will even be a regression. Maybe some Lord players will choose to give up the fiefdom. The specific situation depends on the changes in the current situation. All empires have princes' territories. The Violet Kingdom, which is about to become an empire, does not have a single prince's territory on the 10.3 million square kilometers of land, and there will not even be a duke's territory. The administrative division of the Violet Kingdom is that the provinces are directly under the country. The entire Violet Kingdom has more than 60 provinces, which is a big problem in management. As the number of provinces increases in the future, the problem will become more serious, so Zhao Yi wants to add another administrative unit between the country and the province. The newly added administrative unit is state, and the area of a state should be about the same as that of a prince's territory or a kingdom. The old land of the Violet Kingdom can be turned into the Violet State, and the 9 million square kilometers of land in the 3 new lands can be integrated into 6 states, and 2 states in the new land can be stationed with a legion. Country, state, province, county, town, village, except for state, all other are common administrative levels on the origin continent. As a lord, Zhao Yi is not alone, and he speaks out what he thinks directly in the territory meeting. If the ministers feel that it is unreasonable, they will take the initiative to persuade Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is also a reasonable person, and in most cases, he will not force something that is not feasible. If the ministers feel that it is reasonable, they will continue to improve the plan proposed by Zhao Yi, and finally they will implement it. Since Britney became the queen of the Violet Kingdom, a group of people from the territory have entered the Violet Kingdom Center to learn how to manage a country. There are tens of millions of people in each of the 2 large demi-planes. Managing so many people is enough to train a large number of officials. The upcoming Violet Empire will not lack qualified officials to keep the Violet Empire running effectively. The battle between the living camp and the undead camp is still going on. As night falls, a large number of undead continue to rush out of the cemetery that has not been emptied by the living strongmen. Outside some cemeteries, the human army directly set up a defense line, and the 2 sides fought outside the cemetery. There were also a large number of undead rushing out of the cemetery and rushing towards the gathering points of the living. After a day of rest, although a large number of player territories did not receive reinforcements, their combat power had recovered a lot, and they could still defend against the incoming undead army. The most important thing is that the war lasted until the 10th day. In the first 9 days, a large number of undead had been consumed. Now, the number of undead is getting smaller and smaller, and the size and strength of the siege undead army are rapidly declining. Even if the powerful creatures do not take the initiative to clean up the cemetery, it will take a few days for the undead in the origin continent and the ocean to be exhausted, and the number of destroyed player territories will be greatly reduced. There is no experience gained by destroying the undead, which makes players eager to end the war quickly. In just 10 days of war, the territory suffered heavy losses and development regressed by several years. Without points, treasure chests, and the inability to destroy the undead to quickly upgrade, it may take decades for the territory to restore its pre-war strength. A large number of Lord players feel tired, and there is no place to complain. All forces can see that the war between the living camp and the undead camp will eventually end with the living camp completely destroying the undead camp. What should be done after the war? Rest and recuperation become the focus. Expanding territory, for countries with legendary strongmen, can be completed in the final stage of the war, and there is no need to think about expanding territory after the war. Although the monarchs are eager for more land, all countries on the origin continent have suffered heavy losses in the war with the undead camp for so many years. Some empires lost their only legendary masters, and their empires were reduced to kingdoms. Some kingdoms were devoured by the army of the undead, and the entire country was destroyed. Each country suffered heavy losses. After the war with the undead camp ended, there was no need to continue to wage war for land. All countries needed time to recuperate and restore their national strength. In the future, most areas on the origin continent will be sparsely populated, and even if people are migrated from some demi-planes, this situation cannot be changed immediately. High-level professionals have a long lifespan, and the rate of human reproduction is not slow. The population of the lower-level civilians can double in 20 years. Perhaps in 100 years, the population can be restored to the level before the undead disaster. Soon, the origin continent will fall into a peace that may have never been seen or rarely seen. After all, even without the invasion of the undead, wars will also occur between indigenous countries. The origin continent gathers hundreds of countries, and there will not be a year of peace without any war. On the 11th day of the decisive battle between the living and undead camps, the Violet Kingdom took the lead in clearing out all the undead in the territory. Perhaps only a few places still have some undead left, and they can no longer affect the development of the Violet Kingdom. The next step is to quickly integrate the new land, and let it initially integrate into the country, and then the new emperor will be crowned. Zhao Yi set the date of his coronation as emperor on June 1st. Now there are still 50 days before June 1st, so there is still enough time to prepare. 50 days will also allow the new land to be initially integrated into the country. The coronation will be held in the capital of the Violet Kingdom. Zhaocheng is not suitable to be the capital of a country for the time being. The most important reason is that there are too many things in Zhaocheng that Zhao Yi does not want the outside world to find out. When Zhao Yi is crowned as the emperor, he will invite legendary masters to come. Ordinary hiding methods will not have much effect on legendary masters. Now we will deal with those things that need to be hidden, and consider moving the capital to Zhaocheng after the coronation. Zhao Yi has a sky city, but it is not suitable as a capital of a country. Once the sky city moves, it cannot be reached through the teleportation array. As a capital of the political, military, economic, and educational centers, it is better to be fixed in one location. Moreover, the space of the sky city is limited. The city on the ground can be continuously expanded to accommodate more people. The sky city cannot be used as a capital. Referring to the magic city, Zhao Yi plans to build his sky city into a magic city, a magic research city. Alchemy, pharmaceuticals, magic materials, etc. are all research objects. There are not many ordinary people living in the sky city. Once the war comes, the mages in the sky city can control the sky city to fight. At the beginning of the peak battle, 3 sky cities appeared. The combat power of the mage city was even equal to that of the other 2 sky cities. The mages in the mage city made great contributions. Even low-level mages could unite to cast powerful attack spells. Zhao Yi has the Earth Legion under his command. With a book of contract, he can shorten the training time of the mages and quickly reach the level of joint casting. Such a contract book is very rare. Without a contract book, you can only rely on long-term training. The Violet Kingdom, which has cleared the undead in its territory, is working hard to integrate the 3 new lands into itself. After the Violet Kingdom, countries on the origin continent have successively cleared the undead in their territories, and then, like the Violet Kingdom, they have worked hard to integrate the newly occupied lands into themselves. Countries with legendary strongmen can launch counterattacks, while countries without legendary strongmen cannot get any support at all. They can only continue to defend the city, recover some combat power during the day, and continue to fight the undead at night. There is no support without reason. If you want the legendary strongman to take action, the kingdom that has no ability to launch a counterattack must pay a sufficient price. However, the kingdoms that have exhausted their resources in the disaster of the undead have nothing to offer to the legendary strongman, and they can't even afford to ask the epic strongman to take action. They can only continue to defend the city, and rely on the city's defense to wear down the attacking undead little by little. The undead have been exhausted. If they hold on for a few more days, they will be able to eliminate all the undead in the territory without counterattack. Many kings are probably still thankful that the surrounding empires did not annex their countries. This is not because the empire is merciful, but because the 2 empires with a small gap in strength need a buffer zone, and do not want too many borders between the 2 empires. The more borders there are, the more troops need to be deployed on the border, and it is easier to cause conflicts and then wars. There is a kingdom in the middle as a buffer zone, the border area is greatly reduced, and the troops deployed on the border are greatly reduced, so there is no need to worry about a kingdom daring to invade your empire. Even if the kingdom, which is a buffer zone, suddenly loses its king, and has no successor, the neighboring empire may try to find a 7th-level professional to serve as the king. In addition, the land of the kingdom is mostly barren. As time goes by, no matter what method is used, the number of undead on the origin continent is rapidly decreasing. On April 14th, the 15th day of the decisive battle, there are almost no traces of undead on the origin continent. The legendary masters went into the sea to check, but they did not find any undead. The legendary masters stood up together and announced, "The living camp won the war. The undead camp was completely destroyed. The disaster of the undead is completely over. Peace has come." Chapter 300. Finally we won, and finally we completely wiped out all the undead. Humans no longer have to worry about the undead rushing over after nightfall. In the human cities on the Origin continent, civilians walked out of their homes, cheered loudly, and sang and danced. After being trapped in the small city for so many years, their lives were really too bad. The war was finally over. Even though the land outside was bare, and without the undead, it would not take a few months for the sun to purify the power of death in the land, and the land could be cultivated again. Moreover, with so many people dead, every civilian family still alive can get more land than they can cultivate, and at least they won't have to worry about food anymore. In these years, too many people around them have starved to death. On April 14th, a new holiday was born, Victory Day, which can also be called Victory Festival. Such an important holiday must be celebrated in a big way. At least the Violet Kingdom must celebrate in a big way. All kinds of daily necessities produced in the demiplane are packed in large space storage props and delivered to the cities, under the rule of the Violet Kingdom through the teleportation array, and distributed to all people for free, even in the player's territory. Whether it was the native cities or the player territories, the people shouted "Long live the Queen" to celebrate the Victory Day. The celebration lasted until the night. Every city where the Jiao Yi territory army was stationed would have colorful magic fireworks blooming in the sky like New Year's Eve. A new day arrived, and the human beings began to recuperate, and then the monarchs and nobles had a headache. In the war with the undead camp, the loss of their own territory was too serious, so serious that they did not know how to carry out post-disaster reconstruction for a while, and some countries needed to deal with the newly acquired land. No matter what other countries do, everything in the Violet Kingdom is proceeding in an orderly manner. In fact, the first thing a country has to do is the same, which is to deal with the undead debris outside. Under the sunlight, the debris of low-level undead can be purified of death power, viruses, bacteria, etc. at a faster speed, and it is only a surface layer. The undead debris outside the city wall is piled up layer by layer, and the sunlight cannot quickly purify all the death power, and civilians cannot come to deal with the debris. The number of civilians has already dropped significantly compared to before the calamity of the undead. If another group of people die in the process of dealing with the remains of the undead, it will take longer to restore the population to the level before the calamity of the undead. Therefore, the work of dealing with the remains of the undead is mainly left to the professionals. In the Violet Kingdom, the professionals take storage items, put the remains of the undead in them, and then arrange people to send them to the cemetery to fill the cemetery with the remains of the undead. In each cemetery, the undead have dug out huge underground spaces, which are now just used to dump the remains of the undead. If the remains of the undead cannot fill all the cemeteries in the Violet Kingdom, Xiao Yi will arrange for people to destroy all the cemeteries due to the problem that they are easy to harbor dirt. As time goes by, rainwater will gather and become large lakes. All the indigenous cities in the new land have garrisons of the kingdom. There are not many troops. When they were sent here, there were only 10,000 people. Maybe they lost some people because of the subsequent battle with the undead. The original garrison of the indigenous cities in the new land had several times more troops than the kingdom garrison. After the wounded were treated, their strength recovered quickly, and their overall strength has exceeded that of the kingdom garrison. In this case, the nobles of the new land who are unwilling to accept the rule of the Violet Kingdom still dare not take any actions that are unfavorable to the kingdom. Among the nobles of the new land, at most there are level 6 professionals, while the Violet Kingdom has dozens of high-level professionals, and even the Violet Queen who has reached the legendary realm. The Violet Queen is also a disciple of Jian Shan. A small level 6 dare not do anything that is not beneficial to the Violet Kingdom. Even if there is a small possibility of joining a top force, they dare not move. In the confrontation between the top forces, a level 6 professional will be wiped out with a casual wave of the hand. For the nobles of the new land who are unwilling to accept the rule, the Violet Kingdom has no obstacles and allows them to leave the Violet Kingdom with all their wealth, but the Territorial army is not allowed to take it away. Faced with this kind of royal order, few new land nobles decided to leave the Violet Kingdom, because their family's foundation was basically exhausted, and their own foundation was here. If they left the Violet Kingdom, they didn't know where to settle down. Staying in the Violet Kingdom, they lost their fiefdoms and troops, but they could get a noble salary, which was free money. Many new land nobles, who were unwilling to accept the rule of the Violet Kingdom, stayed temporarily, because of this noble salary. Many indigenous cities in Shindi are guarded by the commander of the kingdom's garrison, and the original city garrisons are reorganized to become a member of the kingdom's army. The governor of the city is generally a local noble, but the person who is actually responsible for managing the city is the deputy sent by the kingdom. The governor does not have to do anything and can get a second salary for free. With the cooperation of the deputy governor and the garrison, all the indigenous cities in Shindy are gradually changing according to the plan. The easiest to change in the new land are the lower-class civilians. For the lower-class civilians, they only know the name of the country, but they don't have much sense of identity. They know more about the lords who rule this area. Because of their poor living environment, most people hate the lords. But without power, these hatreds can only be buried deep in their hearts. The deputy consul quickly won the hearts of the people just by distributing food to the lower-class civilians. These foods are all rewards from King Violet. If you want to thank someone, thank the king. Professionals will not lack food, but food is the most precious thing for the lower-class civilians. The simple, low-class civilians, almost every time they receive food, they kneel down to thank the officials who distribute food, and at the same time, under the guidance of the officials, thank the king who rewards food. When distributing food to the lower-class civilians in the new land, they can also quickly distinguish between the natives and the players. The natives will be excited to salute, but many players will receive food with a smile and no thanks at all. If it happens in the first month after entering the game world, players will even disrupt the order on site because of the poor food they get. Officials from the old place have a very bad impression of the brave warriors from the other world in the new place, and even report to the higher authorities, suggesting that food should not be distributed to the brave warriors from the other world. In the end, Zhao Yi personally approved this matter, don't care about the identity of the brave warriors from the other world, continue to distribute food. If the person who receives food disrupts the order, you can drive him away and no longer distribute food to him, and if the impact is serious, kill him. Billions of Blue Star players have poured into the game world. Over 5 years, a large number of Blue Star players have left the game world, but the number of Blue Star players who remain is still huge. Many player lords only recruit natives, not players. Some lords who only recruit players no longer recruit players, because of the poor quality of the players they recruit later. In various cases, there are a large number of players in the native cities. In many native cities, the proportion of players in the total population even exceeds 1/5. It is difficult to handle so many players, especially since Zhao Yi has decided to revoke the lord titles of the players in the Anti-Chen Alliance. These lord players, and the players in the indigenous cities, will have a huge impact on the Violet Kingdom. The lower-level players cannot kill the professionals, so it is easy to deal with the lower-level indigenous people. Anyway, if they die in the game world, they can return to Blue Star and cause crazy destruction before they die in the game world, causing the Violet Kingdom to lose a large number of people. Fortunately, there's a problem with the system panel, and the Lord players cannot directly incite the players in the indigenous cities. In addition, the lower-level players living in the indigenous cities also play a role. The lower-level players have few entertainment activities, except for forums and address books, and the movement of making babies. Even if you try hard to avoid pregnancy, it is easy to forget about it when you are excited. In a few years, a large number of children of indigenous people and heroes from other worlds, and children of heroes from other worlds and heroes from other worlds were born. Even if the fertility rate cannot be compared with that of indigenous people, it also contributes to the population growth of the game world. And after research, even if the children born by the heroes of another world and the heroes of another world in the game world, they also do not have the system panel. The biggest difference between the heroes of another world and the natives is the system panel. Humans without the system panel cannot choose exit the game, even if they are natives. These children are born with different levels of combat professional talents, unlike the heroes of another world, which are almost constant. For a country, population is very important, and the bottom players account for a large proportion of the total population of the Violet Kingdom. The obedient players who stay behind contribute to the Violet Kingdom. After 100 years, these low-level players, who are not even professionals, will leave the game world and return to Blue Star because of their end of life, and their influence on the Violet Kingdom will drop sharply. It is also possible that after 50 or 60 years, the old and weak low-level players will continue to return to Blue Star. While the Violet Kingdom is busy integrating the new land quickly, the Lord players in the Violet Kingdom are active. Without address book and forum to communicate, everyone will turn to the market network. Among the Lord players, the Chen Kingdom Lord players are the most assured group. In the former territory of the Violet Kingdom, the player force Zichen League is the only one that dominates, and there is not even a player territory of the Anti-Chen Alliance. In the decisive battle, the number of neutral player territories has dropped sharply, and the surviving neutral player territories have suffered heavy losses. The Zichen League also suffered heavy losses, But the leader of the Zechen League is powerful, and can even take the initiative to launch a counterattack. This is extremely rare among the Lord players in the entire Origin continent. Even the strongest player Territory Chung Jin Ling cannot take the initiative to launch a counterattack and must wait for the support of the indigenous camp. The territory of Zhao Yi, the leader of the Purple Star Alliance, is strong, has suffered little loss, and is the only duchy under the current territory of Violet. The Violet Kingdom launched a counterattack, and has been counterattacking the Glory Empire and the Eagle Empire, and provided military supplies to the territory of the Qin Kingdom players in the new land. Although Zhao Yi did not say it, everyone, including the members of the Purple Star Alliance, believe that Zhao Yi and the Violet Kingdom should have signed some kind of contract, and in the future, the players of the Violet Kingdom will still be dominated by the Qin Kingdom players. Under such circumstances, the Qin Kingdom Lord players in Xindi, no matter what forces they are in or what alliances they have formed, are now actively contacting the Purple Qin Alliance. See whether to form an alliance with the Purple Qin Alliance, or join the Purple Qin Alliance as a branch of the Purple Qin Alliance. Compared with the reassured Qin Kingdom Lord players, the Anti-Qin Alliance Lord players are very worried. Qin Kingdom Lord players received military supplies support, but the Anti-Qin Alliance Lord players did not. This has announced the future situation of the Anti-Qin Alliance in the Violet Kingdom. Leave or stay here, the Anti-Qin Alliance Lord players were very hesitant. Even though the territory had suffered such a huge loss, they were reluctant to give up their territory and leave the Violet Kingdom. Anyway, the teleportation array was already available, so they prepared more means of escape so that they could escape if they encountered danger. As for the neutral Lord players, who also did not receive military supplies from the Violet Kingdom, there was no decent alliance, and the major forces in the neutral player camp were not here. Neutral Lord players usually had one choice, to be obedient and not to resist. Just like in the first 2 years, the Anti-Qin Alliance camp or Qin player camp in a certain area won the final victory and collected protection fees from the neutral Lord players, and the neutral Lord players paid the protection fees obediently. The players' territory suffered heavy losses, and there were no points and treasure chests to quickly restore the territory. Soon, a Lord player thought of something. In the decisive battle between the living camp and the undead camp, a large number of player territories and indigenous cities were broken by the undead army. The undead and the living have different preferences. Now that the undead have been completely destroyed, there must be some things left in those ruins that can be used by their own territories. Many players thought of this, and through market communication, Lord players, player mercenaries, and even indigenous nobles all sent people to explore the player territories and indigenous cities destroyed in the decisive battle. In the process of exploration, there are indeed many gains, and occasionally treasures or even treasures can be found, such as the storage props that a Lord player always carries with him. In order to compete for the discovered treasures, various forces will even fight. After a long time of peace, each country does not want to lose any more professionals, so the country sends people to supervise the ruins where a large number of people gather. Fighting can exist, but it must be a fight with rules, and no one is allowed to die. Some countries even secretly send people to participate in garbage collection. Now the landlords have no surplus food, and many top forces have consumed a lot of their foundation. Although there are magic crystal veins and other magic material veins that can continue to be mined, and even magic crystal hearts continue to produce magic crystals, these are still part of the foundation. The foundation cannot continue to be consumed, but it must be continuously increased. The heroes of the other world can obtain various rewards from God by destroying the undead. The heroes of the other world may not have many magic crystals, but they have various treasures. Under normal circumstances, a monarch would not take action against his nobles, even if the nobles were heroes from another world. Now that the nobles are dead, can't they go find treasure? Just when a large number of indigenous forces and player forces were obsessed with treasure hunting in the ruins, a piece of news shocked the entire Blue Star player camp. On April 19th, in the western region of the Origin continent, the kingdom of Suriba, surrounded by the Konya Empire, the Sing Empire and the Sea, was officially renamed the Kingdom of the Fiery Sun, and the 7th level combat professional player Yuan Hengshi was crowned king. On the day when Yuan Hengshi was crowned as king, the Konya Empire and the Sing Empire each sent an epic warrior to attend the coronation ceremony. The Kingdom of Suriba, a lower level kingdom that was lucky enough not to be destroyed in the decisive battle, has a land area of nearly 1 million square kilometers, and is a very small country on the Origin continent. Now it has suddenly been replaced by the Kingdom of Liang. This situation is undoubtedly earth-shattering in the Blue Star player camp. There are dozens of players who have risen to the 7th level in the decisive battle. A 7th level professional can be granted the title of prince in an empire, or become a king. Chung Jin, the highest ranked player, has become a prince of the Dawn Empire, and other 7th ranked players have successively become princes of their respective empires. Even Zhao Yi, most of the Chen players in the Violet Kingdom believe that when the Violet Kingdom became the Violet Empire, Zhao Yi would also become a prince and obtain a fiefdom comparable to that of a lower level kingdom. There are so many players who have become princes, but Yuan Hengxiu is the first player to become a king. Liang Kingdom, how dare they? The major player forces felt that this was a very incredible thing. Even the official Chen Kingdom, the strongest player force, did not seek to establish a kingdom, but the Liang player forces actually established a kingdom. Princedom and kingdom are of the same level, and the monarchy is the same. Princedom is the princedom of the empire, and there is a superior, but the noble fiefdom has greater autonomy, and has an empire as a backer, which is safe enough. The kingdom is an independent kingdom, without any superior or backer. After all, this is a world that emphasizes strength, and there are too many indigenous forces that can wipe out the kingdom of the sun from the origin continent. A large number of players were surprised by the appearance of the kingdom of the sun, and also regarded the kingdom of the sun as a joke. The major player forces mobilized spies within the player forces of Liang Kingdom, or bribe people with a lot of money. After a few days, they found out all the relevant matters of Liang Kingdom. Actually, Liang Kingdom took the initiative to release some information, and in turn they were impressed by the generosity of Liang Kingdom. At the coronation ceremony of Yuan Hengxiu, Kanye Empire and Sang Empire each sent an epic strongman to attend, which shows the relationship between Liang Kingdom and its two powerful neighbors. In fact, it was the player forces of Liang Kingdom who first selected the Suriba Kingdom, a land that was a bit similar to the former site of Violet Kingdom, and began to lay out in Suriba Kingdom 3 years ago. The Kingdom of Suriba was just one of the targets selected by the players of the Liang Kingdom. Several targets were planned together. After the decisive battle, they immediately sought to see the emperors of the empires around the targets. In the end, the players of the Liang Kingdom signed contracts with the Kanya Empire and the Sing Empire. The Liang Kingdom paid 2 level 8 advancement stones to turn the Kingdom of Suriba into the Liang Kingdom, and the two empires needed to protect the Liang Kingdom together for 100 years. In fact, the Liang Kingdom wanted the two empires to protect it for 300 years, but the two empires were unwilling to protect it for so long, and finally it was reduced to only 100 years. This was the best offer that the player forces of Liang Nation had received from all the major empires, and they finally chose the Kingdom of Suriba. In the eyes of other player forces, 2 level 8 advancement stones in exchange for the land of a kingdom, and 100 years of protection was really a big deal. According to the calculation that a level 1 advancement stone was worth 200 low-grade magic crystals, a level 8 advancement stone was worth 2 billion low-grade magic crystals. In the decisive battle, a large amount of magic crystals were consumed, causing the magic crystals to continue to appreciate, but the value of a level 8 advancement stone would not be less than 1 billion low-grade magic crystals. Excluding Zhao Yi, the highest number of legendary treasure chests that Lord players can get is extremely limited. The legendary items that can be opened are even less than those obtained from legendary treasure chests. A total of 2 level 9 advanced stones are considered a lot. The number of epic treasure chests below the legendary treasure chest is much higher. The 3rd level city, with a standard population of 320,000, can accommodate 340,000 or more people. If it encounters a siege of 3 waves of undead, with the same number of creatures in the city, as long as the strength is strong enough and the losses are small enough, it can obtain an epic treasure chest. Epic treasure chests can open 8 level advanced stones, diamond treasure chests can open 7 level advanced stones, and diamond treasure chests can obtain more, and 10 7 level advanced stones can be fused into 1 8 level advanced stone. Ranking by Blue Star countries, the overall strength of the player forces of Liang country must be ranked in the top 10, and specifically, the highest can be ranked 5th. With the strength of the players of Liang country, 2 8 level advanced stones must not be all, but this big deal is something that other player forces dare not do or think about. For other player forces, the cost of doing so is too high. Other player forces, such as the official Chen Kingdom, must have more level 8 advancement stones than the player forces of Liang, and can even synthesize level 9 advancement stones. But the official Chen Kingdom will not give out level 8 advancement stones in exchange for an independent kingdom. If the strength is not strong enough, it is better to continue to accept the protection of the indigenous empire, and wait until the strength is strong enough to establish an independent country. The most important thing is that the major indigenous countries have very little restrictions on the noble fiefdoms. If the indigenous countries have strict restrictions on the noble fiefdoms, more player forces will definitely choose to establish independent countries. 2 level 8 advancement stones in exchange for the land of a lower kingdom, and also obtain 100 years of protection from the Konya Empire and the Sing Empire. For the 2 empires, this transaction is a big profit. The land of a lower kingdom does not belong to the 2 empires, but because a large number of empires want to reduce their borders and establish a kingdom on this relatively barren land as a buffer. For the monarchs of the 2 empires, it is just a matter of opening their mouths to change a kingdom to a ruler. There is no need to send people to kill the king of the kingdom of Suriba. The players of the kingdom of Liang can do it themselves. As for the 100-year protection, the kingdom of Liang does not border other countries anyway, and there are many restrictions in the contract. If the kingdom of Liang takes the initiative to provoke a strong enemy, the 2 empires will not protect it. The precious 8th level advancement stone obtained can allow the heir of his country to directly break through the bottleneck from the 7th to the 8th level, and have a greater chance of being promoted to legend. Legendary strongmen are the foundation of a top force.